In the land of fire lies the humble yet infinitely promising village of Konoha, nestled amidst the lush mountain woods. Surrounded by dense forests and cradled by rocky cliffs, the air is invigorating. No matter from which perspective one gazes upon it, this place is indeed a bountiful land. At this moment, a diverse gathering of individuals stands at the village's entrance, each adorned in various attires, their faces illuminated by smiles brimming with anticipation. Among them, two men take the lead, both gazing up at the newly erected village sign. Konoha, Hashirama, why did you choose to name the village Konoha? Inquired a man with dark hair, clad in black and red armor, exuding a chilling aura of chakra. With a charismatic smile, Hashirama replied, Konoha symbolizes our will of fire. As for its deeper meaning, his voice trailed off as he turned to a clansman behind him. Kekkei, can you fathom my thoughts? Instead of responding immediately, Hashirama posed a question to Kekkei, a peer of the Senju clan. Madara, intrigued, cast a curious glance at Kekkei. For anyone who captured Hashirama's attention must be remarkable. A refined gentleman, Kekkei was lost in contemplation, staring at the characters spelling Konoha. Wherever leaves flutter, fire will ignite. The shadows of fire illuminate the village and nurture new leaves to sprout. Thus, Konoha embodies our flame. Coming to his senses, Kekkei spoke with a calm demeanor and a smile. I wonder if my interpretation aligns with your thoughts. Brother Hashirama, just moments ago, Kekkei had been in a bustling city practicing an enigmatic cultivation technique. Alas, it was a false method that led to his untimely demise. Awakening here in Konoha, he found himself merged with Kekkei's memories. Kekkei was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate to have traversed realms. He was granted a second chance at life during Konoha's inception. Yet, unfortunate as he was the only member of the Senju clan devoid of ninja aptitude. Had it not been for Hashirama's compassionate nature, Kekkei might have faced disdain and scorn from his kin. This explains why Kekkei respectfully addressed Hashirama as brother. Their bond was not rooted in strong blood ties, but rather in shared lineage. Kekkei had to admit, Hashirama's ideals radiated love and peace. In contrast, had he belonged to the Uchiha clan, his lack of talent would have led to a dismal existence, potentially relegated to the battlefield as mere cannon fodder. At 30 years old, he possessed less chakra than a mere child, devoid of ninja talent. He embarked on a scholarly journey, gradually becoming the most cultured individual in the village. This is why Hashirama sought Kekkei's insight into the meaning of Konoha and the will of fire. Hashirama envisioned a future for the village beyond mere ninjutsu. He required the counsel of an intellectual to guide Konoha towards prosperity. In these tumultuous times, finding a scholar was a daunting task. Few cared for learning, as all clansmen were preoccupied with warfare. Even the youngest, capable of harnessing chakra, were thrust into combat. Thus, Kekkei, who dared to study amidst chaos, was a rarity. His response thrilled Hashirama, for he encapsulated the essence of the will of fire with clarity and simplicity. Indeed, Kekkei, you are truly the sage of our clan. Hashirama nodded approvingly, contemplating whether to appoint Kekkei as Konoha's advisor. The others, though somewhat enlightened, remained perplexed. Madara cast a cold glance at Kekkei before averting his gaze. However, Kekkei shook his head with a wry smile. What use was knowledge without power? In the world of ninjas, being an ordinary person meant one might not even know how to die. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System binding successful. You can sign in at any location once a day, with repeat sign-ins possible. The first sign-in is likely to yield substantial rewards, while subsequent ones have a slim chance of yielding great rewards. Sign-in types include location sign-in, special sign-in, plot sign-in, and performance art sign-in. The arrival of the system jolted Kekkei from his reverie. Fortune had smiled upon him. Sign in immediately. He mentally urged, sign in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Immortal Longevity Technique. Immortal Longevity Technique could be a true cultivation method. Kekkei's heart soared with joy. His previous life had been dedicated to the pursuit of cultivation. To his astonishment, he had obtained an authentic cultivation technique upon his rebirth. As the mechanical voice faded, the contents of the Immortal Longevity Technique began to embed themselves in his consciousness, forming a timeless scripture. Konoha could hardly contain his eagerness to practice. What if he lacked talent for chakra? He would cultivate immortality instead, becoming a celestial being. Would he fear ninjas then? In the latter stages of the Naruto world, battles were fought by celestial beings, while ninjas were mere fodder. Today marks the founding of Konoha. Let us work together to nurture the village, uphold the will of fire, and forge peace. Forge peace. Lord Hashirama. Lord Madara. Hashirama's grand vision for the future stirred excitement among the villagers, their emotions surging, while Konoha remained somewhat detached. Following the ceremonial conclusion, Konoha returned with his clan's forces to the Senju stronghold. This is quite impressive. The house is unexpectedly spacious. The Senju clan is thriving in this early stage. Konoha mused as he entered his assigned abode. With Konoha freshly established, albeit modest, its smaller population allowed for generous living spaces, each member receiving a large residence. The Senju clan, being powerful, enjoyed the best provisions, with homes exceeding 200 square meters. Alone in the house, Konoha sensed a hint of loneliness. According to clan members, his parents had perished on the battlefield long ago. With a sigh, he shook his head. Despite the solitude, the prospect of cultivation invigorated him. He settled cross-legged and began to study the immortal longevity technique within his mind. Immortal longevity technique. Reconstructing severed limbs, rebirth through blood, undying and eternal. The opening line of the technique set Konoha's heart ablaze with excitement. This was precisely what he had yearned for. The subsequent passages detailed the cultivation methods and stages. The first stage was known as the chi condensation stage, wherein one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforms it into their own. In the world of Naruto, spiritual energy is an ever-present essence. The natural energy absorbed in sage mode is, in fact, the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth. However, whether it be Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, or Naruto Uzumaki, the sage mode they employ merely allows for a temporary harnessing of this natural energy. Once the time elapses, the natural energy within them dissipates completely, automatically dispelling sage mode. They are unable to transform this natural energy into a permanent source of power. In contrast, the cultivation technique of Senju Chōsei enables the eternal transformation of this natural energy into one's own strength. While perhaps not as instantaneous as sage mode, its permanence is its true advantage. This is a lengthy and arduous process. The chi condensation stage involves gathering this spiritual essence from the cosmos into one's body, allowing it to flow and be digested within the meridians. There are 10 levels in the chi condensation stage, and each breakthrough brings about a significant enhancement in both the release of spiritual energy and physical strength. Seated in meditation at home, Senju Chōsei begins to attune himself to the natural energy, his mind focused and undistracted as he contemplates the ethereal essence of spiritual energy. The ambient sounds outside seem to fade into a profound silence at this moment. For 2 full hours, he remains motionless, embodying the patience and perseverance required for his cultivation. Suddenly, he perceives a chilling sensation. Within his meridians, a luminous white stream emerges, slowly flowing through his pathways. After nearly 10 minutes, it completes a full cycle, settling into his dantian, where the spiritual energy transforms into Senju Chōsei's own power. Boom! At that moment, it felt as if thunder erupted within him, as a mysterious energy broke through a certain barrier. The initial step of cultivation is the most challenging. Once it is taken, the subsequent path unfolds with ease. Senju Chōsei does not halt his progress. He continues to absorb spiritual energy. A surge of vitality radiates from him, causing the plants within the room to appear even more vibrant. A torrent of spiritual essence rushes towards him, akin to a devouring vortex, merging with the ocean. The cells within his body rejoice, stirring with exuberance. Chi condensation, first level. My cells have become more active, which means my chakra gathering speed has increased. Senju Chōsei beams with delight, realizing that the immortality technique not only elevates his realm and power, but also accelerates the refinement of chakra. The essence of the immortality technique lies in life force. For vitality to be robust, the human cells must also be extraordinarily resilient. His previous slow chakra refinement was due to the tranquility of his cells, making the process sluggish as a tortoise. When Senju Chōsei opens his eyes, The world before him seems clearer. He can faintly perceive the surrounding spiritual energy, and the entire realm appears dazzlingly vibrant. He immediately attempts to refine chakra, eager to ascertain whether his refinement speed has indeed improved. Moments later, upon concluding his chakra refinement, he finds that the immortality technique has truly not disappointed him. Though the enhancement of chakra refinement speed is only marginal and not particularly remarkable, one must not forget that he has merely reached the first level of chi condensation. As he continues his training, the speed of chakra refinement is bound to accelerate, ultimately astonishing everyone. Senju Chōsei has realized that his opportunity for a comeback has arrived. Not only must he cultivate his techniques, but he also needs to refine his chakra. Achieving dual cultivation to become a deity is not merely a dream. At present, with Konoha newly established, and both Hashirama and Madara serving as its divine guardians, this place is undoubtedly safer than anywhere else. The outside world is engulfed in various wars, and Senju Chōsei has no intention of venturing out to sign in. Although he has obtained the Immortal longevity technique in the chi condensation realm, he can at most engage in combat with a lowly ninja. He cannot underestimate the strength of ninjas. Despite the apparent mediocrity of most ninjas in battle, it is merely because the main forces have not yet made their appearance. True ninja combat resembles the throwing of nuclear bombs. For the next day, apart from mealtime, Senju Chōsei devoted himself entirely to training, even substituting sleep with cultivation. By the following morning, he had progressed to the third level of chi condensation. His rapid advancement can be attributed not only to his innate talent, but also to the exceptionally rich spiritual energy of the Naruto world. A realm imbued with spiritual energy yet devoid of cultivators is, for Senju Chōsei, an absolute treasure trove. System: sign in at Senju Hashirama's location. Ding. Sign in at Senju Hashirama's location successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. This is a body refinement technique. Unlike the Immortal longevity technique that focuses on cultivating spiritual energy, the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique emphasizes physical prowess. In the Naruto world, it is referred to as taijutsu. Is this the rhythm of my path to becoming a deity through trifold cultivation? Senju Chōsei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a joyful smile. With these two techniques in hand, given time to mature, even the sage of six paths would find himself outmatched. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the outer gate of the courtyard. Unable to fathom who might be seeking him, for he typically received no visitors at home, he suppressed his desire to continue training and opened the door with curiosity. To his surprise, it was none other than the clan leader, Hashirama, who had come to visit. The excited clan members outside regarded Hashirama with admiration in their eyes. Chōsei surmised that Hashirama must have been elected as the first Hokage by the villagers' acclaim. Hashirama, what brings you here? Chōsei inquired, perplexed. To him, he was merely an ordinary person, and he could not comprehend why Hashirama sought him out. Hashirama smiled kindly and said, "It is this way. I have just been honored by the villagers to become the first Hokage of Konoha, and now I must plan for the future of our village." His expression turned serious as he continued, "I would like you to become Konoha's strategist. Would you be willing?" With Chōsei assisting him in organizing the village's affairs and Madara safeguarding it, the future of Konoha would undoubtedly flourish. With these two as his right and left arms, Hashirama was filled with hope, believing that the ideal of peace was no longer a dream. Upon hearing this, Chōsei could not help but open his mouth in astonishment. A multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. He sensed that Hashirama seemed to misunderstand him. A strategist? This gave him a distinct impression reminiscent of Liu Bei seeking Zhuge Liang. What was the situation? Chongqing himself was unaware of his potential as a strategist and felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought. He had merely been idling away in his family for many years. Why had Hashirama suddenly sought him out? That Hashirama, he thought, I am but a commoner, utterly incapable of assisting you. To be a strategist, would that mean resurrecting the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war from my previous life? Even if I possessed military knowledge, I would not know how to apply it. He was a man devoted to cultivating immortality. Where would he find the time to devise strategies for Konoha? As for the village's development, he was completely in the dark. Chongsheng, do not underestimate yourself. Perhaps the villagers may not comprehend the importance of culture and knowledge, but I understand you well. No one appreciates the significance of a strategist more than I do. Hashirama said, placing a reassuring hand on Chongqing's shoulder, his tone grave yet earnest. It seemed as if their collaboration was on the brink of unfolding a legendary tale. Changxing rolled his eyes. It was evident that Hashirama had made up his mind about him. After all, he was the only scholar in Konoha at present. The other villagers were either craftsmen or combat ninjas, and indeed, someone cultured was needed to handle documents and records. If he refused today, Hashirama would come to persuade him daily. Once Hashirama set his sights on something, it would be unchangeable. Regarding being a strategist, I suggest you consult Tobarama. He possesses greater knowledge. As for me, I could take on the role of a teacher. What do you think about me establishing a ninja academy in the village? Changxing proposed, trying to subtly shift the topic. The headmaster of the ninja academy would also be a senior figure in Konoha, playing a pivotal role in its future development. This way, he could decline Hashirama's request to be his assistant while also having time to cultivate. The position of headmaster at the ninja academy was certainly one that allowed for leniency. Historically, all headmasters had been part-time Hokage. Changxing's forced assumption of the headmaster role was merely an attempt to be a figurehead. He envisioned letting teachers handle the instruction, with documents submitted for Hokage's review. Serving merely as an intermediary, he could even delegate this communication process to others. However, such profound reflections were evidently lost on Hashirama, who was contemplating Changxing's suggestion with increasing appreciation. Indeed, what a splendid idea. You truly have a knack for this, he exclaimed, recognizing Changxing as the strategist he had sought. The future of Konoha's will of fire lay in its children. After all, if they nurtured the children well, the will of fire would eternally blaze on, unyielding. Ah, Changxing, it shall be as you say. From now on, you will be the headmaster of the ninja academy. Hashirama laughed heartily, affectionately patting Changxing's shoulder. I will call for the construction of the academy right away. You must come to take up the position as headmaster. All right, I will certainly be there. Changxing nodded eagerly. With that, Hashirama activated his body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot in an instant. He was eager to return and plan the future development of Konoha. Finally, Senju Chōsei let out a sigh of relief after successfully deceiving his opponent and turned back to his room to continue his cultivation. In the annals of history, institutions such as the Ninja Academy, the Konoha Police Force, and the Anbu were all established only after the second Hokage took office. It remains uncertain whether this recent upheaval will have a profound impact on Konoha's future. After all, the butterfly effect suggests that even the smallest actions can alter the course of others' destinies. Senju Chōsei, however, was disinclined to dwell on such matters. He believed it more prudent to focus on enhancing his own abilities. He aimed to strengthen himself as much as possible before the onset of the First Shinobi World War. Despite Konoha's current prosperity, it would soon face turmoil, heralded by the departure of Madara, which would trigger the Valley of the End battle and subsequently claim Hashirama's life. The two great pillars of Konoha would then be lost, leaving only Tobarama to shoulder the weight. Furthermore, Tobarama himself would also fall during the First Shinobi World War. Such a fate is indeed absurd. Whether a village or a kingdom, once it has reached its zenith, a period of decline is inevitable. The aftermath of the First Shinobi World War would mark Konoha's decline. Senju Chōsei had no intention of entrusting his life to the protection of Konoha. After the loss of both the first and second Hokage, the Senju clan would inevitably falter and gradually decline. As for the reasons behind this, Senju Chōsei was unclear, but he suspected it was linked to the First Shinobi World War. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself swiftly. Only the strong can survive in this world. With a deep breath, Senju Chōsei began to practice the recently acquired technique, the Divine Elephant Suppression Force. This technique channels energy to manifest the spirit into form, allowing one to wield the immense power of an elephant with every movement. A single particle represents a pound of strength, and the human body contains approximately 800 million particles. When awakened, they can rival an elephant, causing torrents to surge, stars to fall, and the moon to be plucked from the sky, all within the span of a thought. In essence, this technique grants one the might to shatter dimensions. In light of this profound art, the Eight Gates technique pales in comparison. Senju Chōsei would never stoop to practicing such a technique, which inflicts as much harm on its user as it does upon their adversaries. Utterly worthless. Settling into a meditative posture, Senju Chōsei began refining the particles within his body. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him surged, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to the tumultuous sea. The phantom of a giant elephant materialized within him, bellowing joyfully and sending ripples through the air. A particle was swiftly refined by Senju Chōsei, and he could distinctly feel his physical strength markedly enhanced. Even the mere force of 1 pound allowed him to sense a transformation in every cell of his body. To expedite his physical evolution, he knew he must elevate his cultivation level. The refinement of human particles necessitates channeling energy to manifest the spirit. Here, energy refers to spiritual energy. The greater the amount of spiritual energy, the quicker the refinement process. Currently, he had only achieved the 3rd level of energy condensation, rendering his particle refinement painfully slow. Thus, he must prioritize enhancing his cultivation. Once his level increased, not only would the speed of particle refinement accelerate, but the rate of chakra refinement would also improve. Resolute in his decision, Senju Chōsei immersed himself back into his training. The subsequent days were spent entirely in the pursuit of cultivation and sign-ins, relishing every moment. At this moment, within the Thousand Hands residence, the successful sign-ins at the Thousand Hands station yielded remarkable rewards: water chakra, lightning chakra, earth chakra, the art of substitution, the art of shadow clone, the art of body flicker, and the water release, great waterfall technique. Thousand Hands Chongqing's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, achieving the 10th level of perfection. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy swirled around him, a white mist rising from his head like ethereal steam. With a resounding crack, a powerful surge of energy radiated from him, marking his transition into the 2nd realm of cultivation, foundation establishment. The foundation establishment phase, also comprising 10 levels, signified Chongqing's formal entry into the path of immortality. As one progresses, the ascent through realms becomes increasingly gradual. At the foundation establishment level, he was capable of overpowering intermediate ninjas and could contend with even elite ninjas. The power bestowed by the undying longevity technique differed somewhat from that of the ninja world. Although the qi condensation stage corresponded to the lower ninja rank, and the foundation establishment stage aligned with the intermediate rank, Chongqing at the qi condensation level could easily dominate lower ninjas, showing no fear of their intermediate counterparts. Now at the foundation establishment level, he could stand toe-to-toe with elite ninjas. When combined with ninjutsu and physical techniques, Chongqing's combat prowess could ascend even further. Throughout the past 10 days, aside from his training, he diligently signed in daily at the station, accumulating a plethora of rewards. Initially possessing only fire chakra, he subsequently acquired wind, lightning, earth, and water chakras, making him a prodigy endowed with 5 elemental chakra types. It is noteworthy that most ninjas typically possess only 1 or 2 chakra attributes, with the more gifted ones having 3 or 4. Those rare individuals endowed with 5 chakra types are considered exceptionally talented, akin to figures such as the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki with his Sharingan, and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Simultaneously, through his sign-ins, Chongqing obtained an array of ninjutsu and elixirs. Among the elixirs were the spirit-enhancing pill, which accelerated his absorption of spiritual energy, the blood-boosting pill for replenishing vitality, and the healing ointment for recovering from injuries. These elixirs significantly aided him, facilitating his swift advancement to the foundation establishment stage. As for the ninjutsu rewards, they were nothing short of extraordinary, allowing him to bypass the memorization of hand signs. The hand seals for ninjutsu seemed to be imprinted in his mind, indelible and unforgettable. With swift hand seals, Chongqing executed the multi-shadow clone technique. Although somewhat unfamiliar, his speed was commendable, and most importantly, he made no errors. Steadiness in his hands was paramount. Any slight deviation or tremor could result in a half-formed ninjutsu, rendering it ineffective. In an instant, Senju Chōsei felt the chakra he had been refining over the past few days rapidly deplete. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed as the entire room was suddenly filled with Chōsei's clones. Each clone wore a smile, appearing whole and unblemished, without any sign of irregularity. Perfectly synchronized seals. The ninjutsu directly rewarded by the system, regardless of its complexity, I can master it in an instant. The only flaw lies in my sluggish hand speed, necessitating practice. How I wish I could complete the seals in a mere thought. Chōsei was generally satisfied with these rewards from the ninjutsu, and silently praised the system for its support. He would not be overly greedy or demanding. If his hand speed was slow, then practicing more would suffice, for he was no sloth. Is Chōsei around? The Ninja Academy has been preliminarily constructed, and today marks its opening ceremony. Just then, outside, the voice of Hashirama resonated once again. Upon hearing about the Ninja Academy, Chōsei paused, his intention to sign in suddenly halted. The first sign-in offered a substantial chance of generous rewards. And now was the perfect opportunity to check in at the academy. Has it been completed so swiftly? Let us go and take a look, Chōsei said as he opened the door and stepped out. Seeing Chōsei again, Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though his companion appeared slightly younger. Perhaps it was just an illusion. The older one grew, the more sensitive they became. Hashirama shook his head, dismissing the thought. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hashirama and Chōsei made their way to the Ninja Academy. The newly established academy looked exceedingly rudimentary, constructed entirely of wood without any concrete or steel. Yet, it provided shelter from the elements, and some villagers and ninjas were collaborating to build concrete walls around it. It was evident that this makeshift academy had been hastily erected by Hashirama using wood release. Nonetheless, the Ninja Academy was of great importance. Chōsei could see the likes of Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tobarama among several high-ranking Konoha officials engaged in conversation nearby, discussing matters of significance. Many others were present, wearing faint smiles and nodding frequently, resembling overseers at a construction site. Nearly all of Konoha's elite had gathered here to deliberate on the future arrangements and affairs of the academy. However, at that moment, Chōsei's mind was not on the discussions, but rather on the eager anticipation of signing in. System sign-in rewards for today, he silently recited, and once again, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Ninja Academy sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining Thought Seal. Thought Seal? Chōsei was momentarily stunned, as the introduction of Thought Seal flooded his mind, causing him to exclaim in astonishment. The so-called Thought Seal allowed one to mentally visualize the hand seals without any physical gestures. One could release ninjutsu directly from their mind. Chōsei had been troubled by his slow hand speed, and now, just when he needed it, this ability had arrived. This was not merely a matter of speed. It was akin to releasing jutsu without seals. In combat, the greatest hindrance for a ninja is the inability to discern or perceive the opponent's hand seals, which significantly escalates the difficulty of battle. With the mastery of the mind seal technique, Senju Chōsei has effectively eliminated the need for hand seals, allowing him to unleash various ninjutsu unbeknownst to his adversaries. Imagine, if you will, two opponents locked in a tense standoff, suddenly, without warning. Senju Chōsei employs a body flicker technique to appear behind his foe and instantly executes an A-rank ninjutsu. Even the most seasoned ninja would find themselves caught off guard. Chōsei, brimming with excitement, managed to temper his eagerness as he engaged in casual conversation with Hashirama about matters concerning the Ninja Academy. He also made the acquaintance of the prominent figures within Konoha and participated in the inauguration ceremony of the Ninja Academy. Under Hashirama's declaration, Senju Chōsei was officially appointed as the principal and founder of the academy. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 12 years swiftly passed. Ding! Successful sign-in at the Hokage office. Congratulations on receiving Flying Thunder God Technique. Ding! Successful sign-in at Hokage Rock. Congratulations on receiving Bloodline Limit Wood Release. Ding! Successful sign-in at the Umbu Training Grounds. Congratulations on receiving Four Symbols Seal. Ding! During these 12 years, a multitude of renowned locations gradually emerged. Senju Chōsei diligently signed in throughout Konoha, amassing a wealth of rewards. Upon signing at the now-carved Hokage Rock, he astonishingly awakened the bloodline limit of wood release. The rewards from his sign-ins began to include wood release ninjutsu as well. Simultaneously, while cultivating his spiritual energy, physical body, and chakra, his strength had reached a level where even shadow-level shinobi could be effortlessly confronted. Over the span of 12 years, he ascended from the foundation-building stage to the golden core stage, extending his lifespan to a remarkable 1,000 years. Consequently, he appeared increasingly youthful, shedding the signs of middle age to resemble a spirited young man in his early 20s. Fortunately, the passage of time was not overly drastic. The villagers merely perceived that Senju Chōsei had risen to a high position within Konoha and was enjoying a prosperous life, attributing his vitality to good maintenance. Now, his physical particles had been refined from 1 to an astounding 100,000. This means that Senju Chōsei could deliver a punch with a force equivalent to 100,000 pounds, not accounting for the enhancement from spiritual energy. Such power could only be matched by taijutsu practitioners or shadow-level shinobi. Additionally, the chakra capacity within Chōsei had reached the level of a jonin. Achieving jonin status in a mere 12 years while simultaneously mastering 3 elemental natures is indeed remarkable. Once, his chakra refinement speed took 30 years, barely surpassing that of a child. Now, Senju Chōsei had finally attained a considerable level of strength in this ninja world, qualifying as a formidable force. Were it not for the immortal essence of his spiritual energy concealing his chakra, the Hyuga clan might have already discerned his true power. At the Senju residence, within the clan leader's abode, Senju Chōsei sat facing Hashirama, a grave expression etched upon his face. Cough, cough, Chōsei, I fear my time is drawing near. Hashirama's voice was hoarse, and his tone incredibly feeble. The once mighty god of shinobi had faded, his aged visage and snow-white hair rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, resembling a withered elder. As he lightly coughed, blood would trickle from the corners of his mouth. The battle at the Valley of the End unfolded just as the narrative foretold. Madara, still harboring dissatisfaction, departed from Konoha, with the Uchiha clan having no followers left behind. A sorrowful Uchiha Madara sought vengeance against Konoha, igniting a fierce conflict with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Although Hashirama emerged victorious, it was merely a triumph by a single move. His current state was a mere remnant of the battle against Madara. Fortunately, Tobirama succeeded him as Hokage, addressing matters on his behalf. Hashirama refrained from revealing his appearance to the public, fearing that rumors of his impending demise would attract covetous gazes from other villages. Within Konoha, only the upper echelon was privy to this information. However, the other ninja villages had already begun to sense something amiss. The 4 great ninja villages had stationed their forces near Konoha, ever ready for action. I am but in my 40s, yet I resemble an old man, while you, paradoxically, grow ever younger. How peculiar indeed. Hashirama chuckled lightly, his aging visage hinting at deeper meanings. Senju Chōsei remained silent, patiently awaiting his companion's next words. He had contemplated whether to impart the secrets of immortality to Hashirama, perhaps offering him a chance at salvation. He had even subtly hinted at it, but Hashirama responded with a knowing smile, choosing silence instead. Chōsei found it bewildering what could compel the god of shinobi to relinquish his life so readily. There is no need to wear a sorrowful expression. My aspirations have long been fulfilled, and this life has brought me immense satisfaction, Hashirama declared with a carefree smile, entirely devoid of fear regarding death. The future of Konoha, along with the Ninja Academy, now rests in your capable hands. From the inception of the academy in Konoha, Chōsei had assumed the role of its headmaster. Though he may not have been the most diligent, he was immensely kind to the children, observing the laughter and joy of the village's youth within the academy. Hashirama felt a sense of contentment, believing Chōsei to be doing exceptionally well. Rest assured, I too am a part of Konoha, and having been nurtured by it for so many years, I shall not allow it to fade into obscurity. Chōsei replied, taking a deep breath, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Over the years, with Hashirama's blessing, Chōsei had enjoyed a life of luxury, complete with a grand residence and a generous salary. He was unwilling to relinquish such favorable living conditions. Moreover, please look after Tsunade for me. She is my only granddaughter, and I hope you will take her as your apprentice, imparting to her the knowledge and culture that will shape her into a refined lady, worthy of marrying a good man. Hashirama's words elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Chōsei's mouth. Tsunade's future, it seemed, would likely diverge greatly from Hashirama's expectations. Though still young, she was indeed quite charming. I promise you, I shall impart all my knowledge to her. Chōsei vowed earnestly. As long as Tsunade was willing, he would teach her everything he knew, encompassing an array of ninjutsu and techniques. Hashirama had always looked after him in every regard. Thus, this was Chōsei's way of repaying the kindness. Upon receiving Chōsei's affirmative response, Hashirama's aged visage brightened with a smile of relief. Yet, with it came the swift passage of life between the pillars. This was the culmination of a wish, a voluntary relinquishment of the final breath. Senju Hashirama immediately rose and opened the door, only to see the expressions of those waiting at the threshold, including Tobirama, suddenly change as they rushed inside. Hashirama, Lord Hokage. Could it be that the first Hokage is The anxious faces of Konoha's higher-ups flooded into the room, their expressions filled with dread. Hashirama bestowed a graceful smile upon them and slowly closed his eyes. The god of ninjas had, at last, come to the end of his life. Days later, Konoha held its first grand funeral in history, as the entire village mourned. The implications of Hashirama's death and whether it would bring a crisis to Konoha were no longer on anyone's mind. Everyone wished to conduct a solemn farewell ceremony for the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The sky was overcast, and a gentle drizzle fell upon the ground, creating a dull patter as if the heavens themselves were bidding farewell to Senju Hashirama. The entire village donned black garments, with Tobirama leading the procession in solemn mourning. Even Uzumaki Mido, who had been sealed away to suppress the nine tails, emerged from her chamber, risking it all to pay her respects to Hashirama. Many former comrades approached one by one, offering flowers in tribute. Senju Chojuro, holding Tsunade's hand, sighed. The curtain falls on a legendary era. Even the god of ninjas is still but immortal. Regardless of the might of Hashirama and Madara, they were still ninjas. Without reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths, injuries and lifespan would ultimately claim their lives. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not escape the ravages of time. Senju Chojuro, too, was not exempt. Despite being in the core formation stage and possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years, he was still not eternal. Only by mastering the art of immortality could one transcend death. Little Tsunade, just 2 years old, wept bitterly before Hashirama's gravestone, her delicate nose reddened from crying. Due to her parents' long-term missions, her 2 years of life had been spent in the company of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Now, with her grandfather departing from the world, she was deeply affected by the loss. Senju Chojuro gently crouched down, tenderly stroking her golden locks. Your grandfather cared for you until the very end. His greatest wish was to see you happy, not in tears. From now on, I shall be here to accompany you. With a few sniffles, little Tsunade lifted her delicate face and asked softly, Is that true? You're not lying to me. Are you Chojuro and I? Of course, come with me. Chojuro replied kindly, taking Tsunade's hand as they turned to leave the cemetery. In Tsunade's worldview, titles were determined by appearance. Senju Chojuro looked too youthful, prompting Tsunade to refer to him as her brother, unaware that he was only a few years younger than her grandfather. Sign in. Ding. Triggering storyline sign in. First Shinobi World War storyline sign in successful. Congratulations, you have received Armament Haki. Senju Chojuro returned home with Tsunade, having activated the storyline sign in. The previous narrative culminated in the climactic battle between Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End, where Senju Chōsei acquired the legendary Black Blade, a kushui, from the world of pirates. This was his second encounter with a plot-related event, and the armament he obtained was also derived from the same realm. The Busashoka Haki was indeed commendable, a means to maintain my Black Blade, a kushui. Chōsei had been somewhat troubled, for he cherished the blade immensely yet hesitated to practice with it. The more one adores an object, the more one wishes to prevent any signs of wear. He feared that honing his swordsmanship would mar the blade's pristine surface. No matter how exquisite a sword may be, years of relentless strikes inevitably lead to degradation. However, practicing against the air yielded no tangible results. Thus, for over a decade, Chōsei refrained from training in swordsmanship. With the acquisition of Busashoka Haki, he could finally unleash his potential. Regrettably, amidst the years of sign-in rewards, he had not obtained any sword techniques, save for the Konoha swordsmanship, which he could practice. The rewards he garnered were predominantly ninjutsu, chakra attributes, and medicinal elixirs. Presently, Chōsei had mastered thousands of ninjutsu techniques. Not only those featured in the Naruto universe, but also an array of peculiar, everyday ninjutsu. He even possessed sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. These ninjutsu rewards could be utilized independent of innate talent. Once acquired, one could undoubtedly perform them, albeit with some initial clumsiness. Thus, even without a natural affinity for medical ninjutsu, Chōsei had amassed a considerable repertoire, rivaling that of the future Tsunade. Stay put and do not wander. I shall return shortly. Chōsei gently instructed Tsunade, who obediently nodded. He then vanished from sight, only to reappear atop a rooftop near the entrance of Konoha. Beneath him lay a unique symbol, emanating a faint aura of space. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. Chōsei gracefully descended to the ground and strolled toward the entrance. Outside, Nearly two-thirds of the village's ninjas had gathered. The recent sign-in had foretold the onset of conflict in the ninja world today. Just after the funeral of Hashirama, Tobirama received reports from the ninjas. Beyond 100 miles from Konoha, the ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages had appeared, all harboring obvious intentions to assault Konoha. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entirety of Konoha. They have truly come, these treacherous wolves. Hashirama had once sold tailed beasts to them, and now, scarcely had he departed, they arrived to invade us. Tobirama's gaze turned cold as he berated them. In the past, to address the distribution of tailed beasts, Hashirama had invited the leaders of the 4 great nations to the unprecedented First 5 Kage Summit. In the hope of peace, Hashirama had lowered his stance during the discussions, even proposing the free distribution of tailed beasts. However, it was under Tobirama's suggestion that they were exchanged for monetary compensation. It was precisely because of the distribution of tailed beasts that the 5 Kage forged the first peace treaty in the ninja world, achieving comprehensive peace on this land for the first time. Who could have known that the 4 great ninja villages would prove so greedy and treacherous? The so-called peace was but a facade. They were engulfed in fear of Hashirama, and now that he has passed, everyone desires a piece of Konoha. Tobirama, filled with profound anger, gathers the ninjas at the village gate, recounting the events of yesteryear to ignite their fighting spirit. The entire village is shrouded in gloom, and the spirits of the villagers have sunk to a low ebb. The resolve of the ninjas is essential to instill hope within the hearts of the townsfolk. Senju Chōsei had no intention of participating in the ninja world war. He merely came to bid farewell to Tobirama. After all, Tobirama is a super shadow-level ninja, and Chōsei, despite his stature, would certainly not be a match for him now. However, Chōsei is acutely aware that Tobirama is likely to face dire consequences in this endeavor, prompting him to come and offer a word of caution. Perhaps there is still a chance for salvation? Tobirama, Chōsei called softly. As Tobirama turned to rally the spirits of the ninjas, he approached Chōsei with measured steps. Chōsei, being older than Tobirama yet younger than Hashirama, has significantly advanced Konoha through the establishment of the Ninja Academy, earning Tobirama's respect. You have arrived. Do not worry. I will protect these children and return victorious. Tobirama confidently declared, mistakenly believing Chōsei was concerned for the academy students, thus boldly proclaiming his intent. Chōsei internally marveled at Tobirama's audacity. He had intended to intervene and avert Tobirama's impending fate, only to find Tobirama preemptively declaring his resolve. With a sigh of resignation, Chōsei replied, I am worried about you. Exercise caution regarding the Cloud Village. Their internal strife poses a threat, and even if they propose reconciliation, remain vigilant against potential ambushes. Having expressed his concerns, Chōsei refrained from mentioning the betrayal of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, fearing unforeseen changes. What if others were to betray or new formidable foes emerged? Chōsei wished to ensure that Tobirama's vigilance was not solely directed towards Kinkaku and Ginkaku to avoid catastrophic miscalculations. I understand, Chōsei. Rest assured. Tobirama nodded earnestly. Though his visage appeared stern, his demeanor was genuinely amiable, devoid of arrogance or hubris. Just remember, I believe under your leadership, Konoha will surely triumph. Chōsei smiled. Tobirama then returned to the front of the formation, continuing to uplift the morale of the ninjas. Chōsei also observed 2 uniquely positioned jonin, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. In this impending ninja world war, aside from the tragedy of Tobirama, the 3rd Hokage is among these 2. Danzo, plagued by hesitation and fear, was ultimately rejected. Consequently, he resorted to a series of machinations to secure the Hokage title, stirring turmoil. Danzo, you would do well to refrain from any underhanded tactics. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to take action. Chōsei mused, observing Danzo's retreating figure with a knowing smile. Given his current standing, to eliminate Danzo would evoke no opposition. As time progresses, Chōsei's stature within Konoha continues to rise, bolstered not only by his role as the principal of the Ninja Academy, but also by his esteemed lineage. In this tumultuous era of conflict, few individuals survive to their 30s, particularly among the ninjas, many of whom meet their demise on the battlefield at a tender age. Only peace can elevate the average lifespan within the villages, a longing that has always resided in the heart of Hashirama. Within Konohagakure, those who exceed the age of Senju Hashirama, apart from Uzumaki Mido, are primarily the long-standing villagers who have endured through the years. Consequently, the stature of Senju Hashirama within Konoha will only ascend with the passage of time. After bidding farewell to Tobarama, Hashirama discreetly activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, and in the blink of an eye, he returned home. Indeed, Tsunade was obediently perched on Hashirama's desk, indulging in fruit. The obedient Tsunade was undeniably charming. However, she would later evolve into a figure marked by aggression and dominance. Hashirama's gaze flickered with determination as he resolved to nurture Tsunade into a graceful and gentle lady, rather than the fierce woman portrayed in the original narrative. Yet, the innate violent tendencies within her stemmed from her striking mother. It remained uncertain whether such traits could be tempered through guidance. Hashirama had encountered Tsunade's parents. Her father, much like Hashirama himself, was rather unremarkable in appearance. In contrast, her mother was a stunning blonde beauty, possessing both looks and temperament that Tsunade had perfectly inherited. Tsunade, your grandfather entrusted me with your care. Thus I intend to take you as my disciple and impart all that I have learned throughout my life. Would you be willing? Tsunade's parents were often away on missions, providing her with little care, while her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, remained occupied in the sealing chamber to suppress the Nine Tails. Mido rarely ventured beyond the confines of the sealing chamber, much like the first Jinchuriki of One Tail from Sunagakure, a tragic parallel indeed. Consequently, Tsunade's childhood was marked by a severe lack of companionship, only finding connections later when she became a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, leading her to meet Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Upon seeing Hashirama's return, Tsunade hurriedly approached him with light, hurried steps and embraced him tightly. At this moment, she relied heavily on Hashirama, as though he were her sole anchor. Will you play with me? If so, I wish to become your disciple. Tsunade's watery eyes were fixed on Hashirama, eagerly awaiting his affirmative response. In the eyes of a child, the ability to play together holds paramount importance. Of course, Hashirama replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Thus, Tsunade officially became Hashirama's disciple, although she was not yet aware of the profound bond between a teacher and a pupil, and did not comprehend what Hashirama intended to teach her. She simply sought companionship. Nevertheless, the relationship between them had reached a new depth, quietly weaving a bond between them. As Hashirama took Tsunade under his wing, the world outside erupted into the first great ninja war. This conflict would endure for 2 years, resulting in countless casualties in Konoha, with the Senju clan bearing the brunt of the losses. Both the second and third Hokages belonged to the Senju clan, as they devoted themselves tirelessly to protect Konoha, the home of their lineage. Their relentless efforts would later contribute to the gradual decline of the Senju clan. A significant loss of life has rendered the population sparse, casting doubt upon the notion of inheritance. Conversely, the Uchiha clan has conspicuously exhibited a lack of engagement on the battlefield, resulting in fewer casualties. Following 2 years of intense conflict, Konoha stood resilient against the 4 great ninja villages, repelling Sunagakure and forcefully subduing Kumogakure, which subsequently sought to propose a peace treaty. Surrender was imperative, for Konoha's might was truly formidable. Although Senju Tobarama may not possess the same strength as Hashirama, in terms of innate talent, he is certainly not inferior. Most of Konoha's forbidden techniques were conceived by him, including such formidable jutsu as Impure World Reincarnation, Shadow Clone Technique, and Flying Thunder God Technique. Empowered by these numerous forbidden arts, Senju Tobarama overwhelmed the leaders of the other villages, earning the title of the fastest ninja in the shinobi world. Accompanied by the forces of Konoha, Tobarama proceeded to the designated location for negotiations to finalize the peace treaty. As 2 years had elapsed, he remained vigilant, ever mindful of the warnings issued by Senju Hashirama, perhaps due to the alignment of Hashirama's vision for a ninja academy with his own aspirations. Tobarama held his mentor's words in high regard. Indeed, during the negotiations, the ninjas from Kumogakure suddenly revolted, launching an attack against their own raikage. A chaotic insurrection erupted, throwing the situation into disarray. Konoha too faced an assault, igniting a fierce pursuit. Jin Jiao and In Jiao led an elite team of Jonin, first eliminating the Kumogakure delegates who had come to negotiate. They subsequently turned their wrath upon the forces of Konoha, wielding the Six Paths ninja tools, forcing Konoha's shinobi into a desperate retreat. No one anticipated that what was believed to be a resolution would devolve into such an unforeseen calamity. Even the formidable Senju Tobarama could not withstand the enigmatic power of the Six Paths tools. Within the shadowy forest, three figures concealed themselves, engaged in a hushed dispute. I shall undertake the role of bait. You are the future of Konoha, the embodiment of the young will of fire, tasked with safeguarding the village, Tobarama declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. This is unacceptable. You are the Hokage. There is no one stronger in the village. Shimura Danzo exclaimed in a panic. But Tobarama's expression remained unyielding. He did not respond to Danzo's pleas, instead turning his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, his most esteemed disciple. Hiruzen did not disappoint, exhibiting neither hesitation nor fear in the face of impending death. When the matter of bait was suggested, Hiruzen promptly stepped forward, while Danzo, paralyzed by fear, remained silent. Remember my words, young Sarutobi. You must protect those children who will carry the legacy into the next generation. Starting tomorrow, you shall be the Hokage. Tobarama's voice resonated through the dimly lit woods, enveloping the trio in a profound silence. Danzo found himself grappling with the realization that his moment of hesitation had cost him the coveted title of Hokage, while Hiruzen pondered the deeper implications of his mentor's words. Teacher, do you mean to say? Hiruzen stammered. A fleeting smile graced Tobarama's cold visage as he chose not to prolong the moment. Swiftly turning and charging into the fray, leaving the two young men in a state of stunned silence, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation for some time. Master, please save Uncle Air. I beg you. The three were oblivious to the figures perched atop a nearby grand tree, one large and one small. It was none other than Tsunade and Chojuro. So, they have indeed chosen this path. Chojuro sighed, resigned. He had hoped that his counsel would lead Tobarama to a different outcome, yet it seemed nothing had changed. Well then, will you stay here, or accompany me? Chojuro smiled as he affectionately ruffled Tsunade's silky golden hair, finding the texture quite delightful. Of course, I will go with you. Carry me on your back, master. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully, extending her fair arms and leaping onto Chojuro's back. That is acceptable, but upon our return, you must diligently practice your techniques with me. Tsunade nodded enthusiastically, displaying a charming eagerness. Chojuro couldn't fathom why the adorable and obedient Tsunade had transformed so drastically as she grew. During the past 2 years, he had refrained from rushing her into extensive learning, instead allowing her to absorb knowledge and etiquette for over a year. Only recently had he begun imparting the secrets of the Immortal technique. However, less than half an hour into meditation, Tsunade grew restless, finding it tedious and unfulfilling. She preferred the exhilaration of refining chakra, where she could easily sense the movement of her cells. The entry into the realm of cultivation, on the other hand, demanded tranquility, a challenging task for a mere 4-year-old. Consequently, Tsunade's progress in her cultivation was slow, while her chakra reserves continued to swell. With a gentle laugh, Chojuro hoisted Tsunade onto his back, and with a light stomp of his foot, he moved like a wraith through the darkness. Soon, following the fluctuations of chakra, he arrived near Tobarama, adjusting his technique to conceal their presence in the shadows. The stealth of the Immortal technique was remarkably potent, even eluding perceptive ninjas. Moreover, amidst the ongoing battle, no one would notice their presence. Tobarama glided over the water like a vessel, swiftly traversing the terrain. Waves splashed around him, forming spears of water that he launched, each strike claiming the lives of several jonin. However, the pursuers were not merely jonin. The most formidable foes were Kinshiki and Genkaku. Wielding 5 pieces of legendary ninja tools and empowered by the chakra of the 9 tails, their strength surpassed even that of Kaguya. Tobarama found himself overwhelmed. Perhaps Hashirama could withstand it. Today, both the Reikage and Hokage shall perish at our hands. Genkaku cackled boastfully. From this day forth, we shall be renowned throughout the ninja world. Die. Kinshiki unleashed the energy of the 9 tails chakra, violently waving his fan. A tempest of 5 elemental chakra surged from the ground. With a thunderous roar, the multicolored storm erupted, causing Tobarama to pale and hastily execute the Flying Thunder God technique. He swiftly vanished to another location, evading the onslaught of the storm while creating a considerable distance. At that moment, the outer ninjas collaboratively erected a violet ceiling barrier, enveloping an expansive area of several dozen miles. This was a specialized sealing technique designed to confine space, aimed at preventing Tobarama from escaping using the Flying Thunder God technique. Jin Jiao let out a boisterous laugh, clapping the orange-red jar in his hands. Tobarama Senju, if I call your name, will you dare to respond? Upon hearing Jin Jiao's words, Senju Chōjuro nearly stumbled. The Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao of this world bore a striking resemblance to those in Journey to the West, wielding celestial treasures and wreaking havoc. Even that line he just uttered was eerily identical, were it not for the existence of the Six Paths ninja tools. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would stand no chance against even a single shadow-level ninja, let alone the Reikage or Hokage. Unfortunately, the Six Paths tools were in their possession, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, rendering them exceedingly formidable. It was not merely the damage of the ninja tools that posed a threat, but rather their bizarre capabilities. For instance, the red gourd could seize severed words of power, recording and sealing them. If the individual spoke a keyword, remained silent for too long, or uttered a phrase phonetically similar to the keyword, they would be drawn into the gourd. Furthermore, the amber purification bottle held by Jin Jiao would seal Tobarama within it if he responded to his provocations. Thus, Jin Jiao's earlier remarks aimed to entice Tobarama into replying, thereby sealing him within the amber bottle. Regrettably, Tobarama, known for his icy demeanor, ignored them entirely, determinately retreating in one direction. He recognized that he could not best these two, and thus, finding a way to escape was his optimal choice. Humph, it seems we have a taciturn one here. Let us compel you to speak, Yin Jiao. Jin Jiao scoffed, then bellowed. Yin Jiao grinned widely, brandishing a 7-star sword the size of a fan, and swung it with a sweeping sound. Simultaneously, Jin Jiao produced the golden binding rope, radiating with golden light as it ensnared Tobarama. The 7-star sword could sever and curse the opponent's words, while the golden binding rope compelled them to utter their commonly used phrases. Consequently, the red gourd would directly seal Tobarama. The combination of the golden binding rope, 7-star sword, and red gourd rendered them nearly invincible. Even with Tobarama's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping the grip of the golden binding rope would prove exceedingly difficult. In under half an hour, the duo had utilized the 7-star sword to sever the words of power, with the red gourd successfully absorbing them. Once Tobarama was ensnared by the golden binding rope, it would spell his ultimate demise. The two relentlessly pursued Tobarama, launching attacks, leaving him bloodied and on the brink of collapse. His grandmother, Tsunade, was filled with concern. Regardless of the circumstances, he was her kin, and at this moment, she was on edge, fearing for Tobarama's life. Senju Chōjuro trailed behind. Biding his time and refraining from immediate action, he needed to seize the right opportunity. Meanwhile, he eliminated the ninjas responsible for erecting the barrier one by one, employing the shadow clone technique to replace them, ensuring that no one would notice anything amiss. Changxing dared not recklessly rush out to save anyone. Although the twin brothers with the Six Paths ninja tools, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, were not at the Six Paths level, their prowess was still formidable, lying somewhere between the Six Paths and the Super Shadow. To rescue Tobarama from their grasp, one would need to seize the fleeting moment when they were momentarily distracted. With a thunderous crash, Tobarama's heavy body slammed into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his chakra completely depleted. To think that I, Senju Tobarama, would perish at the hands of these two worthless fools. Tobarama spat, his eyes filled with cold indifference and disdain. Dying at the hands of such people would indeed tarnish his illustrious reputation. So what? With our Six Paths ninja tools, my brother and I will continue to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. You should feel honored, Yin Jiao boasted, approaching Tobarama and delivering a resounding slap. The severely injured Tobarama fell unconscious from the blow, his life force waning to its very limit. Brother, should we capture him alive to showcase our power? Yin Jiao suggested arrogantly. Jin Jiao immediately retorted, foolish. Just kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble. If we wish to make a statement, his head will suffice. Brother is right. Yin Jiao chuckled, preparing to sever Tobarama's head with the 7-star sword when suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air above them. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky, landing between Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and Tobarama. The newcomer appeared unremarkable, clad in black and red armor, yet it caused Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's pupils to constrict in alarm, their hearts momentarily stopping. Senju Hashirama, how is this possible? I thought you were dead. Jin Jiao exclaimed in shock. Terrified, the brothers stumbled back as Senju Hashirama flashed a grin, his voice unexpectedly taking on the high-pitched tone of a little girl. If you wish to kill my granduncle, first ask my master for permission. Would release. Birth of the Forest. Hashirama pretended to form hand seals, his playful tone snapping Jinjiao and Injiao back to reality. They had been tricked. The figure before them was merely a child utilizing transformation jutsu, not the legendary Senju Hashirama. Enraged, the brothers prepared to strike down their foe. Suddenly, the world darkened. A colossal wave of chakra surged from above, prompting them to look up in astonishment. They beheld a dense canopy of intertwining roots blocking out the sun. With vibrant green leaves drifting down like confetti, a lush forest was descending upon them with astonishing speed. Curse it, it would release. How could this be? Run. Quickly. Jinjiao and Injiao exclaimed in panic, their faces turning pale. They had no time to ponder the implications of Hashirama's fate. The overwhelming presence of the forest's birth completely shattered their fighting spirit. Would release. Birth of the Forest. Changxing shouted, completing the hand signs in an instant. A torrent of chakra surged from his hands, manifesting a dense forest that rapidly descended. Boom. The forest spread wide, encompassing an area of 10 miles. With a tremendous crash, Jinjiao and Injiao found themselves ensnared, unable to escape the clutches of the thick roots. Yet Changxing was not finished. He felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if awakening a slumbering beast. A golden phantom of a colossal elephant materialized abruptly in the sky, unleashing an overwhelming force of 150,000 pounds that crashed heavily upon the tree realm. Boom. The ground within a 20-mile radius erupted into a massive crater, plummeting dramatically as the ceiling barrier shattered and dissipated. The central tree realm appeared as if it had been naturally rooted in place, now uprooted entirely. Wow, master. I wish to learn this. Little Tsunade exclaimed, her face alight with admiration, her big, watery eyes sparkling with excitement. The violent instincts within her stirred eagerly. She felt that this aesthetic of brutality resonated perfectly with her essence. Buried beneath the debris, the golden horn and silver horn were jolted by the tremendous force. Their insides ruptured, and blood gushed forth. Damn it, brother, use the banana fan. Silver Horn gritted his teeth, shouting. Quiet. I'm looking for it. Golden Horn retorted angrily, struggling to crawl amidst the roots, having accidentally lost the banana fan in the chaos. He needed to locate it to escort Silver Horn out of the tree realm. Meanwhile, Senju Chōsei executed the body flicker technique and appeared beside Tsunade, gently tapping her forehead. A young lady ought not to exhibit such violence. Hold on tight. I'm taking you to your great-grandfather, he advised. Understanding immediately, little Tsunade transformed back and climbed onto Chojuro's back. Grasping the unconscious Tobarama, Chojuro activated the Flying Thunder God technique, depleting his chakra entirely in the process. In an instant, the trio found themselves over 100 miles away. Indeed, the chakra of a Jonin was insufficient for such extensive teleportation. Senju Chojuro chuckled wryly, retrieving a vial of healing elixir from his inventory and placing it in Tobarama's mouth. Simultaneously, he unleashed a shimmering, green medical ninjutsu to temporarily seal Tobarama's wounds and staunch the bleeding. With a surge of spiritual energy, he hastened towards Konoha with Tsunade and Tobarama. Days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo returned to Konoha bearing grim tidings. Throughout their journey, their hearts ached profoundly. The last guardian deity of Konoha had fallen. Under such relentless pursuit from a formidable enemy, the second Hokage had no chance of survival. Yet, upon their arrival at Konoha and tearfully recounting the events, they were met with the peculiar gazes of the village's upper echelons. How could you? Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered, his tears still fresh. He could not fathom why those before him appeared so cold-blooded. The Hokage had perished, yet they seemed utterly unfazed. Cough, cough. The second Hokage is not dead. On the contrary, he is currently in Konoha's medical room and has survived the peril. Tsunade's elder sister, Tsunade Karin, entered from outside to clarify. It turned out that the day before their return, the severely injured Tobarama had been brought back to Konoha's medical room, and to this day, no one knew who had rescued him. The joyous news was that, thanks to Konoha's medical care, Tobarama's life had been spared. The master is not dead. How is this possible? No, that is splendid news. Truly wonderful. Sarutobi Hiruzen wept tears of joy, his nose twitching, his speech becoming incoherent. Regardless of the devious deeds he may commit in the future, his profound respect for his teacher, Tobarama Senju, remains unquestionable. Under the guidance of the Leaf Village ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the medical room, where he found his teacher still in a state of unconsciousness. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled while grasping Tobarama's hand, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Beside him, Danzo Shimura wore an expression devoid of emotion. Lost in his own thoughts. How fortunate we are that the Hokage has not perished, yet the identity of the hidden savior remains a mystery, exclaimed Mito Kosuka, adjusting his green-tinted glasses. At that moment, the medical room was filled with high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village, including the smiling Chojuro Senju and the giggling Tsunade. It is enough that Tobarama has returned safely. There is no need to delve further. Whomever has rescued him will undoubtedly prove beneficial to the Leaf, Chojuro remarked with a smile, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, it was perplexing why this individual chose to conceal their identity. Perhaps they wished to silently protect the village? Surely, one capable of rescuing the Hokage must possess formidable strength. With such a guardian, who would dare to challenge us? The onlookers murmured in awe, grateful for their fortune. Chojuro chuckled softly, reassuring them, rest assured, he will continually watch over the Leaf. With that, he took Tsunade's hand and turned to leave without lingering. The group was momentarily taken aback, pondering the enigmatic nature of Chojuro's words. Have scholars of today taken to speaking in such cryptic terms? Let us allow the Hokage some peace to recover. We must discuss subsequent matters. A group of Leaf ninjas whispered as they exited the medical room, refraining from further disturbance. The First Shinobi World War was ignited by the news of Hashirama's death, inciting greed among the 4 great ninja villages, leading to betrayal and war. The conflict raged for 2 long years, yet in the end, the Leaf Village triumphed against all odds, securing its position as the foremost village among the 5. Due to internal strife, the Cloud Village faced a rebellion during peace negotiations, resulting in the death of the second Reikage. The second Kazekage led the Sand Village, becoming the first to fall to Tobarama's might, retreating with their ninja forces in defeat. Meanwhile, the Mist and Rock villages provided a source of both amusement and frustration for the Leaf. Initially, they intended to exploit the Cloud's attack on the Leaf, yet they soon found themselves embroiled in conflict over the distribution of resources, leading to a fierce battle. In a climactic confrontation, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage perished together in the name of their respective villages. The loss of their leaders rendered both villages vulnerable, crumbling under Tobarama's assault. Such a farcical outcome was met with scorn. Ultimately, the Cloud Village faced the Leaf alone, leading to inevitable defeat, prompting them to seek surrender and reconciliation. On the day of the signing, however, the Cloud Village experienced a betrayal from within, as Kin and Jin led their ninjas in a bloody rampage against their own, pursuing the Leaf ninjas amidst the chaos. Ultimately, the Reikage met his demise on the battlefield, while countless lives were lost in the hidden Cloud Village. The second Hokage of the Leaf Village was mysteriously rescued by a formidable figure from Konoha, rumored to be a member of the Senju clan who had awakened the Wood Release. Reports from ninjas at the scene indicated that remnants of Wood Release chakra lingered in the vicinity. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation among the 5 great shinobi nations, as the prowess of Senju Hashirama's Wood Release was still vividly imprinted in their memories. The emergence of a Wood Release user sent shivers down the spines of the other villages. Upon the ascension of the third Reikage, the Hidden Cloud Village promptly extended an apology to Konoha, exhibiting an exceptionally conciliatory demeanor. It remained uncertain whether their fears stemmed from the second Hokage or the enigmatic savior of the Leaf Village. Following the war, a protracted period of peace ensued. Tobarama awakened from his coma. Though his life was spared, he was left in a fragile state. The physicians advised him against any further chakra refinement, as the cells within his body had ceased to be active and required an extensive period of recuperation. With the war concluded, he indeed had no cause to engage in battle again. Had the conflict persisted, Tobarama would have undoubtedly thrown himself into the fray, leading the charge on the front lines. Upon regaining consciousness, Senju Tobarama relinquished his position as Hokage, having previously declared his intention for Sarutobi Hiruzen to assume the role, a promise he fulfilled. In his eyes, Hiruzen had demonstrated the necessary qualities, both in courage and administrative capability, to become Hokage. Despite Hiruzen's repeated entreaties, Tobarama's resolve proved unyielding. Ultimately, in the gaze of the entire village, and under the somber countenance of Danzo, Hiruzen was inaugurated as the third Hokage. Thus began an era of nearly 2 decades of peace. Tsunade, be sure to learn diligently from me. Senju Chōsei stood alongside Tsunade atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the increasingly prosperous Konoha. 20 years of peace. How do you know, master? And why do you choose to conceal your strength? Tsunade, filled with curiosity, tugged at Chōsei's hand. She struggled to comprehend why her master, possessing such formidable power, preferred to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, she often heard Chōsei uttering seemingly cryptic remarks, only to later realize they were glimpses into the future. This extraordinary ability only deepened her sense of mystery surrounding her master. 20 years is merely an approximate estimation. It could be longer or even shorter. Though the ninja world currently fears Konoha, it does not guarantee that this fear will persist, as individuals often feel emboldened to challenge the might of the Leaf Village. The onset of the Second Great Ninja War was uncertain even to Senju Chōsei, estimated to occur within a decade or two. Who knows if his actions would delay or hasten its arrival? Moreover, the world harbors not solely the 5 great shinobi villages, but also countless hidden powers, including those of the shadow and even beyond. Madara awaited the awakening of the Rinnegan, while Kaguya had already begun a grand scheme. In the latter stages of the Hokage era, adversaries would arise from beyond the 5 great shinobi villages. Despite the current fervor among the villages, it was merely a spectacle of fledgling chickens pecking at one another. Senju Chōsei consistently wore a gentle smile, speaking with an air of nonchalance. As for the reason behind my concealed strength, it is merely that I have no desire for labor. Should the denizens of Konoha become aware of his true prowess, they would undoubtedly summon him to partake in the subsequent Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. To decline such requests would surely invite the scorn of the villagers, whose capacity for verbal derision should never be underestimated. Indeed, the legendary Konoha White Fang succumbed to the weight of their words, leading to his tragic demise. Yet, to engage in warfare would consume precious time that could be devoted to his training. Konoha did not require his strength. The village was already formidable, particularly with the likes of Tobirama still alive. No matter the unforeseen circumstances that might arise, Konoha would remain steadfast. However, should such sentiments be voiced, none would believe them. At present, Senju Chōsei was merely a jonin, not an extraordinary figure. The conflicts of the ninja world were predominantly battles between those of the highest echelon. And as the wars progressed, they became increasingly perilous, rife with various bloodline limits that could spell doom with the slightest misstep. He preferred the tranquility of training within Konoha, rather than participating in conflicts, for the village was far more resilient than he had anticipated, verging on the truly powerful. Provided the enemy did not infiltrate the heart of Konoha, Senju Chōsei had no intention of intervening. He sought to quietly enhance his abilities, biding his time until he could astonish all. Rest assured, I have my own reasons, yet I will protect Konoha, and I shall safeguard Tsunade as well, he replied mysteriously. As for Tsunade's thoughts on the matter, she could imagine for herself. The wise often speak in veiled terms. Upon hearing her master's vow of protection, Tsunade's delicate visage flushed slightly. Yes, I shall also protect you, master, the young Tsunade declared earnestly. In her eyes, her master merely looked down upon the notion of direct intervention. To compel him to act, one must first possess strength surpassing that of her granduncle. Otherwise, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Granduncle Tobirama silently shed a tear. After hearing Tsunade's fervent words, Senju Chōsei could not help but smile knowingly. The young Tsunade was indeed lively and endearing. He could only hope that she would not become a violent force as she matured. Within, he silently prayed. How could such a good girl transform into someone so fierce? Was it the influence of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both eccentric in their own right, that led to Tsunade's peculiarities? Shaking his head with a smile, Senju Chōsei remarked, "If you wish to protect me, you must first become stronger than I." With that, he fell silent, turning his gaze once more towards Konoha, a refreshing breeze caressing him. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed unnoticed. For a decade, Senju Chōsei had resided in Konoha, imparting knowledge to Tsunade. He taught her the techniques of the immortal longevity and the divine elephant suppression, alongside an extensive array of medical ninjutsu and other techniques. In this span of 10 years, a new generation of prodigies emerged within Konoha. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade became recognized as the most formidable talents of their era, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru rising to prominence under the tutelage of Hiruzen Sarutobi, their reputations soaring alongside their formidable skills. Astonishingly, Tsunade, who trained under the illustrious Senju Chōsei, managed to overpower both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, leaving them searching for their teeth. To the inhabitants of Konoha, Senju Chōsei was perceived merely as an ordinary individual possessing some cultural knowledge. Consequently, the strength of Tsunade was attributed solely to her innate talent, prompting the third Hokage to personally approach her with the intention of taking her as his apprentice. He even sought a meeting with Senju Chōsei, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. A decade has passed, and Senju Chōsei remains as poised and graceful as ever, adorned with a serene smile that exudes charm and elegance. Even Tobirama, who is 2 years younger than Chōsei, now bears the marks of age, appearing somewhat frail. This youthful visage of Chōsei has led many to marvel at his agelessness. Initially, he was affectionately dubbed the Ageless Gentleman, a playful nod to his name. However, as time progressed, his title evolved into the Immortal Gentleman, a testament to the profound respect he garnered from the village. Every child emerges from the Ninja Academy, which he presides over as the principal. Since the establishment of Konoha, more than 20 years have elapsed, during which the academy has produced numerous graduating classes. It is fair to say that nearly half of the ninjas currently serving have emerged from his institution. Although he has not directly taught them, they are nonetheless considered his students. Yet, despite his reclusive nature within the village, rarely stepping outside his abode, Senju Chōsei suddenly departed from Konoha with Tsunade. The reasons for this departure were manifold. After a decade of cultivation, Chōsei had achieved the 6th stage of Dan, yet found himself at an impasse. He sought to venture elsewhere to sign in and acquire additional resources to facilitate his breakthrough. Furthermore, a twist in the narrative had emerged. In the original tale, Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, had not yet been born, and even her parents had mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Senju Chōsei intended to explore the outside world, simultaneously searching for Tsunade's parents. Although Tsunade lacked a deep emotional connection to her parents, having only seen them once or twice during her childhood, her fortune seemed to shine favorably upon her. In contrast, Chōsei had been her steadfast companion for over a decade, his significance in her heart surpassing that of her grandfather, Hashirama. Upon hearing of her master's intention to embark on a journey, she unhesitatingly chose to accompany him. Together, the master and apprentice set forth on a global expedition, traversing the lands and witnessing the splendor of each ninja nation. 7 swift years passed. Success. Sign in at the land of thunder complete. Congratulations on acquiring thunder breathing. Success. Sign in at the land of water complete. Congratulations on acquiring water breathing. Success. Sign in at the land of earth complete. Congratulations on acquiring bloodline limit dust release. Success. Sign in at the land of wind complete. Congratulations on acquiring bloodline limit magnet release. Success. Sign in at the land of rain complete. Congratulations on acquiring bloodline limit ice release. In an unremarkable and within the land of fire, Senju Chōsei had enveloped his room in a myriad of sealing barriers, shielding himself from all external disturbances. His entire being surged with vitality, akin to the relentless waves of the sea, as a golden giant elephant's phantom galloped amidst the tides of his lifeblood. The divine elephant's power, capable of subduing the abyss, amassed an astounding 50,000 particles. The might of this divine elephant continued to ascend, and even his chakra had reached the level of a shadow, yet his immortality technique remained stubbornly stuck at the 10th stage of the golden core, which seemed exceedingly arduous. A bittersweet smile graced the face of Thousand Hands Changsheng. At the golden core stage, one could expect a lifespan of a millennium, and upon breaking into the nascent soul stage, that would expand to 5,000 years. However, the chasm between the golden core and the nascent soul felt as vast as the heavens and the earth. He had achieved the pinnacle of the 10th stage of the golden core a year prior, yet had failed to make any progress since then. Despite tirelessly seeking opportunities to advance, he remained unable to break through to the nascent soul. What could possibly be amiss? Thousand Hands Changsheng cradled his chin, deep in contemplation. Surely, something must be amiss. Master, you are destined to live a millennium, yet you are not even a century old. Why the haste? It seems your impatience is hindering your progress. A voice, imbued with a hint of mature allure, floated from behind Changsheng. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle warmth and a fragrant presence as a pair of delicate, pale arms encircled his neck, cascading golden locks falling gracefully beside him. Now in her early 20s, Tsunade exuded a captivating charm, having matured from her once lively, youthful self into a voluptuous and elegant woman. Yet, she retained the playful habit of clinging to Thousand Hands Chongqing's back, a trait that had never waned. At his request, Tsunade maintained her long hair, typically styled into a golden ponytail that cascaded down her back. Dressed in a flowing white robe, her movements were gentle and graceful, embodying the essence of a refined lady. However, Thousand Hands Chongqing understood that beneath this delicate exterior lay the awakened ferocity of her violent lineage, a mere facade she presented to the world. Though she appeared demure in his presence, she was a fierce force to be reckoned with before others. The amplification of the divine elephant's strength, combined with the weight of the heavens, could easily crush a medium-sized mountain with a single step. Tsunade, in her current form, was even more formidable than her original portrayal. Ultimately, it was her violent genes that triumphed, leaving Thousand Hands Chongqing overwhelmed with emotion. The only solace he found was that under his guidance, Tsunade had not succumbed to the vices of alcohol and gambling. This was a small consolation, a fulfillment of his promise to Hashirama. While she might be fierce towards outsiders, her tenderness towards him as her master was all that mattered. Too eager? Thousand Hands Chongqing pondered for a moment. Was he truly anxious? It appeared that perhaps he was. After years of cultivation, he had only reached the shadow level, while his golden core stage merely paralleled that of a jonin. Although in the realm of cultivation, the golden core stage could easily overpower all jonin, it felt painfully sluggish to him. Naruto and Sasuke had ascended to the super shadow level in just over a decade, with one even reaching the Six Paths level under extraordinary circumstances. In stark contrast, he had toiled for 40 years to attain the shadow level, a disparity that weighed heavily upon him. Thus, Thousand Hands Chongqing had relentlessly pursued progress, dedicating every moment to his training. Yet, Tsunade's words struck a chord within him, awakening a profound realization. In truth, his cultivation speed was already remarkably swift. He was a Trinity practitioner, not merely refining a single chakra. At present, his overall strength was indeed sufficient to rival that of the most formidable shadow-level warriors. Most importantly, he possessed an exceedingly long lifespan, allowing for gradual enhancement. His ultimate destination would undoubtedly transcend mere shadow level. Even without breakthroughs, he had a millennium at his disposal, with over 9 centuries remaining for cultivation. Could there be any fear of stagnation in his progress? With this thought, the taut string within Senju Chōsei's heart relaxed instantaneously. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged automatically. The dense aura within a 100-mile radius surged into his body simultaneously. The golden core within his dantian began to rotate rapidly, emitting an unprecedented brilliance. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared in the golden core, emanating a radiant white sheen. As the surging spiritual energy crashed against the core like a tsunami, widening the crack further. With a resounding thunderous roar, the golden core exploded, revealing a humanoid figure seated within the dantian. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Senju Chōsei himself, exuding an air of grace and tranquility, with a smile that suggested carefree confidence. His eyes sparkled with penetrating brilliance. The first stage of the nascent soul. The humanoid form within the dantian was none other than Senju Chōsei's nascent soul. The source of his previous confusion lay not in talent, but rather in the excessive tension within his heart. This was not befitting of an immortal being. An immortal, endowed with longevity and enduring strength, must remain humble and unhurried to achieve eternal existence. The greatest taboo in cultivating the art of eternal life was impatience. The more one yearned for rapid advancement, the further one strayed from the essence of longevity, resulting in stagnation of progress. Now, under Tsunade's inadvertent reminder, Senju Chōsei serendipitously let go of his anxiety and consequently broke through. Tsunade, who was nestled on Senju Chōsei's back, was astonished. Her mere presence had seemingly propelled her master into the nascent soul stage. Could it be that the age-old legend of a man and woman together accelerating cultivation was indeed true? Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes, a rosy hue blossoming on her delicate face as her mind began to wander. It seemed she ought to embrace her master more often. Perhaps she too could achieve continuous breakthroughs. Despite appearing mature after years of following Senju Chōsei, Tsunade still retained a touch of childlike innocence. She had even acquired a slight quirk akin to Senju Chōsei's. Her thoughts were vividly rich, tinged with a hint of whimsicality. Finally breaking through, he had not anticipated that the true obstacle had been a mental block. Senju Chōsei opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. The comfort following his breakthrough brought him immense joy. At this moment, he felt his spiritual energy was now under his effortless command, capable of forming a colossal hand in the realm of cultivation, one that could shatter mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. Let us depart. It is time to return to Konoha. Senju Chōsei gently extricated himself from Tsunade's fair, delicate embrace, his demeanor tranquil. He had long since grown accustomed to her affectionate behavior, for she had always held him in such a manner since childhood. Has our journey come to an end? Tsunade, with a lingering sense of reluctance, reflected on the extraordinary life she had experienced outside, traversing the 5 great shinobi nations and witnessing a myriad of lifestyles and environments. The world of ninjas was indeed captivating, with each region possessing its own unique charm that left one enchanted. Yet, if they tarried any longer, war would inevitably erupt. Senju Chōsei smiled softly, not intending to frighten her. During this period, he had been particularly attentive to the movements around them and could sense that the Hidden Rain village was beginning to stir restlessly. The entire shinobi realm was rife with undercurrents. It would not be long before the Hidden Rain village declared war on the major ninja villages, heralding the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. This would be an epic conflict, seamlessly transitioning from the second to the third. With merely a year of peace in between, a brief respite that had left the 5 great shinobi villages gasping for breath, suffering immense losses. A war lasting 2 decades was set to commence with the declaration from the Rain Village. Upon hearing of the impending war, Tsunade's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression on her delicate features. She had never doubted her master's words. If he proclaimed that war would break out, it surely would. Tsunade had witnessed the toll war exacted on lives since her childhood. Even her great-grandfather would have perished had it not been for Senju Chōsei's intervention. I understand. Let us return at once. Tsunade nodded earnestly, her serious demeanor exuding a unique charm. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly, and after gathering his belongings, he and Tsunade made their way back to Konoha. Konoha Village, since the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, had entered a period of explosive development, with groundbreaking advancements in various technologies. The village's infrastructure had become increasingly refined and beautiful, exuding an atmosphere of peace and laughter. At that moment, 2 ninjas were stationed at the entrance of Konoha, engaging in casual conversation as was customary. As 2 figures gradually approached from outside the village, the Konoha ninjas exchanged subtle glances. One was a dashing man, and the other, a stunningly voluptuous woman, walking side by side as if descended from celestial realms. He was handsome, and she was breathtaking. However, one of the Konoha ninjas paid no heed to this picturesque scene and barked, "Who goes there? What business do you have in Konoha? You must be new here, not even recognizing my master. We are from Konoha Village. Step aside," Tsunade replied, her brows furrowing in irritation. As the princess of Konoha, with her grandfather and great-grandfather being the first and second Hokage, no one in Konoha dared to obstruct her. Had it not been for their shared village ties, she would have disregarded the guards and walked in without a second thought. You say that, but we've never seen you before. The gatekeeper ninja scoffed. There were always those who attempted to masquerade as residents of Konoha, seeking ways to infiltrate the village. This was not the first occurrence. Get lost. If you don't move, I'll have to make you regret it. Tsunade suddenly remembered her master was still nearby and restrained her words to maintain a semblance of decorum. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within Tsunade, causing the ground to crack like spiderwebs beneath her feet. The gatekeeper ninja furrowed his brow, sensing the ill intentions of the approaching figures. "Halt. Allow us to verify your identities," he commanded. One of them swiftly vanished from sight, while another guardian positioned himself firmly at the entrance, guarding against Senju Chōsei and Tsunade. Indeed, the security here is commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has shown he possesses some degree of competence, Chōsei remarked with a wry smile, adopting the tone of an elder. He was, after all, significantly older than Hiruzen, thus entitled to such assertions. Mr. Immortal has returned. You may enter. However, this unfamiliar lady cannot. A sudden voice broke through as 3 figures simultaneously teleported to the village gate. Among them was the guard who had gone to make the announcement, accompanied by two youths, one with black hair and the other with white, reminiscent of the duality of life and death. Both bore smiles. The white-haired youth exuded warmth, while the black-haired one radiated a chilling aura. When the black-haired youth cast his gaze upon Chōsei, his eyes flickered with intrigue, and he licked his lips, seemingly pondering something. It was this same young man who had spoken earlier, his voice dripping with a sinister coldness. By my word, a beauty, an exquisite beauty, the white-haired youth exclaimed upon laying eyes on Tsunade, his mouth watering at the sight. At that moment, Tsunade, clad in a loose white robe, embodied grace and elegance, leaving many women in her wake feeling inferior. Her alabaster arms were crossed in front of her, her rosy cheeks adorned with a smile, and her lips curved ever so slightly. Jiraiya? Orochimaru? You two have not changed at all. Tsunade recognized the newcomers instantly, a sardonic laugh escaping her lips. Ahem, you've grown so much. No, wait, you've mistaken me. If you wish to enter Konoha, you must first get past US. Jiraiya chuckled. Having anticipated their reunion from the moment the ninja had reported back, they approached merely to test Tsunade's strength, for they both had suffered at her hands in the past and sought to reclaim their dignity. Ah, so you desire a beating? Why not say so sooner? Tsunade roared, simultaneously channeling the power of the divine elephant's suppression technique and the immortal's long life technique, unleashing a torrent of chakra, spiritual energy, and vitality. With a thunderous roar, the lush forest stirred with no wind, and a colossal golden elephant emerged, bellowing towards the heavens. This spectacle caused Jiraiya to stagger back, memories of a dark past flooding his mind. Even Orochimaru, famed for his calm demeanor, began to sweat profusely. Both were taken aback by the overwhelming force Tsunade had unleashed. It was evident they stood no chance in a confrontation. I was merely jesting. Jiraiya's words were cut short as a pitch-black fist collided with his face. Under the watchful eyes of the trembling guards, Jiraiya was sent flying into the village, crashing through 3 walls. Orochimaru, already pale, turned even whiter upon witnessing the sheer force of Tsunade's punch. I thud. Orochimaru too was silenced, sent hurtling away by Tsunade's similarly empowered blow. Both men left to ponder their audacity. In the original narrative, Tsunade is inherently formidable, and under the tutelage of Senju Hashirama, she has become even more fearsome. Indeed, her movements are decisive and devoid of any superfluous actions. Senju Hashirama nods in admiration with a smile, then strides into the village of Konoha. Tsunade, with an air of pride, lets out a soft huff and follows closely behind. As for the 2 guards, they have already seated themselves on the ground, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearing that Tsunade might deliver them a punch as well. Through their dialogue, they have discerned that these 2 individuals must be ninjas from Konoha. Particularly, the esteemed name of the Immortal Master, who happens to be the principal of their ninja academy, resonates with them. I just overheard Lord Orochimaru mention that the other party seems to be the Immortal Master. One of the guards stammers. If my memory serves me correctly, our academy's principal is indeed that young man from earlier, right? His companion is taken aback, then gasps in realization, it seems so. Are we going to face repercussions? Intercepting high-ranking officials of Konoha and preventing their entry into the village is not a grave matter. But the fact that they failed to recognize the principal of the academy is rather inexcusable. The visage and name of Senju Hashirama are inscribed in the annals of Konoha's history. Surely it cannot be so. The 2 exchange glances and share a wry smile. Stepping into Konoha after a 7-year absence, the familiar sights evoke a sense of nostalgia. Senju Hashirama and Tsunade head directly towards the Senju compound. The hidden Umbu ninjas have already taken notice of their presence. One rushes to relay the information while another stands in their path. Respectful greetings, Immortal Master and Princess Tsunade. A ninja donning a peculiar mask swiftly descends and kneels on one knee, stating, the location of the Senju compound has undergone some changes. Allow me to escort you to the new site. A new Senju compound? Senju Hashirama furrows his brow in concern. Why must the residents of my clan be relocated? Even if a change is necessary, it should at least be with my consent. Currently, the Senju clan boasts only a handful of members, primarily elderly and frail survivors of the First Shinobi World War. Thus, the clan has not held a chief election. Given his status among Konoha's elite and his seniority over Tobirama, Hashirama still wields some influence within the family. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken it upon himself to unilaterally decide the relocation of the Senju clan without his approval. He still has many possessions at home. Can they be moved without his consent? The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes. He has been away from Konoha for merely 7 years, and already he feels disregarded. How can he endure this? What has become of our original compound? What have you done with it? Hashirama's voice is cold as he inquires. Well, it has been occupied by Danzo's root organization. The Umbu ninja begins to explain, but Hashirama does not allow him to finish. He simply bypasses the ninja and strides toward his home. This Shimura Danzo is courting death by confronting him. Surely he is tired of living. Tsunade also lets out a disdainful snort, questioning what audacity Danzo has to unlawfully seize their family's territory. Her clan, the Senju, has produced 2 generations of Hokage. How dare a mere Danzo attempt to usurp their ancestral grounds? The 2 figures, their expressions frigid, journeyed in silence to the territory of the so-called root organization. 2 ninjas, similarly masked, emerged instantaneously to confront Senju Chōsei and Tsunade. Konoha's restricted area, all unauthorized personnel, retreat. The root ninjas, seemingly oblivious to the identities of Senju Chōsei and Tsunade, spoke with a chilling detachment, showing no regard for their status. You have 10 minutes to vacate the Senju stronghold. Senju Chōsei's gaze turned icy, exuding the ferocity of a wild beast, sending a shiver down the spines of the 2 root ninjas. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, dismissing the fear that had momentarily gripped them, realizing that he was merely an ordinary individual. It was somewhat humiliating to be intimidated by an apparently mundane man. Unauthorized personnel? Step aside. This is Konoha's restricted area. Take them down, and let them bear the costs. Seeing that the adversaries appeared incapable of comprehending his words, Senju Chōsei's last vestige of patience evaporated. It was truly a case of inviting disaster by rebuffing hospitality. His attempts at discretion had only invited humiliation. Divine elephant prison, Tsunade bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura from within her. In the blink of an eye, her fist surged forth, propelled by a howling gust of wind. The expressions of the 2 ninjas shifted dramatically as they hurriedly formed hand seals to execute the body replacement technique. However, their speed was no match for Tsunade's fist. A colossal force bearing down upon them. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding impacts, the ninjas were sent crashing into the building. In an instant, hundreds of figures sprang from the Senju stronghold, a deluge of fireballs raining down like meteorites. The brainwashed ninjas of the root organization, indifferent to their foes' identities, obeyed commands without question. Subdue all intruders of the root organization. Senju Chōsei deftly evaded, as numerous fireballs crashed around him, not a single flame touching him. Tsunade's exquisite visage contorted with unprecedented fury. How dare they lay hands on her within Konoha? She plunged into the fray, a human beast. A golden giant elephant manifesting behind her, sending a throng of ninjas flying. With a thunderous roar, buildings crumbled in succession, the tremendous cacophony alarming the entire village of Konoha. Even the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rushed to the scene. Cease this at once. No more fighting, Hiruzen shouted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. If this continued, the very ground would be reduced to rubble. Yet Tsunade remained undeterred, her terrifying chakra and energy surging forth, overwhelming ninjas as they were embedded into the ground. Blood pooling beneath them. Chōsei, please, make Tsunade stop. Hiruzen implored, realizing his words had fallen on deaf ears, turning to Senju Chōsei for assistance. In Konoha, the only one capable of commanding Tsunade's obedience was likely him. I must ask you, my dear Saru, on what grounds did you proceed without my consent to permit the Senju clan's relocation? Was this perhaps the suggestion of your mentor, Tobirama? Senju Chōsei clearly had no intention of allowing Tsunade to cease her actions so easily. If Sarutobi Hiruzen could not provide him with a satisfactory explanation, this place would soon be reduced to ruins. The teacher resided elsewhere and was unaware of this matter, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence to wane as he spoke. The proposal to relocate the Senju clan had originated from Danzo. He argued that the Senju clan, with its dwindling population, was occupying an excessive area, which was a waste. It would be more beneficial to utilize that space to cultivate geniuses. After a lengthy discourse from Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen found some merit in his words, compounded by the fact that his mentor, Tobirama, also resided in another location for seclusion and recuperation. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to this proposal. Naturally, the elderly and infirm members of the Senju clan lacked the capacity to resist, even if they were unwilling in their hearts. They had no choice but to submit to the might of the Hokage. Upon learning that this was not Tobarama's directive, Chōsei's smile grew even colder. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, like in the original narrative, was indeed bolstering Danzo's arrogance. So, how do you intend to resolve this matter? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, you may as well relinquish your title as Hokage. Do not doubt my capabilities, Chōsei coldly stated. He possessed numerous means to bring Sarutobi Hiruzen down. As the highest-ranking member of Konoha, Tobarama would heed his words. If necessary, Chōsei could even resort to force to unseat him. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in an awkward predicament, but his primary concern lay elsewhere. As a senior member of Konoha, Chōsei indeed wielded considerable influence, yet unseating him would not be an easy task. The ongoing sounds of collapsing buildings and the anguished cries of ninjas further tarnished his dignity. Principal Chōsei? No, I should refer to you as Immortal, sir. Allow me to bear the burden of this matter. Just have Tsunade cease her actions for now. At that moment, Shimura Danzo approached slowly, his right hand heavily bandaged. Exuding an air of righteousness, his gaze fell upon the fallen ninjas, and his expression turned grim. Tsunade, please return for now. Boom. After sending another ninja flying, Tsunade finally landed beside Chōsei. As her armed Haki dissipated, her fair hands were revealed, and she elegantly tidied her slightly disheveled hair, transforming her demeanor entirely. Danzo, I demand that you and your men leave the Senju compound immediately. Furthermore, send someone to repair the damaged buildings and compensate my clan for emotional distress, and personally escort all members of my clan back. Chōsei approached the now pale-faced Danzo, gently patting his shoulder while his eyes remained icy. Do you understand? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Danzo's shoulder, increasing the pressure. Crack! The sound of splintering bones rang out, and Danzo grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The agony in his shoulder compelled him to nod vigorously. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Only someone skilled in taijutsu could exert enough strength to crush a person's shoulder like that. It seemed that Chōsei, after all these years, had not been stagnant. As this thought crossed his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew slightly grave, though he did not let it weigh too heavily on him. Physical techniques will forever remain mere physical techniques, incapable of achieving any grand accomplishments. At this juncture in the Naruto world, the 8 gates have yet to emerge. Thus, physical prowess has not garnered significant attention. A temporary resolution to the internal discord within Konoha has been reached, and Senju Chōsei, accompanied by Tsunade, is making his way home. Standing behind them, Danzo's gaze is ominous, shrouded in enigmatic thoughts. Do not provoke him further. The position of the Ninja Academy principal is not so easily attained. He is entangled with many powerful figures, including my own teacher, who stands by his side. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered beside Danzo. Humph. Danzo scoffed dismissively. He merely relies on his age. A man devoid of strength, yet possessing a sharp mind, is unworthy of surviving in this ninja world. With that, he disregarded Hiruzen's subsequent remarks and turned to leave. The villagers of Konoha, drawn by curiosity, exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves, their voices a cacophony of speculation. Upon entering his home, Senju Chōsei swiftly surveyed the surroundings, noting that nothing appeared to be missing, save for a layer of accumulated dust. This indicated that Danzo's occupation of the Senju compound was not merely due to a need for space, but rather for ulterior motives. If a larger area were genuinely required, why then would so much space remain vacant? Moreover, based on Chōsei's understanding of the original narrative, Danzo has always operated in the shadows. His root organization is established underground, precisely because it cannot withstand the light. How could he possibly cultivate power openly within the Senju stronghold? Master, what do you think Danzo's true intentions are in seizing our Senju compound? Tsunade inquired earnestly. Could there be some formidable treasure hidden within our territory? Danzo would dare to oppose the Senju clan for such a reason? Although our clan has begun to decline, that does not mean we can be bullied at will. It is merely a quest for power. Your grandfather was extraordinary, revered as the god of shinobi, and countless individuals, including Danzo, yearned to possess such strength. Chōsei remarked with an expression of calm. His intrusion into our territory is likely an endeavor to search your grandfather's residence for residual cell samples or secrets. As Hashirama has been laid to rest, Danzo would not dare disturb his grave. Thus, he resorts to alternative means to acquire Hashirama's cells. I wonder if Danzo has already allied with Orochimaru. I noticed something unsettling in Orochimaru's gaze earlier. Of course, it is not his body that Orochimaru covets, but rather the secrets of youth he seeks to uncover. Orochimaru, too, is a seeker of immortality, and it would not be surprising for him to undertake astonishing actions. This is something we must remain vigilant against. To endure for the long haul, one must regard every adversary with utmost seriousness, regardless of their strength. My grandfather is gone, yet they still linger in their intentions? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom the existence of such perverse individuals in the world. Let us speak no more of these matters. As the troops approach, the water will rise to meet them. It will not be long before the ninja world is engulfed in a grand tumult. I shall enter seclusion. In the coming years, should a great ninja war erupt, I trust you will carve out my legacy. A charming smile graced the handsome visage of Senju Chōsei, leaving Tsunade utterly mesmerized. The second and third ninja wars? They bear no relevance to him. He need not lift a finger. His rescue of Senju Tobarama is undoubtedly the most significant variable in this impending conflict. Before long, the second, third, and fourth Hokage will grace the battlefield, leaving no enemy unscathed. Calculating the time, it seems that Namake's Minato has likely been born by now. In a few years, he will graduate with distinction and join the fray. At that time, with Tobarama's guidance, a fourth Hokage even more formidable than the second will emerge. With such a powerful Konoha, what need is there for his intervention? Rather than fretting over the safety of the village, it would be wiser to enhance his own prowess, striving to attain the strength of a Kage before the next prodigy arrives. His youthful appearance has already begun to attract attention. Should his abilities fall short, he may find himself in peril. I understand, Master. I shall certainly uphold and amplify the teachings you have imparted on the battlefield. I will not intrude upon your time any longer. I shall return home now. Tsunade, with a serious demeanor, abruptly rose as if to flee. Wait. Senju Chōsei called out softly, and in an instant, a wave of ethereal energy enveloped the entire room, forming a magnetic field that rendered Tsunade immobile. Please assist me in tidying up this place, Senju Chōsei said with a smile. Do not think to escape. I have dominion over the entire courtyard. Years of companionship had afforded him profound insight into Tsunade's character, and he knew she would be reluctant to lend a hand. Indeed, she could not evade this command. Master, how cruel you are, making a girl toil like a servant, Tsunade lamented. Yet under Chōsei's imposing presence, she resigned herself to cleaning. In Konoha, at the Senju quarters, a notification chimed. Ding. Quest triggered. Successful sign-in for the second ninja war. Congratulations on obtaining observation Haki. Ding. Quest triggered. Successful sign-in for the third ninja war. Congratulations on obtaining Evil King's true eye. Senju Chōsei stood in his modest courtyard, wielding the black blade, Akiyuki. The already dark blade shimmered with an ominous sheen of Haki, appearing even more sinister and sharp. With a clang, the black blade Akiyuki sliced through the air, unleashing waves of blue and white water ripples, producing a melodious sound. Breath of water, fourth form, tidal wave. Senju Chōsei, blade in hand, flowed through the air like a stream of water. With swift strikes, 30 puppets wielding long blades fell victim to his watery edge, their heads thudding to the ground. These puppets were of shadow-level strength, acquired through Senju Chōsei's sign-ins. He had sealed away all his cultivation and chakra, even utilizing merely 10% of his physical strength, effortlessly dispatching the 30 shadow-level puppets with the breath of water technique. Even in the absence of spiritual energy and chakra, I have become capable of effortlessly vanquishing those of the shadow rank, murmured Senju Chōsei as he gazed at the black blade, Akiyuki, in his hand. It has been 2 decades since his return to Konoha. The Second Shinobi World War has long since erupted, giving rise to the Third Shinobi World War. Throughout this time, Senju Chōsei has neither ventured beyond the confines of the village, nor has any foe managed to infiltrate it. The village remains impeccably safeguarded by its shinobi, thriving in tranquility. While the outside world is drenched in bloodshed, within the village lies a paradise, enjoying 2 decades of serene existence. During this period, Konoha witnessed the emergence of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The trio made their mark during the Second War, ascending from shadow rank to super shadow, their fame resonating throughout the ninja world. Among them, Tsunade stands out, having single-handedly conquered vast armies of shinobi, instilling fear across the realm. Konoha's reputation as the cradle of genius began to circulate throughout the ninja world. Following closely was the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, who masterfully wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill passed down from Senju Chōsei, the master and disciple once transformed into death itself, claiming the heads of enemies amidst a sea of adversaries, exiting with grace. Regrettably, 3 years ago, Senju Chōsei departed from this world due to the natural course of life. Not only did Tobarama leave, but the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, also departed. The position of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was subsequently assumed by Uzumaki Kushina. Moreover, many of the older generation in Konoha have also departed, most due to natural causes, while some fell on the battlefield. The Senju clan faced tragedy, leaving only Senju Chōsei and Tsunade among the living. The elder members, frail and ailing, succumbed to age or illness. The bloodline of Konoha has undergone a complete renewal, with Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping down from the role of Hokage. Minato Namikaze, rising from humble origins, successfully ascended as the 4th Hokage, becoming the pillar of Konoha. Today, Konoha has reached its zenith, with the elder generation represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the new pillar embodied by Minato Namikaze. The younger generation, including Kakashi and others, continues to inherit the will of fire. 2 decades of warfare did not lead to Konoha's decline. Rather, it has flourished even more. After 20 years of smoke and strife, which claimed countless lives and drained vast resources, an end has finally arrived. The 5 great shinobi nations have all signed a peace treaty, bringing a halt to the chaos. In these 20 years, Senju Chōsei, through numerous rewards gained from his endeavors, has ascended from the nascent soul stage to the celestial realm, his lifespan having surged to an astonishing 15,000 years. In the present day, longevity has become merely a figure to him, devoid of any significance. After 50 years of cultivation, he has attained the celestial realm, with a lifespan extending over millennia. Such a rate of advancement in cultivation within the realm of immortality is undeniably that of an extraordinary genius. Typically, it takes 10 years to refine chi, a century to establish a foundation, a millennium to form the golden core, and profound comprehension to reach the nascent soul stage, with encounters leading to the celestial realm. According to the conventional path of cultivation, it takes a decade to perfect chi, a century to successfully establish a foundation, and a millennium to produce a golden core. The time required for personal enlightenment varies greatly. Some individuals may never attain the nascent soul stage in their lifetime. In the final realm of transcendence, one must rely on fortuitous encounters to seize any opportunity. Consequently, Qianshou Changxing, benefiting from generous rewards for attendance, attained the status of a transcendent being within 50 years. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation is enough to astonish all. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his training, Qianshou Changxing would be destined to exist eternally in this world. Even if this realm were to crumble, he would remain. Contemplating this, a sense of desolation and the passage of time enveloped him, as though this world could no longer accommodate him. His lifespan was exceedingly long, and remaining here for an eternity felt unbearably monotonous. At that moment, golden light began to emanate from Qianshou Changxing's eyes, as if he could perceive the past, present, and future, and manipulate all things in existence. Alas, this troublesome reward had stirred up complications. Qianshou Changxing's expression turned somewhat awkward and embarrassed, a predicament stemming from the rewards of the Third Shinobi World War. The reward for the Second Shinobi World War was the observation Haki, which he found quite satisfactory, allowing him to remain vigilant against ambushes. However, the reward for the Third Shinobi War left him feeling profoundly embarrassed, the Evil King's True Eye. Despite its formidable name, Qianshou Changxing harbored a deep aversion to this reward. Its origin lay with a protagonist afflicted by severe chinibyu, who, though an ordinary person, had a penchant for grandiose delusions. The so-called Evil King's True Eye was a moniker bestowed by the character Takanashi Rika herself. To his dismay, the system had awarded him this triviality. Whenever he found himself in any situation remotely related to chinibyu, his eyes would emit a golden glow. Qianshou Changxing could only lament his misfortune, feeling as though he were subjected to a public spectacle. Whenever he felt a surge of confidence or prepared to unleash a dazzling technique, his eyes would shine, as if the system were admonishing him not to indulge in such delusions. Naturally, a system creation could not be devoid of merit. The evil king's true eye indeed possessed remarkable potential, capable of enhancing abilities based on the user's degree of Chinibyu. Any capability could be realized, provided it was sufficiently delusional. Had this eye been granted to Takanashi Rika, she might have created a world of her own. However, Senju Chōsei lacked any semblance of Chinibyu. He found the notion utterly humiliating, rendering this ability a mere trinket in his hands. It even hindered his ability to unleash his true power. Alas, even if it meant death, Senju Chōsei vowed never to employ the evil king's true eye. In a fit of indignation, he sheathed his black blade, Chōsei, and adjusted his mindset before stepping outside. Having resided in Konoha for a full 20 years, few had actually seen him, while many had heard of his name. As the entire village buzzed with tales of Senju Chōsei, the ageless immortal. Some even speculated that the individual who had once saved Senju Tobarama was none other than their esteemed Mr. Immortal. Yet, as time passed, such theories were debunked by various credible accounts. Stepping outside, Senju Chōsei beheld that his residence was now the largest in Konoha, while the grand houses of yore had long been demolished and rebuilt. As the village of Konoha continues to flourish, its population steadily increases while the area remains limited. To enjoy a spacious abode, one must possess significant merit or substantial wealth to acquire it. He glanced at the familiar yet unfamiliar passers-by, showing little reaction as if he had long since grown accustomed to it all. "Oh, is that you, the immortal, sir?" Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment, staring at Senju Chōsei and the house behind him, questioning whether they had mistaken the person. Yet, it was indeed from this very house that he had emerged. Could he be a visitor? Having spent much time at home, Senju Chōsei was clad in a loose, light blue robe, along with knee-length casual shorts and black wooden sandals. Feeling that his attire was somewhat informal, he awkwardly draped a white trench coat over his shoulders. How casual it was. Nevertheless, this nonchalant ensemble, paired with his serene smile, harmoniously blended with the village, eliciting no discomfort from those around him. Upon stepping outside, a crowd of villagers cast their gazes toward him, initially taken aback, before engaging in hushed discussions. Who is he? Could he be the legendary Immortal, sir? The headmaster of the ninja academy who has lived for 80 years? Goodness. He appears so youthful. Could we be mistaken? There is no way we could be wrong. I have been selling Odin here for many years, and this house is only visited by Lady Tsunade. No one else comes here. An uncle pushing a food cart proudly declared, being the first to recognize Senju Chōsei. Having conducted his cart business here for quite some time, how could he possibly be mistaken? Incredible. Someone has lived to 80 years. He must have witnessed the rise and fall of the first and second Hokage. Is this ninjutsu? I recall Lady Tsunade possesses a technique that maintains youth. A passing ninja voiced his speculation. He looks so handsome. Is he really 80? I feel as though he is younger than I am. Several young maidens blushed, their eyes darting shyly as they gathered to whisper amongst themselves. Senju Chōsei mused. It seems that even in the world of ninjas, there exist beings valued for their appearance. He felt akin to an exhibit at a zoo, surrounded by a throng of people marveling at him, feeling a hint of embarrassment and shyness. The villagers were not of the Senju clan. The so-called Senju residents had become merely a pathway for others to stroll. In the expansive Senju territory, only Senju Chōsei and Tsunade resided. Given Senju Chōsei's current prowess, he could hear every word spoken, even the quietest of whispers, with remarkable clarity. It was no wonder these individuals were so astonished. He had indeed secluded himself for quite some time. Ahem, discussing such matters in front of others is rather impolite. Isn't it? Senju Chōsei coughed lightly, his warm and charming smile causing the surrounding young women to blush. In terms of appearance, voice, and demeanor, Senju Chōsei epitomized the essence of a healthy young man, prompting those around him to begin doubting whether they had indeed identified the right person. Upon the reminder from Senju Chōju, the crowd awkwardly apologized before hastily returning to their respective affairs. Master, have you finally decided to emerge? Not long after departing, Senju Chōju encountered his disciple, Tsunade. Upon seeing her master, Tsunade gently covered her lips in surprise. She retained her youthful beauty, reminiscent of 20 years ago. The only notable difference was the deep purple diamond-shaped seal adorning her forehead, which radiated a unique charm. Clad in a delicate green kimono, her golden locks cascading to her waist. Tsunade moved with an elegance that resembled a refined young lady from a wealthy family, exuding both grace and depth. However, the moment those around her laid eyes on Tsunade, they instinctively turned away, too intimidated to meet her gaze. "Ah, it's Tsunade. I was just planning to go out for a stroll," Senju Chōsei remarked, noticing Tsunade carrying an assortment of fruits and snacks, accompanied by a quiet young lady. Curiosity got the better of him. Tsunade rolled her eyes, retorting, "I was preparing to visit you, but I didn't expect you to be out already." It was customary for her to bring fruits only when visiting her master. Even when visiting the Hokage, she typically arrived empty-handed. "Very thoughtful of you," Senju Chōsei chuckled, feeling reassured that he had not misjudged his disciple, appreciating her thoughtfulness and gratitude. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is my disciple, Shizune." Turning to Shizune, Tsunade said, "This is my master, the immortal sage of Konoha, Senju Chōsei." Now 17 years old, Shizune had studied under Tsunade for a full 12 years. Their relationship mirrored that of Senju Chōsei and Tsunade in the past, having spent a significant portion of their lives together. "Greetings, esteemed ancestor. I am Shizune." Upon realizing that the handsome man before her was her ancestor, Shizune hurried forward to offer her polite greeting, feeling a flutter of excitement within. Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness, and her tone was exceedingly respectful. Senju Chōsei responded with a warm smile and a nod, holding a favorable impression of the young girl. "Since it's rare for my master to be out, allow me to treat you to some barbecue," Tsunade exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Senju Chōsei's, unbothered by the gazes of those around her, as she led him toward the commercial district. "I see it's you who desires barbecue." Senju Chōsei couldn't resist teasing. The two playfully tugged at each other while walking ahead, with Shizune following gracefully behind, obedient and well-mannered. To be candid, Senju Chōsei initially aimed to cultivate Tsunade into a girl like Shizune, but regrettably, her violent tendencies proved too formidable. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he should not have taught her the divine elephant suppression technique. The trio entered the barbecue restaurant, indulging in food and conversation. Shizune spoke little, as the dialogue flowed predominantly between Senju Chōsei and Tsunade, punctuated by bursts of joyous laughter. Every movement of Tsunade was marked by elegance, her exquisite beauty drawing curious glances from surrounding patrons. The Tsunade before them seemed quite different from the rumors. How could she be so stunning, yet also so demure and graceful? Had the world changed? Is that not Lady Tsunade and Shizune? What a coincidence! A fair-skinned, beautiful woman entered, cradling an infant while accompanied by two young boys, greeting Tsunade and the others with a friendly demeanor. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Mikoto, why are you out and about instead of resting at home?" The mention of Mikoto's name instantly captured the attention of Senju Chōsei. Wasn't she the mother of the Uchiha prodigy, the elder son? Upon observing the infant in her arms, he surmised it must be the newly born Sasuke. Remarkable. Do people in the Naruto world not adhere to the traditional postnatal confinement? She just came out like this. Looking at the two boys beside Mikoto, one beamed with a radiant smile and politely nodded at Senju Chōsei, while the other wore a somewhat stiff expression, studying Chōsei with utmost seriousness. If Chōsei's instincts were correct, these two must be Itachi and Chōsei. Indeed, Mikoto's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. "No worries, our ninja constitution is resilient. I had heard that Kushina was about to give birth and wanted to be with her, but I found out she was already under protection. We just happened to pass by here, so I brought Chōsei and Itachi for a meal of barbecue." Mikoto's voice was incredibly gentle, her face adorned with a blissful smile that radiated warmth. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Senju Chōsei as she softly inquired, "I am Uchiha Mikoto. May I ask who this gentleman is?" At that moment, Mikoto's heart mirrored the astonishment of those around her, for this man was dining on barbecue alongside Lady Tsunade. Could he possibly be her lover? My goodness, who is this extraordinary individual that even Lady Tsunade seems to be in awe of? And Lady Tsunade's delicate demeanor is simply breathtaking. "I am Senju Chōsei." Senju Chōsei replied with a smile, feeling a slight stir within. He had just heard Mikoto mention, "Kushina is about to give birth." It seemed that tonight would likely mark the night of the Nine-Tails attack on the village. Having lived in Konoha for many years, he certainly did not wish for the tranquility of the village to be disrupted by the Great Fox. Chōsei resolved to take action himself tonight. If possible, he would also apprehend Obito and guide him back to the path of righteousness. Konoha was his territory, And although he was reluctant to engage in the ongoing ninja world war, it did not mean he lacked affection for Konoha. So you are the immortal gentleman. You appear to be in splendid spirits. Living another 100 years should pose no challenge for you. Mikoto expressed her astonishment, having always thought the title Immortal Gentleman merely referred to one's advanced age. However, now she realized that Senju Chōsei was not merely long-lived. He also possessed the appearance of a typical young man. Even his voice, demeanor, and discourse resembled that of a 20-year-old. Haha, living another 10,000 years is a trivial matter. Senju Chōsei responded, as if jesting. Mikoto covered her mouth in a light chuckle, evidently not taking it seriously. While her mind began to speculate, could it be the Yin seal? Yet there was no mark of the Yin seal on his forehead. How could he achieve this? May I inquire why you appear so youthful? Are you not an ordinary person? Why do I sense that you are even more formidable than the Hokage? At that moment, Itachi stepped forward with an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. His instincts had never failed him. The seemingly cheerful young man before him exuded an aura of boundless energy that instilled fear. Itachi trusted his intuition, believing this individual to be a formidable presence. Mikoto's expression changed. She was taken aback by her usually polite son's apparent disrespect towards the immortal figure standing before them. This man was of the same generation as the first Hokage and the founder of the Ninja Academy, holding an intimidating level of status and lineage. Offending such a person would undoubtedly exacerbate the already precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. In response, Senju Chōsei appeared unfazed, instead observing Uchiha Itachi with keen interest. Who knows? He mused, beckoning. Itachi, come here. Mikoto, holding Sasuke, admonished sharply. She led Itachi and Chōsei to a nearby seat and began to issue a stern reprimand. Uchiha Itachi obediently took his seat, nodding in acknowledgement of his faults, while Chōsei remained silent, wearing a constant smile. As they indulged in grilled meat, Chōsei and Itachi occasionally cast glances at Senju Chōsei, scrutinizing him with curiosity. They shared a mutual understanding, their personalities exhibiting a degree of similarity. Both possessed an innate intuition that told them Senju Chōsei was no ordinary individual. Indeed, in his transcendent state, Chōsei emanated an invisible aura, as if he were one with the universe, embodying the will of heaven itself. Thus, the energy-sensitive Chōsei and Itachi were naturally attuned to the subtle signals emanating from him. While they assessed Chōsei, he too was observing them. These two were the new generation of Leaf Village prodigies. It was a pity that their destinies were marred by tragedy. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha in the future. The architect of their misfortunes, of course, was the scheming Danzo Shimura. Senju Chōsei felt it was time to pay Danzo a visit. If he were to resemble his portrayal in the original narrative, he would need to be dealt with promptly. After a delightful feast of grilled meat, Senju Chōsei, along with Tsunade and Shizune, spent nearly an entire day wandering the commercial district before finally returning home. I'm going to protect Kushina. Do you want to come with me, master? Tsunade casually inquired as she set down her fruits and snacks. No, you go ahead. I must remain here to guard Konoha against unforeseen incidents, Chōsei replied with a gentle smile. He planned to confront Obito that very night to preempt any potential mishaps. After all, the narrative had already undergone slight alterations. Though the changes were minor, the details were crucial. Should other individuals infiltrate Konoha, or if more than just Obito were to arrive, it would pose significant complications. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Shizune busied herself with her own tasks. As twilight descended, Kushina was about to give birth in a secret location fortified with sealing barriers. Yet, the potent chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, permeating the sky. While ordinary ninjas remained oblivious, powerful ones could distinctly sense the ominous waves of chakra emanating from it. Having just emerged from a hot shower, Senju Chōsei beheld a spectral manifestation of the Nine Tails, composed entirely of chakra, through the lens of the evil king's true eye. While the aforementioned eye may possess its shortcomings, it must be acknowledged that its auxiliary functions are exceedingly practical. For instance, it grants the ability to perceive that which eludes the sight of others, allows for a crystal-clear view of distant landscapes, and enables one to see through any illusion. Indeed, quite delightful. However, this evening seemed to harbor an unusual air. With a faint smile gracing his lips, his golden eyes shimmered like twin flames as he donned a trench coat, stepping out of his abode in stark contrast to his earlier casual attire. Upon opening the door, he was met by a ninja adorned with an enigmatic mask, who swiftly appeared before him and whispered, "Immortal, sir, Lord Danzo requests your presence." Huh, what audacity! How dare Danzo summon me? Has his mind faltered, or has yours? Chōsei replied with a smile, his golden orbs resembling two flickering flames. Earlier, while in the courtyard, he had discerned the presence of numerous root organization ninjas surrounding him. Their intentions were far from benign. "If Immortal, sir, is unwilling to accompany us, we shall have no choice but to resort to force." The ninja's cold voice resonated ominously. In an instant, masked figures began to materialize from the streets, rooftops, and walls, each exuding the chakra of Chunin and Jonin. Within mere moments, dozens of ninjas had encircled Chōsei's residence. To the untrained eye, Senju Chōsei appeared to be an ordinary individual. Yet both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him as a formidable taijutsu ninja. Such a display of force was a testament to the respect they held for him. How intriguing! I had yet to seek out Danzo, yet here he is, presenting himself uninvited. Chōsei, nonchalantly glancing into the shadows, mused that if they were to arrive, they should not do so furtively. Did they truly believe he would remain oblivious to their presence? The cunning Danzo was lurking nearby, and the so-called invitation was merely a ruse for a potential ambush. The motive behind this was not hard to surmise. They were undoubtedly eager to uncover the secret behind his eternal youth. As the sound of footsteps echoed, Danzo, his head and arms bound in bandages, emerged alongside another figure from the depths of darkness. Orochimaru. Both Danzo and Orochimaru harbored a keen interest in Chōsei, yearning to unveil the enigma of his longevity. However, Chōsei's esteemed status rendered it perilous for them to expose their intentions. Moreover, Chōsei had remained insular, not stepping foot outside of Konoha for 2 decades, making it challenging for them to act without attracting attention. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, was about to give birth. During each instance of a Jinchuriki's childbirth, the seal within them would weaken. Thus, the 4th and 3rd Hokage, accompanied by a multitude of Konoha ninjas, were dispatched to safeguard Kushina. Meanwhile, among the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya was absent on a mission, and Tsunade was occupied with protecting Kushina. In accordance with their plan, Danzo and Orochimaru had successfully positioned themselves as guardians of Konoha. Now, the village was teeming with ninjas from the root organization, leaving only a scant few Umbu members on the periphery, vigilant and watchful. In this intricate web of circumstances, one could say that fortune, timing, and human endeavor had aligned perfectly. Mr. Immortal appears to exude confidence in his abilities. However, alas, physical prowess is ultimately just that, physical prowess. In the face of ninjutsu, it remains akin to a mere chicken or dog. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached Senju Hashirama with a nonchalant demeanor. To him, Hashirama's composure was merely a reflection of his reliance on being a martial artist. But what does that matter? Physical techniques can only take one so far and are unlikely to accomplish anything grand. This is the realm of ninjas, where ninjutsu reigns supreme. Danzo's inner disdain surfaced as he cast a cold smirk at Hashirama. Beside him, Orochimaru's expression twisted into a sinister smile, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "Come along with us, Mr. Immortal," Orochimaru intoned with a shadowy grin. "Perhaps this way, you may suffer less." His laughter grew increasingly deranged, his countenance distorting into a grotesque mask of triumph, as if victory were already assured. At the entrance of the Senju residence, dozens of ninjas lay in ambush, encircling the Senju stronghold. Senju Hashirama regarded Danzo and Orochimaru with an air of tranquility, stating, "Who told you that physical techniques are weak? That is merely a manifestation of your ignorance. With just my physical prowess, I could obliterate everyone present. Moreover, I possess an arsenal of tens of thousands of ninjutsu at my disposal. What audacity grants you the courage to act so brazenly before me?" With a dismissive chuckle, he added, "Let us not waste words. Mr. Immortal, please accompany us willingly." Danzo, unimpressed, was reluctant to engage in further verbal sparring with Hashirama. He needed to expedite the process of taking him away to avoid any unforeseen complications. As for the consequences that would follow, only he and Orochimaru were privy to that knowledge. "If you wish to avoid death, then depart quickly, otherwise, neither of you will witness the dawn of tomorrow," Hashirama declared coldly. The instant his words fell, the evil king's true eye erupted in a radiant golden light, shimmering with intensity. Hashirama's lips twitched slightly, but he swiftly dismissed the moment of awkwardness. He had already entertained thoughts of murder. If Danzo and Orochimaru remained obstinate, they would meet their demise here tonight. Ha ha ha. Surely, you must be suffering from senility, old man, to utter such amusing words. Orochimaru's laughter was rife with arrogance and contempt, his sense of humor exceedingly peculiar. Humph. Let us make our move. Danzo's patience had worn thin. With a wave of his arm, dozens of root organization ninjas surged forward. Swish, swish, swish. The ninjas swiftly surrounded Senju Hashirama, reminiscent of ruffians harassing a defenseless civilian. Two individuals stepped forward, reaching out to restrain Hashirama's movements. Having resolved to embrace death, let this day mark their end. It was time for Konoha to undergo a cleansing. With a cold smile, Hashirama swiftly struck the joints of the two ninjas' arms with lightning speed, producing two sharp cracks. The ninjas emitted cries of agony as Hashirama flicked his fingers, sending them uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing into the walls of the street. Immediately thereafter, his aura surged with vigor, and as he stepped down with gravity, the ground within a mile radius trembled violently. A surge of ethereal energy erupted from Senju Chōsei, akin to a tornado unleashed, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. The dozens of root organization ninjas felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over them, and they were abruptly sent flying. A thunderous roar reverberated. Danzo and Orochimaru froze, their expressions momentarily blank. The earth trembled as if a dragon were awakening, shattered into dust by this formidable spiritual force. Those ninjas, hurled to the ground by the energy, had scarcely regained their senses before being struck by the rapidly flying shards of debris, leaving their bodies riddled with countless tiny wounds. All perished. What transpired? Is this ninjutsu? What manner of jutsu does this individual command, so bizarrely potent? Danzo exclaimed in disbelief. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with realization. Something was amiss. Senju Chōsei remained unnaturally composed, and the power he had just unleashed exceeded all comprehension. He had never witnessed such an invisible force. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he stood before an invincible deity rather than an ordinary villager. Crack! At that instant, a black blade named Akiyuki materialized in Senju Chōsei's hand. With an expression of serene confidence, he slowly drew the dark longsword. The armed Haki enveloped the blade, causing it to gleam with brilliance, reflecting the moon above. Appearing extraordinarily sharp. Come now, do not say I have not given you a chance. If you can escape from Konohagakure, I shall grant you a path to survival. Senju Chōsei grinned, as chakra of an extraordinary caliber and spiritual energy erupted simultaneously, coalescing into a colossal golden elephant of immense proportions. Since his training commenced, he had never unleashed his full power. Now, he would use these two clowns to test his blade. Extraordinary. How is this possible? This fellow has concealed his true strength remarkably well. Danzo and Orochimaru's faces turned ashen, finally grasping the nature of the monster they had provoked. It was the very same enigmatic powerhouse who had rescued Senju Tobarama. In this light, they faced not merely an exceptional being but a master of wood release. A creature even more terrifying than the first Hokage. Stuck in place. It seems you believe I am merely posturing. Senju Chōsei shook his head slightly, and in an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Splurt. Blood sprayed forth as both were momentarily stunned. Danzo let out a pained scream, clutching his severed right arm, his complexion paling to an extreme. What just occurred? This question raced through both their minds. It was too swift. The speed of Senju Chōsei's strike was beyond their comprehension, and Danzo's arm had simply been severed. Orochimaru decisively turned to flee, transforming his lower body into that of a serpent, moving at a remarkable speed towards the village's outskirts. His betrayal of Danzo astonished Senju Chōsei. How cowardly! That accursed Orochimaru, managing to escape on his own. Gritting his teeth, Danzo activated Izanagi. His right eye, still possessing a Sharingan, could invoke Izanagi once, resetting his existence. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's severed arm had returned to his shoulder, appearing no different than before. This was a unique ability of the Sharingan, the cost of which was the loss of one eye. Izanagi allowed the user to record their own state with the Sharingan. Then, within the duration of the technique, any damage inflicted upon the user, including death, could be restored to the state recorded by the Sharingan. In simpler terms, it was akin to reversing one's own time. Thus, Danzo's severed arm was restored once more. Izanagi? Merely a few extra lives, is it not? Let us strike again. Senju Hashirama scoffed, and with that, the black blade, autumn water, swung forth once more. Breath of water, first form, water surface slash. A cascade of blue waves erupted, creating white frothy spray as the black blade cleaved through the air, producing a melodious sound of crashing water. Yet, to Danzo Shimura, this scene and sound resembled the Grim Reaper's strike, aiming to claim his life. Damn it, I was careless, I didn't T-dodge. Izanagi, with a splatter, Danzo's head was sent flying, blood erupting like waves. As Izanagi activated, the scene abruptly shifted, and Danzo reappeared 100 meters away, his complexion alternating between blue and red. Overpowered. This was the singular thought in Danzo's mind. Facing Senju Hashirama, he possessed no means for resistance. Each of the opponent's attacks forced him to pay the price of Izanagi merely to survive. What a farce is this? Protect me, Danzo bellowed, simultaneously hurling a signal flare akin to fireworks. The ninjas of the Root organization rushed forth, heedlessly placing themselves before Senju Hashirama. Upon receiving Danzo's command, the Root ninjas charged toward Hashirama without fear of death. What was termed as ninja training was, in truth, a training for death warriors. Your sins are enough to warrant 100 deaths. Senju Hashirama spoke with indifference, showing no sympathy towards these Root ninjas. Though they were still alive, their minds had long since perished, reduced to mere tools. Breath of water, third form, flowing dance. In an instant, Hashirama's figure appeared to flicker continuously before the ninjas, leaving behind a beautiful blue-white wave-like arc. Thud, 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 thud. The heads of 100 Root ninjas were all sent flying, and blood gradually stained the ground of the Senju encampment, the metallic scent of blood thick and nauseating. These ninjas had not even had the chance to unleash their jutsu before their heads fell. Such a scene sent beads of sweat down Danzo's forehead, his legs trembling, his escape utterly disheveled. I suddenly regret this. Even if you flee from Konoha, I shall still take your life. Just as Danzo fled a kilometer from the Senju encampment, Hashirama's voice unexpectedly echoed in his ear. Clang, 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 clang. A chilling wind swept past, and Danzo felt a sudden chill in his lower half. Looking down, he saw the ground within a radius of several hundred meters had frozen solid, his lower body transformed into an ice sculpture. Is this a bloodline limit? Tuan Zhang's expression froze momentarily as he hurriedly activated Izanagi, resetting himself once more. Having utilized Izanagi 3 times in succession, he had already sacrificed 3 of his eyes. At this stage, Tuan Zhang had only managed to gather 3 Sharingan. If he were to perish again, it would spell his ultimate doom. Never had Shimizu Tuan Zhang felt such profound fear. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him, as if the Senju Chōsei before him were not human, but a divine being. He found himself confronting a deity, left with no choice but to kneel and accept judgment. Is this ice release? Are you not of the Senju clan? Did you not wield wood release? Why then is there ice release? Shimizu Tuan Zhang screamed in a frenzy. With a commanding presence, Senju Chōsei advanced, holding his autumn water with an air of tranquility, all the while without performing any hand seals. Simultaneously, chakra coalesced into a chilling gale that swept past Tuan Zhang. Columns of ice erupted from the ground, soaring towards the heavens, forming a frigid prison that enveloped both individuals. It felt as though they had entered an arena of life and death, with no escape in sight. Apologies, but I possess not only wood release and ice release, but also dust release, which can render you to mere ashes in an instant. Senju Chōsei smiled indifferently, raising his palm. Dust release, a technique of world disintegration. How dare an ant dance before me? Your fate is to be obliterated without a trace. A resplendent white light erupted from his palm, akin to the dawn of creation. Dazzling and blinding. No, you cannot kill me. Tuan Zhang's face contorted as he turned to unleash fire-release jutsu against the ice prison. Yet the barrier conjured by Senju Chōsei was not so easily shattered. The white light transformed in Chōsei's hand into a radiant white cube, its brilliance engulfing the howling Tuan Zhang in an instant. There is no one I cannot kill, Senju Chōsei remarked with a light-hearted laugh. In that fleeting moment, the night sky was illuminated by the white light, as if the darkness had transitioned into daylight. What has transpired? Why has the sky brightened? Is this a wondrous spectacle? Nearby villagers were stirred, rushing forth to witness the phenomenon. No, someone is fighting. What kind of jutsu is that? Such terrifying chakra fluctuations. That person, I believe I saw him this morning. It's Lord Immortal. He is indeed a formidable ninja. Uchiha Itachi, whose expression had been as stoic as a mask, finally displayed signs of disturbance. Cradling Sasuke in his arms and standing beside Chōsei, he gazed in shock towards Senju Chōsei. The earlier tremors had already raised suspicions among many, and now the battle erupting within the village had drawn the attention of the remaining Umbu ninjas of Konoha. Most Umbu had stationed themselves on the opposite side of the village, while some had ventured outside to safeguard the concealed Kushina. This was precisely why Tuanzong felt emboldened. The Umbu were significantly diminished, and as long as there was no grand commotion, they would remain undetected. Regrettably, Tuanzong's meticulous calculations had overlooked one crucial detail. The target he sought was, in fact, a true dragon. As the technique of world disintegration dissipated, Tuanzong was utterly reduced to ashes, a cool breeze sweeping by, leaving no trace of his remains. With Tuanzong dealt with, it was time to settle accounts with Orochimaru. With the black blade, autumn water, in hand, Senju Chōsei stood amidst a gentle breeze and serene clouds. This was their own choice. It was inconceivable that Senju Chōsei would simply let Orochimaru go. Merely slaying the insignificant Danzo was insufficient to establish his authority. Only by vanquishing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, could he quell the fury that resided within him. With Senju Chōsei's formidable prowess, he was revered wherever he roamed. Now, he undeniably stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Unless a being of Sage of Six Paths caliber emerged, none could rival him. Orochimaru, akin to a serpent in its slithering grace, had fled from Senju's stronghold to the village gates. Just as he reveled in his impending escape from Konoha, a figure stationed at the entrance caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Standing there was none other than Senju Chōsei, clad in his customary loose robes, casual shorts, and black wooden clogs. He appeared as an ordinary youth admiring the scenery at his doorstep. Ordinary indeed. Orochimaru halted abruptly, a chill running down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had no time to ponder how Senju had arrived here so swiftly. Just a moment ago, he had been engaged in battle with Danzo, radiating brilliant light, and now he stood at the village gates. Orochimaru could discern that the individual before him was undoubtedly Senju Chōsei himself, and not a mere shadow clone. Oh, did you not expect that I too could wield the Flying Thunder God technique? In fact, I laid the seals decades ago, huh? Senju Chōsei approached with a nonchalant smile, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yet, with each step he took, the pressure upon Orochimaru intensified. Esteemed Immortal, we have had no prior discord. I merely accompanied that old fellow Danzo for a visit. Orochimaru implored respectfully, his demeanor starkly contrasting his typical bravado. Alas, one must be adaptable to survive. As a seeker of immortality, Orochimaru valued his life greatly. If one were to identify the most cunning individual in the world of Naruto, Senju Chōsei would certainly name Orochimaru as the most formidable. With his myriad of body modifications and inventions, Orochimaru had rendered himself nearly immortal, utilizing the so-called power of science to endure in the realm of ninjas. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? The mere thought of using me as your experimental subject is enough for me to ensure your demise. Senju Chōsei remarked with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing Senju's words, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and struck the ground with force. Hesitation leads to defeat. Orochimaru was decisively resolute. When it was time to flee, he would, and when it was time to fight, he would embrace the battle. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, who would shy away from confrontation. Summoning technique. Manda. Orochimaru called forth his most powerful summoning beast. Faced with the enigmatic and formidable Senju Chōsei, he dared not hold back. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted as a colossal purple serpent, towering 100 feet, emerged within Konoha. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. It is Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast. What has transpired? Who is he battling? That person seems to be the principal of our ninja academy. Why is he engaged in battle with the esteemed Orochimaru? Is he not an ordinary person? What on earth? Captain, what should we do now? Should we step in to intervene? The Umbu ninjas of Konohagakure are at a loss at this moment. If the adversary fighting Orochimaru were truly an enemy, they would have rushed in without hesitation. Even if it were someone of lesser rank, they would have intervened to assist Orochimaru in subduing the opponent. However, The one clashing with Orochimaru is none other than Senju Chōsei, the most senior figure of the Leaf Village, which leaves the Umbu ninjas in a quandary. What could have prompted this conflict? Has one of them betrayed the village? And most crucially, why is it that the seemingly ordinary Immortal now radiates a chakra fluctuation that instills fear in them all? Where is the ordinary man they had heard of? Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from another direction. The blood-red moon and an ominous aura enveloped the entirety of Konoha, causing everyone to feel a chilling sensation that made them shiver involuntarily. Roar! The towering nine-tailed beast has descended upon the village. The crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan flashed within the eyes of the Nine Tails, revealing without doubt that it is now under the control of Obito. Two figures, one red and one gold, soared above the head of the Nine Tails. It was none other than the masked Obito and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as they clashed fiercely, battling their way from within the village to the outskirts. Quickly, go save the civilians. The Umbu captain's expression shifted dramatically, urgently commanding his team. The area where the Nine Tails currently resided was densely populated with civilians. Saving lives was of utmost importance. As for the situation between Senju Chōsei and Orochimaru, they were unaware of the details and could not intervene. Thus, the best course of action was to find a way to deal with the Nine Tails and rescue more citizens. In an instant, fear permeated the village of Konoha. Villagers fled in panic, while ninjas valiantly resisted the rampaging Nine Tails. Homes collapsed, and chakra storms obliterated vast areas. Has the Nine Tails attacked the village, and you intend to let it rampage unchecked? Orochimaru's serpentine tongue flicked across the blood at the corner of his mouth. Beside him stood the colossal summoning beast, Manda. In the brief span of mere moments, Senju Chōsei had exchanged blows with Orochimaru dozens of times. Chōsei remained unscathed, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance, as if he were merely a handsome youth strolling through the village. Conversely, Orochimaru and Manda were battered and bloodied, their bodies marred with wounds from blades, the damage from armed Haki relentless and slow to heal. This rendered Orochimaru's expression exceedingly grim. Indeed, action must be taken to subdue the beast. The Nine Tails cannot be allowed to wreak havoc. It seems I must adopt a more serious demeanor, Senju Chōsei remarked with a casual smile, entirely devoid of tension or anxiety, as if discussing a trivial matter. His original intent was to guard the village, preventing the Nine Tails from attacking and averting any unforeseen incidents. Little did he expect that amidst the Nine Tails raid, an unexpected event would occur, Orochimaru's assault alongside Danzo against him. Yet, this is of little concern. Senju Chōsei sheathed his black blade, Akatsuki, yet the armed Haki remained unwavering. One snake, block him, I will retreat first, Orochimaru exclaimed, a sense of foreboding surging within him. You want me to stop this fellow? That may prove to be quite a challenge. One snake opened its massive jaws. Speaking with human words, it too sensed the pressure emanating from Senju Cho, realizing that intercepting such a person was no simple task. When did the ninja world give rise to such a formidable being? Just delay him for me, Orochimaru shouted in frustration before turning and fleeing without a backward glance. As if sensing that one snake was insufficient, Orochimaru began to weave hand signs, white smoke billowing forth accompanied by a series of muffled sounds. Enormous serpents and myriad smaller snakes suddenly appeared, densely packed, transforming the area into a veritable serpent paradise, filled with sharp hissing sounds. One snake sighed, then moved its colossal body to stand before Senju Cho. It possessed the snake-shedding technique, allowing it to escape in dire situations. Were it not for this ability, it would not dare to obstruct Senju Cho. Are you certain you wish to impede my progress? Senju Cho's expression was peculiar. He could not fathom the audacity of one snake, which thought it could halt his stride with mere serpents. I could dispose of a few with ease, I wager. Young man, I know not your origins, but if you wish to pass me, it shall not be so simple, one snake replied nonchalantly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpents swarmed forward, encircling Senju Cho, their numbers overwhelming, sending chills down the spine of onlookers, leading a multitude of smaller serpents. One snake resembled a bandit blocking the road, its presence formidable. Senju Cho laughed heartily, gripping the hilt of his blade, his body crackling with lightning, producing a cacophony of sounds. Orochimaru has deceived you, yet you still serve him. Shaking his head with a smile, his demeanor suddenly shifted, exuding an air of dominance, ferocity, and savagery. Terrifying energy crushed the ground beneath him, causing it to crack, as sand and stones were swept away. The blue lightning coursed through his body, transforming Senju Cho into a being of thunder, with dense bolts radiating from him. Breath of lightning, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. As his voice rang out, the black blade, autumn water, was drawn forth with the speed of lightning, unleashing a tempest of thunder. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder erupted, lightning surged, engulfing all serpents in the vicinity, their hissing cries piercing the heavens, sharp and deafening. A pungent odor permeated the air as the lightning gradually dissipated. The ground lay strewn with the charred remains of serpents, leaving only the barely alive one snake and the enormous serpent. How is this possible? Who is this guy? That damned Orochimaru seeks to trade my life for his escape. One snake finally understood that it had made a grave miscalculation. Just as it was about to employ the snake-shedding technique, Senju Cho stepped forward, leaping into the air, drawing his black blade once more. Breath of lightning, first form. Thunder flash, 180 strikes. With a swift motion, Senju Cho transformed into a bolt of lightning, penetrating the astonished gazes of one snake and the enormous serpent, instantaneously piercing through their bodies. Crack! When he reappeared, Senju Cho was already behind them, having sheathed his blade. What? What just happened? As one snake felt a sudden jolt of shock, he turned slightly, only to be engulfed in intense agony throughout his body. In an explosive burst, the massive form of one snake disintegrated, showering the surroundings with a torrential rain of blood. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from the body of Senju Chōsei, creating an ethereal barrier that warded off the crimson deluge. I've just bathed. I cannot afford to sweat or soil my garments. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering with golden brilliance as his trench coat billowed in the wind. In the blink of an eye, all transpired within mere breaths. Empowered by the breath of thunder, Senju Chōsei's speed and strength soared to a staggering pinnacle. 2 swift sword techniques were executed in the time it took to draw breath. The velocity was so astounding that one snake was unable to employ his snake-shedding technique. As Senju Chōsei cleaved through both him and the colossal serpent into 180 pieces, the ensuing blood rain stained the area of vivid crimson, the metallic scent overwhelming and profoundly unsettling. Meanwhile, the fleeing Orochimaru had barely traversed 100 meters when the thunderous roar echoed behind him, followed by the deluge of blood. He found himself drenched in the sanguine essence of his own summoning beast, transformed into a figure of grotesque horror. Is this creature a monster? Orochimaru's voice trembled, his heart gripped with overwhelming shock, an inkling of fear creeping in. This was a power far beyond what any shadowy figure could withstand. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have sent Danzo instead. Now, it seemed he was doomed this night. Teacher, I must find my teacher. He will surely protect me. After all, I have committed no offenses, and he remains unaware of my clandestine dealings. Orochimaru, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurried towards the direction where the Nine-Tails rampaged. For his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engaged in battle there. Still attempting to flee? How naive. Senju Chōsei sneered coldly. If he allowed Orochimaru to escape once more, he might as well dash his own head against a rock. In the instant his words fell, he hurled a shuriken that sliced past Orochimaru. Following this, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Senju Chōsei appeared abruptly beside Orochimaru, his fist enveloped in a layer of armament Haki, delivering a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru's body plummeted like a projectile into the ground, creating a large crater, blood spewing from his mouth. Senju Chōsei's energy coalesced into a golden giant, delivering yet another punishing strike. With a piercing thrust, the black blade, Chioshui, penetrated Orochimaru's heart, blood gushing forth. Yet, Orochimaru did not succumb. His arms morphed into serpents, their gaping maws lunging at Senju Chōsei, venomous fangs glinting menacingly. In a flash, Senju Chōsei remained unfazed, extracting the black blade with a sharp whistle through the air. The head of the serpent separated from its body, but the severed head continued to attempt to bite at Senju Chōsei. Even decapitated, the serpent retained a fleeting capacity to strike. Senju Chōsei had long anticipated this. Fire style, great fireball technique. Whoosh. He took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled a fireball, instantly reducing the serpent's head before him to charred remains, which thudded to the ground. The ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama required no hand seals. It merely needed a fleeting thought to traverse his mind. Confronted with such a surprise attack, he possessed countless strategies to counter it. The flames not only scorched the serpent's head, but also engulfed Orochimaru's body. With a horrific scream, he broke free from Hashirama's grasp, writhing in agony on the ground, his cries hauntingly piercing. Quite the actor, are we? Allow me to deliver a finishing blow. Unfazed by Orochimaru's tormented wails, Hashirama found such foolish theatrics utterly embarrassing. Suddenly, the black blade, autumn water, was drawn again, unleashing a fierce sword aura that swept through the air with a howling wind. Boom! The sword aura cleaved a massive chasm, and the rolling Orochimaru narrowly evaded by twisting to the side. Deeply troubled, Orochimaru thought, why is he not adhering to the expected tactics? Even in this state, he dares to strike again. Must he be so merciless? In the next moment, Orochimaru transformed into countless small black serpents that slithered in all directions. A multitude of these tiny snakes burrowed into the earth at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only tattered garments. The snake substitution technique. Hashirama could not help but admire Orochimaru's extraordinary ability to escape, truly remarkable. Transforming into snakes and burrowing underground. How ingenious. Furrowing his brow, he stamped his foot and simultaneously executed magnet release and earth release, causing the sand grains and stones beneath the surface to surge towards the serpentine horde. The ground trembled slightly, and a multitude of tiny snakes were crushed to death by the onslaught of sand and stones. Whether any snakes managed to escape remained uncertain. Hashirama maintained his observation with the observation Haki, but detected no surviving serpents. Oh well, it matters not, for Orochimaru cannot stir up much trouble. With a sigh, Hashirama relinquished his pursuit, for the Ninetales was rampaging within the village, and he needed to hasten to provide assistance. Speaking of which, where have Minato and Obito gone? Hashirama mused with exasperation. He activated the evil king's true eye to scan the surroundings, but in every direction, he found no sign of the two. They had likely retreated far outside the village. Indeed, the future is bound to shift. Without Minato nearby, if the Ninetales unleashed its tailed beast bomb, there would be no one left to withstand it. Meanwhile, the Ninetales radiated a malevolent chakra, each swipe of its paw sending numerous ninjas flying, resulting in countless casualties. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was grievously injured and sent sprawling, drenched in blood. The bodies of Umbu ninjas lay scattered below, a scene of utter carnage. We cannot withstand the Ninetales. Is Konoha doomed? Rally. The civilians are right behind us. We must protect Konoha. The ninjas shouted fervently, yet their spirits were exceedingly low, for they could not halt the Ninetales' advance. Throughout history, the tailed beasts were captured by Hashirama and Madara, subsequently subdued by sealing techniques and Jinchuriki. In the entire ninja world, few could confront the tailed beasts head-on. The dark ninjas were forced to retreat repeatedly by the Ninetales, and now they found themselves unable to withdraw any further, for behind them lay the villagers' sanctuary. Some civilians peered out, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the towering Ninetales. With a thunderous roar, the Ninetales unleashed a powerful sound wave that reverberated with deafening intensity. A pitch-black tailed beast ball, as if poised to devour all existence, began to coalesce within its maw, radiating an overwhelming energy. This spectacle sent chills through the hearts of all the ninjas present. The tailed beast ball. This is the end. Konoha is truly doomed. Where's the Hokage? We need help. Many ninjas cried out in fear, their expressions contorting in despair. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, gravely injured and lying on the ground, exhibited an expression of utmost distress. If that tailed beast ball were to fall, Konoha would be obliterated. The energy of the tailed beast ball surged, and the ninjas below attempted to mount an attack. Yet not a single hair on the beast was harmed. Just as the tailed beast ball was nearing completion, in that moment of collective despair, a figure leaped to the pinnacle of the Ninetales like a divine being, bringing forth a cascade of golden light from the heavens. Senjutsu Myojinmen. A crystalline voice resonated like the sacred tones of a savior, echoing in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A red torii gate, formed by a horizontal beam and two vertical pillars, descended like a celestial hammer, ensnaring the Ninetales by its neck, arms, body, and Ninetales alike. The Ninetales, in the midst of gathering the tailed beast ball, was struck by the Myojinmen, its massive form faltering, utterly powerless against the suppression that pinned it to the ground. The colossal body of the Nine Tails was immobilized, rendered incapable of movement by the Myojinmen's restraints. The tailed beast ball, now half-formed, erupted in the sky with a resounding blast, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth. Yet, just as this energy was about to descend, a ripple of spatial fluctuations formed in the air above. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Strike. With a thunderous rumble that resonated beyond the borders of Konoha, the entire village trembled. The residual waves of the tailed beast ball were redirected by the spatial energy, fierce winds sweeping in from miles away, causing trees within the village to sway violently. Villagers and ninjas alike gazed in astonishment at the suddenly fallen Nine Tails, the striking red Myojinmen, and the half-detonated tailed beast ball outside. They had all believed their demise was imminent. The descent of the tailed beast ball would herald the annihilation of Konoha. However, this unforeseen turn of events left everyone in a state of shock, as if reborn from calamity, enveloping Konoha in an eerie silence. Fortunately, we made it in time. This Hokage is truly unworthy. Absent in such a perilous moment, a languid voice broke the stillness. Konoha's Senju Hashirama gracefully landed atop the Nine Tails' head, the sound of his black wooden clogs echoing against its massive cranium. The shockwave from the tailed beast ball's explosion sent his cloak billowing. Hashirama's relaxed demeanor left the inhabitants of Konoha utterly astounded. To be saved at the brink of life and death did not evoke such profound astonishment in them. However, the one who came to their rescue was none other than the venerable Senju Chōsei, a figure long regarded as possessing longevity, yet lacking any innate ninja talent. This revelation left everyone momentarily bewildered, especially as Chōsei effortlessly subdued the Nine Tails and redirected the devastating impact of the tailed beast bomb. His enigmatic and formidable ninjutsu inspired a profound sense of reverence among the onlookers. Is it truly Mr. Chōsei, the Immortal? Could it be that Konoha harbors a presence rivaling that of the Hokage? They gasped in astonishment. Thank heavens, we are alive. It's Mr. Chōsei, the esteemed headmaster of the Ninja Academy. The villagers erupted in excitement, their voices rising in fervor, descending from the heavens to quell the Nine Tails. Senju Chōsei appeared as a divine savior, rescuing them in their most desperate hour. This timely arrival ignited a wave of jubilation throughout the village. Mr. Chōsei, the new god of ninjas, the immortal deity. The young maidens cried out, their fervor akin to that of starstruck fans. Chōsei felt a flush of embarrassment at the overwhelming adulation. Brother Shursui, did you discern what ninjutsu Mr. Chōsei employed? Uchiha Itachi inquired gravely, cradling the newly born Sasuke and standing beside Mikoto and Shursui. Shursui, who had maintained a smile until this point, now bore a serious and awestruck expression. I did not witness it firsthand, but I suspect the technique used to redirect the tailed beast bomb was a form of space ninjutsu. Moreover, that red torii gate appears to be a technique of the first Hokage. It is astonishing to realize that the strongest in Konoha is not the Hokage, but rather Mr. Chōsei. Upon hearing this, Itachi gazed at Senju Chōsei's figure with reverence and earnestly remarked to Shursui, Brother Shursui, I wish to take him as my master. Senju Chōsei, powerful and ageless, always exuded an air of serene composure. He seemed to possess little attachment to life, yet paradoxically, he appeared to perceive the very essence of existence. This was precisely the knowledge Itachi yearned to uncover. He felt that Chōsei could provide him with the answers he sought. Shursui paused for a moment. Then a gentle smile returned to his face. However, Mr. Chōsei's standards for disciples are likely to be quite high. I will meet those standards. Itachi responded earnestly. While the two spoke with utmost reverence, the ever-determined Minato Namikaze finally returned from outside. Among those who accompanied him were a visibly anxious Tsunade and the weakened Kushina. Minato felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had engaged in a prolonged battle with the masked man, gradually distancing himself from Konoha. It suddenly dawned on him that this was a ruse to lure him away. He hurried back to Kushina's side, only to find Tsunade ensuring the safety of both Kushina and their son, with no misfortune having befallen them. It was only at this moment that Minato recalled the village and attempted to return using the Flying Thunder God technique, only to discover that the mark he had left was destroyed. With no other choice, he resorted to using the Flying Thunder God to hasten his journey back to Konoha. As he heard the terrifying roars reverberating from outside the village, a wave of guilt and remorse washed over him. In truth, the mark of the Flying Thunder God had been obliterated during Senju Chōsei's pursuit of Orochimaru. When Minato finally returned, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. The fragmented leaves are not the focal point. Rather, it is the colossal nine tails, subdued and rendered immobile beneath the mighty gate of Myojin. Who, I wonder, possesses such formidable power? Indeed, it seems my master has intervened. Tsunade, carrying Kushina on her back, approached with a serene smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering as they fixated on Senju Chōsei. Master? Wolfeng Shuemin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Are you referring to the Immortal of the Senju clan? Isn't he merely an ordinary villager? Humph. Who claims my master is an ordinary person? All my skills have been imparted by him. Tsunade scoffed, visibly angered, causing the ground beneath her to crack in several places. These individuals are utterly naive, believing that a common person could reach 80 years of age while still appearing youthful. How is that even conceivable? Even ninjas require forbidden techniques to maintain their youthful appearance, let alone an ordinary individual. Wolfeng Shuemin shrank his head slightly. He had merely heard others speak of it. Well, the suppression of the nine tails is a favorable development. Let us hasten to seal it. Kushina, who lay weakly on Tsunade's back, spoke in a frail voice. You are in such a weakened state. I fear you cannot withstand the chakra of the nine tails. Wolfeng Shuemin expressed his concern, hesitating over whether to allow Kushina to absorb the nine tails chakra. Fear not, with my master present, everything will be just fine. With that, Tsunade leaped toward the nine tails. Carrying Kushina, the three of them arrived simultaneously beside Senju Chōsei. At this moment, Senju Chōsei was truly the center of attention, embraced by the adoration of the entire village, inundated with well-wishes that left him overwhelmed. There were even villagers offering flowers, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Everyone, please heed the ninjas and vacate this area. We are about to seal the tailed beast. Upon the arrival of Tsunade and the others, Senju Chōsei smiled gently at the villagers. Upon hearing the Immortal's words, the villagers complied readily, although many still lingered, reluctant to part. After a brief while, the villagers finally began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Once the villagers retreated, only a few Umbu ninjas remained, along with Senju Chōsei and his companions. Immortal, I have long admired your reputation. I am the fourth Hokage, Wolfeng Shuemin. Wolfeng Shuemin introduced himself warmly. Since taking on the role of Hokage, he had never had the opportunity to converse face-to-face with Senju Chōsei. This was their first mutual acquaintance. This is my wife, Kushina, but she is currently quite weak. I wonder if the Immortal has any remedies? He addressed the matter directly, with no superfluous words. With the nine tails lying nearby, there was little time for idle chatter. If there is conversation to be had, it shall occur after the nine tails is dealt with. No worries. Here, take this powerful tonic. Oh, I mean this energy-restoring pill. It will surely revitalize you instantly. Senju Chōsei chuckled, retrieving the energy-restoring pill from his system space and extending it toward him. The method of retrieving items from thin air caused Wolfeng Shuemin's eyes to narrow, and he nodded in acceptance. To demonstrate his trust in Senju Chōsei, Shuemin merely opened the vial to sniff it briefly before handing it to his wife, Kushina. A pill was swallowed from crimson lips, and Kushina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, every cell in her body began to stir, enveloped in an unprecedented sensation of comfort that nearly compelled her to vocalize her delight. It felt as though she were drifting in the vast ocean, every inch of her skin and muscle receiving a gentle massage. What an extraordinary pill! I can feel every cell in my body rejoicing. Ultimately, a peculiar sound escaped Kushina's lips, causing Senju Chōsei to nearly question whether he had administered the wrong pill. However, her subsequent words successfully diverted everyone's attention. My master's pills are abundant, each with its own unique effects, Tsunade proclaimed with pride, as if the pills were her own creation. Without further ado, let us reseal the nine tails. Senju Chōsei remarked calmly. He remained stationary, exhibiting no intention to intervene personally, instead signaling to Namake's Minato. Only then did Minato realize his cue, awkwardly chuckling before commencing the sealing process of the tailed beast. While Senju Chōsei possessed knowledge of sealing techniques, he was not a mere laborer who would deign to act naturally. He left the task to Minato. The colossal head of the nine tails was pressed to the ground by Senju Chōsei's spiritual energy, its gaze filled with reluctance. Yet, no matter how fiercely it summoned its chakra, it could not break free, resigning itself to Minato's sealing jutsu. At that moment, Kushina had fully regained her strength, effortlessly becoming the vessel for the Nine Tails once more. The sound of clanking chains echoed as silver links ensnared the Nine Tails, with Kushina and Minato simultaneously forming seals, their immense chakra energy saturating the atmosphere. The Nine Tails roared in defiance, yet its power could not be harnessed through mere screams. In mere moments, it was resealed within Kushina's body. The tragedy of the Nine Tails attack on the village did not reoccur, thanks to Senju Chōsei's presence, allowing Naruto as parents to be spared. Time for the system sign-in. Senju Chōsei had not forgotten the importance of this routine, having learned during breakfast that the evening would be pivotal. He had intentionally postponed claiming his sign-in reward. Ding. Plot sign-in triggered. Successful sign-in for the Nine Tails attack on the village night. Congratulations on receiving Multiverse Chat Group. Ding. Tony Stark has joined the chat group. Ding. Tanjiro Kamado has joined the chat group. Ding. Portgas D. Ace has joined the chat group. Ding. Ain Zulgown has joined the chat group. A cascade of notifications flooded his mind, leaving Senju Chōsei momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that acquiring the sign-in system would grant him access to the legendary Multiverse Chat Group. As he gazed at the four familiar names, memories from his past life surged forth, vivid scenes replaying in his mind. In that instant, his heart was a tumult of emotions, joy mingled with a tinge of melancholy, leaving him uncertain of his true feelings. "Master, are you all right?" Tsunade waved her delicate, pale hand in front of him, snapping Senju Chōsei back to reality. Kushina and Minato stood before him, seemingly having just spoken, but he had been lost in thought and failed to catch their words. "It's nothing. Let us head home." Senju Chōsei replied with a smile, shaking his head as he turned to leave, with Tsunade obediently following closely behind, her graceful steps echoing his. Meanwhile, a vibrant discussion unfolded in the chat group within Senju Chōsei's mind. The participants were brimming with skepticism and inquiries, as messages scrolled through the familiar chat interface in rapid succession. Tony Stark, known as Iron Man from the Marvel Universe, stood as a paragon of humanity, rivaling the divine. Tanjiro Kamado, hailing from the world of Demon Slayer, was the source of Senju Chōsei's breathing techniques. Portgas D. Ace, from the One Piece realm, was the brother of protagonist Luffy and a wielder of the Flame Fruit. Senju Chōsei's observation and armament Haki were derived from the One Piece universe, establishing a faint connection with these two figures. As for Ain Zulgown, Senju Chōsei strained his memory for quite some time before finally recalling him. Wasn't he the Skeletal King? The one who outsmarted the very air in the game world, albeit a mere figment of imagination within the multi-universe chat group? Tony Stark, so, our worlds are entirely different? Are we in parallel universes? Ain Zulgown, indeed, Mr. Stark. Based on my deductions, this seems to be the case. Whether my assumptions hold true remains to be seen once the group leader makes an appearance. Portgas D. Ace. All right, I'll temporarily accept what you all are saying. This is not the ability of a devil fruit. Tanjiro Kamado, I completely don't understand. On Senju Chōsei's journey home, within this brief moment, the four participants in the group transitioned from mutual doubt to tentative belief, and eventually to a flicker of trust. They began to speculate collectively about the origins of the multi-universe chat group. There was no need for Senju Chōsei to elucidate. They had already deduced that they hailed from disparate worlds. Such audacious conjectures arose from the analyses of the Skeletal King and Tony, a blend of whimsical musings and genuine scholarly insight. Senju Chōsei refrained from hastily contributing to the conversation and opted instead to peruse the information within the group. As the group leader, he likely attained this status due to the chat group being a reward bestowed upon him. The group boasted an array of functionalities, such as upload and download capabilities. Members could freely upload their possessions, but downloading required the expenditure of points, with varying points assigned to items of differing value. Abilities could be uploaded directly, while tangible items needed to be transmitted into the chat group physically. Additionally, there existed a task publishing feature with the content decided by the group leader. As the leader, Senju Chōsei possessed not only the authority to issue tasks, but also the privilege of traversing realms. The decision of whom to bring along for such journeys rested solely with him. Moreover, anything uploaded by group members could be downloaded by the group leader without the need for points. The multi-universe chat group also offered a live streaming feature. the authority to activate which was granted by the group leader to members. Other functionalities remained dormant, requiring the group's activity level to reach a certain threshold before becoming available. There were also minor features, such as screenshot and photo capabilities, that could be used freely. After perusing the group messages, the heart of Senju Chōsei, dormant for many years, finally stirred with fervor once more. Having signed in for 50 years, coupled with the 30 years prior to his arrival, a full 8 decades had elapsed. Do you comprehend how he spent those 80 years? Signing in, cultivating, breaking through, and growing stronger. Aside from this, he found no joy whatsoever. Yet now, everything was poised to change. The Multiverse Chat Group and its traversal function. Upon witnessing this, Senju Chōsei could not help but chuckle. He could finally journey to other realms and witness even greater wonders. Ahem, calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Senju Chōsei pondered and resolved to make his entrance with an air of mystery. After all, he was the master of this group, and the Multiverse Chat Group was his well-earned reward. He must utilize this boon wisely to have the members work for him. Senju Chōsei, greetings, as Tony and Ains mentioned. You hail from diverse worlds, and regarding the reason, Senju Chōsei, it is somewhat complex, so I shall refrain from elaborating. In any case, the Multiverse Chat Group will not be detrimental to you. Rather, it shall bestow numerous benefits. Senju Chōsei, my name is Senju Chōsei, residing in the ninja world. You may also refer to me as Mr. Immortal. I possess the ability to traverse your worlds, and should anyone require my assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. Senju Chōsei, of course, this is not without cost. Senju Chōsei, each of you may upload your own items in exchange for points, which can be used to download others' offerings. As for additional functionalities, I shall leave that for you to explore. With that, Senju Chōsei commenced uploading ninjutsu to demonstrate for the group members. Ding. Senju Chōsei uploaded the method of chakra extraction. Ding. Senju Chōsei uploaded the shadow clone technique. Ding. Senju Chōsei uploaded the great fireball technique. Ding. Senju Chōsei uploaded the lightning cutter. He uploaded nearly 100 various ninjutsu techniques all at once, having mastered tens of thousands. However, he feared overwhelming the members with too much information. At this moment, the 4 members situated in other worlds were utterly astounded by the sheer volume of over 100 ninjutsu techniques. Tony Stark, the group leader, is indeed a man of swift words. Though somewhat extraordinary, I believe it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I sense this is akin to an AR technology implanted within the mind. Tony Stark glanced at the information recently uploaded by Senju Chōsei and continued to type. Tony Stark, is this ninjutsu? I shall download it forthwith to examine. Tanjiro Kamado, is this not an overwhelming amount? I shall take a look after I finish chopping wood. Portgas D. Ace. I find myself too occupied to peruse it now, as I have matters to attend to. Just from the names, these ninjutsu seem rather formidable. Despite their verbal claims of busyness, they secretly attempted to download the techniques, only to discover a notification indicating insufficient points upon clicking. It was then that they realized they had no points at all, prompting them to hastily upload items to the group. Ding. Tony Stark uploaded a computer of considerable value. Ding. Tony Stark has uploaded a luxurious supercar. Ding. Portgas D. Ace has uploaded the Haki of armament. Ding. Portgas D. Ace has uploaded the Haki of observation. Ding. Tanjiro Kamado has uploaded an axe for chopping wood. Ding. Tanjiro Kamado has uploaded 20 pounds of firewood. At this moment, Ain's Olgown fell into silence, astonished that this chat group possessed genuine transmission capabilities. Yet, he remained wary of its obscure origins, opting to observe the individual known as Tony, pondering whether extracting that so-called chakra might yield unforeseen side effects. Wait, what if this Tony is merely a facade? The flames within Ain's eye sockets flickered slightly as he gently tapped the armrest of his throne, murmuring, I must contemplate further. Gazing at the messages uploaded by the group members, Senju Chōsei opened his mouth, befuddled. What nonsense is this? Why are they sharing such trivial items? Are people truly this impoverished nowadays? Where are the iron armors? The devil fruits? The breath of the sun? And what about the world-class artifacts of the Bone King? At least Ace's contributions were somewhat useful, but Senju Chōsei had long since acquired them through check-ins, rendering the uploads equivalent to non-uploads. Tony's computer could only serve as a solitary diversion for him. He had no interest in supercars. In his previous life, he might have been exhilarated, but now, such a thing held no more allure than a bicycle, far too slow. As for Tanjiro's axe and firewood, The quality of the alternate realm seems excessively superior. Clearly, the plot concerning Tanjiro had yet to unfold. If Tanjiro had indeed become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he should have uploaded his water-breathing or sun-breathing techniques. Senju Chōsei sighed, downloading Tony's computer before exiting the chat group. These individuals were simply destitute, lacking in valuable items. For a moment, Senju Chōsei felt that the Multiverse Chat Group had lost its charm. To elicit contributions of worth from these members, time and development were necessary. It was highly likely that both Tony and Tanjiro had yet to embark on their grand journeys. As for the timelines of the Bone King and Ace, further communication would be required to ascertain their contexts. Senju Chōsei picked up the newly acquired computer, plugged it in, and powered it on. The familiar yet somewhat foreign interface captivated his attention. After a brief exploration of the folders, he discovered that Tony had installed numerous games, novels, and movies, understanding that the essence of the computer lay in entertainment. "Master, what is this?" A delightful fragrance wafted through the air as Tsunade leaned against Senju Chōsei, her face brimming with curiosity. "Why aren't you at home?" Senju Chōsei felt a wave of exasperation. He had been so absorbed in the chat that he hadn't noticed Tsunade had followed him home. "I was worried you'd be lonely, so I thought I'd keep you company," Tsunade replied with a matter-of-fact demeanor. "Is it customary for a disciple to accompany their master at such an hour?" Senju Chōsei gazed at her in bewilderment, wondering if Tsunade harbored more than just friendly intentions. "All right, whatever you say. It just so happens that I can accompany you to watch a movie. I just obtained the computer uploaded by Tony to see what films are available. He hasn't watched movies in many years." Senju Chōsei casually opened a few folders and glanced at the titles of the videos, which made his face flush with embarrassment. He quickly backed out and searched for another folder. To his astonishment, after going through more than 30 folders, he discovered that all the movies were action blockbusters. After searching for over half an hour, Senju Chōsei was utterly shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Mr. Shidakwa is renowned. Out of tens of thousands of films, every single one was an action blockbuster. How was he supposed to watch this? Was he meant to send Tsunade away and secretly indulge on his own? Wasn't it supposed to be about watching things? Why was it still not working?" Tsunade's delicate face leaned in closer, causing him to tense up. Fortunately, she couldn't understand any of the English on the videos. "I'm not watching anymore. I'm tired and need to sleep. You should head back." Senju Chōsei sighed with relief. His unnatural expression aroused Tsunade's curiosity, who knew him well. "No, it's getting late, and the night roads aren't safe. I'll be sleeping here tonight." Tsunade yawned, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at the still-lit computer. Senju Chōsei paid no mind. Since childhood, Tsunade had always found various excuses to stay over at his house. He directly set up his bedding and fell asleep. The immortal cultivation technique within him naturally began operating, absorbing spiritual energy as he drifted into slumber. Tsunade skillfully took out her own bedding, placing it beside Senju Chōsei, pretending to be asleep. After an unknown period, she suddenly opened her eyes and quietly got up. Approaching the computer, she began to experiment with the controls. Before long, she gradually opened the previous folders. "Let me see what it is that made my master change his mind." Tsunade's curiosity was at its peak. Although it was her first time using a computer, she was not completely unfamiliar. Konoha Village had many advanced technologies, including various devices. However, these devices were not commonly used in civilian life. After observing for a while and experimenting, she quickly learned how to operate it. As she clicked on the videos inside, she was initially puzzled, not understanding why such ordinary scenes were hidden away. But as the plot unfolded, Tsunade gradually felt her face grow warm, and her body became restless. She finally understood why her master was reluctant to open it. It turned out to be that kind of content. How annoying, master. Hiding something like this. Is he thinking of that? But then she considered, her master had maintained his chastity for so many years. As his disciple, shouldn't she help alleviate his loneliness? Tsunade gazed at the images on the computer, her mind beginning to wander. Moreover, Tony's computer monitor came with built-in speakers, making her heart race with a mix of panic and excitement. Thankfully, the default volume was low, and Tsunade guessed her master must not have woken up. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she got up, Senju Chōsei had already sensed it. As a formidable being of transcendent prowess, it is inconceivable that one would remain oblivious to the movements in their vicinity. Yet now, the situation is exceedingly awkward. I can only feign slumber, hoping that Tsunade will have the decency to terminate the video and retire to rest. However, as Tsunade glances at the screen, dawn arrives. Shinsho Changshin can no longer endure the discomfort and rises, fearing that if this continues, Tsunade may become enamored with such unhealthy content. Tsunade-chan, you mustn't indulge in this too often, he asserts with a serious tone. Yet, when his gaze lands on the computer screen, he is momentarily taken aback to find it has reverted to the desktop, devoid of any activity. Tsunade, seemingly unfazed, fixates on the screen. What the devil? In just one night, has Tsunade mastered the shortcuts? She can return to the desktop in an instant. Shinsho Changshin muses. Master, you're awake. I was just thinking of preparing breakfast for you, so I was curious about this machine of yours, though I still don't know how to operate it. I absolutely didn't meddle with anything. Tsunade's voice trembles slightly, her exquisite face flushed, exuding a bashful demeanor. Shinsho Changshin can distinctly hear her heart racing, clearly indicating her anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he decides it best to pretend that nothing amiss has transpired. With a sigh, he remarks, then let us hasten. I am on the brink of starvation. From now on, refrain from touching my computer. It is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Tsunade obediently nods. Her steps unsteady as she rises. Shinsho Changshin casts a glance at Tony's computer, promptly shutting it down, disconnecting the power, and reclaiming it into the system space. He cannot allow Tsunade further access. Who knows what narrative she might glean from it and potentially launch a surprise attack on him. What Shinsho Changshin feels for Tsunade remains ambiguous to him. Perhaps it is a mentor-student relationship, or that of an elder and a junior, or perhaps something else entirely. Their prolonged companionship has rendered any definition elusive. It is likely Tsunade feels similarly. After all, their bond oscillates between that of a mentor and pupil, and at times, it transcends such labels. Before long, Tsunade, invigorated, approaches with a delightful array of delectable food. Her hair is damp, and she emanates an enchanting fragrance. The steamed buns and noodles she presents appear utterly delectable, meticulously arranged, stirring one's appetite. Impressive. Your speed has improved significantly. Not only have you procured breakfast, but you've also bathed. Shinsho Changshin remarks with a smile. Well, I didn't want you to go hungry, master. To ensure you could enjoy breakfast sooner, I specially bought a heartfelt meal. Tsunade responds with a playful huff. Shinsho Changshin chuckles and shakes his head. Can something bought truly be called a heartfelt meal? With that, the two share a jovial breakfast, their atmosphere warm and harmonious. This is the essence of their daily life together. However, just as they have taken a few bites, the serene scene is abruptly shattered by a knock at the door from outside the courtyard. Who could it be, knocking at such an early hour? Tsunade expresses her displeasure. The audacity of someone intruding upon their intimate world is utterly intolerable. Senju Chōsei remarked nonchalantly, the third and fourth generations are probably concerned about yesterday's events. Yesterday's events? I killed Danzo and Orochimaru. The sound of Senju Chōsei's voice reverberated within the room. Tsunade, about to rise and step outside, suddenly halted, as if the scene had been frozen in time. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence. His words had indeed startled Tsunade. Danzo and Orochimaru were both residents of Konoha. One was a high-ranking official, while the other was one of the legendary Sannin, whose contributions were immense. Go open the door, Senju Chōsei said calmly, continuing to eat the noodles in his bowl. Tsunade took a deep breath and replied gravely, Master, this matter may not be so easily resolved. Haha, they cannot trouble me, Senju Chōsei chuckled lightly. Soon after, Tsunade walked toward the courtyard and opened the door, only to find a group of high-ranking officials from Konoha standing outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato were among them. Hiruzen and Minato may enter. The others should return from whence they came. Senju Chōsei's cold voice echoed from within, leaving no room for debate. The remaining officials opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but were silenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He and Namikaze Minato entered the room with solemn expressions, gazing at Senju Chōsei, who was calmly enjoying his breakfast. Unsure of how to begin, Tsunade sat beside Senju Chōsei, choosing to support her master unconditionally, regardless of his actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his body still wrapped in bandages and one arm hanging across his chest, cleared his throat and stated directly, Mr. Immortal, I respect your strength and status, but I wish to inquire about my assistant, Shimura Danzo, and my disciple, Orochimaru. His tone was heavy, deliberately emphasizing their identities and his close ties to them. Seeking a reasonable explanation from Senju Chōsei. Senju Chōsei let out a brief cold snort, his pupils shimmering like gold. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Do not forget our respective identities. I am of the same era as Hashirama. I was present during the founding of Konoha. Instead of questioning my character, perhaps you should reflect on how many of Danzo's misdeeds you have concealed. His tone was icily resolute. Were it not for your current standing in the light, you would already be dead. As his words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their bodies chilled. They had never anticipated that the perpetually smiling Senju Chōsei could exhibit such formidable strength, leaving them no opportunity for inquiry. However, upon reflection, they realized there was a degree of truth to his claims. Senju Chōsei was of the Senju clan and had resided here since the very first year of Konoha's establishment. It was implausible that he would deliberately harm the villagers. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to accept that while Danzo may have had his issues, Orochimaru was innocent. He could not fathom why Senju Chōsei would take action against Orochimaru as well. Please, Mr. Immortal, do not misunderstand. We are not here to accuse, but merely to understand what mistakes Orochimaru and Danzo have committed. With a smile, Minato Namikaze smoothed over the situation, bringing a semblance of calm to the room. Despite his composed demeanor, he was secretly drenched in sweat. The imposing aura emanating from Senju Chōsei, combined with the essence of the sage realm, was utterly terrifying, akin to a dragon awakening from slumber, poised to claim their lives in an instant. If there were issues with Danzo, simply inquire with the third Hokage beside you. He cannot possibly be unaware. As for Orochimaru, the matter is straightforward. He conspired with Danzo to assail me, which is why I eliminated them. His intention to kill was that simple, requiring no further justification. Anyone daring to raise a hand against him must perish. Senju Chōsei stated matter-of-factly, very well, if there is nothing else, you may return and do not disturb my rest. He waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Tsunade promptly opened the courtyard door, urging the two to leave swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pale-faced, followed the wryly smiling Minato as they exited Chōsei's residence. They had scarcely settled in before they were compelled to depart, a truly astonishing outcome. Yet, what could be done? Senju Chōsei's lineage, status, and strength far surpassed theirs. Rather than endure the awkwardness here, it was better to return and conduct a thorough investigation. Master, I will follow and ensure your name is cleared. Tsunade declared earnestly at the door before hastily departing. Senju Chōsei was left in a state of bemusement. Her hurried exit was not solely due to his authoritative presence. She had realized that her late-night escapade had been discovered upon seeing the computer stowed away. Therefore, she fled in haste. Shortly after Tsunade's departure, a knock echoed at the courtyard door once more. Utilizing his observation Haki, Senju Chōsei discerned the visitors to be Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha. With a subtle wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, causing the outer door to swing open. After exchanging glances, Itachi and Shursui stepped inside together. What brings you both to me? In the cool interior, Senju Chōsei poured tea for the two, his demeanor unfazed. He would not treat these youngsters as mere children. The children of Konoha were notably precocious, possessing remarkably elevated levels of thought. Itachi and Shursui appeared somewhat constrained, respectfully savoring their tea, enveloped in a brief silence. Esteemed Immortal, I wish to become your disciple. If you would permit it, Itachi stated with utmost seriousness. Senju Chōsei raised an eyebrow at this unexpected request, clearly taken aback that Itachi desired to be his student. To be honest, he had never contemplated this matter. The sudden proposition left him momentarily speechless. Itachi exhibited tremendous talent, and with his guidance, he would undoubtedly evolve into one of the foremost powers in Konoha. However, Itachi's issues were manifold. In the original narrative, Itachi was an extreme brother complex, obediently following Danzo's orders to annihilate his entire clan for the sake of the village. Ultimately, he intentionally burdened Sasuke with hatred, revealing the truth only after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and assisted him in achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems as though the destruction of his clan was a deliberate scheme devised by Itachi to compel his younger brother to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. While his commitment to protecting Konoha is indisputable, the act of annihilating his entire family raises significant moral dilemmas, particularly in light of the gratitude owed to one's parents and the implications for Itachi's worldview. Itachi's character and actions have long been subjects of intense debate. with varying interpretations stemming from different perspectives. Who can definitively declare what is right or wrong? What holds greater significance, Konoha or family? Mr. Immortal, may I have a word? As Senju Hashirama remained silent for an extended period, Chōsei, seated nearby, finally spoke up. Please, go ahead, Hashirama responded with a slight nod. Chōsei continued. Itachi possesses extraordinary talent and harbors a deep affection for Konoha. However, his judgments regarding right and wrong can sometimes lack empathy. While it seems he may not wish for Itachi to become Hashirama's disciple, I assure you, I can help him make the right choices. Chōsei, undoubtedly a precocious child, could discern Hashirama's concerns merely from his demeanor. Hashirama was indeed moved by Chōsei's words. With Danzo now deceased, Chōsei would avoid the tragic path once taken, and he remained a mentor of sorts to Itachi, possessing the capability to guide his future and thoughts. Most importantly, Chōsei's Mangekyo Sharingan is an instrument for altering the will of others. As long as Chōsei's principles remain sound, Itachi will no longer pose a problem. What Hashirama feared was not Itachi's strength, but rather the potential recklessness of his actions in Hashirama's absence. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me, Hashirama said with a warm smile, addressing the somewhat surprised Itachi beside him. However, you must heed Chōsei's advice from now on. Starting tomorrow, come to me every afternoon. I shall impart various teachings to you, not only in ninjutsu, but also in cultural knowledge. If no one answers the door, you are to practice on your own, understood? Cultural knowledge primarily serves to cultivate one's thoughts and worldview. Although Chōsei would assist in compensating for Itachi's shortcomings, Hashirama would not entrust everything to others. I understand, thank you, Sensei. Itachi replied immediately, rising to bow respectfully, his tone serious and reverent. All right, you may return for today. Hashirama waved his hand, and Chōsei, smiling, departed with Itachi from his home. With some leisure time, Hashirama once again entered the Multiverse Chat Group. The chat logs had swelled to 99, filled with a multitude of casual exchanges, particularly from an exuberant Tony Stark. Tony Stark, the results of chakra extraction are phenomenal. I absolutely adore chakra refinement. Although I am unable to perform ninjutsu, I succeeded 7 times last night. Tanjiro Kamado, what do you mean by 7 times? By the way, I'm preparing to return home. I'll give it a try as well. Port Gas D. Ace. Tanjiro, I saw you mention going home yesterday. Why haven't you arrived yet? Is it possible that the flow of time differs in each of our worlds? Ace, unable to bear Tony's driving any longer, chose to disregard it completely. Tanjiro Kamado remarked. No, it was too late yesterday. In our world, one cannot go out at night, so I spent the night at someone else's home. Now, I am heading back. Port Gas D. Ace responded, what a peculiar world, indeed, where one cannot venture out after dusk. Ain's old gown inquired, Tony Stark, does it truly yield results? Please elaborate on your experience. Tony Stark replied, experience? I never imagined you had such a penchant, Ains. To put it simply, it was absolutely exhilarating. Last night, I arranged a rendezvous with 7 stunning women. Tony's subsequent remarks were filled with crude language, detailing his escapades in an astonishingly graphic manner, leaving everyone in the group utterly dumbfounded. Senju Chōsei could only sigh, truly, Mr. Big Balls is as expected. When others asked him about his feelings on chakra refinement, he instead recounted the events of the previous night. However, more pressing for Senju Chōsei was the implication of Tanjiro's earlier statement about spending the night outside. Was this not the beginning of a narrative? Did it not imply that his family was currently? Upon this realization, Senju Chōsei could not help but exhale a sigh. He had not anticipated that the story would unfold so abruptly. Yet, even if he were to inform Tanjiro, he lacked the capability to protect his family. Any attempt to intervene would only lead to tragedy. The one responsible for the demise of Tanjiro's family was the formidable antagonist Muzan Kibutsuji from the Demon Slayer world. The roots of this calamity could be traced back to Tanjiro's father. Senju Chōsei said, Tanjiro Kamado, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. He no longer expected any form of repayment from Tanjiro, especially since the latter was currently penniless and lacked even the knowledge of breathing techniques. Although he possessed the sun breathing inherited from his father, he was unaware that it was a breathing technique and did not know how to utilize it. His willingness to assist Tanjiro stemmed from Senju Chōsei's miscalculation of this situation. Had he anticipated this turn of events, he could have journeyed to the Demon Slayer world to shield Tanjiro's family from Muzan Kibutsuji. He pondered whether Haki could indeed slay demons. After sending this message, he received no reply from Tanjiro, but Tony was visibly excited. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Honorable Immortal, you have finally arrived. Your chakra extraction is simply marvelous. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Senju Chōsei smiled and replied, "As long as you are pleased, I merely hope that when I visit your world, you will extend me a warm welcome." Tony is undoubtedly a wealthy individual in the Marvel Universe, and more importantly, it is a modern metropolis that stirs a twinge of nostalgia within Senju Chōsei's heart. He certainly intends to visit the Marvel world, even contemplating the possibility of residing there for a time. However, such a move would make it difficult to part with Konoha, especially his beloved apprentice Tsunade. Tony Stark continued, "Oh, if you could come, it would be splendid. I would wholeheartedly welcome you. Anything you desire, I can provide, as long as it is within the realm of monetary means." Tony Stark added, "I possess nothing but wealth. Pacas diez, ha ha ha. I never imagined that, Mr. Tony was a wealthy man. Ainzul Gown. The Immortal possesses the ability to traverse realms. I wonder if you could visit my world. I wish to meet you face to face, Mr. Immortal." Having lurked for a considerable time, Ainzul Gown finally emerged to speak. The reason for suggesting that Senju Chōsei come over was to ascertain whether the other truly possessed this ability. Even though he deduced yesterday that this was a chat group connecting myriad worlds, Ains remained cautious and skeptical. One must navigate carefully to avoid calamity. Senju Chōsei, of course. I can, but each traversal is a long journey for me. Unless it is a matter of great importance, our meeting can be postponed. Would he traverse countless miles just to meet a mere animated skeleton? Ainzul Gown had not yet attained such prominence. To be honest, Senju Chōsei was quite eager to test Ain's strength, curious to know who would prevail in a confrontation between them. Ainzul Gown, I see. That is indeed somewhat regrettable. I look forward to meeting the Immortal. Despite his words, Ains, residing within the great tomb of Nazarick, pondered deeply while pinching his bony chin. He even summoned his steward, Demiurge, and broached the subject hypothetically, seeking his opinion on the matter. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Is this a test from the esteemed Ainsama? If so, allow me to share my thoughts. Should such a chat group exist, I believe the power of its leader could manipulate countless worlds, rendering any deceit unnecessary. If this individual lacked such strength, how could they possibly unite individuals from disparate realms for communication? As Demiurge continued, he grew increasingly confident. In my view, this Immortal is akin to a deity wandering among mortals, selecting fortunate individuals to bestow aid upon, and Ainsama is undoubtedly one of those fortunate souls. Of course, regardless of the nature of any deity, they are but mere chickens and dogs before Ainsama. Demiurge's reasoning was sound, meticulously analyzing every detail, and he did not forget to flatter Ains in the end. Ains found himself momentarily dazed, internally exclaiming, "What? Is that truly the case? My heavens! Does that mean the Immortal could obliterate me in an instant? Alas, this world is indeed perilous, with too many formidable foes. Well, your analysis is quite commendable. You may leave now." Though internally alarmed, Ains maintained an outward composure, his voice steady and indifferent, gesturing for Demiurge to depart. Demiurge bowed respectfully and retreated, turning to leave. It seems I must cultivate a good relationship with the Immortal, should I encounter an insurmountable adversary during my advance on the surface. Perhaps the Immortal could assist in my rescue. Ains felt a surge of joy within. He never expected to be a fortunate one. His skeletal visage broke into a series of gleeful chuckles. Another card to play. Now, he has gained an additional measure of certainty regarding his advancement on the ground. Qinshu Chongqing sat in his courtyard, enjoying fruit while observing the members of the group engage in casual conversation. The primary focus was not on their driving prowess, but rather on awaiting news from Tanjiro Kamado. The desire to traverse into another realm is not a trivial endeavor. It requires an essential condition, the consent of the group members. From the moment they entered the group, they became the emissaries of their own worlds, possessing control over the permissions to open their realms. Only upon their agreement could Qinshu Chongqing wield the authority to traverse freely. Ding. Ainzul Gown has uploaded the complete necromancy spellbook. Tony Stark. Magic? I thought that was merely a legend in my world. Does magic truly exist? Poor Gasti. Ace. Mr. Ains has finally decided to share something. Is he planning to download ninjutsu? Ainzul Gown. Ha ha. My previous hesitation to upload was merely due to my efforts in organizing the necromancy materials. It was not a matter of distrust in Mr. Immortal's ninjutsu. A sudden notification sent a chill down Senju Chōsei's spine. At last, something he deemed worthwhile had arrived. Had Bone King lowered his guard? It was indeed remarkable that this cunning individual, who could outsmart even the air, would so readily place his trust in the Multiverse Chat Group. To make Bone King let down his defenses was undoubtedly the result of Demigorgon's convoluted reasoning. Demigorgon possesses an extraordinary capacity for imagination, yet unlike Bone King, his speculations lean towards the realm of strength, while Bone King's imaginings veer towards danger. Demigorgon is truly as steady as a rock, while Ainsul Gown appears composed but is internally fraught with anxiety. Eagerly, Senju Chōsei utilized his permissions to download the necromancy spells and an influx of knowledge regarding reincarnation, resurrection, manipulation, and summoning flooded his mind. Though he may not find it particularly useful, having a plethora of skills is never a burden. Even if he struggles to learn them, it is beneficial to be acquainted with such spells to avoid falling victim to adversaries like Bone King. Tanjiro Kamado, Mr. Immortal, I beg you, please come to my aid. Tony Stark. Tony Stark, what on earth is happening? Poor Gasti. Ace, it seems Mr. Tanjiro is in trouble. In the world of Demon Slayer, heavy snow fell, blanketing everything in white. Tanjiro Kamado raced through the frigid woods, carrying his sister Nezuko on his back, gasping for breath. The biting cold air that filled his lungs brought excruciating pain. Just moments ago, upon returning home, he was met with a scene that plunged him into despair. His mother and sisters lay lifeless, their bodies strewn about, blood pooling on the ground, nearly driving him to madness. Were it not for the discovery that Nezuko was still alive, providing him with a glimmer of hope, he might have completely lost his sanity. As he descended the mountain in search of help, Tanjiro suddenly recalled the existence of his chat group, where the leader seemed to be a powerful entity. He once spoke of his ability to traverse worlds, perhaps to bring himself over and save his sister. With this thought in mind, he promptly dispatched a plea for help in the interdimensional chat group. Just then, his sister, who was slumbering on his back, suddenly awakened, baring her teeth in a feral attempt to bite into his flesh. Her unfamiliar behavior pierced his heart with anguish. After a struggle, he managed to rouse a flicker of rationality within her, seizing the opportunity to render her unconscious. He hastily sent another message to the chat group. Tanjiro Kamado, I have encountered a calamity at home. I am left with only my sister, yet she seems to have lost her sanity. Tanjiro Kamado, I implore you, Mr. Immortal, you must have a way, right? And my family. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, recalling how just yesterday they had all been joyously together. And now, today, they faced the grim specter of separation. Senju Chōsei, do not panic. You must open your mind. As I traverse your world for the first time, I need you as a coordinate to sense your location. Senju Chōsei, there will always be a way to resolve your sister's condition, and even the departed can be resurrected. To some, death may signify a final farewell, but within this group resides an undead king, the necromancer Ainsul Gown. To him, it is merely a matter of resurrection magic. Tony Stark, the deceased can be resurrected? Is that truly feasible? Poor Gasti Ace, unheard of. This is the first time I have encountered such a notion. Ainsul Gown, haha. Mr. Immortal speaks the truth. Resurrection is indeed possible, and I happen to possess the means to achieve it. Tony Stark. Poor Gasti Ace. Ain's declaration astonished both Tony and Ace, leaving Tanjiro in a state of shock, soon replaced by overwhelming joy that made his body tremble with excitement. Tanjiro Kamado, is it true? That is wonderful. Lord Ains, I beg of you, save my family. They all perished in our home this morning, and I still do not know who the perpetrator is. Poor Gasti Ace, how cruel. Who could commit such a heinous act? Tony Stark, alas, I never expected this. It's no wonder Tanjiro is so frantic and distressed. Ainsul Gown, rest assured, I have the capability to resurrect them, provided Mr. Immortal can transport me there. Senju Chōsei, I shall come over now. We can discuss the resurrection later. Focus your mind. The most important thing is to get there first. Senju Chōsei felt an eagerness. It was his first time traversing another world, and he was somewhat exhilarated. He then activated the crossing function in his mind, targeting Tanjiro Kamado. A signal resembling a request instantly appeared in Tanjiro's consciousness. At the moment he confirmed it, a figure rushed from the side, brandishing a long blade aimed at his sister Nezuko. Startled, Tanjiro lunged forward and slid aside, rolling down the slope while clutching his sister. Only then did he look up to see the assailant's features. A striking young man with an impassive demeanor. In the hand of the figure, a cerulean blade bore the inscription of demon extermination. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Are you the immortal man? Why do you wish to harm my sister? Tanjiro's voice rose to a near scream, fueled by extreme fury. He instinctively believed this to be the immortal man who had just been summoned, only to witness his sister being attacked moments later. Immortal man? What is that? Ju Tomioka, with an expressionless gaze, glanced at Nezuko, his Nichiren blade aimed at the adversary as he coldly declared, I am here to slay demons. Kindly step aside. Demon? What demon? This is my sister. You shall not harm her. Tanjiro shouted vehemently. He would not permit anyone to inflict harm on his only surviving sibling. Regrettably, Ju paid no heed to his words and launched an assault on Tanjiro. With the power and speed bestowed by the water-breathing technique, Ju far surpassed Tanjiro in every aspect. After a fierce exchange, Tanjiro was sent flying by a kick from Ju, crashing against a tree. Ju took a deep breath, channeling the water-breathing. The cerulean blade shimmered with blue and white rippling patterns. With a melodious swish, it traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed at Nezuko's delicate neck. Stop! No! Tanjiro cried out in despair. In that fleeting moment, several ethereal curves materialized in the air, intertwining to form a solid figure that stood beside Nezuko. The newcomer possessed an elegant appearance and a demeanor as light as the clouds. A long black and purple blade sheathed at his waist. His attire was remarkably casual, especially the shorts one would wear on a beach, which seemed utterly out of place in the snowy landscape. Just as Ju's Nichiren blade was about to descend, the figure named Senju Chōsei unsheathed his black blade, Akiyuki. A resounding clash echoed as the blades met, sparking a cascade of starlight. Ju felt a heavy force and was forced to retreat several steps, taking a few seconds to steady his trembling hands. Who are you? Ju exclaimed, astonished. The youth before him, seemingly of similar age, had effortlessly countered his previous sword technique, leaving his arms numb. How could this be possible? Even among the Demon Slayer Corps, there were no peers of such formidable strength. Could this individual also be a demon? In the world of Demon Slayer, most demons bore grotesque and hideous forms, yet some with powerful bloodlines appeared nearly human. Oh dear! I forgot to change my clothes. Senju Chōsei chuckled to himself, seemingly oblivious to Ju's question. Wearing shorts and short sleeves in the middle of winter makes me look like a lunatic. Thankfully, there are no beautiful women around, or it would be quite embarrassing. Could it be that you are the immortal man? Tanjiro, lying on the ground in pain, exclaimed with delight. This time, he was absolutely certain. This unexpectedly dressed youth was undoubtedly the immortal man from the Multiverse Chat Group. He had truly arrived. I care not who you are. Step aside. My blade only slays demons, not humans. Ju replied coldly. He sensed the formidable presence of the individual before him, realizing that overcoming this opponent would prove quite challenging. Yet, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his duty was to eradicate demons. With one standing right before him, how could he refrain from striking? Senju Chōsei offered a slight smile, showing no intention of retracting the black blade. Akisui. Apologies, but today you shall not slay her. At least not while I am present. Ju Tomioka was no malevolent figure, which is why Senju Chōsei was so accommodating. Had a villain occupied this position, heads would have already rolled. In this moment, Ju fell into silence, his gaze fixed intently on the amiable Senju Chōsei, ultimately stealing his resolve. Since you are so intent on obstructing me, I shall not hold back. Ju inhaled deeply, synchronizing his breath, as if he were transforming into water, commanding the moisture in the air. Water breathing, seventh form, rain ripple sting. Ju declared, propelling himself and his blade towards Senju Chōsei in an instant. With a swift thrust, he struck forth, devoid of any embellishment, simple yet brutal, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, ripples dancing near the blade's edge. Nevertheless, Ju's demeanor remained cool on the outside while gentle within. Although he unleashed a breathing technique upon Senju Chōsei, the point of his thrust was not aimed at a vital area. Senju Chōsei chuckled lightly, deftly slicing through the air with Akiyusui, the sudden sound of cascading water resonating around them. Waves of blue and white surged forth, creating a breathtaking shoreline. Water breathing. How is this possible? Ju was taken aback, hastily halting his advance, leaving a mark in the snow as he altered his strike from a thrust to a diagonal slash. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. With remarkable adaptability, Ju, the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, showcased his profound understanding and application of water breathing. The waves generated by their strikes collided, resembling two tsunamis crashing against one another, forming a magnificent tableau. Tanjiro, observing from the sidelines, felt the sting of the rain-like impact for the first time. It was a revelation of the power dynamics within this world. Boom, boom, boom. Each wave that broke symbolized a clash of blades. The two combatants moved with such swiftness that Tanjiro could barely discern the flickers of sparks igniting from their blades. Although it was a watery assault, it produced the metallic clangor of steel. Who are you, and how do you wield our water breathing? Ju's astonishment grew with each exchange, unable to suppress his curiosity. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly. If you manage to defeat me, I shall reveal the answer. Very well. Then I shall not hold back. Water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. With a sudden gust, it was as if a tempest had arisen. A ripple of water spread from beneath Ju's feet, akin to the opening of a domain. Streams of blue water sliced through the air, imbued with a razor-sharp energy, surging towards Senju Chōsei from all directions. This was Ju's most formidable strike. None could survive its onslaught. He dared to confront Senju Chōsei with such fervor, convinced that the latter's prowess surpassed his own. This technique would not be lethal, but it would surely inflict significant damage. If his thoughts were to reach Senju Chōsei, it would undoubtedly provoke a hearty laugh. At this very moment, Senju Chōsei had yet to exert even a fraction of his power in this realm. He was an invincible entity. To believe that a mere breath technique could inflict serious harm upon him was nothing short of fanciful folly. Is this your ultimate technique? I must admit, it leaves much to be desired, Senju Chōsei remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, he shifted his breathing rhythm from the water-breathing technique to that of thunder-breathing. In an instant, torrents of lightning erupted from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Senju Chōsei transformed into a flash, dazzlingly appearing behind Tanjiro Kamado, who stood in astonishment. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap. A crisp sound resonated, akin to a fierce gale sweeping through. Tanjiro's water domain shattered with a thunderous crash, and so too did the Nichiren blade in his grasp. What on earth is happening? Tanjiro's pupils constricted, as his sword was reduced to naught but its hilt, his heart pounding with disbelief. Incredible! Is this the power of the Immortal? Truly formidable, Tanjiro exclaimed, his face awash with admiration. Give it up, you cannot defeat me. Moreover, this demon is rather unique. She retains some semblance of human intellect, and has the potential for revival, Senju Chōsei declared, turning to deliver this weighty revelation. This news left not only Tanjiro Kamado in shock, but even the prostrate figure of Ju Tomioka was stirred. Yes, my sister retains her reason. You cannot harm her, Tanjiro urgently protested. After a moment of silence, Ju Tomioka coolly responded, this matter requires my master's judgment. I can refrain from killing her, but I must take her with me. He understood that he was no match for Senju Chōsei. Though the latter's attacks lacked raw power, their derisive nature was undeniable. It was akin to an elder toying with a child, merely engaging in playful sparring. I cannot allow my sister to be taken away. Upon hearing that his sister might be removed, Tanjiro became anxious once more. Cease your disputes. Tanjiro will eventually accompany his sister. But there is a matter that must be addressed first. Senju Chōsei smiled lightly, turning to lift Nezuko into his arms, casting a simple healing ninjutsu towards Tanjiro. Though an ordinary human, Tanjiro possessed remarkable physical resilience. The straightforward healing technique enabled him to rise once more. The peculiar exchange between the two left Ju Tomioka's expression even more grave. Mr. Immortal, where exactly are we going? Why must my sister and I accompany him? Tanjiro glanced at Nezuko and Senju Chōsei's embrace, feeling a wave of relief, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. Naturally, we shall return to revive your family. As for why you must accompany me, if you do not wish to avenge your family, then you need not come. Senju Chōsei's casual remark sent Tanjiro into a state of ecstatic joy, while Ju Tomioka looked on with a peculiar expression. Revival? How could such a thing be possible? With Nezuko on his back, Senju Chōsei walked onward, followed by Ju Tomioka, as Tanjiro led the way back home. System sign in. Senju Chōsei silently intoned within his mind. Ding. In the world of Demon Slayer, the sign-in was successful, and congratulations were in order for acquiring the Breath of the Moon. The Breath of the Moon, quite remarkable. murmured Senju Chōsei. His unreserved willingness to assist stemmed not only from a desire to unlock the world's privileges, but also from the intention to sign in. Once he resurrected Tanjiro's family, Senju Chōsei could depart without hesitation. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was a mentor capable of understanding Tanjiro, and his past association with Tanjiro was not in vain. Upon reaching Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Tanjiro would embark upon the path of becoming a demon-slaying swordsman. Thus, the world of Demon Slayer would eventually transition into the narrative of the Hashira's downfall. However, that was a matter for a distant future, should Tanjiro find himself overwhelmed. He could always summon assistance. Yet, on his next visit to the world of Demon Slayer, Senju Chōsei would undoubtedly impose a fee. Having just acquired the Breath of the Moon, a mere inferior version of the Breath of the Sun, he was struck by the wonders of breathing techniques. The Breath of the Sun was the foundational breath, while the water and thunder breaths were merely branches of it. The mere experience of the Breath of the Moon left Senju Chōsei with a profound sense of novelty, igniting his anticipation for the Breath of the Sun. Before long, the trio arrived at Tanjiro's home. Even before entering, a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses. Even Ju Tomioka furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before him, Tanjiro's heart ached, and his eyes brimmed with tears once more. "Take care of your sister. I will go in and take a look. You two stay outside," Senju Chōsei instructed as he returned Nezuko to Tanjiro and stepped alone into the blood-soaked dwelling. He pondered whether to attempt using necromancy himself or to summon Bone King for assistance. While Bone King would undoubtedly ensure success, the efficacy of Senju Chōsei's own resurrection magic remained uncertain. He regretted not testing his magical aptitude prior to this visit. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to give it a try himself. After all, he was now a formidable being at the celestial realm, and he held a degree of confidence in his abilities. If all else failed, he could always employ the Evil King's true eye to alter the course of events. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to recall the incantations and methods for resurrection magic. The so-called magical energy was, in essence, the extraction of nature's energy, which formed a magical array to produce the desired effects. Whether it be the natural energy of the shinobi world, the spiritual energy of cultivation, or the magical energy of sorcerers, they all represented the world's benevolence. It could almost be said that they were manifestations of a singular origin, differing only in their application. Through the Evil King's true eye, Senju Chōsei could faintly perceive that the souls of Tanjiro's family had yet to dissipate, presenting the perfect opportunity for resurrection. Should the souls have fully vanished, it would have indeed required Bone King's personal intervention. At the moment he summoned his spiritual energy, the ethereal essence of heaven and earth swirled into a vortex, converging upon Tanjiro's home like rivers flowing into the sea. As Senju Chōsei recited the incantation, a faint golden light emanated from his eyes, and his fingertips began to draw upon magical energy, crafting a verdant magical array in the void. He is not Ainzul Gaon, thus he cannot instantaneously cast magic. It is not his forte. During this period when Senju Chōsei was delineating the spell, outside, Tanjiro Kamado paced nervously, uncertain whether it was excitement or anxiety. After Ju Tomioka informed him about Nezuko's condition, Tanjiro's agitation only intensified. He promptly ascended to the Multiverse Chat Group to share the recent events with the members. "Tanjiro Kamado, Mr. Undying has saved my sister, but she has turned into a demon. Is there no hope for her? Ainzul Gaon, transformed into a demon? It doesn't seem to be a grave concern, does it? The denizens of Bone King's Grand Tomb are all lifeless. They are far more terrifying than demons. Tanjiro Kamado, currently, Mr. Undying is attempting to revive my family. I am extremely anxious. Will my family turn into demons upon revival? Tony Stark, trust in Mr. Undying's power. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Portgas D. Ace, Mr. Undying truly possesses the ability to traverse realms. How remarkable. Ainzul Gaon, there is no need for concern. It is merely a trivial resurrection spell. With Mr. Undying's capabilities, it will be effortless. Ainzul Gaon, your family will absolutely not transform into demons upon revival. Tanjiro Kamado, is that so? That eases my mind considerably. Though their perceptions of demons diverged, they inadvertently converged on the correct point. Seated upon his throne, Ainzul Gaon inhaled deeply, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, just as Demiurge had proclaimed, Mr. Undying is akin to a deity walking among mortals. Fortunately, he had not opposed him and had established a rapport in advance. Tanjiro Kamado, a verdant glow is emanating from my home. A pattern seems to be forming. Could this be Mr. Ain's resurrection magic? Accompanying his message, Tanjiro uploaded a photograph taken in the moment. He discovered that the group had a photo feature, allowing him to capture and share the scene before him. Upon seeing this, Ain's old gown was so astonished that his skeletal jaw nearly unhinged. Wasn't this precisely his necromantic magic? How could Mr. Undying have learned it so swiftly after it was just uploaded? This was terrifying. Moreover, judging by the magical sigils, wasn't this an advanced resurrection spell? Mr. Undying possessed an extraordinary level of magical energy and such formidable magical talent. It was truly breathtaking. At the Kamado residence, Senju Chōsei concentrated his spiritual energy, rendering the magical array resplendent, with a rich vitality enveloping a 100-mile radius. The typically stoic Jutomioka was also taken aback by the verdant glow, his mouth agape, and his gaze vacant. Within the Kamado household, blood and corpses on the floor began to slowly sink into the magical array. Senju Chōsei snapped his fingers sharply and exclaimed, "Go!" With a resounding snap, the emerald light of the magical array surged forth, forming 5 smaller spells that ascended. 5 figures abruptly materialized, momentarily stunned. The 3 young boys promptly fell to the ground, their fear still palpable in their eyes. Tanjiro's mother, Kaneo, cradled her little sister Hanako, gazing around in bewilderment at the familiar surroundings. Inside, Senju Chōsei couldn't help but silently critique the situation. How could they have so many children? Tanjiro's father had appeared so frail back then. Surely there were deeper reasons behind that. Is this not our home? Did we not perish? Hanako murmured timidly. This is indeed the realm of reality. Senju Chōsei replied with a subtle smile, then opened the door. A biting cold wind swept through, finally imparting a sense of authenticity to the 5 of them. As the door swung open, they beheld a dazed Tanjiro, along with a stunned Jutomioka. Upon witnessing the unscathed 5, Ju exclaimed in disbelief. Is it possible that true means of resurrection exist in this world? Brother Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Their mother Kaneo gasped in surprise. Hanako. Mother. Rokuta. Takeo. Shigeru. Upon seeing his family, who had miraculously returned to life, Tanjiro, with tears glistening in his eyes, staggered into the room, embracing Mizuko and gathering with his family in a heartfelt reunion. The familiar scent enveloped Tanjiro, making him feel as though he were caught in a dream. Everything felt surreal, almost too magical to comprehend. The events of the day had struck him mentally like a relentless wave. First, the tragic demise of his family. Then, Nezuko's transformation into a demon, followed by the arrival of the immortal being, and finally, the resurrection of his loved ones. The tumultuous emotional roller coaster was far more exhilarating than any amusement park ride. In the dimly lit room, the family clung to one another, reluctant to part, sharing stories of their experiences. The previous night, a stranger had intruded upon their home, cold, terrifying, and powerful, mercilessly taking lives without a hint of compassion. As ordinary individuals, Tanjiro's family had no means of resistance, let alone the ability to escape. The assailant possessed extraordinary abilities, manipulating the very confines of their home, leaving them trapped in sheer terror, subjected to a brutal slaughter. Could it be Muzan Kibutsuji? Ju exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, urging Tanjiro to recount the details. You have encountered Muzan Kibutsuji? What does he look like? Please, tell me. Muzan Kibutsuji? Is he the monster responsible for my family's demise? Tanjiro replied, his voice laced with fury. The two exchanged fervent inquiries, Ju pressing Tanjiro for details while Tanjiro sought information from Ju. The Demon Slayer Corps had long sought Muzan, only knowing his name, with no one having laid eyes on his true form. The prospect of obtaining such information here was enough to ignite Ju's excitement. Amidst the clamor within the room, Senju Chōsei chose to remain detached, uninterested in engaging in such discussions. He settled in the courtyard, watching the sun gradually descend, contentedly yawning. With a flick of his fingers, he gathered spiritual energy, inscribing a protective magic circle along with a necromancy summoning array. Should Muzan Kibutsuji dare to return, these 2 formidable arrays would activate, alerting Senju Chōsei to his presence. Certainly, Muzan Kibutsuji would not be so mundane as to approach us. As for you, Tanjiro, I shall take my leave now. You must escort Nezuko and follow this fellow to seek out your master. If vengeance is your desire, you must not be feeble. Chōsei gently patted his behind and was about to depart. Tanjiro's mother gracefully approached, bowing slightly to Chōsei and speaking softly. "We are truly grateful for your assistance to our family. We have little to offer in return, but please accept these local delicacies as a token of our appreciation." She delicately stepped aside and produced a handcrafted bamboo basket filled with an abundance of local culinary delights. It must be said that Tanjiro's mother is indeed a captivating beauty, embodying the essence of a virtuous wife and nurturing mother in both demeanor and appearance. Remarkably, she was the only one in the room who had noticed Chōsei's impending departure. Quickly awakening from the joy of resurrection, Chōsei graciously accepted the offering, saying, "Your kindness is duly noted. Please remind Tanjiro when the time comes. I shall take my leave now." At that moment, Tanjiro was still engulfed in euphoric emotions, entirely oblivious to Chōsei's farewell. Aoi Kanzaki smiled gently, nodding slightly and waving goodbye to Chōsei. Chōsei activated the dimensional travel feature within the group, his form gradually fading from view. Upon returning to the world of Naruto, nightfall began to descend. As it stands, the passage of time in the various realms inhabited by the members of the Multiverse Chat Group seems to be synchronized. Even if there are discrepancies, they are likely negligible. Tanjiro, Immortal sir, I sincerely apologize for not realizing your departure sooner. I am truly sorry. Apologetic expression Portgasti. Ace, haha. It appears that Mr. Tanjiro is quite exhilarated. This suggests that his family has indeed been successfully resurrected. Truly commendable, Immortal sir. Tony Stark, I knew it. There is nothing that Immortal sir cannot accomplish. Tony has nearly become a staunch admirer of the Immortal. Ever since he refined chakra, he has felt invigorated beyond measure. Were it not for chakra, he could never have achieved such feats in a single night. Ainzul Gown, Immortal sir is truly formidable, effortlessly wielding the super-tier magic from our realm. Could it be that Immortal sir is also a powerful mage? Chōsei, no. In my world, we possess only ninjutsu. This is my first experience with magic, haha. Ainzul Gown. Chōsei's revelation struck Ains profoundly. To perform super-tier magic on the first attempt, imagine the heights he could reach with further practice. Ains began to feel a sense of urgency. If Immortal sir's world consists solely of ninjutsu, then is this multiverse chat group also a creation of ninjutsu? Chōsei, not quite. While my world is limited to ninjutsu, my knowledge extends far beyond that. Chōsei had no intention of concealing the truth. He anticipated a diverse array of individuals joining the group in the future. It was imperative that he establish his reputation now, ensuring that all members acknowledge his authority as the group leader, thus enabling him to effectively enlist their assistance. Although he possesses the ability to traverse the worlds of others, some things are indeed quite troublesome to locate. For instance, the randomly appearing devil fruits and the infinity stones from the Marvel Universe. Moreover, there are certain items that are utterly elusive, such as Tanjiro's sun-breathing technique. This long-lost knowledge can only be acquired through Tanjiro's sharing in the group. Additionally, there exists a myriad of treasures from various realms. Senju Chōsei cannot personally embark on a quest to discover them. Rather, he must enlist the help of group members while he reaps the benefits. To ensure these individuals willingly assist him, he must first instill in them a sense of trust in his capabilities. Beyond showcasing his own power, the most effective approach is to cultivate the support of his members. Currently, Senju Chōsei is engaged in nurturing his group, fostering a sense of reverence among them. When new members arrive, they will extol his virtues without him needing to intervene. In this way, he can unlock the world permissions for his members. Ainzul Gown, is that all? It seems that Mr. Immortal's strength far exceeds my expectations. Tony Stark, I just completed a major deal. I wish I could invite Mr. Immortal for a drink right away. Portgas D. Ace, so Mr. Stark enjoys a drink too? The pirates here are fond of fine wine. Tony Stark, it appears we are kindred spirits. I hope to share a drink with you next time. Suddenly, Tony's message trailed off, as if it had been sent automatically to the chat group mid-sentence. The chat messages could be dispatched with merely a fleeting thought. Tony's situation resembled that of someone encountering an unexpected event, instinctively sending a message and subsequently losing consciousness. After a considerable duration, he did not resurface in the conversation. Tanjiro Kamadu, why has Mr. Stark stopped speaking? Portgas D. Ace, what is going on? Did Stark encounter an incident? Senju Chōsei, who had been observing discreetly, was taken aback by the notion of an accident. He pondered that Mr. Stark had just mentioned a significant deal. Could it possibly involve arms dealing? Coupling this with the abrupt silence, it was highly probable that the plot of Iron Man 1 had commenced. Senju Chōsei, Tony may have encountered some issues. He should respond in a few days, so there is no need for concern. With that, he exited the Multiverse Chat Group, choosing not to linger further. It might take Tony several days to regain consciousness. The night had fully enveloped the world. Senju Chōsei did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged, diligently absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Although he had entered the realm of transcendence, his aspirations reached far beyond this point. Should he allow complacency to take root, his path to immortality would stagnate. The following morning, Senju Chōsei awoke from his meditation, and his observation Haki sensed Itachi waiting patiently outside his door. It was only when Tsunade arrived that he followed them inside. "Good morning, sensei." Itachi greeted with utmost respect, his tone sincere and unpretentious. Senju Chōsei could not help but acknowledge that Itachi's attitude towards elders and superiors was indeed commendable. Even in the face of someone like Danzo, he was able to gain the other's satisfaction and recognition. He truly is the epitome of a diligent worker. Such individuals are favored by employers, for they operate with remarkable efficiency, and their demeanor is always impeccably appropriate. Senju Chōsei chose to take Itachi as his disciple not only for his innate talent, but also for his commendable work ethic. Having received access to the chat group, Senju Chōsei would find his time in Konoha diminishing, for he must venture into other worlds to secure even greater rewards. His explorations in the shinobi world had already taken place. What remained was merely repetitive sign-ins, significantly reducing the chances of obtaining substantial rewards. Thus, he required a capable and efficient individual to help safeguard Konoha in his absence. One person, namely Minato Namikaze, was far from sufficient, as he could scarcely manage all the responsibilities. As for Tsunade, well, it was better left unsaid. Once Tsunade learned of his ability to traverse other worlds, her immediate reaction would undoubtedly be to clamor to join him. Protecting Konoha? What nonsense! What joy could one find in mere guardianship? Since the Senju clan had dwindled to just himself and Tsunade, she had gradually lost the fervor she once held for Konoha. The Senju clan had once been the rulers of Konoha. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Konoha was synonymous with the Senju clan. Though no one had explicitly stated it, Tsunade felt this sentiment to some degree. Consequently, as the Senju clan's influence waned, Konoha began to resemble the vision that Hashirama had desired, accommodating numerous clans and no longer being solely the domain of the Senju. Tsunade's passion for safeguarding Konoha had similarly diminished. Whether or not she protected it had become inconsequential to her, as long as she was with her master. Senju Chōsei took a deep breath and smiled gently, saying, "Do not feel overly constrained. I prefer a direct approach to our interactions. From this day forth, you shall learn two things from me. The first is cultural knowledge, which is compulsory. The second pertains to the enhancement of your abilities. Given my vast repertoire, it may lead to a lack of depth in others' understanding. To circumvent this, I require you to choose the subjects you wish to study." He began rather ostentatiously. However, Itachi did not perceive his teacher's words as pretentious. On the contrary, he found Senju Chōsei increasingly enigmatic. As Chōsei enumerated his capabilities, Itachi gradually succumbed to astonishment. Ninjutsu, sage techniques, chi cultivation, body refinement, swordsmanship, breathing techniques, a dazzling array of skills, sufficient to fill a lengthy chart for reference. After a moment's contemplation, Itachi's initial focus was on the Immortal longevity technique. Upon hearing Senju Chōsei's explanation, he understood why his teacher remained so youthful at the age of 80. For him, 80 held no significance whatsoever. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation within Itachi. He could not fathom his teacher, yet Chōsei seemed to see right through him. Moreover, with Chōsei's already formidable power and the prospect of his long lifespan, one could only wonder how much stronger he would become in the future. Faced with this thought, Itachi could only feel powerless, growing increasingly awed by Senju Chōsei. In the coming days, Senju Chōsei officially began to cultivate Itachi's abilities, not only to unearth his potential, but also to refine his worldview and thoughts. He certainly did not wish for the disciple he nurtured to ultimately gouge out his own eyes to grant Sasuke the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the immortal lifespan technique would allow him to regenerate his eyes after such an act, whether the new ones would also be Mangekyo remained uncertain. Wait a moment. It seemed that Itachi might indeed contemplate such a sacrifice. Senju Chōsei gasped in astonishment. For this super-obsessed brother, It was quite plausible that he would sacrifice his own Mangekyo to enable Sasuke to awaken his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original tale, Itachi had already performed such an act despite being unable to regenerate his eyes. Now, with the ability to do so, wouldn't he be even bolder? Sigh. One step at a time, thought Senju Chōsei with a helpless sigh. On the same day, Mr. Stark from the Multiverse Chat Group finally came online. Tony Stark, hey. Old friends, it's my turn to need rescue. Tanjiro Kamado, Mr. Stark, what is happening over there? We haven't seen you in days. Tony Stark, It's a long story. I've been kidnapped and urgently need Mr. Immortal's assistance. Tony Stark, Senju Chōsei, are you there? I wonder if you could come to my aid. I can offer you cigarettes, beer, sports cars, and beautiful women. Anything that can be resolved with money. Tanjiro Kamado, wow. I can't believe that with Mr. Stark's wealth and status, someone dared to kidnap you. That's audacious. Through their time spent together, the group had come to a general understanding of each other's identities and statuses. Senju Chōsei replied, no problem, I can head over right now, but I must first attend to a few matters. Tony Stark, all right, thank you immensely. I'm safe for now, just under house arrest. Immediately, Senju Chōsei logged out of the Multiverse Chat Group. This Marvel adventure had come upon him more swiftly than he had anticipated. If it were another world, he would certainly return quickly. However, in the Marvel universe, he wished to linger a few days longer. He needed to explain this to Tsunade, or she would undoubtedly think something was amiss and might uproot Konoha in her concern. Tsunade, I will be away from Konoha for a few days. Take care of yourself. What? Where are you going? I want to go too. Before Senju Chōsei could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tsunade, who was engrossed in medical techniques. She even cast aside the ninjutsu scroll in her hands and rushed over to embrace him tightly, unwilling to let go. You cannot leave me behind. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The corner of Senju Chōsei's mouth twitched as he gently exerted pressure, but could not push Tsunade away. He sighed in exasperation. I'm merely stepping out to handle a matter, to rescue a friend. I'll be back soon. Moreover, you cannot accompany me. This is a cross-dimensional mission, and your strength is insufficient. Once you have improved, I shall bring you along. Senju Chōsei could only resort to persuasion. Without the chat group, he himself could not traverse dimensions, let alone Tsunade with her current level of prowess. Regrettably, Tsunade remained skeptical of interdimensional travel, believing that Senju Chōsei is merely deceiving her. Unless you traverse dimensions before my very eyes, I shall not be swayed, she asserts, doubt glimmering in her beautiful gaze. Very well, I shall demonstrate for you. I will depart for a few days and return swiftly. Please ensure Itachi does not come by during this time. I will seek him out upon my return. A sigh of relief escapes Senju Chōsei as he eagerly opens the Multiverse Chat Group. Tony, I am on my way, he announces. Okay, no problem, replies Tony Stark with readiness. By the way, do you need me to find a discreet location? Not necessary. They are merely a group of mortals wielding firearms. With that, he activates the group's interdimensional travel feature, locking onto Tony Stark. Tsunade, poised to witness a spectacle, fixes her gaze intently on Senju Chōsei, preparing to expose his deception. In the next moment, his form begins to shimmer and fade, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving Tsunade in a state of shock, frozen in place. Could it be that he truly ventured to another dimension? She muses incredulously. She had assumed Senju Chōsei was merely jesting. Who would have thought that other dimensions genuinely exist? In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark dons a grease-stained work uniform, an energy reactor glowing faintly on his chest. Beside him stands Ethan, clad in a tailored suit, the one who has provided Tony with invaluable assistance within this cave. Mr. Stark, do you truly believe that person will arrive? This place is heavily fortified, and there is no signal. Ethan inquires, his voice steady while his hands continue to manipulate various small components, ensuring he does not raise suspicion from those monitoring. Tony Stark smirks with pride. The power of that individual surpasses your wildest imagination. Here he comes, he exclaims, joy illuminating his face. Ethan's heart quickens, glancing around the stillness, his brow furrowed in confusion. But there is no one here. Suddenly, a phantom figure materializes before them, gradually intertwining. Senju Chōsei gently touches down on the ground, completing his journey through dimensions. Ethan's eyes widen in disbelief as he clutches the back of his head, questioning whether he is experiencing an illusion. A living transformation? This is more astonishing than magic. It borders on the eerie. Welcome, Mr. Immortal. Tony beams, opening his arms wide and enveloping Senju Chōsei in a hearty embrace. They clasp hands, and Tony glances around apologetically. I sincerely regret not being able to welcome you in a more grandiose manner. Haha, we can make up for it upon your return. Senju Chōsei feels a thrill of excitement. It has been so long since he has encountered such an array of mechanical and modern innovations. Hey, while I find this all quite extraordinary, it doesn't seem like the right moment for reminiscing. Those cameras are quite conspicuous, and I believe that outside the group, before he can finish, the door is abruptly blasted open by cannon fire, shattering into fragments. A formidable group of armed robbers burst in, each one robust and fierce, shouting incomprehensible phrases in a guttural tongue. Tony and Ethan instinctively recoiled, their hearts tightening with fear. Let us hope your esteemed friend can spare us a few bullets, Ethan said, raising his hands, his face a portrait of anxiety. Tony mirrored the gesture, though his demeanor remained composed. Mr. Immortal, I humbly request that you show these ruffians the true essence of divine power. The thousand-handed sage chuckled heartily, clearly amused by Tony's flattery laced with translation. Ice prison. Ice wall. The thousand-handed sage stepped forward, chakra surging from his feet. A chilling frost emanated from beneath him, crystallizing into sharp icicles that spiraled upwards like a dragon emerging from the earth. Boom. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, the bandit leader shouted, and in unison, everyone pulled the triggers. A torrential barrage of bullets erupted, their orange flames dazzling in the dim light. Yet, all were thwarted by a rising ice wall, which withstood the assault. The bullets, capable of piercing metal, became embedded in the ice, still a solid 30 centimeters from breaching it. The thousand-handed sage grinned and exhaled a frosty breath, his chakra pulsating with newfound vigor. The once static ice wall surged forward, engulfing all the bandits in the cavern, transforming them into an enormous ice sculpture. The cave was now an ice palace, appearing from the outside like a colossal block of ice standing majestically amidst the scorching desert, a truly wondrous sight. In an instant, the gunfire ceased, leaving the cavern in eerie silence. Tony and Ethan, momentarily stunned, gazed at the frozen bandits, still caught in the act of aiming their weapons, swallowing hard as they struggled to regain their composure. They were utterly defenseless. Before the thousand-handed sage, their firearms were as ineffective as toys. They had been obliterated without a single counterattack. This outcome is quite startling, Ethan said, feigning nonchalance as he adjusted his suit collar. Haha. Tony erupted in joyous laughter. Is this ninjutsu? I've always wanted to try it, but alas, I am not cut from that cloth. He understood that while he could refine his chakra to improve his physical condition, harnessing ninjutsu was an insurmountable challenge. Rather than pursuing the elusive art of ninjutsu, he preferred to advance technology, his true forte. Fire release, great fire destruction. The thousand-handed sage inhaled deeply and expelled a fireball akin to a meteor, radiating intense heat and propelling forward. The ice chamber was forcibly carved into a passage leading outside the cave. All right, let us proceed. I eagerly anticipate visiting your residence. The thousand-handed sage waved his hand and was the first to step outside. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances before following closely behind. As they traversed through the icy barrier of bodies, the sunlight outside momentarily blinded them, and it took a while to acclimate. At last, they emerged. Tony and Ethan had been trapped in the cave for an extended period. Initially, they intended to assemble a suit of armor to break free, but the bandits appeared to have grown suspicious. They managed to put together only one suit. The other remained unassembled. In their desperation, Tony had no choice but to seek help from the Multiverse Chat Group. How do we get back now? Mr. Stark, can you contact the outside? Ethan inquired, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun. The vast desert stretched before them, barren and desolate, with only the three of them standing there. There was no signal to be found. Damn it. Tony produced a makeshift phone, fiddling with it for an eternity, yet not a single signal came through. Just as frustration peaked, and he was about to shatter the device, Chun no Jutsu suddenly spoke up. I can take you back directly. Or I can fly you to a location with a signal to arrange for rescue. Which do you prefer? As a being of the celestial realm, flying was a trivial skill for him, although he rarely did so, having spent most of his time in Konoha. Tony blinked in surprise, his face lighting up with joy. That would be splendid. Thank you. With a swift motion, Chun no Jutsu grasped both their arms and soared into the air. unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that created visible shockwaves. In an instant, they vanished. The speed was akin to space-time jumping, and the fierce wind rushed past them, nearly overwhelming their senses as the chill invaded their mouths. Observing their bewildered expressions, Chun no Jutsu released his energy to shield them from the pressure of the wind. Accelerating even further, Tony sensed the scenery on either side morphing into countless dark lines, reminiscent of plunging into a wormhole, inducing a sense of vertigo. Although the wind pressure had subsided, the rapidly shifting images before him remained disorienting. Chun no Jutsu reveled in the flight. With the ability to perceive his surroundings through observation Haki, he effortlessly scanned the terrain within 100 miles. Upon spotting a bustling city, his excitement surged. This was a sight he had never encountered in his 50 years in the world of ninjas. Finally, after soaring into the city, Chun no Jutsu casually selected a landing spot. He gently descended, placing the two on the rooftop of a building. He stood alone at the pinnacle, surveying the vibrant and bustling city below, where pedestrians hurried past, their faces radiating the joy of finishing work. The broad streets were congested with vehicles, the cacophony of honking creating a somewhat chaotic yet familiar atmosphere. Chun no Jutsu felt an unexpected warmth. He never imagined he would one day find comfort in traffic. Tony and Ethan simultaneously collapsed onto the rooftop, their faces drained of color. Remarkable. This speed surpasses that of a rocket. If they're essay next time, I will definitely opt to wait for rescue. Tony lay down, gasping for breath, appearing quite disheveled. Meanwhile, Ethan, overwhelmed, crouched in a corner, retching uncontrollably, feeling utterly miserable. This is absolutely too fast. The air rushed into their mouths and noses, leaving their throats parched and uncomfortable, while the rapid changes in scenery made it difficult for their eyes to keep pace. Who could possibly withstand such velocity? Had it not been for the ethereal shield conjured by Senju Chōsei, which shielded them from the violent winds, they would have undoubtedly been pulverized into mere flesh. Is this truly the velocity achievable by humankind? Alas, the current generation seems to lack the requisite physical prowess. Senju Chōsei sighed in resignation. Despite his assistance in withstanding the gale, he was taken aback that the two could not endure it. Tony Stark exclaimed, "My dear friends, I have been rescued by Mr. Immortal." It was exhilarating. If you ever get the chance, you must allow him to take you for a flight. It's absolutely delightful. Having narrowly escaped peril, Tony's first instinct was to broadcast this thrilling news in the Multiverse Chat Group rather than hastily contact Pepper Potts. Senju Chōsei couldn't help but admire Tony's audacity. He seemed entirely unperturbed about returning home. Tanjiro Kamado responded, "That sounds splendid." Ain Zolgown added, "Let us not forget to throw a grand welcoming ceremony for Mr. Immortal." Tony Stark chuckled, "Rest assured, I, Tony, am not one to be ungrateful." Ding. The activity level of the Multiverse Chat Group has reached LV2. Ding. Beatrice has joined the chat group. Ding. Kaneki Ken has joined the chat group. Ding. Saikawa Izumi has joined the chat group. Ding. Yuji Itadori has joined the chat group. Upon witnessing the influx of notifications, everyone, including Senju Chōsei, was momentarily astonished. The sudden arrival of new members sent the Multiverse Chat Group into a frenzy. Yuji Itadori exclaimed, "Huh, what is this? Why is it in my head?" Kaneki Ken mused, "Is this some form of magic?" Beatrice inquired, "What manner of sorcery is this?" Tanjiro Kamado exclaimed, "Wow, finally, we have newcomers." Ains Olgown remarked, "Beatrice, do you possess knowledge of magic as well? It seems we could engage in a fruitful exchange." Tony Stark, after sending his message, turned his gaze towards Senju Chōsei's silhouette. The latter appeared lost in thought, merely gazing at the cityscape outside. At this moment, dusk had descended, casting a radiant glow upon the urban expanse, as golden clouds gently drifted through the sky, creating a breathtaking tableau. Upon learning of the newcomers joining the group, Senju Chōsei opted not to immediately make his presence known. As the group's administrator, it was only fitting that he make his entrance last. Rather than explain the intricacies of the Multiverse Chat Group to the newcomers, he preferred to savor the beauty of the surroundings. "Mr. Immortal, I have just contacted my assistant. They will arrive in approximately 10 minutes, Tony casually remarked, retracting his homemade phone. At that moment, Senju Chōsei was entranced by the urban panorama, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. System check-in. Ding. Marvel Universe check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the Mind Stone. The sudden announcement in Senju Chōsei's mind startled him. The Mind Stone. This was one of the Infinity Stones from the Marvel Universe. The 6 Infinity Stones each govern fundamental aspects of existence: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. Each one is an immensely formidable entity. To gather all 6 would grant the power to manifest any conceivable reality. He had not anticipated that this particular check-in would bestow upon him such a remarkable boon. The Mind Stone embodies the consciousness of the universe, bestowing its wielder with enhanced mental capabilities and the ability to penetrate the minds of others. In addition, it possesses the extraordinary ability to read, manipulate, modify, and create the very essence of life. It grants the user access to the thoughts of others and allows dreams, ideas, and intentions to permeate the user's mind. It enhances mental fortitude and amplifies psychic abilities, enabling dominion over all sentient beings. Simultaneously, the Mind Stone itself is imbued with immense energy. With this gem in possession, the spiritual prowess of Senju Chōsei will ascend to boundless heights, rendering the manipulation of thoughts effortlessly achievable. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light streaked across the dimming night sky, hurtling towards Senju Chōsei with astonishing velocity. With a swift motion, he redirected the force of his divine might, resulting in a powerful collision that produced a shockwave. Both Tony and Ethan were nearly knocked off their feet by this surge. Upon opening his palm, Senju Chōsei discovered the Mind Stone awarded by the system. A refreshing, icy stream flowed from his palm to his brain, and the surrounding scenery appeared distinctly altered in that moment. Senju Chōsei sensed an indescribable energy within him, as if he could wield control over the will of others. Remarkably, this reward was not directly bestowed, but rather drawn from another source. He was taken aback. This was the first instance where the sign-in reward was not obtained through the system's space. Could it be that within the same Marvel universe, and at the same point in time, 2 identical Infinity Stones could not coexist? Thus, the sign-in system had directly seized the Infinity Stone from this Marvel universe for him? How audacious! One could only wonder from where it had come, and whether this reward would precipitate an early encounter with Thanos on Marvel Earth. Chapter 33. Izumi Sajiri's Comic Wow. Catching a Meteorite? What an exhilarating performance. Tony shrugged, feeling too exhausted to express his disbelief. Everything felt surreal. Ever since he encountered Senju Chōsei, one astonishing event after another had unfolded, and he was becoming increasingly desensitized. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Tony's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up. "Mr. Immortal, our ride has arrived," Tony remarked with a charming smile. At that moment, Pepper had reached the base of the building, looking up at the rooftop, guided by the coordinates from Tony's phone. "All right, let's go." Senju Chōsei stored the Mind Stone in the system space and reached out to grasp Ethan and Tony. Their expressions changed, and just as they were about to protest, they found themselves leaping from the 60th floor. Tony's face turned pale, but he managed to maintain his composure, while Ethan's screams echoed throughout the city. Below, Pepper, anxiously waiting, was startled by the shriek and instinctively looked up. The 3 descended from the sky like falling debris, landing directly above Pepper. If struck by the trio, she would surely meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a wave of heat rushed over her from above. As Senju Chōsei held Tony and Ethan suspended in midair for a brief moment, they gradually descended to the ground. "Tony?" Pepper exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that her boss, Tony, was the one who had plummeted. Even more astonishing was that all 3 of them emerged unscathed. Cough, cough, this is truly unbearable. "Esteemed Immortal, I kindly request that you refrain from flying me around in the future. I fear I may never dare board an airplane again." Ethan retched once more, his complexion ghastly. Seeing his plight, Senju Chōsei compassionately cast a medical ninjutsu, providing him much-needed relief. This experience was far more exhilarating than a free-fall ride and had an addictive quality to it. Tony jested, then approached Pepper with a smile, greeting her warmly. Through his introduction, Pepper came to understand Senju Chōsei's extraordinary abilities, recognizing him as Tony's savior. Consequently, she expressed immense warmth and gratitude towards him. The 4 of them entered an elongated, luxurious business vehicle, escorted by several armored black SUVs, as they made their way to the Stark Industries headquarters. The Stark Tower was a magnificent structure, heavily guarded by numerous bodyguards, with an array of high-tech devices controlled by Jarvis, monitoring every corner. Even a fly that dared to intrude without proper registration would be obliterated by lasers. For Senju Chōsei, this was his inaugural glimpse of the true Stark Tower, and he found it utterly awe-inspiring. The bright lights were dazzling yet gentle on the eyes, and the immaculate floors and spacious office areas created a sense of comfort at first glance. They ascended directly to the top floor, adorned with exquisite luxury and an array of cutting-edge technology, with nearly all walls made of floor-to-ceiling windows. The ample light allowed for a breathtaking view of the vibrant nightscape. Experiencing such opulence and refinement was novel for Senju Chōsei, filling him with curiosity. "Welcome home, Mr. Stark. Welcome, Ethan. Welcome, esteemed guest." The voice of the artificial intelligence Jarvis resonated, devoid of any emotion, yet impeccably polite. Ethan's information was readily obtainable online, whereas Jarvis could not find any details regarding Senju Chōsei. Tony encouraged Senju Chōsei to explore freely while he and Ethan each indulged in a refreshing hot shower. Having been confined in a cave, the absence of bathing opportunities had left them feeling uncomfortably greasy. Sipping the exquisite coffee brewed by Pepper while seated on a plush sofa, Senju Chōsei entered the chat group. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with discussions, and after an extensive monologue by Tanjiro Kamado, the new members began to entertain some belief in the bizarre situation. Kaneki-ken remarked, "Ah, I think I can grasp it now. It's as if the chat group on my phone has somehow found its way into my mind." Yuji Itadori added, "I can relate. It seems Kaneki's world is almost identical to mine." Beatrice interjected, "Ainsul Gown, I observed your necromancy. Your magical path is remarkably unique and unconventional. Indeed, you are from another realm." Ainsul Gown responded, "Is it so different? I too wish to see what your magic entails." Beatrice replied, "Apologies, but I cannot freely showcase my magic to you." Yuji Itadori exclaimed, "Huh? Magic? What are you all talking about?" Tanjiro Kamado, "So there is magic in other worlds too. It seems that Beatrice is quite a formidable being as well." Beatrice, "Of course. Tony Stark, finally back home. Today was exceedingly exhilarating." Image Tony reclined in his luxurious bathtub, sharing a glimpse of his opulent bathroom, which elicited a wave of envy from the group. Yuji Itadori, "Oh, what a lavish and extravagant bathroom. It seems Mr. Stark is a super millionaire." Kaneki-ken, "I envy that." Beatrice, "It's just average. A tad inferior to my castle." Image Beatrice, not one to be outdone, swiftly shared a picture of her own castle, complete with a grand library. Its area is not at all smaller than Tony's estate. Beatrice, hailing from a parallel world, appears youthful like a little girl. Yet she is over 400 years old, making her the eldest in the group. She resides in the Roswell mansion and serves as the keeper of a forbidden library in a realm that does not exist. In truth, the castle she currently inhabits does not belong to her. Ainsul Gown, by that logic, my tomb could also be considered an underground castle? Image observing everyone showcasing their abodes, the skeletal king merrily posted a photo of his grand tomb. Tanjiro, Yuji, and Kaneki gasped in astonishment, intrigued by the various eerie relics within, incessantly bombarding him with questions. Ding! Izumi Sajiri uploaded 100 particularly captivating adult comics. At that moment, the Multiverse Chat Group was abruptly notified, plunging the previously boisterous chat into a brief silence. Even Senju Chōsei, lounging on the sofa while enjoying the view, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. Since joining the group, Izumi Sajiri had not uttered a single word, being the only silent member. Senju Chōsei assumed her silence stemmed from shyness, but was taken aback by her astonishing action. Izumi Sajiri emerged from a mundane world, devoid of any superpowers. Possessing only the adult comic skills she inherited from her mother, she could be regarded as the only ordinary person in the group. Tanjiro Kamado, "What is this? Is it a picture album?" Tony Stark, "It seems this quiet member knows even more than I do." Yuji Itadori, "This appears to be some kind of comic, right?" Kaneki-ken, I suggest Tanjiro better not look at this stuff." Beatrice, Izumi Sajiri, Izumi Sajiri, "Is there a restriction on what can be uploaded?" Izumi Sajiri, "If not, I can take it back." After remaining silent since joining the group, Izumi Sajiri finally spoke up. To Senju Chōsei's surprise, Izumi Sajiri did not even attempt to speculate on the authenticity of the Multiverse Chat Group, remaining excessively calm. "Senju Chōsei, it's all right. Anything can be uploaded. However, Kaneki is right. Tanjiro, do not look at these things, as they may impede your swordsmanship." Tanjiro Kamado, "Very well. I shall heed the arrangements made by the esteemed Immortal. I have already embarked on my journey with Nezuko, and we shall soon reach our destination. Senju Chōsei. Indeed, after becoming your disciple, strive to grow stronger. Beatrice, Senju Chōsei. Hey, you are the group leader, right? Did you create this? Could you enlighten me on how it was accomplished? Ainzul Gown. A newcomer dares to show disrespect towards the esteemed Immortal. How fearless. Yuji Itadori. Oh, it seems a remarkable individual has arrived. Kaneki-ken. So you are the group leader. Senju Chōsei. The Multiverse Chat Group is indeed my creation. However, even if I were to explain the principles behind it, you would not comprehend. Senju Chōsei. You merely need to know that should you encounter any troubles, you may seek my assistance at any time. Beatrice, Senju Chōsei. It appears you hold significant prestige within the group. I am quite eager to witness your prowess. Senju Chōsei. Haha. There shall be opportunities for that. Having said this, Senju Chōsei set up an announcement within the group to prevent newcomers from repeatedly inquiring. Among the recent arrivals, Beatrice is also a magician. Izumi Sajiri, on the other hand, is an entirely ordinary person, devoid of any special abilities. Yuji Itadori is classified as an ordinary individual, yet possesses superhuman qualities. He hails from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, and even without utilizing cursed energy, he can effortlessly shatter world records in all physical endeavors. By a twist of fate, he consumed the finger of the cursed king, drawing the attention of sorcerers. After evaluations, he was identified as a once-in-a-millennium talent, thus commencing his journey into the realm of sorcery. Lastly, there is Kaneki-ken, who comes from the world of ghouls, known as flesh-eaters, who subsist on human flesh. Originally an ordinary person, much like Izumi Sajiri, he lacked any extraordinary traits. However, due to various circumstances, his organs were replaced with those of a ghoul, rendering him a half-human, half-ghoul entity, compelled to consume human flesh. This transformation was a profound challenge for him, and he struggled significantly with the psychological ramifications. Ultimately, he sought an alternative path, consuming ghoul blood and flesh, battling against fate. The power systems of Yuji Itadori, Tanjiro Kamado, and Kaneki-ken are quite similar. Should they engage in combat, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly from his sofa, and then proceeded to activate the magnificent 100-inch television in Tony's residence. The technological marvel of Tony's home is unparalleled. Even the television boasts 8K high definition, whereas at this time, the peak for consumer televisions is merely 2K. The content displayed on his television has been recalibrated by Jarvis, transforming low-resolution images into stunning 8K clarity. How about that? My television is quite impressive, isn't it? Each pixel has been enhanced by Jarvis before playback. Tony, clad in casual shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with a towel draped over his head, approached with a smile. Just as Senju Chōsei was about to respond, the scene before him suddenly shifted. Ding! The surroundings seemed to roll like waves, the imagery fracturing and reassembling. He was drawn into a mirrored world. In the realm of Marvel, magic exists, a concept Tony once believed to be mere legend. Yet, unbeknownst to him, numerous sorcerers inhabit his world. The ancient being known as Thousand-Handed Chongqing gradually rose to his feet, turning to regard the bald woman clad in yellow robes, who was watching him with an expression of caution. "Who are you, and from whence do you come?" she inquired. "I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto," she declared, having safeguarded Earth for countless years. Today, however, she felt an ominous threat descending upon the planet, and during her quest to trace its origin, she witnessed the arrival of the Mind Stone. In a single day, terror had descended, accompanied by the arrival of the Mind Stone. Such occurrences were hardly auspicious. A sense of foreboding enveloped Agamotto as she perceived the gravity of the situation. Upon encountering Thousand-Handed Chongqing, she hesitated not a moment and unleashed the mirror dimension. This mysterious individual could not be allowed to roam freely on Earth until his intentions were discerned. "What does my identity concern you? Rather, it is you who has unwarrantedly drawn me into the mirror dimension. Do you intend to oppose me?" Chongqing replied coldly. Regardless of Agamotto's status as the Sorcerer Supreme, any assault upon him would be deemed disrespectful. With that, a surge of formidable energy erupted from Chongqing, causing the mirror dimension to tremble as if on the brink of fracture. Agamotto's expression remained composed as the golden sigil upon her palm began to twist slightly, augmenting the strength of the mirror dimension to prevent Chongqing's escape. She had discerned the immense power emanating from him, a tempest of energy that rivaled her own. I must ascertain your purpose for coming to Earth. You are certainly not of this world, Agamotto declared with gravity. Indeed, I am not of Earth, nor even of this dimensional universe. But I advise you to depart swiftly, or I shall show no mercy, Changsheng warned. With a resounding crash, he stepped forth, causing the very structure beneath him to ripple as the scene grew momentarily blurred. Then I suppose I must take offense, Agamotto exclaimed, abruptly manipulating the mirror dimension, and the world around them resonated with a distorted sound as Stark Industries began to tilt. The two figures collided with the Stark Industries building, plummeting toward the streets below. Thud, thud, thud. Agamotto stepped into the void, golden sigils materializing beneath her feet as if she were treading upon air. Simultaneously, she flung her arm, sending forth a golden rope of magic aimed at the descending Changsheng. The Sorcerer Supreme, how delightful to stretch my limbs. Changsheng smirked slightly as his falling form suddenly halted mid-air, levitating effortlessly. He reached for the golden rope, yanking it forcefully while exhaling a torrent of flames, igniting the space around them with an oppressive heat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. As the flames surged forth, Agamotto remained unperturbed, seamlessly merging into the inferno. Chanting incantations. A golden barrier materialized before her, forcibly resisting and dispersing the flames. A golden longsword emerged from the magical sigil, slicing towards Changsheng, trailing a luminous arc and producing a resounding whoosh. Simultaneously, the entire mirror dimension warped once more, as if the ticking of a clock could be distinctly heard. The ground, once solid, now twisted into the sky, as if plunging into another dimensional realm. Above, the city bore down upon Senju Chōsei, inducing a dizzying sensation. The magic wielded by the Ancient One resembled that of a world sovereign, capable of manipulating an entire domain, creating a scene of utter terror. In the mirrored space, Senju Chōsei engaged in continuous combat with the Ancient One, as waves of magical energy and ninjutsu intertwined, leading to the systematic destruction of the architectural marvels surrounding them. Impressive. You can withstand my ninjutsu. Let us see the might of my celestial arts, he declared, invoking the wind release, spiraling shuriken. With an unperturbed expression, Senju Chōsei unleashed a surge of energy from his fingertips, intertwining it with wind-infused shurikens, forming a colossal wind blade with a 10-meter diameter that surged forth. The wind blade, sharp and relentless, sliced through the air, leaving multiple rifts in its wake. The Ancient One's magical sword, barely making contact with the first wind blade, disintegrated instantly, scattering into golden shards. This revelation startled her, prompting a hasty retreat onto a magical circle, where she summoned a protective magical shield to withstand the onslaught of the wind blade. Yet, despite her efforts to consolidate her defenses, the shield shattered and reformed, unable to hold against the intensity of the attack. The energy fluctuations had escalated dramatically compared to their earlier exchanges. Realizing that the assaults launched by Senju Chōsei differed significantly from before, the Ancient One understood her magical weapon could no longer suffice. Meanwhile, Senju Chōsei was not idle. The towering buildings above were descending upon him, and he could not afford to be complacent. He summoned his entire vitality, and a colossal golden elephant materialized, seemingly intent on shattering the heavens as it charged toward the descending structures. With a thunderous roar, the golden elephant collided with the earth, releasing a magnificent force that rippled outward, akin to the dawn of creation, radiating brilliant light. The Ancient One grew increasingly alarmed. The mirrored space was on the verge of being breached by this majestic beast. Had she not absorbed dark energy, she would have been utterly overwhelmed. What formidable strength! This being's power was peculiar, reminiscent of an Eastern practitioner of Qi. What was his true origin? The Ancient One's expression turned grave, daring not to confront Senju Chōsei directly. She sensed the profound vitality within him, almost as if he were transforming into a divine elephant, ready to extinguish all existence. Is this truly the extent of your power? It appears not as formidable as the legends suggest, Senju Chōsei remarked with a hint of disappointment. You shall soon discover, the Ancient One retorted with a cold snort. Suddenly, a golden magical sigil, 100 feet wide, formed in the sky. Thunderous roars erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning, striking down towards Senju Chōsei. Yet, undeterred by the tempest above, he charged directly towards the Ancient One. Having trained in the divine elephant suppression technique, He was impervious not only to magical lightning, but even to heavenly tribulations, reveling in their embrace. Furrowing her brow, the Ancient One resorted to psychic manipulation, attempting to momentarily halt Qianshou Changxing's thoughts. In an instant, a surge of consciousness flooded into his mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he produced the mind gem. A chilling energy flowed from his palm straight to his brain, akin to charging, causing his mental prowess to swell dramatically. A hum resonated as two streams of intangible energy collided, erupting violently between the two individuals. The Ancient One was struck by the overwhelming force of the Mind Stone, causing her spiritual essence to writhe in agony and momentarily disrupting her magical hold on the mirrored space, accompanied by the shattering of glass. The mirrored realm fragmented as though it were made of shards. The thousand-handed Immortal floated majestically outside Stark Tower, while the Ancient One plummeted at a visible speed. Just as she was about to make contact with the ground, a magical circle materialized behind her, cushioning her descent. She executed an agile somersault, yet her spirit was still disoriented from the energy of the Mind Stone. "Do you wish to continue?" the thousand-handed Immortal asked coldly, gazing down at her. At that moment, the Ancient One was utterly weakened, her mental faculties compromised, a heavy blow for any sorcerer. Upon hearing his words, the Ancient One's expression darkened. The recent psychic assault had indeed taken a significant toll on her. "So you have acquired the Mind Stone. Is your purpose here to collect the Infinity Stones?" she queried, her brow furrowed in concern. The thousand-handed Immortal scoffed at her suggestion. "You overestimate your importance. I am merely here to visit a friend. The Mind Stone was merely an incidental acquisition." "A friend? You mean Tony Stark? He is but an ordinary man. Do you take me for a fool?" the Ancient One retorted vehemently. She could not fathom why a being of such formidable power would waste time befriending a mere mortal. "This is of no concern to you. Given your years of defending the earth, I will let you leave unscathed. If you depart now," the thousand-handed Immortal stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. "However, should you persist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Truth be told, he found the situation rather absurd. Despite his lack of wrongdoing, he was constantly beset by troublemakers. Most frustratingly, these individuals were often well-intentioned, like Tanjiro's brother, Ju Tomioka, and the Earth as protector, the Ancient One. The former fought demons for the sake of humanity, while the latter sought to ascertain the thousand-handed Immortal's intentions. Facing such individuals, the thousand-handed Immortal found it difficult to remain cold-hearted. The Ancient One pondered for a moment before a portal of light appeared behind her. As she stepped into it, she turned to say, "I hope you harbor no ill will towards the earth. Otherwise, I shall see to it that you are banished to the dark dimension, even if it costs me my life." She had merely been momentarily disadvantaged by the Mind Stone, had she not willingly released her psychic connection. The outcome of their battle could have been quite different. With that, the portal closed, and the Ancient One vanished without a trace. The thousand-handed Immortal regarded her parting threats with indifference, setting aside the fact that he had no intentions of causing harm to the earth. Even if he did, the Ancient One's powers would hardly be sufficient to challenge him, though their confrontation had been cut short by the presence of the Mind Stone. The thousand-handed Immortal had not fully unleashed his capabilities either. After this farcical encounter, he soared back to Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, situated within the confines of his company, was consumed by a sense of urgency. Moments ago, he had been conversing with Senju Chōsei when, in an instant, a living person vanished without a trace. It was utterly unexpected. He initially believed that Senju Chōsei had traversed back in time, yet after inquiring in the chat group for quite some time, there was no response from him. Could it be that the Immortal encountered a formidable adversary? Tony furrowed his brow, repeatedly calling up the footage recorded by JAR. VIS, playing it over and over again. Even the artificial intelligence could not decipher what had transpired, only able to detect a mysterious wave of energy. Ethan, standing beside Tony, remarked solemnly, "Given the Immortal's prowess, surely no one could pose a threat to him." Nevertheless, Tony replied, "Despite this, I must take the Immortal's immense kindness towards me seriously. Ha ha ha. I appreciate your concern, but as of now, the inhabitants of Earth pose no threat to me." Just then, Senju Chōsei returned, walking in from the rooftop where his aircraft had landed. Upon witnessing Senju Chōsei's return, both Tony and Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Tony, smiling, poured several glasses of red wine and presented them, saying, I was overly concerned. Come, come, this is a fine vintage I have cherished for years. Let us all partake. Tony, well versed in the intricacies of human relations, refrained from inquiring about Senju Chōsei's absence, respecting the unspoken secrets that everyone harbors. By the way, Immortal, I see you possess the ability to fly, something I yearn for. This recent abduction truly frightened me. I intend to create a suit of battle armor capable of flight. Might you have any suggestions? Tony consumed his glass of wine in one gulp and gently posed the question. He was uncertain whether Senju Chōsei had knowledge in this area. Yet he believed he could provide insights that might spark his creativity. To Tony, Senju Chōsei, nearly invincible, must undoubtedly possess a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Senju Chōsei mused inwardly. It appears Tony is preparing to craft an Iron Man suit. Although Tony had been directly rescued by Senju Chōsei and could not complete the Mark I armor, this did not signify the end of his journey as Iron Man. I think that is an excellent idea, but I must caution you regarding the large reactor embedded in your chest. It contains elements that could be detrimental to you. Senju Chōsei indicated, pointing to the arc reactor embedded in Tony's flesh. In the narrative of Iron Man 2, Tony nearly succumbed to palladium poisoning. Tony nodded in agreement. No problem. I have been uncomfortable with it as well. I will remove it in due time. He did not dwell on it too much. Since the Immortal had spoken, he could address it later. As for the detrimental elements, he trusted in his ability to manage them. Subsequently, Senju Chōsei, Tony, and Ethan engaged in pleasant conversation, discussing matters from all corners of the globe, enjoying the moment. The three sat atop Stark Industries, gazing down at the bustling city below, illuminated by vibrant lights. A lavish and carefree atmosphere enveloped them. The following day, Senju Chōsei awoke in the opulent room arranged by Tony, rubbing his somewhat heavy head. The wine from the previous night had indeed taken its toll. Although he was an immortal and impervious to drunkenness, the alcohol had still exerted a minor influence on him. At the very least, he did not rise feeling as invigorated as usual. System, sign in. Ding. Stark Industries, sign in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the complete manufacturing technology of Mark Armor. The Mark Armor refers to the Iron Man suit. In the future Marvel Universe, an array of Iron Man suits is known to exist, each with distinct functionalities and effects. From briefcase armor to energy suit, flight pod armor to anti-Hulk armor, and anti-Thor armor, the variety is indeed vast. One wonders if the future Tony will devise an anti-mortal suit. A surge of profound knowledge began to flood Senju Chōsei's mind, encompassing various advanced technological concepts, transforming him from a mechanical novice into an aficionado of cutting-edge science. Arc pulse, spatial folding, reactor technology, quantum compression, nanotechnology, laser energy, and more. These intricately complex technologies, which would typically induce a headache upon first glance, now felt effortlessly accessible to him. At this moment, Senju Chōsei's gaze deepened, imbued with a luminous wisdom, elevating his aura several notches. After a brief refresh, he stepped into the living room. Tony and Ethan were engrossed in their mechanical endeavors. A large table measuring 9 meters in length sprawled with intricate blueprints. Having shared trials together, their bond was exceedingly strong, with Ethan serving as Tony's assistant in the development of the Iron Man suit. Ethan, I have finished the coding on my end. How is your work progressing? Tony inquired earnestly, devoid of any levity, as each line of code and every minute component demanded meticulous attention. All set. It's polished to perfection, and we can first test the functionality of the palm section. Ethan replied, his face alight with excitement, eager to witness the prowess of the suit. Connecting to the computer, he implanted the code into the chip, and the circular centers of the two steel palms began to emit a faint glow, accompanied by subtle energy fluctuations. Unbeknownst to them, Senju Chōsei had quietly positioned himself behind them, observing the running code with a slight nod. Truly, Tony's code was meticulously crafted, free of logical errors. However, the output power seemed excessively robust. Before long, the code implantation was complete, and Tony pressed both palms down, initiating a symphony of mechanical whirring as warm steam enveloped his hands, conforming to them like a second skin. With a whoosh, a cerulean flame blossomed in his palms as he spread his hands wide, activating the energy. His body began to levitate slightly, and upon witnessing this initial success, a look of delighted surprise spread across Tony's face. Yet, before he could savor the moment for 3 seconds, the flame in his palms suddenly surged, propelling his body towards the ceiling. Fortunately, in that instant, Senju Chōsei reached out and grasped Tony's ankle. With a gentle yet firm tug, he forcibly pulled Tony down and, with a flick of his fingers, extinguished the flames dancing upon the mechanical palm. Had he not intervened, Tony's head would have surely met the ceiling in a rather unfortunate embrace. Phew, that nearly scared me to death. I almost collided with it. Thank you. Tony exhaled, relief evident in his awkward smile. Senju Chōsei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Tony need not feel overly grateful. He instructed Tony to remove the Iron Man glove and, after a cursory examination, remarked with a faint smile, Ethan's craftsmanship in mechanics is commendable, though there exists a minor issue with Tony's code that results in excessive power output, leading to an unstable energy supply. It is imperative to incorporate an automatic energy balancing code framework. Otherwise, the energy reactions may become erratic. As he spoke, he seized the tools from the table and, to the astonishment of both Tony and Ethan, swiftly disassembled the glove. He meticulously adjusted and refined the energy reaction device at its core, suggesting that it could be slightly downsized to allow room for an electronic pulse device as a safeguard against electronic weaponry. Additionally, he proposed the inclusion of a small anti-freeze reactor in the palm's design. Otherwise, ascending too high would result in ice formation, leaving one to plummet to the ground. In an instant, Senju Chōsei transformed into a mechanical savant, not only personally refining and modifying the aesthetic of the Mark Armor's palm, but also approaching the computer to rapidly type out a substantial array of code, leaving Tony and Ethan in a state of bewilderment. I have drafted the framework. I trust you both can manage the detailed coding. Allow me to assist in creating a blueprint for the Mark Armor, thereby sparing you from unnecessary detours. With that, Senju Chōsei rose once more, taking a blank sheet of paper to begin sketching and annotating. Tony, Ethan, dazed. Tony and Ethan gazed at the exquisitely crafted steel palm and the impeccably structured code framework, utterly at a loss for words. The mechanical creation fashioned by Senju Chōsei displayed an unparalleled clarity and completeness in its intricate details, with every dimension of the lines flawlessly proportioned for perfect compatibility. The code was thoughtfully composed, establishing the essential framework, requiring only the content to be filled in for completion. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, nearly convinced they were the mere assistants, with Senju Chōsei as the true architect of creativity and vision. What is happening? Have we perhaps indulged too much last night and are yet to awaken? Tony's eyes widened as he promptly accessed the Multiverse Chat Group. Tony Stark, everyone. I seem to be in a state of confusion, requesting assistance. Tanjiro Kamado. What seems to be the problem, Mr. Stark? Isn't the immortal gentleman with you? Eugene Itadori. It's the wealthy Tony-sama. Beatrice, when have you ever truly awakened? Kaneki-ken. Ha. Rest assured, Mr. Stark, you are indeed awake. Tony Stark. No. It is precisely because the immortal gentleman is here that I feel as though I am still in slumber. Tony Stark, my once proud technological prowess has faced a severe blow, and I find myself questioning my very existence. Kaneki-ken, has something transpired? Tanjiro Kamado, curious. Tony Stark did not keep anyone in suspense and directly recounted the events. Just now, Mr. Immortal not only assisted me in refining my mechanical hand, but also crafted a more exquisite framework. Currently, he is sketching a design that leaves me utterly astonished. I am completely taken aback. Tanjiro Kamado remarked, though I do not fully grasp the details, it certainly seems impressive. Yuji Itadori interjected, I understand some of it. Are you implying that Mr. Immortal possesses technological expertise that surpasses your own? Kaneki-ken expressed his surprise. I never anticipated that Mr. Immortal would wield such advanced technology. This is truly remarkable. Ains Olgown added, indeed, Mr. Immortal lives up to his name. It appears our understanding of him has been far too limited. Tony Stark admitted, albeit reluctantly, as much as I dislike to concede, this is indeed true. It feels as though I am dreaming. Ains laughed heartily. There is no need for such astonishment. When I first witnessed Mr. Immortal unleash his transcendent magic, I was equally astounded. One simply grows accustomed to it. Beatrice remarked, it seems Mr. Immortal indeed possesses considerable talent. I wonder how he compares to our Lord. Tony chuckled. While I do not wish to debate, I firmly believe that no one can surpass Mr. Immortal. With a cold smirk, Tony exited the chat group, casting a reverent glance at Senju Chōsei before commencing his own work. The trio busied themselves, with Ethan refining and modifying according to Senju Chōsei's instructions. Tony tapped away at his code, while Senju Chōsei sketched the fourth generation of the Mark armor and detailed the extraction method for palladium. This element is crucial, serving as a vital energy source for the Mark armor, and is key to resolving Tony's palladium poisoning. Although Tony appears fine, he is, in fact, suffering from chronic poisoning. After half a day's collective effort, they successfully completed their respective tasks. Senju Chōsei's designs were finalized, and he reveled in the realization of his technological ambitions. A perfect blueprint for the fourth-generation Mark Iron Man suit was laid out before Tony and Ethan. Senju Chōsei had even incorporated a small jet propulsion system into the suit, allowing it to autonomously launch and GPS lock onto the user, assembling itself mid-flight. Initially, the suit required pre-assembly, but later iterations would simply require the user to stand in place while the machinery seamlessly pieced itself together. The design sketched by Senju Chōsei would enable the suit to assemble itself while en route to the user, eliminating the constraints of location. Future advancements would integrate spatial folding technology, allowing the suit to compact into a suitcase. The pinnacle of innovation would be the nanotechnology suit, which would be as lightweight and form-fitting as clothing, capable of automatically assembling itself when necessary. It was nothing short of perfection, an embodiment of divine artistry. Every detail was meticulously considered, enriched with entirely new features, leaving one in awe. The two gazed upon the blueprint, exclaiming their admiration for the craftsmanship, as if they were entranced by a vision of unparalleled beauty. Palladium extraction? At that moment, Tony noticed a stack of papers beside Senju Chōsei, the bold characters instantly capturing his attention. They bore a striking resemblance to certain notes left by his father. This is something that remains within you, the palladium element, Senju Chōsei said, his arms crossed and a youthful, handsome visage adorned with a faint smile. You must extract the reactor from your body promptly and eliminate the palladium. It is a chronic poison that is gradually eroding your physical health, yet it can also serve as a new energy source for the Mark armor. He pushed the stack of blueprints towards Tony, encouraging him to examine them. Upon hearing this, Tony inhaled deeply, filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. If there's anything you need in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. This is incredibly valuable. Tony felt immensely appreciative of Senju Chōsei's assistance, not only aiding in the development of the Mark armor, but also providing a method to detoxify his body. It was akin to a life-saving grace. No need for formalities. I will stay here for a few more days until your Mark armor is complete. Senju Chōsei replied with a hearty laugh. Tony and Ethan exchanged knowing smiles, foregoing any further pleasantries. Before they realized it, night had fallen, and Tony and Ethan were engrossed in the research of the armored suit. Meanwhile, Senju Chōsei found himself somewhat bored and began to study the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. This AI was remarkably sophisticated. Composed of code, it could autonomously generate new code, as if it possessed life itself. Such programming was a stroke of genius, completely reshaping Senju Chōsei's understanding of code. The creation of Jarvis essentially birthed a new form of life. Each line of code was akin to a cell, capable of growth and decay, truly wondrous. Hello, Mr. Immortal. Jarvis's indistinct facial projection materialized and suddenly spoke. A large mobile unit has appeared near Stark Industries headquarters, and unfamiliar individuals are present downstairs. According to employee reports, they are here to see you, Mr. Immortal. Me? Senju Chōsei was momentarily taken aback, but then he unleashed his observation Haki, sensing everything within a 100-mile radius. He discovered an invisible flying object hovering above and looked downstairs, where a muscular one-eyed black man was accompanied by a voluptuous woman with burgundy hair, both entering the elevator to the top floor. Simultaneously, Jarvis displayed the scene inside the elevator, capturing the attention of the three men. S.H.I.E.L.D. Senju Chōsei instantly recognized the two individuals. One was none other than Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., while the other was the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. He felt little surprise at their arrival. After all, he had flown through the air with Tony and Ethan for quite some time, and even if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response was slow, they would surely have detected it. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Fury and Natasha stepped inside. Tony, with a disgruntled expression, remarked, "Who are you? Barging into my home unannounced." "Hello, Mr. Stark, we are from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury extracted his S.H.I.E.L.D. badge from his attire and waved it in front of Tony, stating, "We are here to speak with the individual beside you. I hope you can understand." As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he naturally possessed a sense of pride. Having encountered numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities and witnessed the true nature of this world. Thus, he spoke with unabashed candor, even in the presence of the affluent Tony Stark. "Greetings, we hail from S.H.I.E.L.D. My name is Nick Fury, and this is our agent, Natasha Romanoff. We would like to invite you to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a brief inquiry, which pertains to our organization's origins and responsibilities." With that, Fury reached into his pocket, akin to a magic bag, producing a tablet to provide a video introduction of themselves. He held no apprehension regarding Tony's awareness of their intentions, especially given the intricate ties between Tony and the enigmatic figure known as the Thousand-Handed Immortal. Tony, well-versed in the realm of extraordinary individuals, showed no inclination to conceal anything. The Thousand-Handed Immortal, wearing a serene smile, did not take the tablet nor even glance at it. With a placid demeanor, he replied, "You may leave. Do not overestimate your standing. Your agency lacks the authority to dictate terms to me. If you wish to gather information about me, you should do so through your own means." He then resumed his focus on the artificial intelligence code, dismissing them entirely. Fury felt a twinge of embarrassment as he exchanged a glance with Natasha, while Tony snickered beside them. Since ascending to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he had never encountered such audacity in speech. Countless extraordinary individuals had donned the S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, and among the superpowered, their reputation was renowned. Yet here sat a superpowered individual, seemingly attempting to assert superiority in his presence, which nearly elicited a chuckle from him. However, Fury maintained his professionalism. Regardless of how amusing the situation was, he would not succumb to laughter unless absolutely compelled. "It seems this gentleman is unaware of our organization. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to conduct a record, as straightforward as a residence permit for an ordinary citizen," Fury stated, keeping his demeanor composed. His understanding of the Thousand-Handed Immortal's abilities was limited, yet he surmised they included control over ice and fire, along with the capacity for flight. This posed no significant threat. With this in mind, Fury grew increasingly confident. "I apologize, but we do not welcome you here, Mr. Egghead," Tony interjected, unable to tolerate the condescension any longer. He despised the air of superiority in his domain. The ever-vigilant bodyguards, alerted by JARVIS, moved to encircle Fury and Natasha, preparing to forcibly evict them. Unexpectedly, Natasha sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating all the bodyguards with ease. Simultaneously, from a hovering, cloaked aircraft, a contingent of armed troops descended upon the building's helipad and charged inside. The sound of weapons being readied echoed ominously, each modified firearm emitting a crimson and azure glow, equipped with tranquilizing agents designed to subdue power wielders. "Damn it, Jarvis, summon everyone immediately for assistance. Are they all incompetent fools to allow such individuals entry?" Tony, both astonished and enraged, commanded Jarvis to send reinforcements without delay. To his dismay, he found himself once again menaced by a firearm. Infuriated, Tony donned his Iron Man gloves. The assembly completed in less than a second and unleashed a laser towards the armed forces. "Die!" A resounding boom echoed as the blue laser collided with a transparent energy shield resembling a turtle's shell, producing a dull thud. "Fall back. They possess high-grade weaponry." Fury's brow furrowed as he promptly retreated with Natasha behind the armed forces, shielding themselves from Tony's potential assault. The technological prowess of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not inferior to Tony's advanced innovations, even against a fully equipped Iron Man suit. S.H.I.E.L.D. could devise countermeasures after experiencing a setback. Of course, Tony's ingenuity was no mere illusion. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. develop a counter, he would undoubtedly create further advancements to breach their defenses. This back and forth resembled a nesting doll, yet in the end, victory would belong solely to Tony. His wealth afforded him the resources necessary for technological development, encompassing both manpower and finances. He alone possessed both. With energy laser defenses at his disposal, he was grateful for the enhancements provided by Mr. Immortal. A grin spread across Tony's face as he activated the arc pulse. Boom! A faint blue wave of electrical current radiated from him. instantaneously disabling all weaponry of the armed forces. The red and blue glow emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dimmed in an instant. Expressions shifted among the crowd as they were momentarily blinded by a flash. Bang! Several armed personnel were hurled by Tony's laser, crashing onto the helipad. The energy exploding like a miniature sun. After this initial strike, Tony pressed on, firing multiple lasers in succession. Even Ethan, from an unknown source, produced a handgun and commenced firing at the armed personnel. Naturally, these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were well equipped with an array of weaponry, including both firearms and melee weapons for defense. They retaliated, drawing their own weapons and aiming at Tony and Ethan's joints. Bang, 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 bang. The skirmish erupted in an instant, gunfire echoing within the confines of the room, saturating the night with a palpable sense of dread. Blood flowed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, some reduced to a gruesome state by the lasers. In stark contrast, Tony and Ethan remained unscathed, advancing with their weapons without any intention of halting. The bullets fired by the agents bizarrely suspended midair. Indeed, the thousand-handed Immortal was not simply a spectator. He was channeling his energy to shield Tony and Ethan from the incoming bullets. In that moment, the gunfight morphed into a one-sided assault. Fortunately, the agents' garments were crafted from specialized materials, preventing fatality, yet they sustained severe injuries from the impacts of lasers and bullets, rendering them quite battered. The blood of the agents stained the patterns on the tarmac. Requesting backup. Hurry. Fury, observing the agents falling one by one, felt a surge of anxiety and shouted into the sky. Suddenly, under the watchful gaze of the omnipotent Senju Chōsei, a figure, fast enough to surpass the speed of sound, descended from the invisible aircraft, racing directly toward Tony. A superhuman. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., numerous superhumans existed, and the speed of this particular agent had shattered the sound barrier. If not for Senju Chōsei's extraordinary prowess, capturing the figure would have been nearly impossible. How intriguing. It appeared Fury had never faced a significant challenge. Senju Chōsei couldn't help but chuckle. Since they dared to employ a superhuman, he would not hold back. With a swift hand seal, chakra coalesced into a cylindrical wooden block, forming a structure of one horizontal and two vertical pillars, crashing down. Would release, Divine Gate. Without the infusion of sage techniques, the Divine Gate was not as massive as when it suppressed tailed beasts. Nevertheless, it carried an equivalent oppressive force. As the supersonic agent approached Tony, a thunderous roar erupted, and a wave of gravitational pressure descended, forcing her to her knees, immobilized. With a splat, the Divine Gate and the supersonic figure manifested simultaneously, pinning her down before Tony, blood spilling from her lips. Even Fury himself was unaware that his superhuman agent had reached this point. The revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had deployed superhuman agents was overshadowed by the shocking sight of one kneeling and spitting blood, leaving him momentarily stunned. It felt as if, amidst an ongoing battle, an unexpected occurrence had taken place, akin to a patient stumbling through. What on earth? Tony, startled, stepped back, finally discerning the figure's appearance. It was a woman, completely ensnared by the wooden Divine Gate. Suddenly, her form began to dissipate, as if time were reversing. In an instant, she was back aboard the invisible aircraft, leaving behind a wooden torii that stood resolutely in place. Were it not for the presence of the Divine Gate, Tony might have doubted his own senses. This was the woman's superpower, capable of momentarily breaking the speed of sound. But with the drawback that her heart's next beat would return her to her original position, a rather lackluster ability. Fury's expression darkened slightly, while Natasha prepared to deflect Tony's laser cannon. The invisible aircraft could no longer conceal itself, revealing its massive frame suspended in midair, as one superhuman after another descended to protect Fury. Stop, stop, stop! Everyone, no one move, step back. Fury raised his hands, calling out to Senju Chōsei. If this continued, both sides would become irreconcilable foes, a result Fury wished to avoid, especially considering the formidable technology Tony had just exhibited, which rivaled their capabilities at S.H.I.E.L.D. Did I hear Stark refer to you as Mr. Immortal? Very well, I shall address you as such. This is all a misunderstanding. Why not sit down and discuss? Fury finally set aside his pride, compelled to adopt a more humble demeanor in conversation. Upon hearing this, Tony glanced at the smiling Shou Changxing behind him, who showed no intention of intervening. Thus, Tony turned back and remarked, "I advise you to leave promptly. Do you truly believe that this time and place are suitable for idle chatter?" Fury was taken aback, surveying the chaotic scene. He managed a forced smile, clasped his hands in apology, and said, "My apologies for my oversight. I shall certainly come with sincerity next time." Without lingering further, he boarded the aircraft with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, entering stealth mode and departing at an astonishing speed. The visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. devolved into a brief skirmish, resulting in over 20 agents sustaining serious injuries. Nonetheless, it was not without gains. At the very least, Shou Changxing's prowess was classified as a high-level threat, and Tony was now under surveillance. The Iron Man gauntlet he had just employed was clearly a prototype, yet demonstrated formidable power, warranting attention. After S.H.I.E.L.D. departed, Shou Changxing spent over 10 days at Tony's residence, assisting in the completion of the Iron Man suit. Tony, controlling the Mark armor, soared through the air, exhilarated and shouting in delight. He had become utterly enamored with the thrill of flight. Ever since Shou Changxing had taken him airborne, he had become addicted to the exhilaration of flying. In stark contrast, Ethan resolutely refused to fly, opting instead to remain in the background, analyzing data and adjusting information. Once the Iron Man suit was completed, the subsequent copies were straightforward. It merely required waiting for the machines to produce automatically. Within an hour, the task was accomplished, culminating in the integration of JARVIS programming. A brand new Iron Man suit was thus completed, and Shou Changxing unceremoniously stored it within the system's space. Even if he had no intention of using the Iron Man suit in combat, it could certainly serve as a collectible. After all, how could one resist possessing the authentic Iron Man suit? After securing the Iron Man suit, Shou Changxing independently flew to various locations to check in. In New Mexico, he encountered the freshly emerged Hulk, who was being relentlessly pursued and assaulted by helicopters. The sheer brute strength allowed him to lift tanks and hurl them at aircraft. Shou Changxing paid no heed, nor did he offer assistance. Instead, he silently recited a check-in mantra. Ding! New Mexico check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received Gamma Bomb. What the hell is this? Upon seeing the reward for his inaugural check-in, Shou Changxing erupted in frustration, as the first check-in typically promised substantial rewards. This implied a small chance of receiving something worthless. This was indeed his first inaugural check-in, and he had been bestowed a worthless reward. Angered, he produced the Gamma Bomb and hurled it downward. Boom! In the vast New Mexico desert, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the terrifying gamma rays annihilated all surrounding life forms. Even the military personnel were affected, their bodies grotesquely swollen or exploding into gory remains. The experiments conducted by this military district were all related to human trials, inflicting considerable harm on others. The thousand-handed Immortal unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating the group with a single thunderous blow, leaving only the now stronger Hulk. Roaring in pain, Hulk leapt into the air, intent on seizing the thousand-handed Immortal and delivering a crushing slam. However, the Immortal, suspended in midair, nimbly evaded Hulk's grasp. As Hulk plummeted, the Immortal let out a cold snort. His blood surged, coalescing into a golden giant that descended upon Hulk's head with a forceful stomp. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust erupted like a tidal wave, sending Hulk sprawling. He lay face down, his head buried in the sand while his body remained exposed. Akin to a fallen scallion, the magnetic sandstorm delivered its finality. The thousand-handed Immortal soared once more, clenching his fist tightly. Fine sand from miles around converged, engulfing Hulk entirely. The crushing weight of the sand threatened to reduce Hulk to mere fragments, accompanied by the ominous sounds of cracking bones and Hulk's anguished roars. Yet, through his heightened perception, the Immortal discerned that Hulk remained unscathed. Despite the fractures, his bones mended almost instantaneously. Impressive indeed. It was time to conclude this encounter. With a slight smile, the Immortal commanded the sand to sink, burying Hulk 500 meters beneath the desert floor. Even a brutish creature like Hulk would find it challenging to escape for a while. Having dealt with Hulk, the Immortal ascended towards the Himalayan region, utilizing his perception to locate the sanctuary of Kamartaj. To his surprise, he did not need to seek it out actively. Master Ancient One had already sensed his presence. A golden halo materialized before him, forming a spatial portal. Through the ring, he glimpsed a tea room where Master Ancient One had prepared tea, surrounded by numerous elder sorcerers of Kamartaj. "Welcome, Immortal Sir, to Kamartaj. As a guest from afar, would you care to join us for a cup of tea?" Master Ancient One greeted him with a warm smile, entirely devoid of the previous arrogance, radiating a sense of familiarity. Since their last encounter, she had been observing the Immortal's every move, even preparing for battle. However, after this period of scrutiny, she had concluded that he posed no threat to the Earth. Aside from a few skirmishes with S.H.I.E.L.D., he had been diligently researching technology at Stark Industries, behaving no differently than any ordinary human. Realizing her earlier approach had been too abrupt, Master Ancient One acknowledged that anyone would be displeased under such circumstances. The thousand-handed Immortal stepped into Kamartaj with a smile, unperturbed by any potential traps, trusting in Master Ancient One's integrity. The spiritual energy here was vastly more potent than outside, with an elegant decor and the subtle aroma of tea creating an atmosphere of comfort. "I apologize for my previous actions. My behavior was reckless. Allow this cup of tea to serve as my atonement." Master Ancient One raised her teacup, her demeanor and speech imbued with the essence of Chinese culture. The sincerity in her apology resonated deeply, prompting the Immortal to reciprocate by lifting his own cup. "Master Gui, you are being too modest. I too have made my share of mistakes in the past. When others treat me with respect, I shall return that respect tenfold." Gui's sincerity has disarmed Senju Chōsei, who would not respond with hostility. However, many who encounter him for the first time often adopt a rather aggressive stance, prompting Senju Chōsei to respond with even greater assertiveness. Yet, once both parties take a moment to converse, they discover an unexpected rapport, sharing similar perspectives on numerous matters. Consequently, Gui's animosity towards Senju Chōsei dissipates entirely, leading her to graciously offer him a tour of Kamartaj. This exemplifies the adage that one must engage in combat to truly know another. System notification. Ding. Check-in at Kamartaj successful. Congratulations on receiving Dormammu's magical legacy. Dormammu? Is he not the ruler of the Dark Dimension? Why does this pertain to dark magic? It seems more suited for the Bone King. Ding. Senju Chōsei has uploaded unparalleled dark magic. Although Senju Chōsei has mastered dark magic through the reward, he finds little need for it. Magic, after all, remains merely a tool among many, never his principal means. Rather than let this dark magic languish, he opts to share it with his companions. Ain's old gown, dark magic. Beatrice, how intriguing, let me download it to see. Itadori Yuji, it's been a while since our group leader logged in. I didn't expect such a grand entrance. Kaneki-ken, too bad I'm not particularly interested in this. At this moment, Kaneki-ken has yet to transform into a ghoul, otherwise, his demeanor would not be so gentle. In the original narrative, after becoming a ghoul, Kaneki's mental state begins to deteriorate, with each evolution rendering him increasingly powerful, accompanied by a noticeable change in hair color. Tanjiro Kamado, speaking of which, Mr. Ace hasn't logged in for quite some time either. Could he be in trouble? Itadori Yuji, Mr. Ace? Oh, him. We haven't seen him since joining the group. Itadori Yuji, by the way, I discovered that there exists sorcery in my world. It's quite thrilling. Kaneki-ken, Even Yuji's world possesses special abilities? I envy that. Our world is filled with ordinary people, yet it harbors terrifying creatures known as ghouls. Tony Stark, no worries. If you encounter danger, just shout in the group. The leader will undoubtedly come to your rescue. Ain's old gown. Damn it, dark magic requires 100,000 points? Just how powerful is this magic? The Bone King's max level necromancy only costs 60,000 points. Does this imply that this dark magic surpasses his necromancy in strength? Beatrice, alas. I lack sufficient points as well. Portgas D. Ace. Long time no see. I didn't expect new members to join. Welcome, everyone. Tanjiro Kamado. Wow. Ace has finally logged in. We were worried about you, thinking you might have had an accident. Itadori Yuji. Nice to meet you. I'm Itadori Yuji. Kaneki-ken. Greetings, Mr. Ace. Portgas D. Ace, Hello, everyone. While I am safe now, I must admit that I have encountered a few minor issues on my end. In the world of One Piece lies Impel Down, the foremost prison of this realm. Nestled within the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, it is renowned for its impenetrable security, housing only the most notorious criminals in an atmosphere steeped in dread. Guards patrol incessantly, accompanied by the watchful eyes of transponder snails. Beneath the prison, the ocean teems with colossal sea kings, making this maritime expanse undeniably perilous. Thus, Impel Down has earned the moniker of an impregnable fortress. The prison comprises 6 levels, each akin to a hell on earth. The uppermost level confines the weakest of inmates, a multitude too great to count, while the deepest level, the 6th, is reserved for the most formidable offenders, capable of stirring the seas. At this very moment, Portgas D. Ace languishes in the 6th level, shrouded in darkness. Devoid of light, surrounded by ominous presences, all equally immobilized. Tony Stark inquires, what has transpired? Tanjiro Kamadu asks, does Ace require assistance from the group leader? Ain Zulgown reflects, I recall that Ace's world is not to be underestimated. His combat prowess is truly extraordinary. If necessary, perhaps we should send Mr. Immortal to his aid. Ace responds with a hearty laugh. Thank you all for your concern, but I can manage for now, especially with Whitebeard standing behind me. Within the group, aside from Senju Chōsei, none grasp the significance of Whitebeard's name. Yet, Ace's confident words alleviate much of the group's anxiety. Sigusa Kazuma expresses, I too wish to learn dark magic, but I cannot afford it. Might I trade some manga instead? At that moment, the frequently lurking Sigusa, with a soft and delicate demeanor, uttered this statement. Although her appearance remains unseen, her words evoke an impression of cuteness and innocence. However, the content of her request leaves others somewhat speechless. Even the Skeletal King, who contributed the necromancy spell, cannot afford it. How could her manga possibly suffice? Would she need to draw millions of copies? A sudden silence envelopes the chat group, leaving Sigusa, who resides in the ordinary world, feeling somewhat lost and regretting her words. Kaneki-kin remarks, Sigusa must be an adorable girl. Although I cannot gift you anything, perhaps you could ask the group leader. Itadori Yuji chuckles, ha. Exactly. Perhaps if you charm the group leader, he might just give it to you. Both individuals speak with kindness, and their teasing remains rather gentle. Yet, the naturally timid and bashful Sigusa finds her cheeks flushed crimson from their banter. She fumbles with the corner of her lovely pink pajamas, uncertain of how to respond. Senju Chōsei, who has been discreetly observing, finds himself perplexed, unable to fathom why Sigusa would harbor an interest in magic, particularly dark magic. Could she be akin to a legendary little sorceress? Senju Chōsei asserts, Sigusa, dark magic is not well suited for girls. It primarily manipulates elements, souls, life, and death, and various dark matters. If you truly wish to learn magic, I would recommend seeking out Beatrice. Her magic may be more fitting for you. Just by glancing at Beatrice's petite figure, one could surmise that her magic would be well suited to Izumi Sajiri. Of course, this was merely a whimsical thought from Senju Chōsei. In his view, Izumi Sajiri was not inclined towards magic. Her talents were best expressed through illustration. Senju Chōsei, Portgas D. Ace, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Portgas D. Ace, understood. Rest assured, Mr. Immortal, if I find myself in a bind, I will surely call upon you. As the conversation drew to a close, Senju Chōsei exited the chat group. He had conversed with Gu-e for a sufficient duration, and after an extended sojourn in the Marvel Universe, it was time for him to return to Konoha. He couldn't help but wonder if Tsunade had turned the village upside down in his absence. The thought elicited a wry smile and a shake of his head. Farewell, Master Gu-e. I must return to my own world. Should danger arise here, I may yet return to offer my aid, he declared before his figure faded from view. As the scene shifted, he found himself once again in the familiar tranquility of his own living room. The space was serene and immaculate, seemingly well-maintained. Though he could not ascertain whether it was Tsunade who had tidied up or if a cleaning service had been employed. Ah, how comforting Konoha is. Though Tony's abode was opulent, after years of residing in Konoha, no place could rival the comfort of home. Humph, do you even dare to come back? Just then, a melodious voice broke the silence, and Senju Chōsei suddenly realized that Tsunade stood in the yard, broom in hand, regarding him with a mock frown. Impressive. Your presence is well concealed. I nearly overlooked you. Senju Chōsei jested, attempting to divert the topic of conversation. What was supposed to be a brief trip had stretched into nearly a month, quite inexcusable. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, it was evident that she had been laboring to tidy the yard, which warmed his heart. Tsunade huffed softly, clearly not so easily forgiving her master. This was the first time he had deceived her, and she was understandably displeased. Senju Chōsei recognized that this matter would not be resolved easily. Thus, he had come prepared. From his system's inventory, he produced a selection of culinary delights and exquisite desserts sourced from various locales in the Marvel Universe. Regardless of the world, no girl could resist the allure of delectable food, even if she was not a glutton. Moreover, he had procured a plethora of shimmering trinkets, most of which were funded by Tony, while a few were acquired through diligent efforts, but all were tokens of his affection. Alas, I have returned with so many treasures from this journey. Some are simply too abundant. He lamented theatrically, drawing out his words in a feigned display of distress. Simultaneously, he unveiled numerous adornments, opening a box to present them to Tsunade. Oh dear, I have some exquisite decorations that I have no use for. They are so beautiful, yet I am at a loss as to whom to bestow them. Senju Chōsei's exaggerated performance, reminiscent of a child trying to deceive, elicited a knowing smile from Tsunade, who recognized his ploy. Although she was reluctant to forgive him so easily, the exquisite craftsmanship of the items before her was undeniably captivating. Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade had already approached Senju Chōsei, gazing longingly at the exquisite desserts adorning the table. They appeared utterly delectable. Although Tsunade was not typically a glutton, she found herself captivated by the aesthetic appeal and vibrant colors of the culinary creations. Curiosity often compels one to sample new delights. Despite her disinterest in adornments, the craftsmanship of these modern delicacies was so exquisite and dazzling that even if she had no desire to wear them, she yearned to hold them for closer inspection. Humph. There will be a next time. Do not think I will forgive you. Tsunade shot a glare at Senju Chōsei, then promptly seized a dessert. It was sweet yet not cloying, fragrant and smooth, bringing her immense satisfaction. Senju Chōsei exhaled a sigh of relief. In fact, he had prepared an array of beverages, including red wine, white wine, beer, and spirits. Fortunately, they were not needed. Indeed, modern cuisine possesses a remarkable allure, not only in its visual appeal but also in its exquisite flavors. Observing Tsunade's eyes sparkle with delight as she indulged, Senju Chōsei instinctively reached out to caress her golden hair and said, "Take your time. I shall seek out Itachi and see if he has been slacking off lately." Go on, go on." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. With desserts to enjoy, she had no need for her master. Senju Chōsei chuckled as he exited the house, having not ventured outside for nearly a month. To others, it appeared as though he had been cooped up at home all this time. Upon seeing Senju Chōsei emerge, the villagers were initially taken aback, then approached him with joy. "It's the Immortal Lord." "Ah, the Immortal Lord has finally come out. We've missed you. How have you been?" "My family's free-range chickens have laid eggs. Shall I bring some for you? Would you care for some beef tripe, Immortal Lord? It's the finest quality, and it's on the house." The villagers were exceedingly warm. The heroic deeds of Senju Chōsei rescuing Konoha remained etched in their memories. Amidst the crowd, Senju Chōsei made his way to the Uchiha compound. The usually stoic Uchiha clan greeted him with smiles upon his arrival. After all, the clan leader's eldest son was Tsunade's pupil, making him practically family. Moreover, Senju Chōsei's formidable prowess commanded the respect of the entire village. "I'm here to find Itachi and see how his training has been progressing," Senju Chōsei remarked with a gentle smile. "Please, this way, Immortal Lord." Several Uchiha clan members bowed and smiled, their expressions blooming like flowers. It was indeed comfortable in Konoha, with attentive and accommodating service. Unlike in other realms, where everyone regarded him with hostility, even putting on airs in his presence. Soon, guided by the Uchiha clan members, Senju Chōsei arrived at a clearing where Itachi was diligently practicing ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku stood beside Itachi, his expression stern as he supervised with utmost seriousness. Judging by Itachi's cultivation level, he had only reached the chi condensation stage, with his vitality barely attaining 1,000 particles. This was comparable to the pace at which he had taught Tsunade, perhaps even slightly slower than Itachi. Could it be that only I possess the ability to cultivate at such a rapid pace? Or is it that my physique is exceptional? Senju Chōsei pondered, contemplating that the latter possibility seemed more likely. After all, his original ability to refine chakra was exceedingly slow, yet his speed in cultivating techniques was remarkably swift, augmented by the assistance of medicinal pills, as if he were under a divine influence. "Teacher." Upon seeing Senju Chōsei's arrival, Itachi's face brightened. and he approached with a bow, exclaiming, "You have returned." Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, observed but bore no smile. A hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. Senju Chōsei noted these subtle changes. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku was the mastermind behind the village's betrayal, whose exposure by Itachi led to the fateful night of the massacre. With Senju Chōsei present in this realm, Fugaku would likely tread carefully. Attempting to betray the village under the watchful gaze of Senju Chōsei could not be accomplished merely with a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, you have made significant progress. Remember to come find me starting tomorrow. Though Senju Chōsei considered Itachi's advancement rather sluggish, he diplomatically offered praise, as he could not afford to dampen the young man's spirits. "Understood, teacher. I shall do so." With that, Itachi respectfully nodded and returned to the clearing to continue his ninjutsu training. Senju Chōsei exchanged a brief glance with Uchiha Fugaku, whose Mangekyo Sharingan flickered momentarily. Though fleeting, it did not escape Senju Chōsei's keen perception. The Mind Stone quietly fell into his grasp, and a surge of mental power flooded his mind. A subtle smile graced Senju Chōsei's lips as he projected his consciousness, directly accessing Fugaku's thoughts. "This individual is too formidable. My plans may prove difficult to execute. I must devise a strategy to divert his attention." A myriad of thoughts raced through Uchiha Fugaku's mind in an instant, all of which Senju Chōsei accurately discerned. "To prevent unforeseen complications, I must alter your will," he murmured, as his mental power infiltrated Fugaku's mind. The potency of the Mind Stone was extraordinary. Even the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan paled in comparison to its capabilities. The effects achievable by the likes of Shursui were also within the realm of the Mind Stone, and without restrictions. The arrival of the Mind Stone in the world of the Hokage was akin to a dimensional onslaught. Fugaku remained oblivious, as in their silent exchange. Senju Chōsei commenced the manipulation of his will. "This individual is far too powerful. Our Uchiha clan may never have the opportunity to betray the village. Itachi is his disciple. Perhaps this is our chance for resurgence." A realization struck Fugaku. "Why did I not consider this sooner? If we align ourselves with him, our Uchiha clan shall rise once more in Konoha. We need not betray the village. We simply require Itachi to continue following this immortal master, and our future will undoubtedly be bright." Unbeknownst to him, Fugaku's will was being altered, as he believed these thoughts were his own enlightenment, rather than the handiwork of Senju Chōsei. Upon hearing the inner thoughts of Fuyua, Senju Chōsei bestowed a mysterious smile before nodding at him and subsequently turning to depart. Months swiftly passed. Senju Chōsei chose not to venture into other realms, but instead dedicated himself to serene cultivation within Konoha, relishing daily feasts and merriment with Tsunade, finding life quite enjoyable. Konoha flourished, as the fourth Hokage had survived the night of the Nine Tails attack, leading the village's elite to grow at an astonishing pace. However, Jiraiya returned to Konoha, informing Senju Chōsei that Orochimaru still lived and appeared to have joined a clandestine organization. Senju Chōsei provided Jiraiya with several talismans, urging him to investigate this enigmatic group, which might hold some connection to him. Thus, shortly after his return to Konoha, Jiraiya set out once more on a mission. In the chat group, the atmosphere remained as lively as ever. Tony Stark had ascended to the status of Iron Man, having safeguarded peace on numerous occasions, thus establishing his illustrious reputation. The world knew him as Iron Man. His life had transformed into a dazzling spectacle, radiating brilliance. Tanjiro Kamado uploaded his water-breathing techniques and learned chakra extraction, successfully executing the three-body technique. The synergy between his breathing techniques and ninjutsu propelled his strength to unprecedented heights, particularly as chakra enhanced his physical abilities. Tanjiro advanced ahead of schedule and successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps. During this period, Yuji Itadori also became a sorcerer, studying jujitsu at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, and recently completed several missions to exterminate curses. After sharing techniques for utilizing cursed energy, he downloaded Tanjiro's water-breathing techniques, discovering their remarkable efficacy against cursed beings. Both Tanjiro and Yuji diligently strove to grow stronger, their progress far surpassing that of the original narrative. Yet, Kaneki Ken found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. His organs had been replaced with those of a ghoul, and he was tormented by an insatiable craving for human flesh. He languished in agony for many days, ultimately left with no recourse but to seek help from the chat group. Remarkably, Kaneki's organs had fused with his flesh, rendering him a complete being. Or perhaps a complete ghoul. Even if Bone King were to slay and resurrect him, his internal composition would remain unchanged, an insurmountable dilemma. It was as though the transplanted organs had become his own. In simple terms, Kaneki sought assistance from the chat group too late. His ghoul organs had fully integrated with him. Yuji Itadori, Kaneki-ken, why not come to our world and see if you can subsist on curses? Perhaps that would alleviate your hunger. Tony Stark, Yuji is quite the intriguing fellow, coming up with such ideas. Ainzel Gown, alternatively, you could join me in my world and feast on dead matter. Afterward, I could resurrect you. Tanjiro Kamado, our world is rife with demons, Mr. Kaneki. Would you care to try? Their flesh seems akin to that of humans, after all, as demons are merely transformed humans. Izumi Sajiri, how terrifying. Beatrice, hey, don't scare Sajiri-chan. Since the last proposal by Senju Chōsei, Izumi Sajiri sought out Beatrice. Unfortunately, Beatrice informed her that her magic belonged to the shadow category, akin to dark magic. Although their attempt at magical learning proved futile, Beatrice remained exceptionally attentive to Izumi Sajiri. During this time, Sajiri gradually became acquainted with the others in the group. Kaneki-ken, let us discuss blood and flesh later. I need assistance now. Please, anyone who can help, save me. Itadori Yuji. Kamado Tanjiro. Amidst the jovial discussions, Kaneki-ken's sudden message left everyone momentarily stunned. Tony Stark, from Kaneki-ken's words. It seems his mental state is somewhat off. Ainzel Gown. It sounds like something one might say after being subjected to punishment by my subordinates. Izumi Sajiri. The group then recalled that Kaneki-ken had indeed been silent for days. Coupled with the Skeletal King's earlier remark, it was highly likely he had suffered abuse. Beatrice, then let us call upon the Immortal for assistance, Senju Chōsei. Poor Gasti. Ace, I might also need help. Kamado Tanjiro, this? Itadori Yuji. Ace has encountered danger too, but it seems the Immortal cannot assist both at the same time? Tony Stark, that does appear to be the case. Noticing the distress signals in the chat, Senju Chōsei, seated in his garden, promptly responded. Senju Chōsei, this is easily resolved. I can issue a task for you to rescue him. Ainzel Gown. A task already implies points. How splendid. Upon mentioning the task, the Skeletal King expressed his familiarity with it. Kamado Tanjiro, we can do it this way. It seems we possess the right to traverse realms. Tony Stark, truly, the Immortal is remarkable. Beatrice, I am in need of points. I shall take on this task. Senju Chōsei, indeed, you may traverse as well. Prepare for travel. Excitement surged within the group as they eagerly anticipated the adventure. Senju Chōsei accessed the task issuance feature of the chat group, setting the number of participants to 2, with the point total at his discretion. After deliberation, he established it at 100,000 points. Splitting the reward means 50,000 points each, substantial yet not excessive. The mission to rescue Kaneki-ken did not require the entire group. Merely 2 members could traverse and resolve the challenges. Given that the world Kaneki inhabited did not possess a high level of complexity, 2 individuals would suffice. Senju Chōsei, Izumi Sajiri, you shall not partake in the traversal. It is too perilous for you. Izumi Sajiri, I'm terrified. I want to go. Senju Chōsei chuckled. All members, the action task will be chosen randomly. To participate, simply click confirm. Senju Chōsei, first, the mission to rescue Kaneki-ken. Ding. The group leader has issued a rescue mission. Mission content, rescue Kaneki-ken. Limit on participants, 2. Reward points, 100,000. This task operates in a competitive mode. Candidates, please click the confirm button. During the mission, the perspectives of participating members will be presented via live broadcast. Except for Izumi Sajiri and Senju Chōsei, everyone opted to click. Ding. Congratulations on successfully accepting the task. The participants for this mission are Tanjiro Kamado and Yuji Itadori. Tony Stark. Damn. How could I, Tony, not manage to secure a spot? Ainzel Gown. Sigh. I too was unable to seize a chance. I'll have to try my luck with Ace's rescue mission instead. Tanjiro Kamado. I truly am fortunate. Yuji Itadori. Oh no, I actually got in too. I must inform my teacher about this. Port Gas D. Ace, my father is already on his way to rescue me. But the Navy's forces are overwhelmingly powerful. I fear for my father's safety. Ace observed the cheerful chatter in the group, feeling a sense of exasperation. He was amidst a real battle, with numerous Navy and pirates falling around him. If the formidable figures in the chat didn't hurry, his father, Whitebeard's forces, would likely be defeated in no time. Moreover, Ace spotted his brother Luffy in the heart of the conflict, desperately rushing towards him. Senju Chōsei, all right. Let us now proceed to the next mission selection, the operation to rescue Ace. I will also participate, leaving only one spot available. Ding. The group leader has issued a rescue mission. Mission details: save Port Gas D Ace. Limited participants, 2. Reward points, 100,000. Fixed participant, Senju Chōsei. This mission operates in a competitive mode. Candidates, please click the confirmation button. During the task, the perspective of participating members will be presented in a live broadcast. A single individual monopolizing 100,000 points is indeed a significant draw, and since Senju Chōsei does not require points, this is the main event. Senju Chōsei personally intervened, originally intending to support Tanjiro, Yuji, and Tony should they be drawn, while simultaneously gaining access to the One Piece world. However, in the first round of selection, 2 were immediately ruled out. At the instant the mission was announced, the remaining participants clicked eagerly. 100,000 points are simply too enticing. This sum could be exchanged for dark magic, presenting a tremendous temptation for Beatrice and Bone King. Ding. Congratulations on successfully accepting the task. The participant for this mission is Ainz Ulgown. Ainz Ulgown, ha 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 ha. This 100,000 points are mine. Sitting in the great tomb of Nazarick, Ainz laughed heartily, emanating an overwhelming aura that left the surrounding monstrous beings in awe. Lord Ainz is incredibly powerful. Beatrice, darn it, why did it have to be you who got it? Tony Stark, what is going on? How could my luck be so poor? Ainz Ulgown, at last, I can meet the Immortal. I've long awaited this moment. Senju Chōsei, all right, now that the task has been accepted, relax your minds. I will acquire your coordinates to assist your traversal. With that, he clicked the traversal button on the task and selected each individual S-name. In an instant, the world coordinates of Bone King, Yuji Itadori, and Ace were obtained, and the world access was unlocked. Hiss. To my astonishment, I have acquired dominion over the world without traversing time. Had I known, I would have allocated additional slots. Qinsho Chongqing felt somewhat speechless, believing that without journeying into the past realm, he could not attain the authority of the world. Little did he realize that as long as the group members traversed, they could directly obtain the world rights of their counterparts. Nevertheless, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Thus, the only realms I cannot access are those of Quibisi and Sha Wu, while I may freely traverse all others. As Qinsho Chongqing pondered, his body simultaneously commenced its journey through time. He hastily turned to the side and informed Tsunade that he had urgent matters to attend to and would return shortly. With that, he vanished from the room, leaving Tsunade alone, her expression tinged with melancholy and sorrow. In the world of One Piece, Marineford, also referred to as the Navy Headquarters, is a direct organization of the world government. In the name of absolute justice, it maintains order across the seas of the world. The Navy Headquarters stands as one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. Yet at this moment, Marineford has transformed into a vast battlefield, with countless casualties broadcast to the entire world. The Whitebeard pirates, leading 43 subordinate pirate crews, launched an assault on the Navy Headquarters, intent on rescuing Port Gas D Ace. Naturally, the Navy was not to be trifled with. It boasted 100,000 elite soldiers, united with the 7 warlords of the sea, to mount a defensive battle. The cacophony of clashing swords, the ominous sounds of battle, and the anguished cries filled the air, instilling terror in all. Children, charge in and make them understand the consequences of offending Whitebeard. A resounding voice echoed, emanating from a figure towering over 6 meters tall, wielding a massive blade, standing upon the remnants of a shattered vessel. Surrounding him were various fruit-powered pirates, their faces fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura. Their target, Ace, knelt at the center of the execution platform, staring blankly at the battlefield below. "Father, please go. Do not attempt to save me," Ace shouted. Yet his voice could not penetrate the chaos, fading into the tumult. Even if Whitebeard heard Ace's words, he would merely smile and reassure him. Revered as the strongest man in the pirate world, how could he abandon his son or flee in fear? The clash between the 2 sides was imminent. With terrifying energy swirling, the sounds of metal clashing intermingling with the crackle of gunfire. Devil Fruit users represent the most formidable beings in this world. possessing an array of abilities, diverse and vibrant. This resulted in an exceedingly chaotic scene, with explosions tearing open the battlefield like missiles, creating gaping holes. Suddenly, a distortion of space rippled beside Whitebeard, and two figures materialized on the deck of the broken ship. One was clad in casual shorts and a t-shirt, a serene smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a youthful hero from the mortal realm, yet exuding an undeniable aura of perfection. The other was a moving skeleton, draped in a voluminous robe, wielding a scepter adorned with a myriad of colored diamonds, as though grasping the very stars. Upon arriving at the designated location, the entirety of this mission is being broadcast live, as Senju Chōsei and Ainsul Gaon entered the world of One Piece. Notifications from the chat group surfaced in their minds. Tony and the others could already view the scenes from both realms, witnessing the differing perspectives of the four individuals. Tony Stark remarked, "Is this the war of the pirate world? The scale and setting surpass all imagination." Beatrice responded, "I must admit, this is indeed quite astonishing." Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Yuji Itadori found themselves outside a grand edifice. The twilight sky was ominous, filled with chilling howls, as if the structure before them was a fathomless abyss. "Hello, Mr. Tanjiro, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let us join forces. Mr. Kaneki should be inside this building." Yuji grinned, his fists colliding in excitement. He was a man of action, eager to engage without hesitation. Tanjiro smiled gently, nodding slightly. The two proceeded side by side, entering the abandoned building teeming with ghouls and investigators. On another front, the appearance of Senju Chōsei and Ainsul Gaon caused Whitebeard's pupils to narrow sharply. His observation Haki locking onto the two figures. "Greetings, Mr. Immortal. It is an honor to meet you," Ainsul Gaon said respectfully, his eyes sparkling with faint luminescence. "No need for formality. We are all friends," Senju Chōsei replied with a smile. Ains was surprisingly courteous, devoid of arrogance, indicating that his self-perception had reached an extraordinary level. He nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze toward Whitebeard. "Could this be Ace?" "No, the one on the execution platform is." Senju Chōsei gestured towards Ace. Nearly 100 miles away, he and Ains continued their conversation, seemingly unconcerned with the reactions of those around them. The pirates nearby observed them warily, yet none dared to act recklessly. Though the two had not made a move, their imposing presence was palpable, akin to crouching dragons, instilling terror. Without a word from their father, they naturally refrained from taking action. Whitebeard, perceiving their dialogue, deduced that the two appeared to be friends of Ace. "Ha ha ha. Are both of you also friends of my son Ace?" Whitebeard boomed, his laughter resonating through the air. Senju Chōsei stepped forward, stating, "Indeed. But there is no need for you to concern yourself with us. We are merely passing through." Their mission was to rescue Ace, and they had no intention of entangling themselves with Whitebeard. Swift resolution was paramount. Ignoring the fierce pirates surrounding them, they stood on the deck, gazing towards Ace with calm expressions. "Let us commence the rescue mission," Senju Chōsei said, stepping forward, retrieving the black blade Shui from the system space, securing it at his waist, poised for action. Such a grand battlefield was exhilarating, igniting a fervor within him. He could hardly contain his anticipation. The black blade Shui beginning to quiver slightly in his grasp. "Forgive me, but before the battle commences, allow me to enhance my strength a bit." As Senju Chōsei was poised to leap forth and wreak havoc, Bone King suddenly cried out in alarm. Senju Chōsei turned back in confusion, witnessing Bone King clear his throat twice before commencing his incantation. "Flight." With his words, a humming resonated, and a purple ethereal glow enveloped him. Blessing of the spellcaster. The air shimmered with a golden, glass-like radiance, suddenly manifesting around him. Infinite barrier. A vibrant green luminescence cloaked his form, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Sacred magical barrier. Essence of life. Advanced all-attribute enhancement. Under the astonished gaze of Senju Chōsei, Ainsul Gaon recited spells for a full 3 minutes, accumulating over 100 buffs. His aura soaring to its zenith, as if he could shatter the world with a mere gesture. Senju Chōsei exclaimed, "What on earth? Is he planning to annihilate the pirate world? Is it really necessary to stack so many buffs?" Bone King's actions left not only Senju Chōsei dumbfounded, but also astonished the other members and the surrounding pirates. As Bone King's presence and pressure intensified, even Whitebeard's expression grew gravely serious. Though he was the most formidable man on the seas, he felt a profound sense of danger, his heart shaken to its core. At long last, Mr. Immortal, Ain's old gown, feigning calmness, declared after completing his buffs. Senju Chōsei noted, clearly terrified and hesitant, he has amassed such an array of enhancements. Yet his words convey an enigmatic profundity. All right then, let us set forth. Senju Chōsei's expression was somewhat stiff, while he understood Bone King. He was still astounded by his display. Bone King, fully aware of the power dynamics within Ace's world, chose to accumulate such numerous enhancements purely out of caution, fearing an ambush from a powerful foe. For a moment, Senju Chōsei almost mistook Bone King for a wary hero. The two ceased their banter and ascended into the air. Ain's old gown hovered above, initiating another incantation, as a black magic circle abruptly materialized on the ground. From this dark circle, monstrous forms resembling black lambs began to rise slowly, advancing like an army, a vast expanse of darkness marching towards Ace. Such a grand spectacle naturally captured the attention of both pirates and naval forces. What is that? A devil fruit ability? Who could it be? Is it from the pirates? No, it seems a third party has intervened. Suddenly, an unknown voice shouted, and everyone quickly realized that these silent, advancing lambs devoured anything that obstructed their path, regardless of whether it was attacked by either the navy or the pirates. As more were consumed, the lambs grew ever larger, swiftly clearing a wide area on the battlefield. Damn it, what is that? Not even a devil fruit ability can harm it. Everyone retreat. Stay away and do not confront it head-on. Who is this enigmatic figure? And what is their purpose in this conflict? The navy and the pirates were both astonished and enraged, yet no matter how fervently they attacked, they could not impede the ominous black lamb. Instead, it only grew in size. Attack that skeletal figure in the sky, shouted a pirate with keen insight. In an instant, a dazzling array of fruit abilities rained down upon the airborne Ain's old gown, painting a vibrant tapestry in the air. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted just as the myriad of fruit abilities was poised to strike the skeletal king. A series of translucent defensive magical formations materialized around him in a circular fashion. The intricate magical patterns and characters left Beatrice, who was watching the live broadcast, utterly captivated. What magnificent magical inscriptions! Is this the magic of Ain's old gown? Truly complex and formidable, Tony Stark remarked, though I cannot decipher the magical inscriptions. This splendid array exudes an aura of immense power. So beautiful, I wish to learn, exclaimed Izumi Sajiri. Foolish mortals, how dare you show disrespect to your king? Ain's old gown's crimson eyes flickered with intensity. This was a live broadcast, and he had to display his authority and might to the utmost. The colossal magical barrier repelled all assaults, resonating with dull thuds. Calmly, he retrieved a silver bracelet from the void, sliding it onto his bony wrist and pressing it, emitting a series of beeps. Old friends from my previous life, lend me your strength, Ain silently declared, then suddenly spread his arms wide, his aura surging as he bellowed. Ultimate magic, falling sky. In an instant, the magical array expanded tenfold, layers of magical halos stacking upon one another. A blinding white light, infused with tremulous magical energy, erupted from Ain's old gown, soaring toward the heavens as if the apocalypse had descended. The energy reverberated, shaking the very foundations of Marineford, enveloping half of it in blinding radiance. Both pirates and navy were engulfed within. Boom! What the hell are you insane? You're using ultimate magic for a rescue mission? The swiftly advancing Sengoku glanced back, his expression turning grim as he began to curse. The skeletal king unleashed not merely ultimate magic, but a torrent of augmented buffs alongside it. The piercing hum rendered all present momentarily deafened, their eyes stinging from the searing white light. Whitebeard found himself at the epicenter of the energy storm, and he dared not hesitate, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! The might of his tremor fruit tore through the space, the scene before him shattering like glass, protecting his sons behind him. What terrifying power! Who is this person? When did Ace come to know such a being? Whitebeard exclaimed, the spectacle obliterating his previous understanding. How could there exist such formidable entities in this world? The once mighty ruler of the ocean now appears to be nothing more than a jest. Moreover, the animated skeleton is led by a young man at the forefront. One can only wonder how formidable he truly is. The brilliance and energy persisted for a full 5 minutes. And even Whitebeard unleashed 100 punches to finally dissipate all magical energy. It is worth noting that Whitebeard's Tremor fruit possesses the power to shatter all, effectively severing space itself. Yet, even in such circumstances, he had to land 100 blows to contend with the Bone King's transcendent magic. Upon the energy's dissipation, the ground below had transformed into a vast crater, reminiscent of a meteor impact with a diameter of 10 miles. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." From this day forth, Lord Ains holds a position in my heart second only to that of the Immortal. Amidst the chaos of battle, Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit, sweeping through the ranks while maintaining peace and watching the live broadcast. The Bone King's display of transcendent magic ignited a fervor within him. Beatrice remarked, "Humph. It's rather mediocre. I could create a scene like this as well." Izumi Sajiri expressed her admiration. "How impressive." Yuji Itadori gasped, "Wow, Mr. Ains is truly terrifying. I thought our battle here was intense, yet the one over there is even more formidable." Tanjiro Kamadu added, "We have located Mr. Kaneki and are currently battling the ghouls in their world. His strength is remarkable." Poor D. Ace gasped, "This is terrifying. Even here, I can feel a wave of heat. And I am a user of the flame fruit." Ace felt a sense of despair, realizing that even as a wielder of fire, he was overwhelmed by the intensity of the opposing energy. However, what truly unnerved him was that Ains Olgaon's transcendent magic indiscriminately claimed the lives of many members of the Whitebeard pirates below. Poor D. Ace pleaded, "While I am grateful for Lord Ains' rescue, I implore you, do not strike again. Many pirates are subordinates of my father." Ace was genuinely frightened. Ains Olgaon had slain numerous pirates without a hint of consideration. It seemed that only the Immortal could be relied upon in such dire circumstances. Ains Olgaon, seemingly unfazed by the situation, declared, "There are your people among them. Rest assured, I shall simply cast a resurrection spell later. It will be no issue." He added, "Their deaths serve as a punishment for daring to challenge me." To the Bone King, death is merely a choice between revival and non-revival. Senju Chōsei remarked, "Ains is correct. A simple resurrection will suffice. This is his specialty." Hearing this, Ace could not help but smile wryly, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The realization that his father's subordinates could be revived alleviated his inner turmoil, though he pondered whether such methods were a touch too brutal. Indeed, the Immortal proved to be more dependable. With that thought, Ace turned his gaze towards Senju Chōsei, who was swiftly approaching but was intercepted by a figure, Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. His swordsmanship epitomized the pinnacle of sword arts within the pirate world. The instant Qianshou Chongqing charged forth, Mihawk's focus zeroed in on him, as he sensed a formidable sword intent emanating from Qianshou Chongqing. This was a grandmaster swordsman, whose sword intent even surpassed his own. Initially, Mihawk had merely intended to observe casually, yet the moment he laid eyes on Qianshou Chongqing, an insatiable desire for battle surged within him. Drawing his black blade, Yuru, he unleashed a swift and ferocious strike towards Qianshou Chongqing. Clang! A sword aura, towering dozens of feet high, cleaved through the air towards Qianshou Chongqing, producing a sound that shattered the silence, sending numerous pirates flying in its wake. Without hesitation, Qianshou Chongqing drew his black blade, Chōsui, enveloping it in armed Haki while silently channeling the moon-breathing technique. "Moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon Palace," he exclaimed softly, and in an instant, Chōsui sliced through the void with unparalleled speed, leaving behind a crimson trail and a multitude of golden moon blades. Boom! The moon blades collided with the sword aura, a tempestuous wind swirling around them, scattering the blades and claiming several lives as they pierced through structures. This was the essence of celestial beings clashing, with mere mortals caught in the crossfire. Although the surrounding pirates and marines could hardly be considered ordinary men, many perished from the aftermath of Qianshou Chongqing and Mihawk's battle. In a heartbeat, Mihawk closed the distance once more, swinging his long blade with unyielding precision, devoid of any superfluous flourish. It was as if a single strike could sever all worldly foes. Qianshou Chongqing felt an overwhelming gale rushing towards him, as if the very sword intended to carry him away with it. The opponent's sword aura formed a straight line in the air. Touch it, and death was assured. Oh. While his swordplay was commendable, this world harbored more than mere swordsmanship. Qianshou Chongqing smiled faintly, his vitality surging as he inhaled deeply and exhaled gently. Moon breathing. 8th form, Moon Dragon's Tail. Buzz. His strike was not swift, Yet the sheer force was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A sweeping arc manifested, leaving a pale violet trace, adorned with swirling azure moonblades. The moment Senju Chōsei's Chōsei collided with Mihawk's Yoru, the sword aura exploded outward, wreaking havoc in all directions. The surrounding pirates and marines, startled, hastily retreated. Those who hesitated were mercilessly sliced into pieces, blood spilling profusely. The true war at the summit was far more brutal and sanguinary than depicted in animation. Marineford had long since transformed into a river of blood. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated, akin to a disturbance upon a tranquil lake, piercingly clear and jarring. In the wake of this, fine cracks appeared on Mihawk's black blade, Yoru. In the pirate world, the strongest swords were the supreme great blades of 12 works, with the second tier being the great blades of 21 works. Mihawk's Yoru was indeed one of the most formidable supreme great blades. In contrast, Senju Chōsei wielded merely one from the great blades of 21 works. Yet now, in their clash, it was Mihawk's Yoru that bore the damage. This serves to illustrate that the swordsmanship and profound essence of Senju Chōsei surpass him in every aspect. How could this be possible? The ever-composed Mihawk, known as Haki, could not help but feel a slight constriction in his pupils, as a ripple of surprise stirred within him. For so many years, he had held the title of the world's greatest swordsman, unchallenged. Yet now, he not only faced a formidable opponent, but found himself completely overwhelmed. Even his black blade, Yoru, had been cleaved in two. Mihawk could not fathom how such an individual had emerged from the seas. With a resounding crash, as they both retreated, they exchanged blows with their sword energies. Engaging in dozens of exchanges in the blink of an eye, Mihawk glanced at his black blade, Yoru, where the crack had widened, and his expression grew grim. Both combatants had enveloped their blades with Haki, their strengths nearly equal, thus rendering the Haki suppression ineffective. Mihawk had been bested in swordsmanship. Step aside. You lack the qualification to obstruct me, Senju Chōsei remarked with a faint smile, gracefully walking past Mihawk. Clang. Mihawk's black blade Yoru abruptly lifted, once more positioning itself before Senju Chōsei. His sharply defined visage bore a cold expression as he declared, as a swordsman, surrender is not an option. You must either defeat me or, suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as Mihawk's arm, which clutched the black blade, was severed, staining half of his attire with crimson. Senju Chōsei had appeared behind him, coldly retracting the black blade, Tsushui. A fleeting glimpse revealed a flicker of thunderous light surrounding him. Truly ungrateful, Senju Chōsei uttered coolly before soaring into the air, heading towards Ace. His earlier restraint in not striking down Mihawk stemmed from a respect for his dedication to swordsmanship, not from fear. However, Mihawk had failed to comprehend the chasm between them, compelling Senju Chōsei to impart a lesson. Losing an arm significantly impacts a swordsman's prowess. Yet it does not imply the absence of strength. Red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, had also lost an arm but could still wield a sword with one hand and spar with Hawkeye. In the chat group, Bikizi acknowledged, the swordsmanship of the group leader is extraordinary. Even in our world, none can rival it. Bikizi directly recognized Senju Chōsei's swordsmanship, which transcended mere techniques, embodying a profound understanding of the sword and its formidable essence. It's finally over. This guy is like a gecko, able to climb walls with such agility, exclaimed Itadori Yuji. Tony Stark remarked, I never expected your side to be faster than Mr. Immortal's. Tanjiro Kamado responded, the battle on Mr. Immortal's side is more intense. Our enemies, while challenging, are manageable. Itadori Yuji added, Mr. Kaneki has been rescued, but he has fallen unconscious. We need to take him to a safe place. Tony Stark advised, make sure to keep an eye on the battle with Mr. Immortal. It is simply thrilling, and Lord Ain's magic is also quite formidable. Tanjiro Kamado laughed. Indeed, what we've witnessed is truly astonishing. Itadori Yuji concluded, Mr. Immortal's swordsmanship is nothing short of breathtaking. After Tanjiro and Yuji, Itadori joined the chat group. The previously somewhat quiet conversation reignited with fervor. It appeared that the prowess of the two had significantly surpassed their original portrayals. Senju Chōsei mused with mild surprise. The clash between Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and Senju Chōsei lasted merely a few dozen exchanges. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Mihawk found his arm severed by Chōsei. This astonishing scene sent ripples of shock through the ranks of the Navy. On the Admiral's platform, 3 distinguished Navy admirals, draped in their naval coats and seated regally, furrowed their brows in unison. Anyone capable of defeating Mihawk in such a brief span must undoubtedly be a monstrous figure. Kazan. Kizaru, you two should engage him, commanded Akainu Sakazuki, a cigar clamped firmly between his teeth, his expression stern and uncompromising. However, Kazan merely scoffed, offering no response or action. In contrast, Kizaru, with a playful grin, radiated a dazzling golden light and instantaneously dashed towards Senju Chōsei. Amaterasu, he exclaimed, his body becoming elemental as he drew forth a radiant golden sword, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. In mid-flight, Senju Chōsei swiftly unsheathed his blade to counter the incoming strike. The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The youth of today are quite terrifying, Kizaru remarked, his aged wrinkles shifting as he moved with the agility of a monkey. His eyes, obscured by yellow-framed glasses, reflected a calm demeanor, devoid of any tension. In response, Senju Chōsei scoffed, how dare a mere child presume to lecture me on age? I am far your senior. No sooner had he spoken than he inhaled deeply, channeling his breathing techniques. Moon breathing, ninth form, descending moon flash. With his blade enveloped in Haki, he unleashed a flurry of intersecting sword strikes, creating numerous purple crescents, accompanied by swirling azure moon blades. In an instant, a torrent of fierce winds surged forth, akin to razor-sharp blades, exerting immense pressure on Kizaru. Their swordplay clashed at an astonishing speed, reminiscent of two Logia users in a confrontation. Boom. After several exchanges, Kizaru was compelled to retreat, his fingertips releasing a barrage of golden beams, akin to homing missiles imbued with volatile light energy. Once you arrive, do not depart. Senju Chōsei maintained his composure, raising his palm with ease, gathering a blinding and tempestuous white light. Dust release, original world separation technique. Buzz. The white light coalesced into a small cube, rapidly expanding and hurtling forth at a visibly accelerated pace. It engulfed Kizaru's lasers while advancing with an unstoppable force towards him. This is bad. This fellow is rather formidable. Kizaru's expression shifted to one of alarm as he forsook his leisurely demeanor and summoned all his strength. Boom. At the very moment the original realm separation technique was about to engulf him, he narrowly evaded this lethal strike. When he glanced back, he saw that the buildings consumed by the technique had vanished entirely. His own military coat had also disintegrated into dust under the influence of the original realm separation technique. At this moment, Borisolino was drenched in cold sweat, showing no hesitation as he chose to retreat. No matter how high the salary, one must have life to enjoy it. Upon witnessing this scene, Kazan and Sakazuki, perched upon the high platform, could no longer maintain their composure. They ceased their pretense and simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Two opposing elemental energies surged forth, one cold and the other hot, rushing toward him. Shinsho Changsheng remained unfazed, swinging his sword to carve a massive chasm in the ground, with sword energy rising like a barrier between heaven and earth. Boom! The icy bird and the blazing hellhound struck simultaneously, their conflicting energies colliding with the sword energy, erupting in a cloud of steam. Shinsho Changsheng remained unscathed, impervious to the energies that brushed past him, and once more he swung his sword. The fierce blade of energy seemed poised to cleave the heavens, swirling forth with dense crescent blades aimed at Sakazuki and Kazan. Ice ball. Meteor volcano. The two simultaneously launched their assaults, hurling an ice sphere and a magma fist to shatter Shinsho Changsheng's sword energy. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull sounds reverberated as remnants of elemental energy rained down from the sky, just as they managed to dispel the whistling sword energy. Sakazuki and Kazan sensed a sudden darkness around them. Looking up, they beheld a colossal wooden Buddha plummeting down. Boom. At that moment, Marineford reverberated with a tremendous sound and tremor, startling everyone in the chat group. The Immortal technique would release true thousand hands. Shinsho Changsheng's icy voice resonated as his spiritual energy and chakra surged forth like a tidal wave. A Buddha statue, towering even above the structures of Marineford, suddenly materialized in the void, landing with a violent tremor. Boom! Thousands of colossal hands manifested behind the Buddha in a semicircular formation, their sheer size and density sending shivers down the spine. Tanjiro Kamado, what on earth is that? Yuji Itadori, such a gigantic Buddha, it's truly terrifying. Tony Stark, All right. I admit it. I underestimated Mr. Immortal's strength once again. Beatrice, I can't believe this is the power of Mr. Immortal. I am utterly astonished. Standing alone against 3 admirals and unleashing such horrifying power. Angel Gown, haha. As expected of Mr. Immortal. Indeed, seeing is believing. This scene is utterly breathtaking. What on earth is that? It's too frightening. Thankfully, Mr. Immortal is on our side. Little D's speculation was indeed correct. Mr. Immortal is a deity descended to Earth. Despite Bone King laughing heartily in the group, he was, in fact, intimidated by Chinsho Chongqing's display. Such a massive form is merely a spectacle to attract attention. Sakazuki snorted coldly, dismissing it entirely. In the world of One Piece, colossal entities abound. And one does not cower in fear merely due to the formidable skills displayed by others. I hope your prowess matches the bravado of your words. Buddha of the Thousand Hands. With a cold smirk, the Buddha of the Thousand Hands raised his fist once more, striking down upon Akainu and Akiji. Not even Kizaru, who had retreated, was spared. Every individual and object in the vicinity became the target of the Buddha's wrath. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as countless massive fists descended. A wave of apprehension washed over everyone, compelling them to unleash their most potent attacks and defenses. Yet, the might of the Buddha's fists far exceeded their expectations. The ethereal wood-based techniques, imbued with spiritual energy, were not mere ordinary means to withstand. Akainu was struck directly, the ground beneath him fracturing and erupting, while torrents of magma surged forth. With another devastating blow, before he could catch his breath, Akainu faced yet another assault. Marineford stood as the battlefield, with the towering Buddha delivering relentless punches, each explosion resonating through the sky, rousing awe and trepidation. Each strike reverberated with the force to shake Marineford, as if a colossal deity had descended to obliterate the island. Countless lives were snuffed out under the Buddha's onslaught, some reduced to mere pulp, creating a scene of chaos and brutality. Boom. After 50 strikes, Akainu lay bloodied, his consciousness fading, while the surrounding marines and pirates had been reduced to mere viscera. Akiji and Kizaru lay incapacitated, enduring the onslaught, the sound of shattering bones echoing around them. After countless strikes, Akainu, much like Akiji and the others, could only feebly defend using his devil fruit abilities. The marine hero Garp unleashed a fierce counterattack, emanating an aura of dread as he clashed with the Buddha of the Thousand Hands. Each explosive impact evoked astonishment and terror. Garp, it seemed, had not lost his edge. Despite being merely a vice admiral, his strength eclipsed that of many admirals. Likewise, Fleet Admiral Sengoku dared not hold back, as Marineford had spiraled into utter chaos. Both marines and pirates suffered grievously at the hands of this colossal Buddha, with casualties nearing half. Sengoku invoked the powers of the human fruit, mythical Buddha form, transforming into a golden Buddha to clash against the wooden Buddha of the Thousand Hands. The collision of the large and small Buddhas generated shockwaves capable of repelling most onlookers. As countless punches rained down, Marineford lay in ruins, devoid of any intact structures. The Buddha of the Thousand Hands himself descended upon the execution platform where Ace was held. The 2 marine soldiers who witnessed this descent quivered in fear, unable to stand. Their terror was not born of cowardice, but rather from the sheer dread inspired by the Buddha's presence. A colossal figure had arrived, obliterating 3 marine admirals and holding Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp at bay. Such an extraordinary feat sent ripples through the entire pirate world. The soldiers responsible for broadcasting the event hastily severed the live feed. What began as an execution of pirates transformed into a public spectacle of Marineford's obliteration. From this day forth, the reputation of the Navy shall experience significant upheaval, facing scrutiny from the world government on multiple fronts. This marks the first scandal in the history of the Navy since its inception. Mr. Immortal, kneeling on the execution platform, bore a wry smile as he gazed upon the fallen Navy and pirates, momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought that Ainsul Gown had already stirred enough chaos, only to find that Senju Chōsei had escalated the disorder even further. The rescue strategies of the 2 were blunt and reckless, indifferent to the distinctions between friend and foe. Previously, he had considered Mr. Immortal to be reliable, but now he found himself questioning that reliability. It seemed dependable, yet there was an unsettling feeling in the air. Upon their first encounter, Ace struggled to find words, ultimately greeting him with a rueful laugh. "You look rather spirited. Let me assist you in removing those handcuffs. With a casual kick, Senju Chōsei dispatched the two cowardly Navy officers and drew his black blade, a kushui. This won't work. These are sea stone cuffs. Ace's words were cut short as the cuffs were effortlessly severed into pieces, scattering across the ground. Excuse me, what did you just say? Senju Chōsei inquired, perplexed as he sheathed his blade. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ace replied, his lips twitching. Yuji Itadori laughed heartily. You've made my day. Tony Stark chimed in. Look at Ace's mortified expression. It's a slap in the face at lightning speed. Tanjiro Kamado urged. Quick, take a screenshot. Izumi Sajiri, ever the opportunist, promptly shared the screenshot she had just captured. Indeed, those who lurk in silence are often the most formidable. Senju Chōsei wore a faint smile, initially testing the boundaries, and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. The spiritual energy that enhanced his blade allowed him to slice through sea stone effortlessly. Upon reflection, it seemed that various metals and stones in the realm of cultivation could be refined into liquid by spiritual energy, making the act of cutting through sea stone a trivial task. System sign-in. Ding. Special sign-in triggered. Marineford War sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Tremor Fruit, non-side effect version. Hearing the reward notification, Senju Chōsei's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light as he turned to witness Whitebeard, his mouth agape in shock. Whitebeard had not perished, yet the system rewarded him with the Tremor Fruit. It appeared that the Tremor Fruit granted by the system was not the same as the one that Whitebeard possessed. Rather, it seemed to be a newly created or optimized fruit. Especially with the notation of non-side effect, it likely leaned towards the latter possibility. Now that your cuffs are removed, you should be capable of flying back to Whitebeard's side, correct? Senju Chōsei remarked with a gentle smile. In the original narrative, Ace was saved by Luffy, only to ultimately sacrifice himself for Luffy, sustaining a fatal blow from Akainu. With Akainu now defeated by Senju Chōsei, that threat had been eliminated. Of course, no problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Immortal. In return, I shall offer you a natural-type fruit or a mythical beast-type fruit. Ace replied, rising with a smile and brushing off the dust from his trousers. Ace. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry echoed as Luffy came sprinting, weaving through the bodies of fallen Navy and pirates alike. With hands outstretched, he leaped onto the execution platform. Overjoyed, he clung to Ace, laughing like a child. Ace, I'm so glad you're okay. Luffy exclaimed with hearty laughter, then turned to Senju Chōsei, smiling. Thank you for saving Ace. You're truly a good person. As he patted Chōsei on the back, Ace, startled, broke into a sweat and quickly grabbed him. Before them stood the Immortal, a being capable of traversing countless realms. Akin to a deity. It's all right. Senju Chōsei chuckled, signaling for him to relax. Our mission is complete. We shall return now. Just remember to provide me with the devil fruit later. With that, he activated the group's teleportation function. And Ulgon, we're leaving. Just activate the group task to return to your own world, Chōsei instructed. Understood, I'll resurrect them first and then depart, and Ulgon replied. At that moment, the Bone King remained suspended in midair but was under attack from Whitebeard. Due to his recent superior magic, he had not only subdued the Navy but had also taken down numerous pirates. Now that Whitebeard had regained his senses, his wrath was unbridled, and he unleashed a merciless assault on the Bone King. Seeing this, En's Ulgon, frightened, began to chant superior magic once more, a terrifying aura enveloping the entirety of Marineford. Suddenly, torrential rain poured from the sky as two figures, one airborne and the other on the ground, clashed, causing the very heavens to tremble. Senju Chōsei paid no heed. Whitebeard could not possibly defeat the Bone King, so he teleported away. Meanwhile, Ace, filled with urgency, activated his fruit abilities and soared towards their father to mediate the conflict. Please, stop fighting, Ace pleaded amidst the rain, while Senju Chōsei returned alone to Konoha. The journey had been swift, both to and from, taking scarcely an hour. Tsunade still lingered in the living room, yet her exquisite visage was marred by discontent. Noticing her expression, Senju Chōsei fell silent. It appeared that Tsunade's yearning for other worlds exceeded his expectations. However, he currently lacked the power to traverse dimensions with her, unless the chat group introduced a new feature or he acquired certain abilities through signing in. Otherwise, he could only await the day he grew stronger, capable of forcefully breaking through the void to take Tsunade with him. Ding! The activity level of the Multiverse Chat Group has reached LV3. A new feature has been added. Members can now traverse dimensions at the cost of points. The group leader's privilege has increased. Taking others across dimensions incurs no point cost. Ding. Yun Yun has joined the chat group. Ding. Yi Fan has joined the chat group. Ding. Isdeath has joined the chat group. Ding. Shiyu of the Shakugan has joined the chat group. Ding. Saitama has joined the chat group. Ding. Kira Yashikage has joined the chat group. The notifications from the chat group left Senju Chōsei momentarily stunned. It was indeed true that what was lacking would soon arrive. Just as he pondered his inability to take Tsunade along to traverse worlds, the chat group had conveniently opened this very feature. Moreover, the group leader could take others along for free. Additionally, the new members joining the chat group were quite formidable. In the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, we encounter the formidable antagonist Yashikage Kira, an elite villain who lives a seemingly mundane life as an ordinary office worker, rising early each day. In the realm of Akame Ga Kill, we meet Generalist Death, a sadistic woman whose most powerful strike can even freeze time and space. From the universe of One Punch Man, we have Saitama, a man who has grown stronger despite his baldness, unmatched by any adversary to date. Then there is Yi Fan, the character who captures the attention of Senju Chōsei. He is the protagonist of Heavenly Star, an extraordinary individual who severed an era and bridged the ancient and modern worlds. If one were to speculate about who in the group might achieve greatness comparable to, or even surpassing Senju Chōsei, it would not be the invincible Saitama nor the time-freezing Isdeath, but rather Yi Fan. His universe embodies the true essence of cultivation, possessing a power system that rivals the immortal techniques practiced by Senju Chōsei. As for Yun Yun and Shiyu of the Xia Hill, one hails from the world of battle through the heavens, possessing moderate cultivation and a respectable power system, yet appears diminutive in comparison to Yi Fan's domain. Shiyu of the Xia Hill, akin to Sato Mizumi, emerges from an ordinary world, lacking any remarkable abilities. Yuji Itadori, welcome newcomers. Portgas D. Ace, welcome, everyone. Once you enter, you are all comrades. Tanjiro Kamadu, a warm welcome to all. Izumi Sajiri, welcome. Senju Chōsei, new members, please check the group announcements. After sending this message, Senju Chōsei exited the chat, wearing an awkward smile as he approached Tsunade. He gently caressed her hair and whispered, "Do not be upset. It was an emergency. And I have discovered a way to take you through this journey." Really? Tsunade turned her head, questioning with her beautiful eyes. Of course it is true. Senju Chōsei replied with a gentle smile. All right, but if you deceive me again, I shall run away from home. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Ding. Yi Fan uploaded the Tao scripture, we'll see volume. Yi Fan, haha. I never expected the Tao scripture to be worth 10,000 points. Now I can exchange it for a breathing technique and chakra extraction. Yi Fan's adaptability to the chat group was remarkably swift, rather than questioning. He chose to exchange items to enhance his strength. This decisiveness is one of the reasons he will become a powerful figure, never hesitating. Senju Chōsei, greetings, esteemed group leader. Might you possess any information regarding cultivation techniques? Ain Sol Gown. The newcomer's capacity for acceptance exceeds my expectations. However, cultivation techniques are but trifles for the immortal Lord. Portgas D. Ace. I thank Lord Ains for his resurrection magic. My father has asked me to apologize on his behalf and promised to buy you a drink next time. As a gesture of amends. Ains Ol Gown. No need for such formality. We become acquainted through conflict. While Senju Chōsei was comforting Tsunade, Bone King had already engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. Ultimately, with Ain's explanation, the misunderstanding was resolved. Bone King's character remained commendable, even after Whitebeard had struck him. He still chose to resurrect himself and the pirates that Senju Chōsei had slain, out of respect for Ains. As for those slain by the Navy, he would not concern himself. The Bone King's ability to resurrect the fallen left all present in a state of profound astonishment. Additionally, the arrival of the red-haired savior, initially intending to save face, unexpectedly found himself a mere bystander. Ding. Yun Yun has uploaded the Yunlan Feng Ju. Yun Yun. In my world, we indeed possess techniques. I wonder how they compare to yours. Yuji Itadori. It seems that every newcomer hails from a world with a formidable power system. Tanjiro Kamadu. We have already taken Mr. Kaneki to the hospital. He should be fine, right? After all, he is a half-ghoul. Could he suddenly be killed? Tanjiro and Yuji stood beside the medical bed, gazing at the unconscious Kaneki Ken, and began conversing in the group chat. Portgas D. Ace. Tanjiro Kamado, I've heard that in Mr. Kaniki's world, ghouls are not detected as long as they do not reveal their true forms. Sajiri Izumi, I have heard that as well. Yuji Itadori, in that case, we too must return to our respective worlds. Having delayed for so long, Teacher Satoru is sure to scold me. Shiyu Kasa no Oka, is everyone here a power user? Is there anyone like me who is just an ordinary person? Shiyu Kasa no Oka felt somewhat overwhelmed. She had just arrived with inspiration for a novel, intending to write 10,000 words, only to be interrupted by this chat group. Helplessly, she decided to observe what this multi-world chat group in her mind truly was. Upon further scrutiny, she nearly questioned her own sanity, as the manner in which these individuals spoke suggested they were all superhumans or cultivators. Was she the only mortal among them? While Shiyu Kasa no Oka felt a surge of anxiety, she also experienced a thrill. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Sajiri Izumi, I am also an ordinary person, Sister Shiyu. I am but a regular girl. Shiyu Kasa no Oka, wow, what an adorable little sister. Isteth, humph. Provide me with your addresses. I shall have you all bow before me. Isteth, whether cultivators or power users, they shall all be trampled beneath my feet. Tony Stark, wow. A remarkable newcomer has arrived, and her name is somewhat similar to mine. I nearly mistook her identity. The entrance of the sadistic Isteth immediately altered the atmosphere within the group. Isteth is an exceedingly confident woman, considering herself the strongest being in her world. She does not believe anyone could surpass her. Even in other realms, she is confident she could dominate all men. Unfortunately for Isteth, she has chosen the wrong venue for her bravado. Saitama, are you truly powerful? Shall we engage in battle? I am positively invigorated. Sitting at home, Saitama's previously dull expression transformed into one of sharp definition, an abrupt change in demeanor. He even began to crack his knuckles. After an extended period of invincibility, he finally felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of an opponent. Isteth, humph, trash. Tell me where you are from, and I shall conquer your world at once. Tony Stark. Wow. It appears that the newcomers are embroiled in a quarrel. Immortal, sir, do intervene and restore order. Tanjiro Kamado. Ah, please. Everyone, let us not bicker. Harmony is paramount. Yun. Indeed, this is quite inappropriate. Yashikage Kira. I am uncertain whether the announcements are genuine. I sincerely hope this matter does not affect me. That said, Yashikage Kira, residing in the northeastern villa district of Morio, is currently perspiring profusely, with his heart racing. He is unaware of what a chat group entails, as such a mode of communication has yet to emerge in his world. Kira is an exceedingly cautious individual, should this entity be surveilling him. His mundane existence would be irrevocably shattered. Yashikage Kira, greetings, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yashikage Kira, age 33. Yashikage Kira, I reside in the northeastern villa district of Morio and am unmarried. Yashikage Kira, I am employed at a chain store named Turtle Friends. Yashikage Kira, I typically work late, returning home only by 8 p.m. Yashikage Kira, I do not smoke, and my consumption of alcohol is limited to mere sips. I retire by 11 p.m., ensuring I achieve a full 8 hours of sleep. Yashikage Kira, before bed, I always drink a cup of warm milk and engage in 20 minutes of gentle stretching. Then I promptly drift into slumber. Yashikage Kira, I awaken with the dawn, never allowing fatigue or stress to linger into the next day. Even doctors affirm that I am quite normal. Yashikage Kira, I wish to withdraw from this chat group. Could someone guide me on how to proceed? Tony Stark, Tanjiro Kamado, Portgas D. Ace, Yuji Itadori. Why does his message evoke a sense of dull and somber music? Ye fan, one who is blessed yet unaware of their fortune. How could you possibly wish to reject such a splendid opportunity? Have you perhaps committed some unspeakable deed? Shiyu Kasa no Oka, agreed. Saitama, alas, I am disinterested in your self-introduction. I yearn to engage in combat with this death. How might I challenge her? Tony Stark, Saitama. It seems you possess a fervent desire for battle. Perhaps you could inquire with Immortal, sir. Saitama, Immortal, sir? The group leader, you say? Thank you. Immortal longevity. Saitama, Immortal longevity. Saitama, Immortal longevity. In the world of Naruto, at the Senju residence, Senju Hashirama has just calmed Tsunade and has now entered the Multiverse Chat Group. The information from 99 did not surprise him. However, Saitama's incessant messaging and Yashikage Kira's self-introduction left him somewhat astounded. As for Saitama's desire for combat, Facilitating their crossing into different worlds is a straightforward task. Yet, he fears Saitama may obliterate his death with a single punch. Senju Hashirama, Saitama. I can indeed allow you to traverse worlds and engage in battle. However, his death is best left out of this. She cannot contend with you. Saitama, the group leader has finally spoken. So, she cannot withstand my strength. What a pity. Tanjiro Kamado. Immortal Sir's words suggest he is acquainted with both Saitama and his death. His death? What did you say? How dare you claim I cannot prevail? Do you believe I cannot compel you to kneel before my toes? Upon hearing his death's words, Senju Chōsei chose to disregard her. This death is nothing more than a madwoman, unscathed by the harsh realities of society. Although she may be formidable in her own realm, in the grand tapestry of countless worlds, she is merely a minor player. Senju Chōsei. Indeed, I am acquainted with him, though the reasons are best left unsaid. Saitama's prowess within our group is of the highest caliber. Senju Chōsei. Saitama, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall engage you in battle. But the time is not yet ripe. Whether he can best Saitama remains uncertain even to Senju Chōsei himself. If a confrontation with Saitama is inevitable, he intends to wait until his cultivation reaches the next realm before attempting it. Saitama transcends the limitations of the human body. His strength perpetually escalates without bounds. Yet, this does not render him invincible across all realms. He can dispatch foes with ease, just as Senju Chōsei and Yi Fan can. However, Senju Chōsei possesses the ability to transcend dimensions, while Yi Fan can manipulate the flow of time across ages. Such feats are beyond even the capabilities of Master Saitama. Senju Chōsei. Yi Fan. I possess techniques for both immortal cultivation and body refinement, albeit at a steep price. You may exchange your future acquired techniques for points. Ding. Senju Chōsei has uploaded the Immortal Longevity Technique. Ding. Senju Chōsei has uploaded the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Senju Chōsei harbors a keen interest in the techniques from the world of Deitan. With his signing-in system, he is not concerned about the intricacies of overlapping techniques. Mastering two disciplines is well within his reach. He can even disregard conflicting methodologies and simultaneously embrace dual cultivation systems. All limitations can be surmounted through the rewards of the signing-in system. Though he is yet to receive these rewards, Senju Chōsei remains unperturbed. He possesses a chat group that allows him to traverse countless worlds, and he is confident that one day he will acquire them. Yi Fan. Thank you, group leader. His death. Senju Chōsei. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Ain's old gown. Foolish woman. How dare you show disrespect to the immortal lord? Are you seeking death? His death. And who might you be? I never anticipated that this so-called chat group would harbor so many who dare to speak to me in such a manner. Kira Yashikage. I simply wish to leave the group. Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Senju Chōsei. Group leader. I'll send you some enticing photos. Would you consider giving me this technique for free? In the ordinary world, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's cheeks flushed crimson as she excitedly waved her long legs clad in black stockings, eagerly awaiting Senju Chōsei's response. Her candid and unabashed proposition startled Senju Chōsei. Such a blatant transaction was something he, as the group leader, could never agree to. To think that a few photographs could exchange for celestial fortune was utterly fanciful. Senju Chōsei. To ensure fairness within the group, I suggest you accumulate points and proceed step by step. Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Upon hearing that photos would not suffice for the technique, Kasumiga Kakashiwa became anxious. Kasumiga Kakashiwa. No, please. Kasumiga Kakashiwa. The Immortal Longevity Technique demands 50 million points. Even if I sold myself, I could not procure that. Kasha no Okashiyu. Let us deliberate further, shall we? Perhaps I could become your wife, and in return, you could share your cultivation techniques with me? For the denizens of the mundane world, embarking on the path of cultivation is an arduous endeavor. After all, they possess little of value. Despite the allure of a dark magic spell costing a mere 100,000 points, the reality is far more daunting. Take Izumi Sajiri's manga. For instance, each volume is worth but a single point. If Sajiri wishes to embark on her cultivation journey, the most affordable chakra refining technique demands 300 points. This implies that she must upload 300 manga volumes to exchange for the chakra refining technique. And considering the prowess of Sajiri's works, if one were to assess more commonplace creations, it could take 10 volumes to accrue just a single point. Certainly, opportunities such as these are rare. For these characters from the mundane world to enter this realm is a significant chance. Whether they can seize it, however, lies entirely in their own hands. Tony Stark, is that truly possible? If I send many beautiful women to Mr. Immortal, could I also acquire cultivation techniques? Portgas D. Ace, ha 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 ha. Saitama, I am eagerly anticipating a battle with the group leader. Kira Yashikage, I think I shall leave the group. Why is no one paying attention to me? Ain Zol Gown, foolish woman, should you dare approach, I shall leave you in a state of despair. Is death, trash. Tanjiro Kamadu, let us not quarrel. Yi Fan, Kasha no Okashiyu, group leader, your uploaded techniques appear formidable. Might they be available for phased purchase? He noted that the Tao scripture, Wheel of the Sea, was priced at merely 10,000 points, while the Immortal longevity technique stood at a staggering 50 million points, an unattainable figure. Upon reflection, Kasha no Okashiyu found some merit in this. Should the techniques not be available for separate purchase, it would likely necessitate Yi Fan reaching the status of emperor to acquire them, thus precluding any opportunity for profit. Consequently, Kasha no Okashiyu navigated the group functions, disassembling the Immortal longevity technique and the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, subsequently re-uploading them. Within the group, Bone King had already engaged in a dispute with this death, while Tanjiro and Yuji Itadori attempted to mediate. Tony and Saitama were incessantly stirring the pot. As for the others, they either lurked in the shadows or remained silent. Kasha no Okashiyu pondered that it was essential for the group members to understand each other's strengths. Thus, he directly uploaded the 2 live stream replays of this operation. After downloading Yi Fan's Tao scripture, he exited the chat group. If his conjecture was correct, Yi Fan must have recently arrived in the North Dipper Star domain. Should Yi Fan possess additional techniques, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to upload them all, for he would not overlook the chance to exchange for points. The allure of the Immortal longevity technique and the Divine Elephant Suppression technique in the chat group was immensely tempting for him. Kasha no Okashiyu sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the Tao scripture within his mind, silently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The realms of the Jitian world are delineated as follows: Wheel of the Sea, Tao Palace, for poles, transformation into a dragon, Immortal platform, Semi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. Within the Wheel of the Sea realm, there exist 4 lesser stages: Sea of Suffering, Fountain of Life, Divine Bridge, and Other Shore. The Tao scripture, Wheel of the Sea, can enable Kasha no Okashiyu to cultivate directly to the great perfection of the Wheel of the Sea realm. As for the subsequent chapters of the realm, one merely needs to await Yi Fan's uploads in due time. The Immortal longevity technique of Senju Chōsei undoubtedly possesses the potential to transcend the level of the emperors. Upon mastering the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his physical prowess would certainly rival that of the ancient sacred body. If Yi Fan could cultivate the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he would emerge as the most formidable ancient sacred body at the same realm in history. Senju Chōsei breathed steadily as torrents of spiritual energy surged into his body. The cells within him rejoiced in the influx of energy. In less than an hour, the spiritual essence converged at the center of his dantian, transforming from a solitary droplet into a vast ocean. The Jitian cultivation system harmonized seamlessly with his own. With a flicker of his eyes, Senju Chōsei's heart swelled with elation. Furthermore, the Tao Sutra posed no conflict with the Immortal longevity technique. In fact, they complemented each other beautifully. This was an unexpected delight, as he had initially believed that mastering 2 power systems would necessitate rewards for compatibility. However, it turned out that there was no need for concern regarding compatibility issues. The synergy was even more profound. Senju Chōsei did not cease his efforts. He exerted all his strength to absorb the spiritual energy, even invoking the Immortal longevity technique to expedite the process. The vast ocean in his dantian represented the sea of suffering within the wheel of existence, entirely transformed by spiritual energy. Yet, this sea of suffering lay still, resembling a stagnant pool devoid of life. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period, a bubble emerged from the tranquil surface of the sea of suffering. Soon after, the bubbles multiplied, akin to boiling water, creating a cacophony of sounds as they gradually formed a spring-like eruption. The second realm of the wheel of existence, the source of life. With formidable cultivation, Senju Chōsei's speed in mastering the lower realms of other power systems reached astonishing heights. The sea of suffering now bore the source of life. transforming the stagnant waters into vibrant streams. The waves surged with vitality. Each crest fortified Senju Chōsei's body and soul. A bridge slowly began to take form above the sea of suffering, stretching infinitely across the vast expanse. This bridge extended at an astonishing rate, its shape gradually clarifying, evolving from a simple suspension bridge into a magnificent divine bridge. The third realm of the Wheel of Existence, the Divine Bridge. The Divine Bridge was effortlessly constructed by Senju Chōsei and gradually solidified. The Tao Sutra's Wheel of Existence was nearing its limit under his cultivation. The bridge continued to extend, seemingly without end. Senju Chōsei's consciousness felt as though it had entered the realm of the Dantian, walking slowly upon the divine bridge. The crashing waves brimmed with vigorous life, yet evoked a sense of despair and anguish, for the end remained unseen, the opposite shore concealed from view. He felt as if he had traversed this divine bridge for centuries, living multiple lifetimes, until he suddenly turned back. The shore was near. Turning back was the path to safety. The fourth realm of the Wheel of Existence, the other shore. With a thunderous roar, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted from Senju Chōsei, signaling a momentous shift in his celestial realm cultivation. The confluence of the two power systems fostered a mutually enhancing effect. In the realm of profound enlightenment, the Thousand Hands of Eternal Life has made a significant breakthrough in the art of immortality. At this moment, his cultivation has ascended to the realm of demigods, also referred to as the Great Exalted. This marks a monumental leap in spiritual attainment, akin to the chasm that separates the celestial beings from the exalted. Now, even when confronted by formidable adversaries at the level of the six paths, the Thousand Hands of Eternal Life can effortlessly dominate them. Rending the quest for Tao's Jade with his bare hands and delivering powerful kicks to the six paths' formidable figures are mere trifles for him. His strength has reached the zenith of the ninja world, rendering him invincible. However, this elevation in power has not elicited overwhelming excitement from the Thousand Hands of Eternal Life. His gaze has long since transcended the confines of the small world of Hokage. He aspires to a multitude of realms beyond. While he may reign supreme within the Hokage universe, he is acutely aware that his prowess does not render him invincible in others. For instance, within the power hierarchy of the world of heavenly shrouding, his strength might be situated somewhere between the immortal stage and the quasi-emperor. The precise extent of his abilities remains to be validated in Yi Fan's world. Moreover, in the power structure of heavenly shrouding, even the emperor does not represent the pinnacle of achievement. The Thousand Hands of Eternal Life remains humble, resisting any temptation towards arrogance. To his surprise, this period of seclusion extended for a full 2 months. Slowly, he opened his eyes, taking a moment to reflect and exhaling deeply. With the addition of the previous months, both Sasuke and Naruto have grown a year older. How swiftly time passes. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the tremor fruit acquired from his sign-in. He hesitated, uncertain whether to consume this fruit or a different devil fruit that would not fear the curse of the sea. The tremor fruit possesses immense power, yet he sensed that its abilities were not particularly essential to him. The so-called shattering of the void could be achieved with a mere punch from him. The only distinction lies in the tremor fruit's capability to disrupt all forms of energy. Any attack launched at him could be interrupted with a single strike. Ultimately, he decided that having diverse skills is never a burden, especially given that there are no adverse effects. Dismissing further contemplation, he considered that even if Ace were to present him with a superior devil fruit later, it would still carry the drawback of fearing the sea. Thus, it seemed wiser to consume the tremor fruit before him, thereby enhancing his repertoire of abilities. With a decisive bite, he sank his teeth into the fruit adorned with enigmatic patterns. To his astonishment, instead of an unpleasant odor, he was greeted with sweetness and fragrance. It was evident that this was a result of the system's transformation. The more he indulged, the more he found himself addicted, and in mere moments, he devoured the entire devil fruit. After a brief interval, he felt as though he had acquired an additional sense. The surrounding scenery appeared as fragile glass. With a forceful strike, he could shatter it. In the mirror-like void, he gently flicked his finger. A resounding thud echoed, and the scene before him fractured like glass, leaving behind several remarkable fissures. He even attempted to strike himself with a ninjutsu attack, subsequently using the tremor fruit's abilities to block it, achieving flawless results. After a few minutes of play, Senju Chōsei lost interest and stood up to dust off his clothes before walking out of the courtyard. Tsunade sat cross-legged in the yard, seemingly in meditation. However, through Chōsei's keen perception, he discerned her inner restlessness. She was far from focused on her practice. Such agitation is decidedly detrimental to cultivation, he remarked with an elegant tone and a gentle smile. Master, you have finally emerged, Tsunade exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before hastily rising and approaching with light, excited steps. She truly admired her master, who was either training outdoors or in secluded meditation. Tsunade knew she could never endure such rigorous discipline. The monotony of cultivation was simply too tedious for her. Yet, for Chōsei, the pursuit of refinement was endlessly gratifying. Even the slightest improvement brought him immense joy. How has Konoha been? No unusual occurrences, I hope? Chōsei inquired amiably. Everything is as usual, though Jiraiya came looking for you. But unfortunately, you were in seclusion, Tsunade replied, her lips forming a soft smile. Jiraiya sought me out? Chōsei mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had little connection with Jiraiya, so the visit likely pertained to that mysterious organization. It was evident that the organization in question was none other than Akatsuki, a fact Chōsei was quite certain of. Yet, he wondered what Jiraiya had uncovered that warranted a report to him. Then please inform him to come here at once, Chōsei said casually. Tsunade nodded and signaled to a hidden Umbu ninja lurking in the shadows, who promptly leaped forward. Lady Tsunade, Mr. Chōsei, how may I serve you? He inquired, kneeling respectfully. Summon Jiraiya, Tsunade commanded without hesitation. Her demeanor shifted significantly in the presence of outsiders. She spoke with a formality that was quite different from her interactions with Chōsei. The ninja responded with a bow and swiftly departed. Before long, Jiraiya, his hair as white as snow, leaped into the courtyard from the wall. Such was his nature, always opting for the unconventional entrance. Mr. Chōsei, it has been quite some time. Jiraiya greeted with a smile, his demeanor somewhat carefree, though this was his most restrained self. State your purpose for seeking me, Chōsei said, reclining in his chair as he fed the fish in the pond. Tsunade dutifully approached him from behind, offering a shoulder massage. The sight nearly caused Jiraiya's eyes to bulge out in disbelief. The notorious Kunoichi was pampering someone like a dutiful apprentice, an utterly shocking scene. Regarding the organization you asked me to investigate, Jiraiya hesitated, taking a deep breath as he seemed torn between speaking and remaining silent. After a brief pause, he continued, I have discovered that the leader may have some connection to me. I am uncertain how you came to focus on this organization, but I hope you will allow me to handle this matter. Weren't you the one to mention the mysterious organization? How did it become my concern? Chōsei thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. Initially, it was Jiraiya who uncovered Orochimaru's whereabouts, subsequently tracing it back to the Akatsuki organization. Senju Chōsei merely urged him to maintain his vigilance. How do you intend to handle this? Although internally exasperated, Senju Chōsei remained composed, as if unaffected by the unfolding events. The leader of that organization bore a resemblance to several children I once rescued. I yearn to save them once more, in my own manner. As Jiraiya's words echoed, his demeanor shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. Even his usual nonchalant air vanished entirely. One could easily fathom the magnitude of his resolve. If you are so determined, then you shall take charge. Take these scrolls and talismans. They will safeguard you in perilous times. Senju Chōsei calmly retrieved scrolls and talismans from the system space and casually tossed them into Jiraiya's hands. Although the investigation into the Akatsuki was initiated much earlier than in the original narrative, with numerous deviations, it is worth noting that in the original tale, Jiraiya indeed perished during this very inquiry. To ensure prudence, Senju Chōsei produced additional talismans and scrolls to avert any unforeseen mishaps for Jiraiya. Despite his lecherous tendencies, Jiraiya possessed commendable qualities in other respects. Yes, thank you, Mr. Immortal. Upon hearing Senju Chōsei's consent, Jiraiya's face lit up with joy, and after bowing respectfully, he turned to exit through the front door. Also, take Itachi and Chōsei with you. They too should embark on their own training. Before he departed, Senju Chōsei added this remark. Jiraiya paused at the doorway, nodded in acknowledgement, and then completely exited the Chōsei residence. It was time for Itachi and Chōsei, given their age and capabilities, to venture out for training. Remaining perpetually engaged in menial tasks within Konoha was hardly beneficial. The plethora of talents within Konoha emerged from the crucible of life and death struggles. Without pressure and danger, such exceptional individuals would not arise. After Jiraiya's departure, only Senju Chōsei and Tsunade remained in the courtyard. They were serene and unhurried, akin to two immortal beings detached from worldly affairs. Tsunade suddenly paused her massage, tilting her head to the side, the fragrance wafting gently as she softly inquired, "Master, you promised to take me to other worlds. When shall we commence?" 2 months prior, she had heard her master mention plans to take her out, only for him to retreat into seclusion for those 2 months. Tsunade's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. She had endured for a full 2 months. This was the source of her restlessness, as the anticipation had become overwhelming. Upon hearing her words, Senju Chōsei recalled his earlier promise. Given that no significant events were expected in Konoha during this period, it would indeed be feasible to take Tsunade to explore other worlds. However, he feared that she might become enamored with the allure of those realms, incessantly yearning to return, which would surely become irksome. "Just a moment. Let me ponder where to go," Senju Chōsei replied. "All right." The moment she heard they could venture to other worlds, Tsunade immediately transformed into a dutiful companion, gently massaging Senju Chōsei's shoulders and legs. Once again, Senju Chōsei logged into the Myriad Realms chat group, disregarding the messages of 99 as unworthy of his attention. He believed that the 2 live broadcasts of his missions he had uploaded would suffice to silence the many who had been clamoring. For instance, Kira Yashikichi, having learned about the power systems of other worlds, had grown significantly more taciturn. Even in group discussions, his words lacked the previous sharpness, and he no longer demanded to leave the group. In the original narrative, Kira was a villain, exuding an unwavering confidence in his abilities. However, the 2 live broadcast videos had instilled a sense of caution in him, as the disparity in power levels was vast. Only Esteth remained undeterred, often vocally insisting that Bone King serve as her skeletal chair, much to the chagrin of Senju Chōsei. Upon slightly adjusting the chat window, Senju Chōsei noticed that there had been little activity of late, mostly consisting of heated exchanges between Bone King and Esteth, alongside other members sending him exclusive red envelopes. "Ains ul gown, Senju Chōsei, Immortal sir, I humbly beseech you to allow us to march into Esteth's world. I have no intention of waging war on the surface any longer. I wish to conquer her realm. Kaneki Ken, Senju Chōsei, I am grateful for your assistance, Immortal sir. I have awakened, and I also thank Yuji and Tanjiro for their help. Portgas D. Ace, Senju Chōsei, Immortal sir, I have procured a devil fruit for you. An exclusive red envelope. Currently, I have only found 1 natural-type mercury fruit, but I will provide you with another of equal value soon." Senju Chōsei promptly clicked to receive the fruit, placing it into his system space. He then opened the upload page, where many had contributed items from their respective worlds. For instance, Yun Yun had uploaded pills and techniques. Tony had shared several sets of Iron Man armors. Yuji Itadori had contributed some curses, and Beatrice had submitted her own magic. Izumi Sajiri and Kasumiga Kakashiya had uploaded numerous everyday items from their world. Among them, Yifan had uploaded the Shi Huang Jing Dao Gong scroll, which Senju Chōsei downloaded without hesitation. Esteth had uploaded the Imperial tool, Tale of the Ever-Changing Cross, which was subsequently exchanged by Yuji Itadori. As he scrolled, Senju Chōsei discovered Tanjiro's upload of the Breath of the Sun. This was the most valuable item in the world of Demon Slayer. His heart leaped with joy, and he promptly clicked to download it. Within just 2 months, he had acquired 2 of the items he needed. It seemed the chat group was gradually stabilizing, ripe for harvesting resources. Yifan, the Immortal Longevity Technique and the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique from our leader are indeed formidable. These 2 techniques have helped me overcome numerous tribulations. Yuji Itadori, haha. Esteth's Imperial tool is quite effective as well. I suggest you upload more so that we may all benefit. Esteth, humph, I have plenty of Imperial tools. If I slay a few more Revolutionary Army members, I can obtain even more for you. Tony Stark, how ruthless. Such a woman is terrifying. Esteth, humph, mere mortals. Soon, I shall have you kneeling to kiss the soles of my shoes. Tony Stark, it seems I must accelerate the development of my anti-Esteth armor. Ainsul gown, Esteth. Await my arrival. Once the group leader is online, I shall venture into your world. Esteth, haha. When you arrive in my realm, you shall experience the might of the Empire's artifacts. Kasa no Okashiyo. This is so challenging. I have finally obtained the first volume of the Immortal Life Technique. I shall pursue immortality. Saitama, how mundane. I yearn to engage in battle with the group leader. Upon reading this, Senju Chōsei wore a contemplative expression. He too was eager to test Saitama's strength. With his own exalted status, a confrontation with Saitama should pose no difficulty. Moreover, Saitama's world teems with peculiar beings and abundant dangers. Perhaps he could bring Tsunade along to witness it. Should this plan succeed, Tsunade would likely lose interest in other worlds. Konoha is so serene and harmonious, while Saitama's realm is plagued by relentless chaos and battle. Surely, Tsunade would not find such a place appealing. Additionally, the matter involving Bone King and his death indeed requires resolution. The constant clamor is quite bothersome. Senju Chōsei, Ain's old gown, since you are resolute in your intent, I shall permit your journey. However, the individuals you wish to bring will require you to expend your own points. Senju Chōsei, Saitama. Shortly I shall seek you out for a sparring session, and perhaps stay a few days. Itadori Yuji. Kamadu Tanjiro. Is the immortal gentleman truly going to spar with Saitama? Be sure to livestream it. Ain's old gown. Thank you, immortal sir, for your support. Isteth, come. I shall demonstrate the power of the empire. Isteth's demeanor genuinely incensed Bone King. Ain's old gown is an exceedingly cautious individual. He would never act without a clear understanding of his opponent's strength. Yet, his determination to venture into Isteth's world speaks volumes about his fury. Moreover, the group leader has stated that Isteth cannot defeat him. What is there to fear? Chapter 54. The encounter with Saitama Yun. The strength displayed by the immortal gentleman in Isteth's world has already left me astounded. I can scarcely imagine his full potential. Yi Fan, I can assure you, it will be a visual feast. Itadori Yuji, I am truly looking forward to it. Isteth, humph. When the group leader claimed I could not defeat Saitama, I too wish to see if he has earned the right to grovel before me. Isteth, and that moving skeleton. I will ensure you cannot cast a single spell. At this juncture, Isteth shared an image. In the picture, a stunning woman with azure hair wore a captivating smile. Her long, snow-white legs crossed elegantly as she sat upon a throne. Surrounding her were skeletal remains and several naked men, kneeling submissively. Kaneki-ken, this. Isteth's tastes are rather unique. Wry smile, Tony Stark. Oh my, I must admit this woman is truly beautiful, but it is also terrifying. Kamadu Tanjiro. This scene is even more frightening than the demons here. Kasa no Okashiyu. Isteth is such a sadist. The group leader would undoubtedly despise such a person. Izumi Sajiri. What type of girl does the immortal gentleman prefer? Beatrice, who knows? Saitama, how splendid. I am brimming with excitement. When shall you arrive? Senju Chōsei. I will tidy up and head over shortly. You simply need to relax and accept my request to traverse dimensions. Senju Chōsei. Ain's old gown is death. You two prepare yourselves to accept my crossing notification. Having said that, Senju Chōsei exited the chat group and smiled at the nearby Tsunade. I have found it. Among countless worlds, this is the most tranquil and harmonious. Let us prepare for departure. How wonderful. At last, I can explore other realms. Joy illuminated Tsunade's exquisite visage as she hurried indoors to gather her belongings for the journey. In less than 10 minutes, Tsunade emerged with an ample array of items, which Senju Chōsei stored within the system space. Let us depart. Senju Chōsei grasped Tsunade's delicate hand, entering the chat group once more, activating the traversal function, and selecting the member Saitama. Simultaneously, he re-established the traversal permissions for Bone King and Isteth. Upon seeing the permissions activated, Bone King wasted no time in utilizing all his points, transporting the entire Great Tomb of Nazarik's members to Isteth's world. In the One Punch world, Z City's desolate zone, Saitama, seated in his home, abruptly turned over, his once dull expression transformed into one of utmost gravity. Beside him, his disciple Genos, along with friends King and Hellblowsnow, were taken aback. Master, what troubles you? Is there an intruder? Genos inquired cautiously, beginning to scan the vicinity. No, it is the immortal gentleman who approaches. Bang! Saitama grinned widely, his fists colliding, creating a wave of energy. It had been long since he had smiled so earnestly. Ever since he lost his hair, Saitama felt he had lost his emotions. Even his smiles had become mere grins. Yet this time, he felt genuine joy at the prospect of battling a formidable opponent. The immortal gentleman? Genos and the others exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp the significance of Saitama's words. Who could it be that commands such seriousness from the invincible Saitama? They have arrived. With Saitama's words, the room was suddenly filled with a distortion of space. Two figures emerged simultaneously from the void. Senju Chōsei, holding Tsunade's hand, landed directly in Saitama's home. Wow, is this another world? It seems quite similar to Konoha. Upon landing, Tsunade curiously surveyed her surroundings, akin to an inquisitive child. Genos and the others regarded them with caution. Had it not been for Saitama's earlier proclamation, they would have already taken action. Immortal gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Shall we engage in a thrilling battle? The bald Saitama stepped forward, his fists clad in red gloves clenched tightly, his eyes alight with fighting spirit. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of confusion, and Genos activated his scanner to investigate Senju Chōsei's information, discovering no records of the individual in the database. The readings indicated only a robust vitality. Beyond that, he gleaned nothing further. Who is he, and why does the teacher place such importance on him? Genos exhibited a look of confusion, for the individual did not appear to be formidable. Suddenly, a sound akin to thunder reverberated through the air. Hellish Blizzard, with her striking figure, tilted her lips in a smirk and cast a glance at King, exclaiming, I must say, King, your King engine has revved up again. I can't help it, King replied, his fierce countenance betraying a hint of unease. The so-called King engine was merely the sound of his heartbeat, which grew louder whenever he felt fear or anxiety. Although King was unfamiliar with Senju Chōsei, he couldn't shake an inexplicable sense of dread. With a cheerful demeanor, Senju Chōsei remarked, I say, Saitama, we've only just arrived. Shouldn't you arrange a place for us? Observing the cramped surroundings, he felt rather speechless. It was astonishing that so many people could fit into such a confined space. I must have overlooked that. My sincerest apologies. Saitama's serious expression softened. Reverting to his usual vacant gaze, he reached into his pocket, intending to provide Senju Chōsei and his companions with accommodations. However, after rummaging for quite some time, all that emerged was the sound of a single 5 yuan coin rolling across the floor, ultimately coming to a halt against the wall. Beyond that, he had not a single cent to offer. It seemed implausible to expect Saitama to secure lodgings. Hey, can someone please clarify this situation? Who are those two? Anyway, Hellish Blizzard crossed her arms and swayed her alluring figure towards Senju Chōsei, scrutinizing the cheerful young man before her. At that moment, Tsunade puffed out her chest, and approached Blizzard, declaring imperiously, You seem quite fashionable. Why don't you arrange a place for us? Blizzard blinked in surprise, then retorted with a scoff. Who do you think you are to command me? I am Hellish Blizzard, the foremost B-class hero. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the room, causing Blizzard's dark green locks to dance wildly. She was a proud individual who looked down upon anyone she deemed weaker than herself. Yet Tsunade was no less proud. In Konoha village, she was a figure to be feared. The two women locked eyes, a palpable tension igniting between them as sparks seemed to fly. Well, these two are my friends. Saitama, with his deadpan expression, waved his hand and grinned foolishly. So you are Saitama's friends. I won't hold this against you this time, but should you offend me again? Blizzard began, but Tsunade interrupted her with a cold retort. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew volatile, as if a hurricane were about to tear Tsunade apart. Witnessing Blizzard's wind powers erupt, Senju Chōsei could not permit such insolence to go unchallenged. He chuckled softly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantly dissipated the tempest within the room. Both Saitama and Genos exchanged glances, one filled with fervor, the other with astonishment. At the very moment when Senju Chōsei unleashed his spiritual energy, the data in Genos' eyes surged dramatically, soaring to levels beyond assessment. How could this be? Just moments ago, he appeared to be an ordinary human. How could he suddenly manifest such formidable power? Genos was taken aback. This level of data and strength was reminiscent of Master Saitama, seemingly mortal, yet capable of unleashing an indescribable force. Fubuki's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes reflecting a deep astonishment. Her wind abilities had erupted in a fit of anger, possessing undeniable power. Yet, with merely a gentle exhalation, this individual had dispersed her abilities. Even her sister, Tornado, could not accomplish such a feat. Who on earth is this person? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Senju Chōsei, and this is my disciple, Tsunade. We have come to stay for a few days and kindly request a place to reside. Senju Chōsei stated with a serene smile, his tone courteous yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Genos and King remained silent, while Saitama chuckled foolishly at the side. The room fell into a hush, with only the sound of the Emperor engine's rhythmic thumping resonating in the air. Senju Chōsei had not anticipated that each time he descended into another world, he would invariably encounter hostility. Perhaps it was due to his status as a non-native that he attracted such animosity. Is my message unclear? Senju Chōsei's calm voice resonated once more, yet this time, an unparalleled aura of spiritual pressure erupted from within him, vast as if a deity were gazing down upon mortals. Boom. Everyone present, except Tsunade, felt an overwhelming oppressive force descend upon them. Fubuki's fair complexion shifted, and she spoke in a low voice. I understand now. I can arrange accommodations for you. A powerful being. A superpower on par with Saitama. This was the singular thought racing through Fubuki's mind. Even before any actions were taken, she felt the need to look up to comprehend this individual. That's more like it. How dare anyone show disrespect to my master? They must have never faced a proper beating. Tsunade remarked with a victorious demeanor, a smirk on her lips, which incited a mix of anger and embarrassment in Fubuki. Senju Chōsei smiled slightly, retracting his imposing presence. All right, Tsunade-chan, no need to take advantage of the situation. Please lead us to our accommodations. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately responded with a cheerful agreement, appearing exceptionally obedient, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Fubuki sighed and led the way outside. Just before departing, Senju Chōsei turned to the smiling Saitama and said, As for our sparring session, shall we postpone it until tomorrow? Absolutely. Saitama agreed without hesitation, his expression transforming into one of eager anticipation. Sparring. Genos was momentarily taken aback, then his expression grew solemn. King, who had been seated quietly the entire time, felt his Emperor engine momentarily falter upon hearing the term spar. No wonder such terrifying energy could be unleashed. It turned out he was someone capable of sparring with Saitama. Who exactly is this individual, and why is he so terrifying? How have I never heard of such a presence before? Master Saitama, I wish to inquire about the person we just encountered. After Fubuki led Chiyo and the others away, Genos could no longer contain his curiosity. It was not just him. Even King was intrigued as to the identity of this individual. Having lived for so long and being part of the Hero Association, they had never heard of such a formidable being. Saitama stroked his smooth head, appearing somewhat dazed as he replied, It seems he hails from another world, and I've heard he is even more powerful than I am. What? More powerful than you, master? I must observe him closely tomorrow. Genos remarked with a serious expression. After leaving Saitama's abode, under Fubuki's guidance, Chiyo and the others arrived at city center. Hellish Fubuki, being the top B-class hero with substantial family wealth, effortlessly arranged for an extravagant residence. This is where you will be staying. You may reside as long as you wish. Provided that. Fubuki twirled the key to the door with her fair fingers, exuding an air of arrogance. You must explain your origins to me clearly. Now, come inside. With that, she swayed her slender waist and turned to lead the way into the house. Chiyo and Tsunade followed closely, entering a space exquisitely decorated and well-lit. While it may not rival Tony's opulence, it was still quite comfortable and beautiful. The residence featured a spacious living room, a separate kitchen, and 3 large bedrooms, all exuding warmth and coziness. Although Fubuki did not know Chiyo and Tsunade personally, arranging such a place for them was indeed a thoughtful gesture. Now, it's time for you to tell me where you come from. Do not intimidate me with your strength. It is only natural for me to inquire about your origins. Fubuki urged, fearing that Chiyo might once again exert pressure with his aura. Chiyo smiled kindly, as he was not a person prone to unreasonable behavior. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, he would certainly not be aggressive. We hail from another dimension, Chiyo stated with a gentle smile. His explanation straightforward and devoid of ambiguity. Whether the other party believed him was another matter entirely. Indeed, upon hearing Chiyo's words, Fubuki's lips twitched slightly, her gaze scrutinizing the two of them with skepticism. Such an implausible claim seemed as ludicrous as a child's fib. Fubuki furrowed her delicate brows, remaining silent for a moment before conceding, Whatever, I can't be bothered with where you come from. I heard you're going to spar with Saitama tomorrow? Yes. Is there an issue? Chiyo replied with a smile. None at all. Then I shall see you tomorrow. Fubuki remarked curtly before exiting without pause. TCH, insufferable woman. Tsunade scoffed. Chiyo merely smiled in response, turning on the television to watch the news with Tsunade, seeking to understand the various aspects of this world. Sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at the One Punch World, Congratulations on acquiring Flowing Rock Smashing Fist. Banga's Flowing Rock Smashing Fist? Quite satisfactory, as it complements my lack of martial arts. Chio mused to himself. As he continued to watch television, he logged into a chat group. The television was indeed intended for Tsunade, aiming to sever her ties to other worlds. The Bone King has initiated a live broadcast, descending upon the realm with all members of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. They landed in a cold mountainous region, where biting winds intertwined with swirling snowflakes, creating a chilling atmosphere. One of his subordinates promptly cast a spell, erecting a magnificent castle upon the icy landscape in less than a minute. Lord Ains, the castle has been completed. Let us return to escape the cold. This world shall be ours to conquer. A girl clad in a gothic Lolita outfit approached the Bone King, her voice soft with a hint of laughter. The speaker was Shaltir Bloodfallen, the guardian of the first to third layers of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Shaltir speaks rightly. May we have your permission, Lord Ains? A white-haired gentleman in a butler's suit stepped forward, bowing respectfully. He was Sebastian, the butler of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a formidable subordinate with a strong sense of justice. Of course, the Bone King had more than just these two under his command. Behind him stood the entirety of the Great Tomb of Nazarick's members. Ains Ulgaun was resolute in showing his death the extent of his power. The Bone King pondered, his gaze drifting to the distant, snow-covered landscape, and spoke calmly. I want you to swiftly investigate the world's situation and geography, and devise an attack route. While he lacked knowledge of war strategies, he was assured that Demiurge and the others would provide him with sound advice. With that, he turned slowly and entered the castle. Yes, we shall not disappoint Lord Ains. Seabass responded, while the throng of monsters and undead behind him bowed in unison, creating a grand spectacle. The scene was filled with various creatures, some with breathtaking beauty, others grotesquely ugly. The members of the group gasped in awe. They had only witnessed Ains Ulgaun in action, but had never seen the full extent of his forces. The legion of monsters before them radiated an overwhelming aura, leaving many members astonished. Tony Stark remarked, "The scene is truly spectacular. It seems as Death has underestimated Lord Ains." Poor Gasti, Ace added, "Impressive. There are more here than in my Whitebeard Pirates crew." Union commented, "Mrs. Death may be in trouble." Yuji Itadori expressed, "This is my first time seeing Lord Ains' forces. I wonder if I can dispel these monsters with my cursed techniques." Beatrice observed, "These creatures are quite similar to those in our world. It seems my world is not so different from Ains." Saitama stated, "I've spotted the Immortal. I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's battle." Is Death, unfazed, declared, mere specters. Let them come." A picture was uploaded by Is Death, showcasing her at the forefront, flanked by a million-strong army. Each member wearing a confident smile, presenting a formidable force that rivaled that of the Bone King. Ken Kaneki remarked, "Is Death's side is no weakling either." Tanjiro Kamadu, "Are we truly compelled to engage in battle, being mere group members?" Tony Stark, "Saitama, don't forget to go live tomorrow. I wish to witness your duel with Mr. Immortal." Ains Ulgaun, "Is Death, all you need to do is patiently await the arrival of Death." Yi Fan, "Magnificent. I shall await the commencement of battle." Kaneki Ken, "I too am filled with anticipation." Senju Chōsei, "While this scene is indeed grand, it appears that my battle with Saitama will arrive sooner. Tomorrow, he will spar with Saitama, while it will take several days for Bone King to arrive, even at his swiftest pace." Kasumiga Kakashiwa, the group leader, has chimed in. "Let us place a wager. Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Tony Stark, "That is quite evident. Mr. Immortal is invincible across all realms." Ains Ulgaun, "I concur, it must be Mr. Immortal." Yi Fan 1, "Poor Gasti, Ace, I share that sentiment, as we are entirely unaware of Saitama's true prowess." Kasumiga Kakashiwa, "No way, everyone is betting on the group leader. This wager has lost its significance." Yuji Itadori, "Although the group leader has stated that Saitama is formidable, I fear he may not stand as the group leader's equal." Tanjiro Kamadu, "Surprisingly, no one is placing faith in Mr. Saitama." Saitama, "Is the group leader truly that powerful? My anticipation grows. I yearn for a duel with the group leader right now." At this moment, Senju Chōsei chuckled softly. After their spar tomorrow, these individuals would surely no longer underestimate Saitama. Monsters? What on earth are those? Why is this world in such disarray? Just then, Tsunade's voice resonated. Her brows furrowed as she observed the content on the screen. The one-punch world has witnessed extensive destruction, and the living conditions for ordinary people are dire, with battles erupting almost daily. Superpowers have become a commonplace necessity, essential for the majority. Yet, true strength lies solely within the A and S ranks of the Hero Association. The abilities of other heroes are rather mediocre. In stark contrast, the monsters grow increasingly bizarre and formidable. Were it not for Saitama's existence, this world would have perished several times over. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Senju Chōsei felt a sense of secret delight. This was precisely the effect he desired. How intriguing! I too wish to venture out and test the strength of these monsters. Initially frowning, Tsunade suddenly proclaimed, without waiting for Senju Chōsei's response, "Where are the monsters? Come forth." Boom. Buildings within a 10-mile radius trembled beneath her voice. Many emerged, gazing at Tsunade as if she were a fool. Who is this person? This is a safe zone. How could there possibly be monsters? Exactly. If you seek monsters, why not go outside and shout, "Let us leave"? Turns out she's just a simpleton. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd, their irritation palpable, as they had all been startled by Tsunade's shout. Embarrassed by their comments, Tsunade realized that monsters were not as ubiquitous as she had thought. To think I would be discovered. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to engage in battle. Just as everyone prepared to depart, a sudden hoarse voice echoed through the air. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a group of grotesque individuals, resembling toads, their foreheads glistening with sweat, embodying a desperate resolve. A stunned silence enveloped the onlookers, swiftly followed by cries of alarm. "Monsters! Quick! Flee! Monstrous beings have infiltrated the safety zone." Panic-stricken, the masses recoiled, some collapsing in fear, their legs trembling beneath them. Konoha, with a grin that mingled excitement and derision, surveyed the crowd with disdain. She thought little of their fearful expressions. In a sudden burst of energy, she leapt from the second floor, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Konoha's blood surged with vigor as her foot struck the ground, obliterating the grotesque beings into a splattering of green ichor. The nauseating, pale green liquid drenched the onlookers, a pungent stench permeating the air. Many retched on the spot, some even fainting from the foul odor. What a disappointment! Konoha scoffed, her initial anticipation now overshadowed by disillusionment. Observing from the second-floor balcony, Senju Chōsei exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely the weakest of monsters, effectively dousing Konoha's fleeting excitement. "Come back here immediately. You are not to wander off without my permission," Senju Chōsei commanded sternly, waving his arm as a gentle aura forcibly pulled Konoha back indoors. As the door closed, the bewildered civilians outside erupted into chatter, speculating whether the two were new heroes capable of dispatching monsters with such ease. How remarkable! The following day dawned, a pale light breaking over the horizon. After finishing breakfast, Senju Chōsei leisurely followed Fubuki to their designated meeting point. The city center was certainly not a suitable venue for combat, nor was the vicinity of Saitama's residence. The thought of damaged property was enough to make Saitama despair. Thus, Genos had selected an isolated area for their gathering. Senju Chōsei, unfamiliar with the route, had no cause for concern, as Fubuki was there to guide them. The trio traversed from the city center to the desolate region, surrounded by crumbling walls and remnants of bloodshed, evidence of the monster's previous assaults. In the distance, they could already discern Saitama and the others, gathered at the center of the open space. Saitama, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed about, stretching as if preparing for a warm-up. Such pre-battle warm-ups were comically absurd, explaining why the monsters in this world often mocked Saitama. Typically, the strong do not indulge in such frivolities. It was deemed both embarrassing and peculiar. Yet, Senju Chōsei dared not underestimate him. Though his expression remained unperturbed, he was mentally formulating strategies. Saitama's skills were limited to straightforward, forceful punches, devoid of any finesse or technique. His sole advantage lay in his unrivaled speed and strength. No intricate moves or secret techniques to speak of. Finally, Saitama, Senju Chōsei called out, halting less than 100 meters from him, a serene smile gracing his lips as he activated a group chat live stream. It was time to showcase their capabilities to the group members. Yin, oh, is it finally about to begin? Tanjiro Kamadu, how marvelous. At long last, I shall witness the true prowess of Mr. Saitama. Istef, let me see just how formidable this Saitama truly is. Yi fan, anyone whom the group leader regards with such esteem, is undoubtedly exceptional. I too am eager to discern the extent of the group's top combat prowess. As a fellow cultivator, he is acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Senju Chōsei. Yet, even so, Senju Chōsei has acknowledged Saitama's power, signifying that this individual is indeed extraordinarily strong. Tony Stark, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Mr. Immortal shall surely triumph. Angel Gown, heh? I hope for a splendid battle rather than a one-sided onslaught by Mr. Immortal. Sajiri Izumi, go. Beatrice, who is Sajiri cheering for? Kasumiga Kakashiwa, of course. She is cheering for the group leader. The leader is invincible. Victory is assured. Sajiri Izumi, I'm cheering for both sides. Yuji Itadori, Sajiri-chan is truly adorable. Tanjiro Kamadu, haha. Sajiri is as cute as my sisters. The group is filled with laughter and joy, all eagerly anticipating the clash between Senju Chōsei and Saitama. In the desolate ruins of the One-Punch world, Tsunade and the others have retreated to a distant hillside, barely able to discern the figures of Senju Chōsei and Saitama. Is it truly necessary for us to stand so far away? The fierce-faced king slightly shields his eyes and quietly inquires of Genos, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Since both the teacher and Mr. Chōsei have stated so, we must remain here to avoid the repercussions of the battle, Genos replies with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Fubuki, arms crossed, immediately retorts, humph. I wager this individual will be annihilated by Saitama. She cannot fathom that anyone in this world could possibly defeat Saitama. Even if they are from another realm, it is utterly impossible. Ignorance. Tsunade scoffs, choosing to say no more. Actions speak louder than words, rather than squander breath. It is better to let the truth shatter all doubts. She has unwavering faith in her master, who will undoubtedly secure victory. Amidst the ruins, Senju Chōsei and Saitama stand opposed, neither making an immediate move, instead engaging in brief conversation. Mr. Immortal, I am truly looking forward to this. I feel a resurgence of excitement. Saitama smiles, as the scene gradually solidifies, despite his lack of any discernible aura. To Senju Chōsei, the expression on Saitama's face exudes the most formidable presence. The sharper the features, the more it signifies that Saitama's amassed power has reached a truly terrifying level. Well then, let us conclude this swiftly. Afterward, shall we dine together? Senju Chōsei states nonchalantly. Certainly. Saitama grins widely, lifting his foot and bringing it down with tremendous weight. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath him fractures into a crater, debris soaring into the air. The earth trembles slightly in that moment, dust and stones swirling. Saitama's figure vanishes from the spot, and the next instant, he appears before Senju Chōsei, grinning maniacally, delivering a powerful punch. Whoosh! A ferocious wind howls, akin to a tempest sweeping through. As the thousand-handed Changxing's countenance stiffened, his vital energy surged, coalescing into a magnificent golden elephant, while spiritual energy erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, the moment their fists collided, time itself seemed to freeze for half a second. Following this, the world dimmed, and the earth within a radius of several dozen miles cracked open violently. Observers, including Tsunade from a distance, felt an overwhelming pressure akin to an insurmountable gale sweeping towards them. Genos, taken aback, hastily released his energy to shield everyone present from the onslaught of wind. As they focused their attention, thousand-handed Changxing and Saitama unleashed their second punch. Their speed blurred, rendering them untraceable to all, including those in the chat group. The chat had descended into silence, with all members left in awe. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound reverberated. Neither thousand-handed Changxing nor Saitama retreated. They stood their ground. Yet the ground beneath them had transformed into a vast pit spanning several dozen miles. The earth continued to collapse as their third, fourth, fifth, and up to the 10th punches landed. Only then were they both thrust backward by the explosive force. What exhilaration! Saitama bellowed in excitement, rekindling the fervor and passion he once felt when he had hair. The sleepless nights spent in anticipation had finally culminated in a thrilling battle. Both Saitama and thousand-handed Changxing emerged unscathed. They exchanged a knowing smile and once more collided, unleashing waves of energy as if two deities were battling on earth. Thousand-handed Changxing's blood surged, and spiritual energy poured forth, with a faint blue ripple dancing atop his fists. The water-flowing shattering rock fist. This was a reward he had obtained from his signing in yesterday, perfectly timed for him to put it to the test. The same technique. in the hands of different individuals, yields varied effects. Even though Bangu was the originator of the water-flowing shattering rock fist, he would undoubtedly be defeated if he faced thousand-handed Chongqing in a duel. Not only was thousand-handed Chongqing's punch speed unparalleled, but it was also imbued with the essence of soft water. To counter Saitama's brute force, employing softness to conquer hardness was the most effective strategy. Boom, 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 boom. In the desolate region, the thundering sounds persisted. As thousand-handed Chongqing and Saitama exchanged blows, the explosive energy erupted like a nuclear bomb, manifesting tremendous might. The powerful shockwaves surged from their bodies, shattering mountains and forests behind them, creating a scene of sheer awe. As time progressed, a veil of mist began to envelop the air surrounding the two. Saitama seemed to notice this phenomenon, but paid it little mind, instead focusing on augmenting the strength of his punches. His power appeared inexhaustible, with each strike more formidable than the last. Thousand-handed Chongqing's immense prowess was on full display. His blood surged, and spiritual energy enveloped him entirely. Though his body experienced slight tremors from Saitama's assaults, he flawlessly withstood the blows. Truly, he was an individual who had transcended the limits of the human body, his strength seemingly unending. As thousand-handed Chongqing contemplated this, he invoked the breath of water and executed the water-flowing shattering rock fist. Under the enhancement of water breathing, every punch he delivered was accompanied by the smooth undulations of flowing water, his movements as fluid as a gentle stream, seamless and graceful. Each collision with Saitama sent faint ripples radiating outward, and these agitated ripples evaporated into tiny droplets that gradually formed a mist in the air. Each droplet was equivalent to a punch from the thousand-handed Chongqing, and at this moment, tens of thousands of droplets had coalesced around them. Should Saitama disregard this mist, he would ultimately be overwhelmed by the explosive force of the water fragmentation fist. Thousand-handed Chongqing's comprehension of the water fragmentation fist had surpassed that of its original creator, to the extent that he had seemingly pioneered an advanced school of thought. The battle between him and Saitama transitioned from a simple and brutal exchange of blows to a more skillful display of strikes and blocks. The gentle waves of water absorbed a significant amount of Saitama's impact, redirecting the force from his fists into the ground, causing the earth to suffer grievous damage. The resounding clash of fists and feet produced a tremendous shockwave that left onlookers in awe. Saitama became increasingly exhilarated, a smile never fading from his face. However, as their exchanges multiplied, Saitama was astonished to discover that his punches no longer felt as solid as before. It seemed as if he was striking a mass of liquid, his strength entirely absorbed by this fluid-like substance, which redirected the force into the ground. With a swift motion, thousand-handed Chongqing single-handedly blocked Saitama's punch, slightly pivoting his body as the impact's force flowed within him like a stream. This time, instead of directing the energy downwards, it coursed into his other arm. He countered Saitama's punch with an amplified strike, the speed now several times faster, creating a miraculous effect as two forces converged. Boom! Saitama's form was instantly sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Their evenly matched combat persisted for half an hour, until finally, a change occurred. Saitama crashed directly into the ruins, toppling a substantial portion of the surrounding structures. Thousand-handed Chongqing stepped forward, leaving a faint blue wave in his wake, propelling himself towards Saitama with fists as swift as lightning, unleashing a torrential downpour of blows. To an outsider, it seemed as if he were attempting to capture droplets of water amidst the mist. Yet, to Saitama, it felt like an onslaught of a torrential rainstorm, both dense and devastatingly powerful. As thousand-handed Chongqing prepared to conclude his water fragmentation fist, the scattered droplets from earlier transformed into beams of striking energy. Hundreds of thousands of droplets erupted simultaneously, causing Saitama's pupils to constrict as he braced himself with all his might. Bang! 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 The thunderous sounds echoed repeatedly as Saitama was once again sent flying by thousand-handed Chongqing's fists. However, before he could drift too far, his ankle was suddenly seized by the relentless thousand-handed Chongqing. Saitama, prepared to be launched away, was momentarily taken aback. Thousand-handed Chongqing, with blood and energy surging through him like a golden divine elephant, violently slammed Saitama back towards the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and the buildings disintegrated into dust. A powerful gust of wind swept through the ruins, creating a clear space where Saitama was engulfed, rendering him invisible, just as everyone was stunned. Believing that Senju Chōsei had emerged victorious, the ground trembled once more, and a fierce wind howled forth. Saitama's form emerged as a dark shadow, his expression serious, yet laced with excitement. What a thrill! This battle has brought me immense joy. Be cautious, for this is my full-powered strike, Saitama declared, his eyes shimmering with a faint glow as he concentrated his strength into a single point. With a decisive punch, the void shattered. The very atmosphere of the earth began to ripple with the force of his blow, a hurricane roaring forth with catastrophic might. Faced with this indescribable pressure of power, Senju Chōsei remained unfazed, the surrounding spiritual energy surging tumultuously. With two formidable cultivation systems, alongside the power of the divine elephant suppression technique and his breathing methods, he had never been stronger. Even though this was Saitama's charged punch, he harbored no fear. I apologize, but pure brute strength cannot defeat me, Senju Chōsei remarked nonchalantly. Although he could withstand Saitama's punch, he preferred not to exert himself excessively. Senju Chōsei was aware that he and Saitama were nearly equal in strength. However, he possessed far more advantages, while Saitama relied solely on strength and speed. Thus, in a contest of equal might and velocity, Saitama found himself at a disadvantage. Unfamiliar with martial techniques and unable to counter punches, Saitama was consequently sent flying by Senju Chōsei. Had their strengths not been so closely matched, Saitama would likely have sustained injuries from Senju Chōsei's previous assault. Senju Chōsei had no intention of continuing this brute force confrontation. He resolved to test the power of the shock fruit. Before him, Saitama served as the perfect living target. Against anyone else, they would be utterly incapable of enduring his onslaught. Bang! The force of the shock fruit activated, and the scene before Senju Chōsei instantly resembled shattered glass. He unleashed a punch, causing the air to crack like a spider's web. The very fabric of space fractured, and Saitama's fist followed suit. An overwhelming power collided against the shattered mirror, distorting the atmosphere into an uncanny shape. Those standing on the distant mountains, including Genos and others, were sent soaring. While only Tsunade remained steadfast, a golden giant elephant pressing down upon her. She grasped Fubuki's arm with one hand and held Genos's mechanical thigh with the other. King was firmly held by Genos, and the three floated through the air like kites in the wind. Humph, now you understand the prowess of my master, don't you? Tsunade said with a triumphant smile. Fubuki and the others could scarcely comprehend Tsunade's words, overwhelmed by shock and left speechless. The sheer magnitude of the situation was staggering. The powers displayed by both Saitama and Senju Chōsei shattered their previous understanding. The residual shockwave alone was beyond their capacity to endure. The two sides were not even in the same league. Even the members of the chat group were collectively astonished, their hearts in turmoil. Especially Esteth. She once believed that no matter how powerful one could be, it should be comparable to Ain's old gown. However, the battle between these two was nothing short of cataclysmic, with every movement capable of stirring the very heavens and earth. Yifan remarked, the strength of the group leader leaves me in awe. Yet I never anticipated that Saitama's prowess could rival that of our leader. His words shattered the eerie silence within the group, igniting a fervor throughout the chat. Ain Zolgown stated, I thought I had grasped the full extent of Mr. Immortal's strength, only to realize I had severely underestimated him. He continued, as for Mr. Saitama, I retract my previous statements. He is indeed a formidable warrior. Tony Stark commented, well, it seems we have hidden dragons among us. Is there anyone else lurking in the depths? Just strike me down all at once. The Tony from the Marvel Universe felt quite helpless. The magnitude of this battle was truly terrifying. Although he was merely a spectator through the live stream, he could already sense the terrifying fluctuations through mere observation. Had he been present, he would likely have been reduced to a mere blood mist in an instant. It was evident that his perspective needed to extend further. Encountering such enemies could spell doom. Kagurazaka Shio exclaimed, incredible. Is this what immortals are like? I am enamored. Kaneki-kin pondered, if Mr. Immortal and Mr. Saitama were to join my side, could they alter the very fabric of our world? Poor Gasti, Ace remarked, it seems Mr. Immortal had concealed much when he visited my world. Tony Stark mused, I wonder if I could develop an anti-Saitama armor. Yuji Itadori replied, Mr. Stark. That idea may not be very feasible. Yun declared, what a terrifying power structure. I have decided to adopt Mr. Immortal's techniques. Yifan laughed, haha. It seems my choice of the immortal technique was indeed correct. It is truly formidable. Izumi Sadri added. Both of them are incredibly powerful. Beatrice commented. I fear that even if our fortress leader were to emerge, they would be instantaneously annihilated. Kira Yashikage noted, Isdeath was left dumbfounded, never expecting that the clash between these two could reverberate throughout the world. Although she possessed the ability to freeze time and space, she recognized that she could never freeze the two in battle. The speed of her opponents was beyond her comprehension. If they wished to end her life, it would be but a fleeting thought. As the dust settled, the figures of Senju Chōsei and Saitama gradually became visible. Senju Chōsei stood unscathed before a glass-like crack, while Saitama's crimson-gloved fist rested upon it, as if his punch had shattered the very fabric of space. In the pirate world, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. This crack seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't this damage caused by the tremor fruit? Upon witnessing this, Ace glanced back at the towering figure of Whitebeard, his heart filled with confusion. My powers were completely obstructed. What kind of ability is this? Saitama's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intently on the glass-like fissure before his fist. This was the first time he had encountered an ability that could entirely nullify his damage. Previously, he had encountered a myriad of peculiar individuals, yet never had he met one capable of severing his power. Saitama, your strength is exceedingly singular. While it is commendable in its sheer force, capable of overcoming myriad techniques, it reveals its disadvantages when faced with opponents of equal prowess. Senju Chōsei spoke lightly, as the cracks in the glass before him gradually vanished, restoring the space to its original state. If you doubt this, feel free to test it further. Noticing Saitama hesitating to speak, Senju Chōsei offered a faint smile. Judgments from others are seldom embraced with open arms. Regardless of who one is, when traversing a particular path for an extended period, the sudden proclamation that it is flawed is instinctively met with denial and rebuttal. While Saitama may have lost his emotions along with his hair, the fervor within him reignited his feelings in that moment. He grinned widely and declared, In that case, I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Immortal. With an explosive rush, Saitama's defiance propelled him into action once more, vanishing from his original position to reappear behind Senju Chōsei in an instant. With the same momentum and vigor, he launched another strike. Senju Chōsei turned, delivering a powerful punch that created fissures in the void, blocking the terrifying energy unleashed. The power of the tremor fruit is akin to a bug-level existence. No matter how formidable the opponent's strength, as long as an equal-sized crack is struck, it can be wholly obstructed. A deafening roar erupted, mirroring the earlier spectacle as Saitama's utmost effort failed to inflict any harm upon Senju Chōsei. If the current battle felt exhilarating, he now sensed that he was merely striking against an unyielding fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Saitama unleashed a flurry of punches, each faster than the last, leaving behind afterimages. Senju Chōsei responded with punches of his own, utilizing the power of the tremor fruit to meet each blow, their strikes colliding continuously. Saitama's straightforward yet earnest technique repeatedly struck the cracks, seemingly intent on breaking through sheer force. The fissures between them expanded, resembling a celestial chasm cleaving the heavens, separating realms. Such a grand display of combat finally drew the attention of the Hero Association. Numerous heroes hastened towards the scene, some employing advanced technological devices to investigate, gathering as spectators. What a terrifying display. Could it be monsters engaged in battle? No, it appears to be two humans. Are they perhaps S-class heroes sparring? Confusion spread among the onlookers, as the repeated tremors and fractures resonated within them. That fellow seems to be B-class hero Baldy Cape. Is he truly that strong? Indeed, it is him. His outfit and bald head are unmistakably striking. What a powerful surge. Who is this opponent battling the Baldy Cape? I do not recognize him. This individual is entirely unfamiliar to me. An uproar gradually unfolded, the assembly of heroes increasing, yet none dared to approach, opting instead to observe from a distance. Many relied on mechanical projections and telescopes for a closer look. Even the machines hesitated to draw near, for the force of their colliding fists had already obliterated numerous devices. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a white shockwave radiated between the two figures. The glass at the center, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered and transformed into a void of purple-black energy, erupting violently. A force more powerful than a nuclear explosion surged from the crater. Both Senju Chōsei and Saitama were hurled backward, the void energy sweeping across the arena, causing the onlooking heroes to retreat in alarm. Mid-flight, Senju Chōsei stabilized himself with spiritual energy, hovering in the air. However, Saitama collided directly with the mountain, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, debris cascading down. In the center of the crater, now engulfed by a storm of void energy, the ground lay charred and desolate. Amidst the blackened earth, faint glimmers of purple-black light flickered. Poor Gas D. Ace, is that the power of the Tremor fruit? Or perhaps another fruit's ability? Ace questioned uncertainly in the chat group. He sensed that Senju Chōsei wielded the Tremor fruit's power, yet it was impossible for two devil fruits to coexist, even if it were indeed the Tremor fruit. The energy released was far too terrifying. Ain's old gown, the Tremor fruit? Oh, I recall now. Your father possessed such abilities. Quite reminiscent indeed. Having battled against Whitebeard, the Bone King had a deeper impression of him. However, the effects exhibited by Senju Chōsei far surpassed those of Whitebeard, even unleashing attributes of the void. Itadori Yuji, what an exhilarating contest. By the way, is Saitama alright? Kanzaki Sumi, could he have been killed? That explosion was so fearsome, no one could survive that, right? Is death, ignorance. These two are not so easily defeated. Kanzaki Sumi, conceited woman. Tanjiro Kamado, is it over? Has a victor been decided? Yi Fan, not yet. Saitama was merely knocked back. He is uninjured. Indeed, just seconds after Yi Fan's message, the massive boulders that had buried Saitama suddenly exploded, and he emerged from the rubble. His clothes tattered as if he were a beggar. Notably, his red gloves had vanished, revealing his tightly clenched fists. Mr. Immortal, you truly are formidable. This day shall be etched in my memory, Saitama stated, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a carefree smile gracing his handsome features. I admit I cannot breach your defenses. My techniques do have their shortcomings. However, I desire a battle of raw, unrestrained fists today. I humbly request your consent, Mr. Immortal. His voice rang clear and strong, neither servile nor arrogant, openly acknowledging his limitations while proposing a thrilling mode of combat. For Saitama, the essence of excitement lay in the initial skirmish, fiery, straightforward, and brutal. Of course, let us proceed. Senju Chōsei beckoned to Saitama, feeling the thrill of combat as well. Saitama was, thus far, the only opponent who compelled him to unleash his full strength. The sensation of exerting all his power was exhilarating. Boom. At the moment Senju Chōsei finished speaking, it was his turn to strike first. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Saitama. The flowing, fragmented rock fist glides like a gentle blue wave, embodying the artistry of martial techniques. Saitama, lacking knowledge of sophisticated combat, resorts to the most rudimentary moves, generating a series of muffled echoes. Despite occasionally enduring a punch from the thousand-handed Immortal, he still experiences exhilaration and delight. Boom, boom, boom. The melee between the two shatters swathes of buildings and tramples mountains and forests, akin to two ferocious beasts clashing within the confines of a modern city. The onlooking heroes are left in astonishment, their chat groups erupting in a cacophony of excitement. Even Tsunade and her companions find themselves retreating to a safer distance, struggling against the overwhelming force of the shockwaves produced by their battle. Meanwhile, the Hero Association receives an urgent notification. A massive flying object is rapidly approaching Earth. The upper echelons of the Hero Association hastily issue a call to arms, summoning all heroes to assemble in preparation for the impending invasion. In the cosmos, aboard the Boros spacecraft, the universe's strongest being, Boros, rests his chin upon one hand, seated upon his throne of glory, and coldly inquires, "Is it here that I shall find an opponent worthy of a thrilling battle?" Indeed, great Lord Boros. My prophetic calculations indicate that this is the very place. A subordinate replies with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Boros erupts into laughter. Excellent. Now, descend upon this planet and seek out that worthy adversary. Should you fail, your lives will be forfeit. His icy gaze and suffocating aura suggest an energy within him that rivals the cosmos itself, sending shivers down the spines of his subordinates. The extraterrestrial beings promptly maneuver their colossal ship, breaking through the atmosphere and hovering above Earth. The heroes, who had just received the emergency alert, find themselves gazing up at a gigantic flying object looming overhead. What is that? One wonders. It appears to be an extraterrestrial invasion. The emergency meeting at the Hero Association must pertain to that. Aliens? Who knows their strength? This does not bode well. They seem hostile. Prepare for battle. An A-rank hero bellows. And all heroes fall into a state of vigilance. From the massive craft, multiple figures descend, an oppressive aura enveloping the area. Boom. A brown creature with multiple heads lands before them. Without any dialogue, it immediately assaults the heroes, its terrifying strength and menacing presence startling everyone. The creature rampages through the crowd. Many S-rank heroes spring into action to subdue it. However, the monster possesses regenerative abilities, allowing it to recover swiftly even when injured. Genos and others soon join the fray against this beast. Notably, Tsunade appears particularly exhilarated, transforming into a fearsome humanoid dinosaur. Her fair hands grasp the creature's head, violently slamming it into the ground. Her movements and demeanor mirror those of the thousand-handed Immortal when he struck Saitama moments ago. As the spacecraft entered Earth's atmosphere, the thousand-handed Immortal witnessed the spectacle as well. The ship, 100 miles wide, obscured the sky, casting shadows that darkened the surroundings, an awe-inspiring and monumental sight. It turns out that Saitama has yet to confront Boros. Senju Chōsei muttered in astonishment, having assumed that Saitama had already finished battling Boros. After all, at that time, Fubuki and King were both at Saitama's home, leading Senju Chōsei to believe the plot had progressed much further. As he watched Saitama approach with an exuberant expression, Senju Chōsei wasted no time in unleashing a powerful punch. The water-flowing rock-shattering fist erupted with unparalleled force, its speed astonishing, as thousands of punches struck Saitama's face in an instant. An indescribable power caused Saitama's body to tilt backward and soar through the air. Senju Chōsei accelerated once more, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a kick as if he were kicking a soccer ball. Off you go. In a split second, Saitama shot upwards like a rocket, crashing through the colossal spaceship above. Simultaneously, Senju Chōsei summoned the Black Blade, Autumn Water, from the system's airspace and unleashed a sword draw towards the ship in the sky. Clang! A majestic sword aura surged skyward, piercing through the entirety of Boros's spaceship before the astonished gaze of onlookers. The fierce sword energy howled, rendering the air itself somewhat sharp. In the next moment, the vast ship split in two and began to plummet. One could faintly see the extraterrestrial beings inside the ship displaying panic and confusion. A figure leaped out, launching an assault on the intruding Saitama. However, invigorated by the fierce battle with Senju Chōsei, Saitama was not about to be easily overwhelmed as he had been in the original narrative. The massive spaceship in the sky was cleaved apart, descending on either side. Boros emerged from the wreckage, his expression one of fury. He believed Saitama had destroyed his ship, inciting him to unleash his energy. Azure energy patterns coursed across his body, and the vast cosmic aura erupted from within him, causing his pink hair to stand on end. It was as if an entire universe resided within him, providing an unending source of energy. Energy cannon. Boros bellowed, directing a surge of energy towards Saitama. Cosmic energy erupting from his chest in a dazzling laser. Boom. Saitama remained expressionless, delivering a punch to the energy cannon, causing the laser to splinter into multiple beams that scattered away. The diverging energy beams detonated upon striking the ground, exhibiting the might of a nuclear explosion, with shockwaves sweeping across the landscape in a magnificent spectacle. So, you can withstand my energy cannon. It seems you are indeed the one who can contend with me. Ah. Boros laughed maniacally, exhilarated like Saitama had been during his earlier battle with Senju Chōsei. You are quite bothersome. I was enjoying myself until you decided to interrupt. Saitama frowned, sensing that Boros possessed some strength, though it seemed only slightly superior. Battling against Mumen Rider was far more exhilarating. Ahaha. I command you to fight me right now. Boros cackled, launching a punch that cleaved the air, the fierce wind pressure palpable to the heroes below. However, in the face of Boros's rapid assault, Saitama remained calm, responding with a direct punch of his own. Boros sneered internally, perceiving the bald-headed man as overly arrogant. Who was he? He is the most formidable sovereign of the universe, Boros. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force akin to an energy hurricane that left both extraterrestrial beings and Earthlings alike in sheer awe. Yet, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded. Boros's entire arm suddenly crumbled as if made of mere tofu, exploding into a shower of blood. Startled, Boros recoiled, gazing in shock at his severed limb. What an immense power! It has indeed managed to wound me. This journey was not in vain. With a thunderous roar, the descending spaceship finally touched down, and both Boros and Saitama stood atop the wreckage, facing each other. A surge of cosmic energy emanated from Boros, and in that moment, his severed arm began to rapidly regenerate, radiating a mysterious glow. His large eyes rolled with intensity, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, brimming with martial spirit. The Immortal has arrived. During the standoff, Saitama suddenly turned to greet the approaching Senju Chōsei. Boros was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Senju Chōsei. His eyes narrowing slightly. He was no earthling, his vision was sharp. Though Senju Chōsei appeared as an ordinary mortal, an energy fluctuation emanated from within that even he found intimidating. Another powerful being. It seems this excursion has proven fortuitous. Boros grinned. He had traversed the cosmos for countless years, seeking out invincible foes, his strength rendering him solitary. Yet, on this small planet, he had encountered not one, but two. Truly, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Boros's heart swelled with elation, his cosmic energy surging like a tempest, enveloping him in an enigmatic luminescence. A mere ant. Unexpectedly, Senju Chōsei let out a cold snort, his words dripping with disdain. Upon hearing this scornful remark, Boros's smile froze. How could he, a superpower traversing the cosmos, be derided as an ant? It was utterly ludicrous. It seems the level of strength on this planet has clouded your judgment. Allow me to awaken you. Boros sneered, cracking his neck and shoulders, the sound of his joints popping echoing ominously. He intended to show this audacious individual a lesson. You boom. Just as Boros had smirked, preparing to invite Senju Chōsei to come at him, an overwhelming, tempestuous wind suddenly surged forth. In the next moment, a bald figure appeared before him, intercepting Senju Chōsei's mightiest punch. Immortal, your opponent is me. Let us continue our battle. Saitama smiled, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, his sole desire to engage in exhilarating combat. As you wish. Senju Chōsei replied casually. He, too, regarded Boros and the others with indifference, life and death merely a matter of a nod. In an instant, the two resumed their fierce exchange. The terrifying cacophony of thunderous roars and tumultuous sounds echoed relentlessly as the winds and energy clashed with a heart-stopping ferocity. Their speed nearly impossible to perceive. Only Boros remained standing in place, his hair tousled by the gusting winds of the hurricane. He stared blankly at the two combatants swirling around him, momentarily lost in thought. He felt akin to a jester, unsure of why he was standing there, oblivious to his origins and destination. Even as the mightiest being in the universe, he could not fathom the unfolding events. It was not until the celestial being struck Saitama's fist, inadvertently landing a blow to Boros's face, that he was jolted back to reality. With a resounding impact, Boros was sent hurtling away by Saitama's unintended strike, crashing into the remnants of a spaceship and tumbling into a heap of heroes. He clambered out of the wreckage, his body still radiating an eerie glow, yet his expression grew increasingly ferocious. What in the world was happening? The illustrious Boros, the strongest in the universe, had been disregarded and accidentally harmed. This was an immense humiliation. What was the nature of these two individuals? They appeared to possess a strength beyond expectation. No, I, Boros, am the true sovereign of the universe. Boros let out a furious roar, swatting away all nearby heroes, including several S-class champions. With but a casual gesture, he rendered the heroes unconscious. One could not deny that in this world of punches, Boros's might was indeed formidable. The S-class heroes on Earth seemed akin to children before him, easily dismissed with a single strike. Alas, at this moment, Earth was not only inhabited by Saitama, but also by the celestial being. I shall make you aware of the consequences of disregarding the cosmic Lord Boros. Meteoric eruption. With a thunderous proclamation, an indescribable force erupted from within him, fracturing the ground beneath. Everything in the vicinity was obliterated in an instant, reduced to ashes. Boros unleashed a speed and power that transcended biological limits at the cost of his own lifespan. In this state, he could kick a person to the moon, his strength reaching its zenith. Prepare to meet your end. In the blink of an eye, Boros vanished from his position, reappearing between the celestial being and Saitama. Like a sovereign descending to cleanse all, he threw a punch at Saitama, and another at the celestial being, an overwhelming force that sent chills down the spine. Boom. The three fists collided simultaneously. Saitama and the celestial being were initially engaged in a mutual strike, their targets set upon one another. However, with Boros's intervention, his head unexpectedly appeared between their fists. A cataclysmic sound erupted, releasing an endless wave of power, dazzling like a radiant rainbow. In that moment, both the observing heroes and the mighty beings in their chat groups widened their eyes in astonishment. Boros's fist struck the heads of both the celestial being and Saitama, unleashing a surge of searing energy. Simultaneously, the fists of the celestial being and Saitama landed upon Boros's head, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The surreal scene of their collision left everyone breathless, the moment suspended in time. In the next moment, Boros's body erupted like a balloon, a muffled explosion resonating as blood and viscera splattered forth. In stark contrast, Saitama and Chao Changsheng's fists collided with an unstoppable force, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shook the very fabric of the earth. Boom. How could this be possible? With only his eyes remaining intact after being struck by their blows, Boros's mind was engulfed in a fleeting thought. First came doubt, swiftly followed by an overwhelming fear. How could the disparity be so vast? Were these two truly monsters? In the presence of Chao Changsheng and Saitama, Boros felt his own strength render him insignificant and absurd. He had foolishly imagined he could take on two monsters simultaneously. Before these two, he could barely withstand a single round. They had never regarded him as a threat at any moment. In the vast crater, Chao Changsheng and Saitama continued their sparring, completely indifferent to the inconsequential Boros, who had been effortlessly dispatched. They did not even spare a glance at his demise. After all this time, he was merely a jester. As Boros's life force waned and his consciousness faded, his cosmic energy body had been irrevocably obliterated, undergoing a process of regeneration. Was this truly the end? Was this the conclusion of my so-called reign as a cosmic overlord? Boros, with wide eyes, stared blankly at the blurred figures before him, filled with a yearning and reverence. This was an awe for the strong and a desire to become stronger. Witnessing their formidable power, he wished for his life to continue. In mere moments, Chao Changsheng and Saitama had engaged in thousands of exchanges. With a single explosive strike from the flowing shattered rock fist, Chao Changsheng sent Saitama flying once more. However, he refrained from pursuing further, turning instead to the Boros, who was left with but one eye, and smiled, saying, "There are countless strong individuals in this world that you have yet to encounter. Saitama and I are merely two among them." Chao Changsheng approached Boros, his spiritual energy enveloping Boros's soul and remaining eye. Boros was a battle-hungry warrior, seeking destruction on any planet he encountered, his only aim being to fight. His talents and abilities were exceptionally powerful, coupled with an ardent desire for self-improvement. Were it not for Saitama's existence, he would have been the true strongest in this universe. Thus, Chao Changsheng entertained the notion of recruiting him. This individual could serve as a useful ally without losing his identity. If he declined, Chao Changsheng would not be disheartened. If he accepted, then saving his life would not be a burden. Are there many more such strong beings? Boros pondered, momentarily dazed and bewildered. How could he have been unaware of the multitude of powerful entities in the world, even as he had spent countless years searching for these two before him? Was it that he was too weak to recognize these strengths? Could his aspiration of being a cosmic overlord merely be a farce? Boros found himself questioning his existence, momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in a daze, oblivious to the dwindling of his life. Indeed, there are many such powerful beings. What are your thoughts on this? Chao Changsheng spoke calmly. As the cosmic sovereign, Boros still harbored a trace of pride within. Yet his words faltered before they could escape his lips, withering away instead. Before him stood the formidable Senju Chōsei, and a wave of reverence washed over him, accompanied by a profound sense of impotence. Perhaps, following this individual would prove to be the wisest decision of his life. I understand now. From this day forth, I shall follow you, but you must lead me to encounter even greater warriors, those who surpass you, Boros declared, his eyes narrowing with determination. There are none stronger than I, yet many exist who surpass both you and Saitama, Senju Chōsei replied with a light-hearted chuckle, and then unleashed a blend of celestial healing arts alongside dark magic. A deep violet magical circle began to coalesce around Boros's eyes, This was the dark magic of Dormammu, a boon for a being like Boros, who absorbed cosmic energy. In mere moments, Boros's physical form began to regenerate, ultimately restoring him to his former glory. Is Mr. Immortal not going to fight anymore? Didn't this person just perish? Saitama, stroking his bald head, approached, bewildered. No more fighting. This fellow has become my subordinate. No longer my enemy, Senju Chōsei stated, retracting the magical circle he had conjured. Your subordinates should all be dead, but this is fortuitous, as it spares us much hassle. With that, he made his way towards Tsunade, marking the official conclusion of his battle with Saitama. Continuing the fight held no purpose. In terms of sheer power, he and Saitama were nearly equal. However, in combat prowess, he surpassed Saitama by a significant margin. Although Saitama had shattered the limitations of the human body, his lack of martial training rendered him merely brutish, with attacks that were chaotic, relying solely on speed and strength. At that moment, Tsunade reveled in her combat, outdoing even Senju Chōsei as she repeatedly vanquished the endlessly respawning monsters, relishing the experience immensely. Unfortunately, their durability was lacking. As the battle progressed, they would eventually falter. Tsunade, it's time to go, Senju Chōsei called out from a distance. Coming. Tsunade immediately reverted to her docile demeanor and approached him. The chat group buzzed once more, filled with excitement. This splendid visual spectacle had reached its conclusion, yet many felt a lingering desire for more. The strength of the powerful always beckoned admiration. Even someone like Saki no Kori yearned to learn and grow stronger. Saki no Kori, so impressive. I wish to become stronger. Saki no Kori, but I cannot afford dark magic, nor do I possess chakra talent. I wish to try Mr. Immortal's techniques, yet I lack the means. She was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of any remarkable talents beyond her ability to draw manga. Financial constraints hindered her from purchasing items or exchanging points for techniques. The earnings from her live-stream manga creations were modest at best. Even if she had more, it would likely be spent on various merchandise. Unlike Shirari Shiyu, who was a best-selling novelist earning substantial income and adept at economic allocation, able to trade purchases for points. Tony Stark, if it's the first volume of the techniques, I can gift you one. Tony is remarkably magnanimous. Although his wealth cannot be transformed into points directly, he is able to purchase items that can subsequently be exchanged for points. Of course, this process is quite extravagant, and most individuals can only manage to gather a small sum for themselves. Yet, who can argue with his affluence? Kenzaki Saki. Thank you, Uncle Tony. You'll be the protagonist in my comic. Tony Stark. You flatter me. Just make sure to portray me handsomely. Upon hearing that he would be depicted as the male lead, the charming playboy Tony remained unfazed, internally rejoicing and expressing his enthusiasm. Portgas D. Ace. In this group, it seems only Mr. Tony would be so gentle and generous towards young ladies. Tanjiro Kamadu. I object. I am quite gentle with my sisters, you know. Yuta Itadori. I also protest. I treat everyone with utmost kindness. Portgas D. Ace. All right. You are all very gentle. Ainzel Gown. I am more curious about the expression of his death at this moment. Located in the world of Akashic Records, Ainzel Gown was simultaneously engaged in a chat and listening to his subordinates report information. They had comprehensively grasped the geography and factions of this world, and all that remained was to strategize their offensive route and gradually conquer the empire. Isteth, I have no particular sentiments. However, your large army has already been discovered. Seated in the empire with an impassive expression, Isteth reclined with her legs crossed, scrutinizing the intelligence in her hands. The moment the Bone King descended upon this realm, the battle between the two factions had already commenced. While the Bone King was probing into Isteth's information, she too was not neglecting to investigate her adversary. Although they had yet to engage in direct confrontation, minor skirmishes between their subordinates were increasingly frequent. As the current situation suggests, the Isteth Empire has already sustained numerous casualties. In contrast, Ainzel Gown's forces, being excessively formidable, had yet to suffer any losses. Such circumstances rendered Isteth's countenance somewhat unpredictable. Particularly after witnessing the battle between Chojin and Saitama, she realized that many individuals within the chat group were likely beyond her capability to confront. This Ainzel Gown may very well possess numerous hidden strengths. Be cautious of any strange figures that may suddenly appear, and do not concern yourselves with the revolutionary army for now. Focus all efforts on addressing this unfamiliar array of powerful adversaries. Isdeth commanded sharply, her brows furrowing, exuding an aura of icy wrath. The slaves kneeling nearby trembled from the cold, yet maintained an expression of yearning. Ainzul Gown, what if they are discovered? They are merely a troop of jesters. As my army spreads, your world shall fall under my dominion. Portgast D. Ace, truly, Lord Ains exudes an impressive aura. I had not perceived this before. Tony Stark, huh? Lord Ains has never truly engaged with us. I assumed he was a rather amiable individual. Tanjiro Kamadu, Mrs. Death. Perhaps it would be best to apologize. Mr. Ains is quite a decent person. Isdeth, are you jesting? You weaklings dare to fawn over a mere skeleton? Isdeth, fear not, for I shall make that skull of his my throne, and you shall await the privilege of licking the soles of my shoes. Yin Yun, that statement is rather excessive. Yi Fan, humph. You are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Should you provoke the group leader, a dire fate awaits you. Tony Stark, excellent. You have successfully incited my wrath. I shall commence the development of armor immediately. Do ensure to include me, Ainzul Gown. Ainzul Gown, you are most welcome. Saitama, are you all preparing for battle over there? Might I join in for a round? Shiyukaza no Oka, Ainzul Gown. Yun Yun. The entrance of Saitama brought an abrupt stillness to the group. My dear brother, do refrain from jesting. If you were to arrive, would there even be a need for combat? Senju Chōsei, if Saitama is seeking a fight, I fear there are few within this group who could stand against him. To be precise, currently, no one can rival Saitama. Perhaps in the future, Yi Fan might engage him, but the present Yi Fan lacks the strength. However, there exists one who could potentially slay Saitama, the elusive Kira Yashikage. His stand, Killer Queen, can plant a bomb within Saitama's body, detonating from within. This is an ability akin to a glitch. Anything touched by Killer Queen becomes a bomb. Even if Saitama possesses formidable physical prowess, should he transform into a bomb, an explosion is inevitable. Unless, like Senju Chōsei, he has cultivated immortality techniques. With but a drop of blood, he could be reborn. The moment his flesh detonates, regeneration would commence. The newly formed flesh would no longer be a bomb, thus preventing a secondary explosion. As for the residual shockwaves, they would be inconsequential to cultivators. Only in this manner could one survive. Saitama, what a pity. I hope new members in the future can engage in a delightful battle with me. Beatrice, the strength of our group leader inspires me to consider cultivating techniques. Achieving such mastery in magic seems utterly unattainable. Itadori Yuji. Yet, the cultivation of techniques is heavily reliant on talent. Portgast D. Ace. Indeed, talent plays a significant role. For instance, my progress in cultivating techniques is particularly slow. At this point, members from various worlds could not help but chuckle wryly. The path of cultivation is tedious enough without the added burden of talent. Some individuals advance with astonishing speed, their one day equating to another's 10, while others toil for years, barely making headway. After their battle with Saitama, Senju Chōsei remained in the world of One Punch Man for an additional fortnight. As for the matter of Boros, it has been discussed and resolved by Fubuki, Genos, and others in negotiations with the Hero Association. Senju Chōsei initially intended for Tsunade to stay for a while to sever her ties to other worlds. However, the multitude of monsters in this realm ignited her combat fervor, deepening her yearning for other worlds. Here, she has vanquished numerous monsters and even garnered the acknowledgement of the Hero Association, earning the title of Beauty Tyrant. Upon receiving this title, Tsunade stormed the Hero Association, decisively defeating several S-class heroes with unparalleled ferocity. The once fearful Hero Association has finally bestowed upon her a new title, the Golden-Haired Beauty, elevating her to the second rank among S-class heroes. Even the formidable Tornado of Terror has succumbed to her prowess. The only lament is the inability to locate the first-ranked S-class hero, the Explosive. After a prolonged stay with Tsunade, Senju Chōsei has finally escorted her back to Konoha, fabricating a tale about the cooldown period of her dimensional travel abilities. The next crossing, he claims, must await a considerable time. Were it not for this pretext, Tsunade would undoubtedly insist on venturing into other worlds, behaving like a child. Accompanying Senju Chōsei back to Konoha is his subordinate, Boros. Due to Boros's striking appearance in the Naruto realm, Senju Chōsei has advised him to conceal his form and face with garments. He has also summoned Minato Namikaze and others to document Boros's identity. preventing any misunderstandings that might incite the Konoha ninjas to take action against him. This endeavor is not merely to protect Boros, but to safeguard the ninjas of Konoha. Boros's strength is, without a doubt, on par with Might Guy at the peak of the Eight Gates. His presence alleviates many burdens for Senju Chōsei. For instance, during Senju Chōsei's absence from Konoha, Boros can safeguard the village. Additionally, for various rescue missions within their group, Boros may take action while Senju Chōsei relaxes at home, reaping rewards effortlessly. It is a scenario of unparalleled perfection and comfort. Naturally, should Boros seek to engage in battle with powerful foes, he could be dispatched to the world of Overlord, where he would find ample enjoyment. In the land of fire, within Konoha village, tranquility seems to have returned. Senju Chōsei finds himself idle, dedicating his time solely to training. Boros follows suit, and since mastering the Immortal longevity technique, he has realized that his prior understanding of strength was merely a limited perspective. This revelation has deepened his reverence for Senju Chōsei, erasing any remnants of his former pride as a cosmic overlord. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bone King has commenced a gradual war against his death, with the undead army exerting overwhelming dominance over the imperial forces. The Empire has repeatedly retreated, even dispatching numerous elite assassins in attempts to eliminate the Bone King, all of whom met their demise at the hands of the old man at the gates, not the Bone King, but rather at the hands of Sebastian, the guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick. Ultimately, Ain's Ulgaon led his army, crushing through to the final defensive line of the imperial capital. Achieving such a feat in such a brief span of time is nothing short of miraculous. A spectacle surpassing even that of the war on the summit is being broadcast live within the chat group, and Senju Chōsei watches with rapturous delight. Such grandeur is a sight likely to be witnessed again only in a grand event akin to Avengers Endgame. In the capital of the Akatsuki world, the monstrous army stands poised at the gates. Ain's Ulgaon surveys from a distant hill, observing his legions of undead and monstrous forces arrayed in formation, exuding an imposing aura. On the opposing side, led by his death, they brace for a desperate fight. Before them lies the army of the Bone King, and behind them stands the last bastion of their imperial capital. Should the capital fall, it would signal the demise of an empire, and she would find herself among the vanquished. The proudest death resolved to never permit herself to fail again. Attention, all imperial arms users. This is our final line of defense. You have disappointed me time and again, and should we falter once more, all of you shall perish. Isthetha's gaze was frosty and unwavering as she declared, even if you do not fall to the enemy, I shall personally ensure your demise. Yes, a chill ran through the hearts of all present, and they hastily responded in unison, their bodies trembling involuntarily from the icy dread that pierced their very bones. Only then did Isteth turn to face Ain's Ulgaon, ascending to the Multiverse Chat Group. Isteth, Ain's Ulgaon, are you truly intent on annihilation? If I desire mutual destruction, you shall not emerge unscathed. Ain's Ulgaon, ha. At this stage, do you finally regret your choices? How foolish. Upon reading this, Isteth bit her lip, her expression darkening. Very well, you shall pay dearly for this. Isteth, Tony Stark, and you, a mere mortal, dare to enter my realm and attempt to strike against me? Do you wish for a swift demise? At that moment, a figure clad in steel stood beside the Bone King, exuding an aura of otherworldly technology. It was none other than Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe. He had previously proclaimed his intention to teach Isteth a lesson, and now he had come to fulfill that promise. Tony Stark, come at me then. This suit of armor has been specifically designed for you. Tony Stark, your paltry ice abilities are no match for my complete set of frost-resistant armor. I assure you, you will be swimming in magma. The anti-Isteth armor. This was the new Mark armor Tony had developed, tailored to counter various freezing conditions. Though it retained its crimson hue, it now bore a slight bulkiness, with orange-red energy coursing steadily across its surface, reminiscent of flowing lava. While others might dismiss the significance of Tony's armor, Shuki Choshin regarded it with utmost seriousness. He possessed knowledge of Mark armor creation and understood its formidable nature. Although the rewards he received from signing and did not include the anti-Isteth armor, it did not hinder his comprehension of its powerful attributes. You may engage in a brawl with Tony, but never challenge him to a duel. Once you do, he will craft a suit of armor specifically to counter you, leaving you utterly overwhelmed. To stand shoulder to shoulder with divinity as a mere mortal is no exaggeration. Shuki Choshin, Tony Stark, your armor possesses remarkable capabilities. Tony Stark, huh? Of course. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Immortal. Is death, Shuki Choshin. Will you allow your comrades to engage in such infighting? Shuki Choshin, did you not agree to this duel yourselves? With both parties in accord, what else can I say? Is death, after all this time. You have failed to find anyone to halt this conflict. Her complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, culminating in her furious kick that ended the life of a sycophant. Standing beside the Bone King, Tony witnessed this scene through his armored suit and couldn't help but chuckle. It appears Our Lady Is Death is beginning to feel the pressure. Feeling anxious? There are even more pressing matters at hand. Ainzul Gown, wielding a magnificent staff, gently tapped the ground, bestowing his army with superior magic. In a low voice, he commanded, all troops, advance. With that single order, the army of undead surged forth towards the imperial capital, their momentum overwhelming, as they crushed all in their path. Tony Stark's Iron Man helmet sealed shut, and energy surged from his palms and soles as he ascended, heading straight for his death. Meanwhile, Ains remained stationary, casting spells that resonated with dense runes and the power of laws throughout the heavens and the earth. A thunderous roar erupted, as a column of light detonated onto the battlefield, unleashing unparalleled might. Before the two armies even clashed, the Imperial side suffered significant casualties and morale plummeted drastically. The guardian of the fifth layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the armored Khassites, wielded a colossal axe and engaged the Imperial weapons users in fierce combat. With a sweeping strike, he claimed the lives of several Imperial weapon users, the various abilities of these weapons merely producing crisp sounds against his iron armor. Ineffective in both offense and defense, the forces of the Bone King exerted absolute dominance over the Imperial capital. Ainzul Gown need not lift a finger. Victory was assured as he waited in quiet contemplation, considering whether to bestow some world-class items upon Tony, given his earnestness in assisting. As the Bone King's army clashed with the Imperial forces, Tony had already reached his death. She had anticipated Ainzul Gown as her adversary, but instead found herself confronted by the mere mortal Tony. His death clicked her tongue in annoyance as the energy of ice erupted around her. In an instant, the ground for miles around froze solid. Many soldiers of the Imperial capital were transformed into ice sculptures by her ice-based weapon. To her, these soldiers were nothing but worthless, rendered completely useless. Ice General, Is Death commanded sharply, parting her lips to release a chilling wind. The cold gust coalesced into a multitude of ice cavalry, resembling an army of thousands, charging towards the undead horde. The ice cavalry displayed extraordinary strength, managing to engage in battle amidst the legions of undead. This development slightly alleviated the pressure on the Imperial forces. Meanwhile, Is Death summoned several ice blades from behind her, launching them towards Tony with lethal precision. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blades whistled through the air like arrows. Tony, unhurried, extended his palm, unleashing a torrent of searing energy that radiated outward to a width of 1 meter. Instantly, he engulfed all of Is Death's ice blades, directing the energy towards her. Is this your challenge? Is Death scoffed, a thick wall of ice rising suddenly from the ground. Boom. The clash of cold and heat produced a veil of steam that hissed ominously. Suddenly, an X-shaped red glow appeared on the ice wall, its edges seemingly melted by flames. Tony, piloting his armored suit, kicked a massive hole through the ice wall. The crimson laser retracted from the palm, and with an air of indifference, he stepped forward. Oh, this is the capital I possess to challenge you. Anti-Is Death armor, immune to any chill, equipped with a myriad of glacial countermeasures. He extended his mechanical arm, striking a tone that was both sardonic and mature. Is Death's lips twitched slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she conjured an ice spear that pierced towards Tony, akin to a dragon soaring from the sea, swift and agile. She was not merely endowed with ice abilities. She possessed formidable close combat skills, wreaking havoc on the battlefield like a deity of war. At this moment, as Tony approached, Is Death perceived this as an act of underestimation. With a resounding impact, the ice spear collided with Tony's armored suit, only to her astonishment, it shattered upon contact. This attack was capable of piercing through solid stone walls, yet it failed to penetrate mere armor? How could this be? Is Death's pupils constricted as she unleashed the full might of her imperial weapon. Columns of frigid ice erupted from the ground, encasing Tony entirely in a crystalline prison. Steam billowed forth, as if molten lava coursed through his armor, dissolving the frost and allowing him to emerge with nonchalance. Well, Mrs. Death, do you possess any further techniques? If this is all you have, I may have overestimated you. Tony's voice, calm and collected, resonated from within the iron suit. This was an immense humiliation for his Death. She had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle her so. Arrogant mortal. Anger flared on his Death's exquisitely crafted visage as she once again summoned her weapons, striking out at Tony with renewed vigor. A chilling aura enveloped her, as layers of ice surged from the ground, resembling a multitude of lances aimed directly at Tony Stark. Naturally, Tony would not allow himself to be struck indiscriminately. He had trained in combat and had Jarvis as his assistant, making him more than capable in close quarters. The clash between them ignited a symphony of contrasting temperatures, generating a dense fog of steam as their weapons collided with resounding clangs. The surrounding environment fluctuated between extremes of heat and cold. Though the confrontation between Tony and his Death lacked the grandiosity of a battle between Saitama and 1,000 hands, their exchange offered a unique visual spectacle for all observers. Mr. Tony's combat prowess is unexpectedly formidable. It seems we have underestimated him, remarked Tanjiro Kamado. Indeed, there is a certain finesse to his fighting style, added Yi Fan. It's as if he were a seasoned soldier. How is this even possible? Pondered Portgas d'Ace. It's Jarvis, the artificial intelligence assisting Tony, which enables such remarkable performance, explained Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Tony himself has trained in martial arts, so with the AI support, his close combat capabilities are certainly on par with his Death's, he continued. Go, Uncle Tony, cheered Izumi Saori. This fight is like watching a movie. It's truly spectacular, especially Tony's suit, which is simply amazing, exclaimed Kaneki Ken. Shinsho Chongqing. Tony has plenty of armors. If you fancy one, just ask him to gift you a set. If that feels too presumptuous, you could always purchase it with points. Kaneki Ken, haha. Perhaps I could attempt to use this armor to battle the ghouls. Saitama, how exciting. I've already prepared the popcorn. Yuji Itadori, Shinsho Chongqing. Does the Immortal have a moment? I'm facing a bit of a dilemma here. While Tony engages in combat with his Death, Yuji Itadori finds himself in a seemingly abandoned building, embroiled in a desperate escape from a peculiar cursed spirit. At this moment, Yuji is battered and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he flees in disarray. The structures behind him collapse one after another, as an ugly cursed spirit cackles, agilely leaping about. Upon receiving this news, Shinsho Chongqing recalls the plot of the Jujutsu Kaisen series. There are numerous adversaries capable of challenging Yuji, yet the first formidable opponent he encountered was undoubtedly the first special-grade curse spirit. Had it not been for the presence of Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, within him, Yuji would have met his demise. Perhaps I should send Boros over. I remember that Yuji's teacher, Satoru Gojo, is also an exceptionally powerful individual. Shinsho Chongqing pondered, stroking his chin. This person seems to be the pinnacle of combat prowess in the jujutsu world. I wonder how he compares to Boros. Intrigued by this thought, he called Boros, who was meditating in the courtyard. Immortal, is there something you need? Compared to his former self, Boros now appeared almost transformed. Beyond the genuine respect he felt, the influence of the Mind Stone also played a part. Although Boros was willing to follow him, Shinsho Chongqing was not entirely inclined to place his full trust in him. What if he were to turn against him after gaining prowess? Thus, to be prudent, Shinsho Chongqing decided to employ the Mind Stone. You seek powerful foes for battle, correct? I shall dispatch you to another world to rescue someone. And that person's master may serve as a worthy opponent. A strong foe? I am eager to go. Upon hearing the word strong, Boros immediately became animated. The ninja world was exceedingly dull, devoid of formidable adversaries, and he was on the brink of madness. Very well, I will activate the traversal function and send you there. Shinsho Chongqing utilized his observation Haki to scan the surroundings, confirming that Tsunade was absent. Only then did he activate the traversal function within the group and notified Yuji Itadori. A teleportation portal suddenly materialized within the room, and Boros leapt through it. As he watched Boros depart, Shinsho Chongqing pondered the outcome. I wonder if Satoru Gojo can withstand Boros. Gojo is an invincible force in the jujutsu world, yet the extent of his strength remains uncertain to Shinsho Chongqing. After all, no cursed spirit has ever compelled Gojo to unleash his full power. Each battle seems effortless for him. Perhaps his strength has long surpassed human comprehension. yet he simply has not had the opportunity to demonstrate it. Yet, even as Boros traverses the cosmos, the prowess within the one-punch world is not to be underestimated. Can sorcery truly rival pure strength? Senju Chōsei wore a contemplative expression but soon cast aside his thoughts. He activated the live stream in the chat group, continuing to observe the tumultuous warfare in the Crimson Eye realm. The battlefield between Tony and Isdeth had expanded to cover several dozen miles. The clash of frigid and searing forces reminiscent of the confrontation between Aokiji and Akainu. Isdeth was gradually finding herself at a disadvantage. Each time she managed to freeze Tony, the energy emanating from his armored suit would dissolve her efforts. Meanwhile, on the military front, the Imperial forces were nearly annihilated, with the entire city besieged by undead monstrosities. What on earth are these creatures? Isdeth's expression darkened. Gazing at Tony's steam-emitting iron armor, she felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Her ice could freeze anything. Yet it could not encase Tony's armor, which was instead suppressing her. The Imperial army had suffered a complete defeat. An Ainzul descended from the skies with his subordinates. A horde of monsters simultaneously closed in on Isdeth, their predatory gazes fixed upon her. You have already lost. Isdeth, Ainz murmured. In the game of kings, the victor is determined. In the end, it was Ainz's forces that held a slight edge. Defeated? Even if I were to lose, what would it matter to you? Moreover, I do not recognize my defeat. Isdeth retorted with a cold laugh. She still possessed a trump card, one capable of freezing time itself. At that moment, would these individuals not be mere prey for her? Stubbornly deluded. Should you choose to submit to me, I could still make you a general, tasked with defending the new empire. Ainz replied nonchalantly. At this juncture, the voluptuous and somewhat scantily clad albedo covered her exquisite face, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she mischievously remarked, "Is Ainz-sama considering adding this woman to his harem? It appears this queen has acquired a new toy." Upon hearing this, Ainz felt an acute embarrassment, though his skeletal visage betrayed no emotion. However, the members of the chat group fell into a profound silence. Many pondered whether this self-proclaimed queen was indeed Ainz's woman. But wasn't he a mere skeleton? Did he possess such capabilities? Remarkable indeed. Harem? So it is a lecherous skeleton. Isdeth's countenance shifted dramatically, and she could no longer contain her fury, bellowing, "Mokabode mo." In an instant, an overwhelming chill erupted from her being, freezing the entire world in that fleeting moment. Time itself seemed to pause. This moment was eternal. An unending coldness encapsulated everything, including time and space. This was the imperial artifact energy that Isdeth had long stored, a power she could unleash only once a day. And it was her final card. Lecherous skeleton, perish. Isdeth surged forward, conjuring an ice sword in her hand and aiming a lethal strike at Ainz's skull. With a resounding crash, a colossal magic circle propelled Isdeth away. The stillness of the skeletal king gradually shifted as he turned his head. Multiple magic circles simultaneously blossoming into a dazzling display. In an instant, the magic circle spread out, and the world returned to normal once more. The ultimate trump card of Isdeth had been effortlessly unraveled. So this was your secret. Ainz Olgown lightly tapped the ground with his magnificent staff, disdainfully remarking, "Is that all?" Truly, Ainz-sama is a paragon of foresight. Demirouge could not help but exclaim in admiration. The surrounding subordinates revealed their reverence, understanding that this was indeed anticipated. Explaining why Ainz-sama had previously cast so many magical enhancements. Ainz Olgown did not respond, yet his subordinates gazed at his silhouette, feeling an aura of mystery and strength. In truth, the skeletal king felt a tremendous sense of relief within. Thankfully, he had defensive magic. It seemed his choices had proven wise, for he had nearly faced doom. Ainz Olgown was astonished, a surge of anger rising within him. The woman before him dared to seek a reversal. Since she refused to submit, he would force her to comply. With the skeletal king's fierce declaration, his subordinate, Cositus, wielding a colossal axe, swiftly severed Isdeth's head. Blood sprayed forth, and her head rolled to the ground. Isdeth had not even uttered a word. It was all so swift, so decisive. The onlookers in the chat group were taken aback by the skeletal king's execution. Did he really just act so decisively after saying that? Revive. Suddenly, Ainz Olgown pointed his bony finger into the void, and a magic circle ascended from the ground. Isdeth's corpse first sank into the magic circle, then emerged unscathed from within. She sat on the ground, bewildered and confused, her mind grappling to comprehend the situation. Submit or perish. Ainslgaun's cold voice echoed once more. Isteth finally raised her head, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Pop. Without uttering a single word, her head suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Behind her stood Albedo, wearing a deranged smile. Revive. The skeletal king cast the resurrection spell again. Submit or perish. Pop. Isteth had yet to say anything, her fierce gaze barely forming, before being drained of life by Shaltir Bloodfallen. Delicious indeed, just like a chilled beverage, Shaltir licked her lips. Grinning wickedly. Revive. Submit or perish. Pop. Revive. Submit or perish. Pop. The scene seemed to enter a state of replay, unfolding repeatedly. Each time Isteth displayed a refusal to submit, she was instantaneously slain, only to be revived again. Yet each demise was entirely different. Some exploded, others lost limbs, and some were drained of their very essence. She endured over 100 deaths, cyclically, suffering immense psychological trauma. Although her body remained unaffected upon revival, the memories were eternally preserved. The repeated experience of death, irrespective of anyone's resilience, was undoubtedly a torment of the mind. As the radiance of the resurrection array shone once more, Isteth had transformed from sitting to kneeling. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her pale forehead, her pupils in disarray. Though there was no physical anomaly in Isteth's body, she felt as if she had shattered into countless fragments, engulfed by excruciating pain. This was a pain of memory, not a sensation of the flesh. It stemmed from a history of relentless killings. Her brain having memorized this torment to the extent that it mistakenly believed Isteth was already dead. Surrender or perish. This phrase echoed persistently, devoid of embellishment, in Isteth's heart. It felt like a demonic whisper, as if uttering it would herald her demise in the next instant. Such fear had taken root deep within her soul. Observing Isteth's repeated deaths, even those in the group who harbored disdain for her could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, the cruelty of it all was undeniable, especially the brutal and sanguinary nature of her deaths. Even Tony had distanced himself, preoccupied with organizing the information gathered from the battle, choosing not to witness Isteth's demise once more. Shokan Shaojo even went so far as to revoke Izumi Sajiri's viewing privileges, fearing it would traumatize her. The members of the group finally attained a fresh perspective on the Bone King. This was indeed the means of Ainslgaun, the master of the great tomb of Nazarick. After a prolonged struggle, Isteth finally regained her composure. She dared not make any sudden movements. The once supremely proud warrior now felt a sense of dread towards the monstrous beings before her. Yet deep within, she remained unwilling to submit to a mere puppet. Once, she had been the one to torment others. She never anticipated a day would come when she herself would be subjected to such cruelty. I am willing to submit. Isteth knelt upon the ground, remaining still after uttering those words, apprehensive of making any further sound. Her heart was reluctant, yet her lips capitulated. She did not fear death, but the process of dying replayed itself repeatedly, each demise more harrowing than the last, some even worse than death itself. After enduring once or twice, she grit her teeth. But after countless repetitions, no one could withstand such an ordeal. Isteth comprehended that Ainslgaun had no intention of killing her. He was merely torturing her. With Ain's capabilities, he could easily transform her into a puppet, manipulating her at will. Very well, the wise adapt to circumstances. Open your mind, sign the magical contract, and you shall be spared. The Bone King chuckled lightly, then gestured with a bony finger towards Isteth's forehead. What? A magical contract? Isteth was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. The Bone King's subordinate paused, ready to act, when Isteth hastily interjected, Wait, I am submitting to the Immortal, sir, not you. Upon hearing this, Demiurge's hand froze midair. The collective breath of the group hitched. The name of the Immortal, sir, was known to all within the great tomb of Nazarick. Though they had never laid eyes upon him, they had heard Ain speak of him. Their ability to traverse to this world was due to the existence of the Immortal, sir. Such extraordinary power instilled terror, commanding respect and caution. Even the Bone King fell into silence, refraining from a response. Mr. Immortal, I am willing to submit to you. I know you can hear my words in the live broadcast. Isteth exclaimed loudly. Chinsho Changsheng was bewildered. What on earth? Aren't Bone King and Isteth in a fierce battle? Why is she suddenly submitting to me, the bystander? Desperate, he hastily responded in the group. I understand now. I don't require a contract. Just continue in your position as general and refrain from wanton slaughter of the innocent. He thought to himself, if she continued, things would only become more convoluted. He had never intended to take his death as a slave, let alone enter into a magical contract with her. And what was with the mention of whipping? Why would he ever whip his death? His death, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in her beautiful eyes, declared, I am grateful for Mr. Immortal's immense grace. You may whip me at any time from now on. Senju Chōsei responded, could we possibly refrain from discussing whipping? In the world of Naruto, he felt a wave of exasperation, sensing that his death had been somewhat broken by the relentless torment inflicted by Bone King. Since Mr. Immortal has consented, let this matter come to a close. Ain's old gown lightly tapped his staff on the ground. A healing spell enveloped his death, restoring her spirit. Bone King was indeed considerate of Senju Chōsei's feelings. The turmoil within the chat group finally settled. Lord Ains, the Emperor, and all the ministers of the Empire have been subdued. What shall be done with them? Demiurge inquired respectfully. With the dust settled, the imperial capital officially changed hands. A multitude of powerless mortals, wielding only authority, found themselves at the mercy of the undead creatures, unable to move. The young emperor and Minister Wonstra were the primary culprits of the decaying empire. One was terrified, while the other begged for mercy. Though the young emperor was not inherently malevolent, he blindly followed Minister Wonstra, resembling a mere puppet. He never contemplated right or wrong, always delegating decisions to others. Foolishness, at times, comes with a price. His arbitrary decisions had led to the empire's corruption and darkness, resulting in the abuse of countless citizens at the hands of the court officials. Minister Wonstra was nothing short of despicable, manipulating the young emperor to enforce endless tyranny. Spare us, great king. We are innocent. We have committed no wrongdoing. The other ministers pleaded, prostrating themselves and crying out in protest, trying to persuade Bone King to relent. However, as ministers of the empire, those who had survived to this point undoubtedly had dealings with Wonstra. The rat-like thieves, undoubtedly in collusion with Ernest, appeared pitiable, yet it was likely that their hands were not clean. Tony approached slowly, the mechanical whir of his armor resonating as it retracted into a briefcase, securely held in his grasp. Having encountered numerous politicians, he was acutely aware of the true nature of the imperial ministers, and he candidly conveyed this to Ain's old gown. In that case, let us eradicate them all, he declared nonchalantly, and his subordinates swiftly complied. No, spare us. We are, but their pleas fell upon deaf ears. Akin to the cries of animals to the denizens of the great tomb, devoid of any compassion. Heads rolled, blood staining the ground. On this day, the imperial capital was drenched in crimson. Every minister of the empire, including the emperor, perished within the city walls. Ain's old gown felt no sympathy for these individuals. Even the young emperor held no distinction in his eyes. Having successfully seized the imperial capital, Ains proclaimed himself the new emperor and renamed the capital the Sorceress Kingdom of Nazarick. Henceforth, Ains was referred to as His Majesty the Sorceress King. A novel system was ushered into this realm, heralding significant changes in the Crimson-Eyed world. However, Ains's dominion remained rooted in monstrosities and the undead, inciting both fear and intense aversion among some. The revolutionary factions in the Crimson-Eyed world, with their previous revolutionary objectives unfulfilled, initiated yet another campaign to overthrow the rule of the Sorceress Kingdom of the Undead. Ains's dream of nation-building was realized within the Crimson-Eyed realm. Yet, he harbored no intention of retaining everyone there. He dispatched a portion of his subordinates back to their original world. His stronghold remained the great tomb of Nazarick. And with the land yet to be conquered, he feared for his home's safety from the encroachments of the surface dwellers. Thus, he sent subordinates back, carrying his will to conquer the world above. In truth, it was out of fear for his own demise that he chose to reign as the king in the Crimson-Eyed world while sending his subordinates back to face peril. Before departing, Ains bestowed upon Tony a storage ring, boasting a spatial capacity of 3,000 square feet, as a token of gratitude. In the world of sorcery, Boros utilized his dimensional travel capabilities to descend and successfully shield Yuji Itadori from a cursed spirit. However, complications soon arose. Although Boros possessed the strength to obliterate the cursed spirit with a single punch, the absence of cursed energy meant that no matter how many times he struck, it would merely regenerate. Ultimately, through collaboration with Yuji Itadori, they successfully exorcised this formidable cursed spirit, Unlike in the original narrative, Yuji did not succumb during this mission. He returned to school alongside Boros, awaiting the return of their teacher, Satoru Gojo. In the village of Konoha, Senju Chōsei brewed himself a steaming cup of tea, the room suffused with its rich aroma. Sipping lightly, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. "Master, I have arrived," Tsunade announced as she entered, anticipation gleaming on her exquisite face. "When will the dimensional travel portal be opened? I wish to explore other worlds." Kushina approached with great enthusiasm, noticing her master enjoying a cup of tea, and promptly knelt beside him. She nestled closely against Senju Chōsei, eagerly preparing tea for him. After years of companionship, in her quest to please Senju Chōsei, Kushina's proficiency in the art of tea had reached an extraordinary level. Naturally, it was the genuine practice of tea ceremonies. Sensing the softness beside him, Senju Chōsei suddenly retracted his earlier thoughts. The notion of an unorthodox tea ceremony seemed to linger in the air, hinting at a subtle intimacy, whether intentional or accidental. But that was a matter for another time. It would require several years to unfold. Yet, hadn't her previous 2 journeys through dimensions occurred only months apart? Senju Chōsei raised an eyebrow, swiftly formulating his response in his mind. Kushina's mental agility was surprisingly sharp this time, as she interrupted his words with a rebuttal. Traveling through dimensions is akin to venturing to different places, encompassing both distant and nearby realms. The farther one travels, the more fatigued one becomes, necessitating longer periods of rest. Senju Chōsei inwardly commended his cleverness, realizing that Kushina was oblivious to the nuances, allowing him to embellish his words freely. "Is it truly so?" Kushina inquired, a look of confusion gracing her features. Although her master's reasoning seemed sound, an underlying sense of discord lingered. "Therefore, refrain from coming to me daily with inquiries. Instead, take the time to wander about Konoha, savoring the present peace," Senju Chōsei advised, lifting his teacup for another delicate sip. The narrative of the Hokage was about to commence, and the era of tranquility would inevitably come to an end. The forces propelling the Hokage's tale would undoubtedly be the Akatsuki organization and the shadowy manipulations of Kaguya. One could only wonder how Jiraiya's investigations were progressing. Could he persuade Nagato and others to abandon their nefarious paths? It had been some time since Itachi and Shisui had departed Konoha with Jiraiya, yet there had been no news or return from them. Had they encountered peril? Treasure the current peace? Kushina paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of the statement. After the First Shinobi War, Senju Chōsei had once imparted similar words to her. The subsequent eruptions of the Second and Third Shinobi Wars plunged the world into chaos, resulting in countless families torn apart over decades of conflict. Now, as Senju Chōsei reiterated such sentiments, Kushina felt compelled to take heed. "I understand. I will remain vigilant regarding the circumstances both within and outside the village in the coming years," Kushina affirmed with a solemn nod. This time, it was Senju Chōsei who found himself momentarily stunned. Why had she suddenly adopted such a serious demeanor? Had he inadvertently conveyed something that led to her misunderstanding? "All right, then that is settled." Senju Chōsei averted his gaze, accepting the misunderstanding as it was, as long as she refrained from fixating on other worlds. "Inumaki Yujin, Senju Chōsei, my teacher has returned. He has accepted Boros' challenge. Should I initiate a live stream?" In the chat group, Inumaki Yujin suddenly addressed him. "Senju Chōsei, yes? I would like to observe as well. Izumi Sajiri, let us do it. Kaneki-ken, such an exhilarating battle cannot be missed. Tanjiro Kamado, Mr. Boros is formidable. Can Yujin's teacher truly prevail? Yuji Itadori, I am not entirely sure about this. It does make me somewhat apprehensive. However, my teacher claims to be invincible. So I hope Mr. Boros will show some mercy. Yi Fan, invincible? It seems that your side lacks formidable power, without deities or celestial beings. Even if one is invincible, they should not be able to withstand Boros, right? In Saitama's world, although Boros cannot best Saitama, he is not without competition. There is always a second. Everyone has witnessed Boros's prowess. Even within this chat group, he is regarded as possessing above-average strength. Conversely, Yuji's sorcery does not appear particularly fearsome. Angel Gown, I too perceive that your teacher may be in some peril. I suggest you allow Boros to test the waters to prevent any potential harm. Yuji Itadori, but Mr. Boros just mentioned that my teacher seems rather formidable. I suppose I shall initiate a live stream. With that, the live broadcast abruptly commenced. The scene revealed Boros standing face to face with a man clad in a mask. Surrounding them were mountains and forests, suggesting they were deep within a wilderness, leaving one to wonder how they arrived at this location. Kira Yashikage, who does the group leader believe will emerge victorious? In the bustling chat, Kira Yashikage, who had been lurking, suddenly posed this question to Senju Chōsei. This peculiar inquiry left many feeling uneasy. Senju Chōsei contemplated this, suspecting that Kira Yashikage was probing for information. Senju Chōsei, I am uncertain, as I do not possess knowledge of Gojo Satoru's capabilities. Kira Yashikage, does the group leader lack the ability to comprehend the information of myriad worlds? Tony Stark, hey, what do you mean by that? Ainsul Gown, how intriguing. This typically reticent newcomer seems to harbor some caution towards Mr. Immortal. Beatrice, could you possibly be akin to a character like Esteth? Her words instantly sparked suspicion among the others. From various perspectives, Kira Yashikage indeed appeared dubious. Could it be true, as Beatrice suggested? Upon this realization, Kira Yashikage felt a chill run down his spine and hastily denied the implication. Kira Yashikage, please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely driven by curiosity, with absolutely no malicious intent. Senju Chōsei, haha, it's quite all right. Although I can traverse countless realms, I am not omniscient. How could I possibly be aware of everyone's deeds and abilities? He graciously acknowledged this, confident that he could handle any schemes Kira Yashikage might concoct. In an unspecified mountainous forest within the world of sorcery, Gojo Satoru, clad in black attire, remarked with a carefree smile, "Are you an extraterrestrial being? You appear rather peculiar. This is my first encounter with someone like you." Boros, shedding his cloak to reveal a muscular physique that was both bare yet modest, declared, "Indeed, I am not a creature of this planet. I have heard of your strength, and thus I seek to challenge you." The energy radiating from his chest was more dazzling than Tony's reactor. "How interesting. Let us proceed." Gojo Satoru replied with a cheerful grin. Boom. With a gesture from Satoru Gojo, Boros did not hesitate for a moment and unleashed his power. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Satoru Gojo and struck with a powerful punch, creating a sound that pierced the air. Many in the group tightened their expressions, their minds conjuring various scenarios of what might unfold next. Would Satoru Gojo be able to withstand Boros's onslaught? Boom. The thunderous sound erupted suddenly, trees swayed, and a long echo resonated through the forest. The clash between Boros and Satoru Gojo produced startling bursts of fire, an occurrence that felt rather peculiar. Could this be sorcery? Whoosh. At that moment, a figure shot out from the flames and smoke, closely followed by another. Satoru Gojo maintained his serene smile, gracefully landing and assuming a combat stance to directly confront Boros's punch. Bang! A powerful shockwave surged between the two, devoid of explosive sounds, and everyone was able to see clearly. Boros's fist was effortlessly intercepted by Satoru Gojo. Such a scene astonished everyone in the chat group, including Senju Chōsei. The realm he inhabited did not boast the same level of combat prowess as that of Saitama's world. Yet, Satoru Gojo had reached such extraordinary heights. Was he also a monster? Particularly, Saitama in the group was ignited with excitement, clamoring to engage Satoru Gojo in a sparring match. What a close call. I never expected you to possess such formidable strength. Satoru Gojo replied calmly with a gentle smile. Boros's pupils narrowed slightly as a torrential flurry of punches rained down, each blow exponentially more powerful than the last. Yet, none of his strikes could land on Satoru Gojo, and his speed was gradually diminishing. It was as if he had entered a realm where time slowed, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Stop. Gojo's limitless technique. By the time Boros unleashed 100 punches, he was moving at a snail's pace, struggling to break free from this inexplicable control. Huh. Satoru Gojo chuckled lightly, flicking Boros's forehead gently. Boom. A deafening roar erupted once more, and a colossal shockwave burst forth from Gojo's fingertip. Boros was immediately sent flying like a kite with its string cut, uncontrollably crashing through towering trees before finally colliding with a mountain buried beneath massive boulders. Yifan hiss. This outcome is quite a blow to my ego. Ainsul Gown. This individual's abilities are rather perilous. Porcast D. Ace. No, it appears that Boros did not lose due to strength, but rather because his sorcery is exceedingly peculiar. Saitama, it seems recklessness is not an option. Fighting someone like this requires caution in other aspects. After Senju Chōsei's evaluation, Saitama began to pay attention to elements beyond mere strength. Sometimes, sheer power alone cannot render one invincible. The battle between Senju Chōsei and Saitama serves as the first example. The current sparring session between Satoru Gojo and Boros stands as the second. Gojo's sorcery encompasses both positive and negative infinity. Brute force would merely be a waste of energy. Bang! Barusel exerted all his strength to push against the colossal boulder, fiercely charging towards Satoru Gojo once more, even resorting to a direct energy disintegration. He sensed that his power surpassed that of Gojo. Yet, each of his assaults was thwarted by an enigmatic energy that rebounded back upon him. Barusel was perplexed, unable to comprehend the nature of this ability. As the two clashed again, a fierce gust of wind forced Yuji Itadori to retreat several hundred meters, his skin still tingling with pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured for the sake of the live broadcast. Boom, boom, boom. Barusel was repeatedly sent flying by Gojo, sustaining increasing injuries, blood trickling down his arms. "Give it up, you've already lost," Gojo remarked nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The outcome was already determined. Barusel was utterly outmatched, and that was the end of it. "No, I refuse to believe it," Barusel retorted, his single eye bloodshot and his emotions running high. "Why can't I defeat you? My power is clearly superior to yours. What is that ability?" What he truly wished to express was his frustration at being unable to overcome anyone. He could not defeat Saitama, nor could he best Senju Hashirama. Now, he found himself incapable of overcoming even someone who merely appeared slightly stronger. Each of his strikes felt as though they struck nothingness, only for his own energy to be turned against him. It was utterly infuriating. "This is jujitsu. Mere brute strength holds no value," Gojo replied patiently. "Jujitsu? I absolutely do not require such trivialities," Barusel declared, shattering the ground beneath him with a fierce stomp, unleashing another surge of energy, as if he harbored an infinite black hole within. "Ah, it's time for a meal. This should come to an end," Gojo said, scratching the back of his head with a hint of exasperation. Observing Barusel's relentless determination, Gojo felt a twinge of awkwardness. It seemed that without exerting a bit of pressure, this duel could extend until dawn. "I apologize, but this sparring session must conclude," he said. With a grin, Gojo removed his eye patch, revealing a pair of emerald eyes that sparkled like stars, and an invisible force erupted forth. "Limitless," he uttered softly. In that instant, Barusel halted mid-stride as the scene before him shifted dramatically. He felt his body grow light, as if he were plummeting into the void of space. A dazzling panorama of the starry sky rushed past him, overwhelming his senses. It was as if he were glimpsing countless worlds and the cosmos itself. The splendor was so dense and vibrant that it left him dizzy, sapping all his strength in that moment. From Yuji Itadori's perspective during the live stream, the scene was starkly different. Barusel was enveloped within a sphere of darkness, and no one knew what transpired inside. When Gojo retracted his ability, Barusel lay unconscious on the ground. The chat exploded with excitement. What happened to this spirited young man? Why is he suddenly down? Yuji Itadori, what kind of ability is this? Beatrice, that's your teacher's power. How could you, as a student, be unaware? Yin Yun, what exactly transpired? Why did Barusel suddenly fall? Kasa no Okashiyu, what does this won't do refer to? Tony Stark, please refrain from driving. Thank you. The current topic is quite serious. Kamadu Tanjiro, what does driving mean? Ain's old gown. Can the immortal lord discern anything? When queried, Senju Chōsei stroked his chin and gently set down his teacup. He certainly understood what this was. It was none other than the illustrious domain. Gojo Satoru's domain is the infinite void. It inundates the minds of all beings within its realm with a ceaseless torrent of information, making them feel as though they can see everything yet are utterly powerless. Left to stand in a stupor, slowly awaiting their demise. Senju Chōsei was acutely aware of Gojo Satoru's domain abilities, but he would never disclose such knowledge to the group. These insights were gleaned from his reading of the original work, and he had previously stated his lack of understanding regarding Gojo Satoru's prowess. If he were to reveal Gojo's domain abilities now, it would create a contradiction. Senju Chōsei, I believe it pertains to some domain ability. The specifics elude me. Yet I can vaguely discern that Boros must have suffered a psychological shock, leading to his unconscious state. Ain's old gown. A psychological shock, is it? I see. Your words have illuminated my understanding, and it indeed appears to be the case. Portgas D. Ace. As expected of the Immortal Lord, your knowledge is truly vast. Is death. The Immortal Lord is remarkable. Your whipping technique must be extraordinary. Yi Fan, Yun Yun, Tony Stark. Tony Stark? I am curious as to why that vile woman is death has become the Immortal Lord's devoted follower, in such a bizarre manner. Ain Zol Gown. Perhaps my methods were a tad excessive, awakening some latent traits within her. Izumi Sajiri. Is whipping really that interesting? Beatrice. Not at all, Sajiri-chan. You should not learn such things. Kasa no Okashiyu. Hee. Perhaps Sajiri understands more than you think. After all, she is an artist. Is death? Ah, I am willing. Wherever my master commands, I shall obey. Senju Chōsei. The content of this group chat is becoming increasingly inappropriate, and Senju Chōsei began to furrow his brows. Especially his death, who has completely transformed into a pervert, lusting after him. Itadori Yuji, a domain, is it? I shall inquire with teacher Gojo at the appropriate time. Kamadu Tanjiro. It seems Yuji's world is not as simple as it appears. Kaneki Ken. Although not entirely blissful, it is infinitely better than my own world. Well, there are still a few individuals who remain perpetually serious. Such topics can be forcibly redirected by them. Senju Chōsei, Itadori Yuji, I will open a portal for traversal. Please assist in returning Boros. Itadori Yuji, no problem. Boros was sent back to the world of Naruto, remaining unconscious for a full 3 days and nights before finally awakening. Since that day, he seemed to have withdrawn into himself, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the sheer power of Senju Chōsei and Saitama, convinced he had been defeated in strength. After receiving education from Gojo Satoru, Boros came to the realization that even those beneath him in strength could easily overpower him. He was woefully inadequate. At that moment, what Boros truly required was psychological guidance. However, Senju Chōsei paid him no mind, continuing his usual routine of seclusion and cultivation, occasionally engaging in playful banter with Tsunade. The days passed leisurely and pleasantly. A month later, for reasons unknown, Boros began to roam within the confines of Konoha, astonishingly engaging in acts of kindness. Initially, his presence frightened many of the village's children, yet gradually, he was embraced by the entire community. The villagers remained oblivious to the fact that this benevolent one-eyed creature was, in reality, an extraordinary powerhouse. In fact, he was even regarded as the village's mascot, and Boros took great delight in this newfound role. At first, Senju Chōsei was perplexed by Boros's sudden change in behavior. However, after probing with the Mind Stone, he discovered the root of the matter. Boros had fallen into a significant misconception. The trio of Senju Chōsei, Saitama, and Gojo Satoru all appeared as mere mortals, devoid of any semblance of a formidable presence, conducting themselves like ordinary beings. Boros believed that this was the key to their strength. Consequently, he endeavored to approach the world with the mindset of an ordinary person, convinced that the reason behind the trio's power was their return to simplicity, which in turn granted them strength. He believed that if he too could achieve this state of purity, he would effortlessly grow stronger. Upon discovering this reasoning, Senju Chōsei felt speechless yet chose to remain silent. Boros having something to occupy his time was not altogether a bad thing. As for neglecting his cultivation, that was of little concern to him. After all, Boros was merely there to assist him, not to be his apprentice. This benevolent behavior of Boros continued for 5 long years. As the years swiftly passed, Senju Chōsei assumed that nothing of note occurred within their chat group. However, 2 years prior, he noticed an odd phenomenon. The timing of members logging on seemed to become increasingly erratic. Frequently, many would be absent, only to suddenly reappear on a random day, claiming that everything was as usual. It was not until Senju Chōsei inquired about Ace, specifically whether his brother Luffy had entered the new world, that the source of the anomaly became clear. The timeline on Ace's side had only just progressed 3 months since the conclusion of the Marineford War. A grave expression crossed Senju Chōsei's face as he meticulously inquired with each member. He discovered that everyone's timelines varied, some racing ahead while others lagged behind. Such occurrences had never transpired before. All members previously shared an identical timeline. Why, then, was there now a chaotic disturbance in their timelines? After much contemplation, Senju Chōsei arrived at a singular conclusion. Their chat group members were traversing multiple worlds, thereby disrupting the very fabric of reality. Each instance of their crossing over had induced distinct butterfly effects on both realms, resulting in divergent timelines. The continuous ebb and flow of the crowd has led to fluctuations in the timelines of all worlds. Kaneki-kin remarked, since the timelines have diverged, the group has become significantly quieter. Tony Stark replied, indeed, but Mr. Ace must be reveling in it, having witnessed so many grand events in just a few months. Beatrice added, it is truly remarkable. What is most important is that the live broadcasts allow everyone to witness them together, despite the differing flow of time. Tony Stark responded, this concept is exceedingly convoluted. Even I have yet to fully comprehend it. Yifan stated, as long as we can reach the group leader when troubles arise, then none of this poses a significant issue. Tony Stark agreed, absolutely. Senju Chōsei observed, from my current perspective, the flow of time here is the swiftest, which is why I am unable to locate you. It is not the case that you cannot find me. For 5 years, Senju Chōsei had remained sequestered at home, diligently training. Although 5 years may seem lengthy, to him, it was but the blink of an eye. Time holds no weight in cultivation. 5 years are indistinguishable from 5 seconds. Master, Jiraiya has returned. Tsunade gently pushed open the gate of the courtyard, with Jiraiya following closely behind. After 5 years, Jiraiya's investigation had indeed spanned the entirety of that time. Senju Chōsei had begun to fear that something unfortunate had befallen Jiraiya and the others, as no news had reached him. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chōsei had also been taken by Jiraiya for 5 years, which left Senju Chōsei both astonished and somewhat speechless. Itachi and Chōsei had been mere children back then. Now, after all these years, they must have matured into spirited young men. You've finally returned, but judging by your expression, it seems you have not succeeded? Nagato's heart was deeply affected, unlikely to be swayed easily by Jiraiya's words. It would take Naruto's involvement to make a difference. Senju Chōsei sat upon a chair, a wooden go board before him, adorned with distinctly black and white stones. The path of cultivation necessitates not only training, but also the refinement of the heart. The game of Go serves as a delightful respite amidst the monotony of rigorous practice. Yes, I have failed. Jiraiya sighed, his years of toil evident in his weary appearance, marked by new wrinkles and graying hair that lent him an air of age. Speak of Itachi and Chōsei. Why have I not seen them? Senju Chōsei inquired, lifting a black stone and placing it on the board, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's breath caught slightly, as if he struggled to find the words. Senju Chōsei remained patient, refraining from pressing further. Instead, placing a white stone on the board, the surroundings fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the splashes of fish in the pond. At this moment, Jiraiya began. In the course of these years, I have come to learn of an organization known as Akatsuki, whose leader comprises 2 children I once saved in the land of Rain. His voice was low and somber as he recounted, originally, I rescued 3 children. They embraced my ideals for the world and subsequently founded Akatsuki. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. It was precisely due to the faith I bestowed upon them that the subsequent events unfolded, culminating in the tragic demise of one child. From that day forth, the Akatsuki organization ceased to be a harbinger of love and peace, transforming instead into an entity that wielded violence to counter violence. At this juncture, Jiraiya's voice faltered, laden with gravity. They commenced the assembly of rogue ninjas from across the ninja world, conspiring towards a monumental endeavor, the specifics of which eluded my investigation. I once sought out those 2 children, yet they were utterly disinclined to heed my words, launching an assault against me with mysterious powers. Were it not for the talismans and scrolls left by you, Mr. Immortal, I would likely have perished by now. Senju Chōsei offered a faint smile, casting a glance at Jiraiya. And what of Chōsei and Itachi? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya hesitated once more, revealing that they had indeed joined the Akatsuki. Senju Chōsei was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet the notion of these 2 individuals aligning themselves with the Akatsuki had never crossed his mind. How could this be? Was it a covert mission? Despite the turmoil within, Senju Chōsei maintained his composure, continuing to play Go, patiently awaiting Jiraiya's further elucidation. Mr. Immortal. This was certainly not my idea. Itachi proposed it himself, and Chōsei insisted on accompanying him to avert any unforeseen incidents. Jiraiya, seemingly apprehensive of Senju Chōsei, hastily explained. Although Senju Chōsei rarely ventured out, his reputation loomed large, a figure of unparalleled stature. The memories of his effortless subjugation of the 9 Tails and the tyrannical Orochimaru were still vivid. Even the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, dared not act recklessly in his presence. The headmaster of the ninja academy remains solely Senju Chōsei to this day. Which ninja in the village has not emerged from that institution? Of course, this is a covert mission. Mr. Immortal's students are not rogue ninjas. Jiraiya asserted confidently, patting his chest. Rest assured, I have entrusted those talismans and scrolls you gave me to the two of them. Nothing will go awry. You've lost track of my junior disciple. Tsunade, who had just brought tea, erupted upon hearing that Itachi had not returned, causing Jiraiya to retreat in fright. He was genuinely intimidated by Tsunade. Oh, it's not a grave matter, Senju Chōsei remarked nonchalantly. It is merely a covert mission. With Itachi and Chōsei's capabilities, they are truly prodigious at undercover work. They could even execute a scenario reminiscent of infernal affairs. In the original narrative, Chōsei and Itachi undertook similar undercover assignments. However, the current mission is no longer a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, but rather a clandestine operation involving Konoha and the Akatsuki. Senju Chōsei harbored no concerns regarding this. Is this not a serious issue? They are but children, Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. Children? No, they have long since transcended that label. Their spirits were mature well before. Senju Chōsei chuckled. 5 years have passed. They have evolved into capable young men, fully able to stand on their own. One cannot simply impose the past appearances of Itachi and Chōsei onto the present. 5 years have elapsed, and when one considers the passage of time, both have reached the age of matrimony within Konoha. Very well, you may attend to your own matters. Should you seek information regarding the two of them, do return to me. Senju Chōsei waved his hand dismissively at Jiraiya, resuming his intricate game of Go. Jiraiya, bowing slightly, chuckled with a stream of grateful murmurs escaping his lips. Suddenly, as Jiraiya opened the gate of the courtyard, preparing to step outside, an Umbu ninja appeared abruptly. Mr. Immortal, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. The ninja knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost respect. There has been an incident involving Boros and the Hyuga clan, and your presence is urgently required. Boros. Upon hearing this name, Senju Chōsei was taken aback. Ever since Boros had engaged in activities within the village, he had garnered widespread acclaim. In fact, some affluent individuals had even gifted him a house in gratitude for his assistance. Thus, it had been almost 5 years since Senju Chōsei had last seen Boros. However, it appeared that some unforeseen circumstances had arisen, warranting his personal intervention. What could it possibly entail? Curiosity piqued, Senju Chōsei replied, lead the way. Yes, the Umbu ninja responded, and with a swift stamp of his foot, vanished from sight. Inside the residence, Senju Chōsei and the others followed suit, disappearing in a similar manner. Following the Umbu ninja, they arrived swiftly at the outskirts of Konoha. There, they found Namikaze Minato and other high-ranking officials of Konoha, their expressions marred by concern. Signs of a recent skirmish were evident, including a massive crater radiating intense energy. Hinata stood there, dazed, holding hands with her father, Hyuga Hayashi, while a robust Boros stood beside them. Mr. Immortal has arrived. Upon seeing Senju Chōsei, everyone bowed respectfully. Without hesitation, Namikaze Minato stepped forward to explain. It appears that the young Princess Hinata of the Hyuga clan has been abducted by an unidentified assailant. Her family discovered this and pursued them. Boros happened to pass by and offered his assistance. After a confrontation, the head of the Hyuga clan inferred from the techniques employed by these individuals that they likely hailed from. Minato paused, stating Kumogakure. The implication was clear. Kumogakure may be stirring trouble once more. Minato, who had once led Konoha to the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War and ushered in an era of peace, now faced the grim reality that this abduction could serve as a catalyst for renewed conflict. Given the gravity of the situation, Minato felt compelled to convene all high-ranking officials of Konoha for deliberation. Particularly, Senju Chōsei's voice carried significant weight. How to confront Kumogakure regarding this brazen act was of utmost importance. Initially, the intention was to capture them alive. However, the ever-awkward wave-wind Minato glanced at the searing pit and remarked, Mr. Boros was rather impatient, obliterating them without leaving a trace. Had it not been for Boros's cannon fire, we might have successfully captured those from the Hidden Cloud Village. Consequently, the absence of witnesses rendered the situation somewhat embarrassing. I had anticipated a grave matter, yet it was merely the antics of the Hidden Cloud Village. They could simply be summoned to provide an explanation and apologize. Otherwise, we would declare war. Senju Chōsei chuckled lightly, his words blunt and dismissive towards the hidden cloud village. What I had presumed to be a significant issue turned out to be merely a trivial disturbance caused by a small village. Today, as Konoha is exponentially stronger than in the original narrative, with both Wave Wind Minato and Kushina leading prosperous lives. Not only could they suppress a single hidden cloud, but even in a 1-against-4 scenario, they would emerge victorious. However, it begs the question, how could Wave Wind Minato, despite being within the confines of Konoha, allow the hidden cloud village to find an opportunity? Moreover, during the Night of the Nine Tails, it remains a mystery where Wave Wind Minato and Obito vanished too. They always seem to falter at crucial moments. The high-ranking officials around them parted their lips, intending to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. It seemed there was but one approach to take. But what if the other party refuses to acknowledge it? Wave Wind Minato sighed in resignation. Such underhanded antics from the hidden cloud village are unlikely to be admitted. After all, with these individuals deceased and no evidence left, as long as they adamantly claim ignorance, Konoha would find it difficult to take action against them. Presently, the only evidence lies in the verbal testimony of Hyuga Hayashi, which is hardly sufficient. Upon hearing this, Senju Chōsei's gaze turned frigid, and he declared coldly, "If they refuse to acknowledge it, then we shall go to war, persisting until they confess." As his words resonated, a chilling aura of murderous intent spread outward. Everyone simultaneously felt a shiver run down their spines, stunned by Senju Chōsei's domineering proclamation. Was immediate warfare truly the course of action? Wave Wind Minato hesitated. Having experienced the Third Great Ninja War, he understood the immense casualties that accompany conflict, detrimental to both sides. Senju Chōsei remained expressionless, responding calmly, "Rest assured, they lack the qualifications to confront us, even the right to instigate war. Should it come to battle, simply deploying Boros would suffice to decimate their village. Inform the Hidden Cloud village to send their higher-ups here." With a flourish of his cloak, Senju Chōsei turned to leave. The other high-ranking officials of Konoha exchanged glances, none daring to voice dissent. At this juncture, anyone bold enough to oppose would not only offend Senju Chōsei, but would also be deemed cowardly by their peers. Although many were reluctant to adopt such an overbearing stance, they found themselves powerless to object. "All right, you may disperse. I will send someone to notify the Hidden Cloud village." Wave Wind Minato forced a smile as he dismissed the gathering, then turned to Hyuga Hayashi, stating, "Konoha will undoubtedly seek justice for the Hyuga clan and provide you with a satisfactory resolution." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi expressed his gratitude with a bow. The young Hinata, held by his side, appeared somewhat bewildered but mimicked the courteous gesture. Days later, tasked with the mission, Kakashi arrived in Konoha accompanied by numerous individuals from the Hidden Cloud village. Although the means by which Kakashi has acted remain a mystery, it is undeniable that the Hidden Cloud village has complied without resistance. While Kakashi may now exhibit a degree of lethargy, his capability to execute missions remains remarkably reliable. However, the demeanor of these individuals suggests an air of ease and confidence, as if victory is assured. It seems they have no intention of engaging in a serious dialogue. Standing atop a telephone pole, Senju Chōsei gazes with a calm smile at the gathering of approximately 100 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village outside the gates of Konohagakure. His existence is largely unknown to the outside world. After all, Senju Chōsei has only revealed his prowess once. During the night, he subdued the Nine Tails. This event was not widely publicized by the Leaf Village, resulting in only a few being aware of it. Although some rumors may have circulated, to the outside observer, they are merely perceived as a fabrication by Konohagakure, with few truly believing in the existence of such an immortal deity. Humph, a swarm of ignorant ants. If only Master were to intervene, these individuals would be extinguished with the mere snap of his fingers. Tsunade scoffed derisively from her position nearby. One could easily discern that the opposing party had meticulously prepared their rhetoric. Senju Chōsei spoke lightly, "No matter. It is time for Konoha to demonstrate its strength to the ninja world. We have remained silent for far too long, and now these individuals are beginning to stir once more, truly incorrigible. The perpetual cycle of war persists because these people, after a period of respite, become inflated with arrogance and lack self-awareness." Under the watchful eyes of Senju Chōsei and Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, accompanied by several ninjas, emerged from the Leaf Village and set up a table adorned with a white cloth outside the village. It was impossible to invite the hidden cloud village inside for negotiations. Although it seemed peculiar to convene outside, it was unavoidable. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" the fourth Reikage queried, his imposing figure settling into a seat, feigning ignorance. The ninjas behind him wore expressions of subtle mockery, showing no pretense of concealment. It was evident they intended to evade accountability. Only Namikaze Minato could maintain his composure and continue the discourse with such individuals. Had it been Tsunade, she would likely have overturned the table upon hearing such words. "Several days prior, we discovered that ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village abducted individuals from our village. Might the Hidden Cloud Village provide an explanation?" Namikaze Minato inquired with a calm demeanor, prepared for potential conflict. Surrounding him were numerous flying Thunder God technique seals, ensuring that even the Reikage would pay a hefty price to escape. If not absolutely necessary, Minato wished to avoid confrontation, as the stakes involved were far too significant for someone in his position as Hokage. "Our people from the Hidden Cloud Village? Might we see the bodies for identification?" The fourth Reikage replied. "That may not be feasible. However, we are indeed your people, are we not? You should be well aware of that," Minato responded, his brow furrowing, his tone becoming sharper. The fourth Reikage contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, "It appears there is indeed a contingent of ninjas who have yet to return. However, I recall that they were visiting Konoha for an exchange, were they not? Where are they? Surely you haven't harmed them." The voice of the Reikage grew increasingly thunderous, imbued with the weight of impending fury, radiating a light akin to thunder itself. The clamor seized dominion. Within the village of Konoha, aside from Senju Chōsei, no one anticipated that Kumogakure would audaciously turn the tables and question them. What audacity was this? What emboldened them to act so brazenly at the very gates of Konoha? "Indeed, we have taken lives, yet your actions have not been without consequence." Even the ever-composed Minato Namikaze could no longer restrain himself, his voice resonating with authority. "If Kumogakure does not provide Konoha with an explanation, this matter shall remain unresolved. Every individual possesses their limits, particularly Konoha in its current formidable state, boasting not only the third and fourth Hokage, but also a plethora of talented youth and the indomitable presence of the Immortal Sage as their pillar. Such insolence from Kumogakure could not be tolerated." "An explanation? How can I ascertain the truth of your claims? Konoha shall not besmirch our honor. You have slain our people, and it is you who must offer us an account," Reikage proclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table, producing a resounding thud. At that moment, as his words echoed, the forest erupted with rustling sounds, and figures of ninjas surged forth from the lush thicket. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the area surrounding Konoha was teeming with thousands of Kumogakure ninjas, their prowess ranging from Chunin to Jonin. Such a formidable display was sufficient to ignite the flames of war. Minato and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, quickly transforming into ire, as a multitude of Konoha ninjas surged forth in response. The two factions stood poised in confrontation, the atmosphere thick with tension and hostility. Should conflict erupt, it would signal the onset of war. The presence of so many from Kumogakure indicated that they had long prepared for battle. Minato observed his surroundings with a cold smirk, recognizing the hypocrisy cloaked beneath their grand rhetoric. Reikage, unwilling to concede, still saw a glimmer of opportunity for a reversal. He too did not desire war, yet he could not appear weak. Thus, he adopted a stance of unwavering resolve to intimidate his adversaries and secure the utmost advantage. Noticing Minato's darkening expression, he felt his intimidation had reached its peak and spoke again. "How about this? If Konoha surrenders the culprit, we shall consider this matter resolved." He was convinced that Konoha would prefer to avoid conflict. After all, this was the very entrance of Konoha. Should war break out, their ninjas could invade the village and wreak havoc. The peace-loving Hokage would surely opt for compromise. With this thought, the expressions of the Kumogakure delegation subtly shifted, revealing faint smiles of triumph. The Hyuga clan within Konoha wore expressions of dread, uncertain if their Hokage would indeed surrender their clan leader. Such a prospect left them in a state of uncertainty. What audacity to demand an explanation without providing one themselves, and to seek to gain advantage. Truly, they had grown brazen. At that moment, clad in casual attire, Senju Chōsei emerged from the depths of Konoha, a serene smile gracing his features as he approached. Behind him stood the voluptuous Tsunade and the oddly single-eyed Boros. Is this a matter worthy of your youthful generation?" Upon catching sight of Senju Chōsei's youthful visage, the Raikage issued a sharp reprimand. However, almost immediately, an unparalleled and intangible pressure descended upon him, akin to a divine hand suppressing him, rendering him powerless. Boom! The Raikage, who had been standing tall, suddenly collapsed to the ground, creating a large human-shaped crater. Thunder crackled violently from the Raikage, as if he had transformed into pure lightning. He struggled to move his arms, attempting to prop himself up. Lightning release, chakra mode. The Raikage was forced to unleash his ultimate technique, his entire form radiating with brilliant blue light. In this state, his physical strength would reach unprecedented levels. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he remained grounded, completely immobilized. Even his arms emitted sounds of cracking bones from the strain of resistance. Lord Raikage. A chorus of Yunin ninjas gasped in unison, several rushing forward to aid the Raikage, only to experience the same fate. Bang! 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 All who approached the Raikage were pressed to the ground by an invisible force, their faces contorting in agony. Senju Chōsei approached the Raikage with an air of indifference, his casual attire starkly contrasting with the surrounding scene. Is this the Raikage of Yunin village? Hardly impressive. Your earlier bravado seems ill-suited to your actual strength. Senju Chōsei remarked with a sardonic tone, his gaze glimmering with a faint golden light. Tsunade behind him scoffed, her disdain for the Raikage palpable. Minato and others stood aghast, astonished by the spectacle before them. This was the Raikage in lightning release, chakra mode. Yet, he was being suppressed by the Immortal, unable to move. The revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the ninja world. Minato, who understood Sage Mode, distinctly sensed that the Raikage was being overwhelmed by a surge of natural energy. Who are you? I have never heard of such a figure from Konoha. Damn it! The Raikage gasped for breath under the pressure. When had Konoha produced such a formidable warrior? And what was this invisible force that restrained him? Bang! Suddenly, Tsunade, who had been standing beside Senju Chōsei, stepped forward, her foot descending heavily upon the Raikage's head, creating a tumultuous cloud of dust. Who are you cursing? Clean up your mouth. Tsunade's fair countenance was etched with frost. Anyone who insulted her master had crossed a line. Her foot was merciless, sending the Raikage spitting blood, nearly losing consciousness. Senju Chōsei chuckled lightly, nonchalantly stating, I have always been in Konoha, present since its founding. You may not recognize me, but the villagers of Konoha are quite familiar with me. They affectionately refer to me as the Immortal. As his words settled, the Raikage's battered expression momentarily froze, his pupils constricting in shock. No, the Immortal? Isn't that merely a rumor? He had once heard the title Mr. Immortal, yet he did not pay it much heed. An immortal deity who has survived since the founding of Konoha. Could such a being truly exist? Wasn't this just a tale to deceive children? But could it be that such a presence really exists? The Raikage was not in a position to question this now, for the power restraining him was overwhelmingly terrifying. If it were not for the divine force, how could one possibly subdue all the shinobi of Kumogakure without lifting a finger? At this thought, beads of cold sweat trickled down the Raikage's forehead. He began to realize that the entire shinobi world had underestimated Konoha. Mr. Immortal. Namake's Minato nodded in acknowledgement and gestured to the surrounding Konoha shinobi. In an instant, all the Konoha shinobi sprang into action, launching an assault on the astonished Kumogakure ninjas. The air was filled with a cacophony of colorful ninjutsu, cascading from all directions, illuminating the entrance of Konoha with a vibrant brilliance. Minato himself took to the fray, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to blink through the forest, subduing those shinobi who attempted to flee. Behind Senju Chōsei, Boros also joined the fray. He transformed into a monstrous figure, capable of crushing a ninja's skull with a single punch, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. Any ninja unfortunate enough to fall into his sights was doomed. If they were captured by other Konoha shinobi, they might at least have a chance at survival. But in Boros's hands, none were spared. Minato observed this scene without uttering a word to intervene. Conflict inevitably involves bloodshed, otherwise, it would be difficult to subdue the opposition. It was time for Konoha to assert its might once more, lest they remain under the constant scrutiny of other ninja villages, unable to sleep peacefully. The recent incident involving Hinata's abduction served as a stark warning to Konoha. Within Konoha, the number of jonin continuously surged from thousands to tens of thousands. The ninjas of Kumogakure quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering a one-sided thrashing. Dance like butterflies in flight. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, radiating a crimson glow. His arrival sent several Konoha jonin flying, resembling a ferocious beast as he swept through the surroundings with devastating force. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Initially, he had remained in Kumogakure at the Raikage's behest. However, unable to trust his dear brother's safety, he had stealthily followed. Now, seeing his brother pinned to the ground, he had no choice but to intervene. "Release my brother, and I may spare your lives," Killer Bee declared as he landed heavily, creating a crater in the earth. Fingers dancing in the air, his body ablaze with crimson-tailed beast chakra. Even Minato wore a grave expression. Dealing with a tailed beast Jinchuriki was no simple task, especially one like Killer Bee, who had managed to retain his self-awareness while in tailed beast form. "Boros, subdue him," Senju Chōsei whispered to the Raikage. In the midst of a fierce battle, Boros erupted with cosmic energy, instantaneously appearing beside the rapping Killer Bee, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the air. Caught off guard, Killer Bee was struck directly in the face, his sunglasses splintering into shards from the force. Such immense power. Killer Bee's expression shifted in shock as he was sent reeling, fully unleashing his tailed beast transformation. With a thunderous roar, a colossal eight-tailed ox-headed octopus materialized within the forest, emanating an oppressive chakra energy. Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw, gathering a pitch-black tailed beast ball, as if to obliterate the very fabric of reality. The surrounding air grew scorching, and the world seemed to dim momentarily. Boom! The devastating tailed beast ball was unleashed from the eight-tails' mouth, hurtling directly towards Boros, carving a massive trench in its wake. Realizing Boros's formidable strength, Killer Bee understood that even in his half-tailed beast state, he had been sent flying by a single punch. It was evident that his opponent was no ordinary foe. Thus, he exerted all his might, aiming to annihilate the oddly shaped one-eyed man with the tailed beast ball. The energy of the tailed beast ball was infused with the dual attributes of yin and yang, forming an exceptionally potent energy system that surpassed other chakra types. For any other adversary, it would be insurmountable. Yet, for Boros, it posed no threat whatsoever. Within him resided an immense cosmic energy, rivaling that of the tailed beast ball. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wore a grave expression, preparing to divert the tailed beast ball's threat. However, he noticed the smiling Senju Hashirama beside him, who showed no intention of intervening. Thus, he restrained himself, redirecting his gaze back to Boros. Boros's entire being radiated a mystical glow as he unleashed a tremendous energy beam from his chest to collide head-on with the tailed beast ball. Energy cannon. The reverberations of energy rippled through the air, dispersing the force of the two opposing powers. At that moment, the entire Hidden Leaf village trembled, and the villagers fled to open spaces, fearing an earthquake. Outside the village, ninjas felt the stinging impact, astonished by the spectacle before them. This normally amicable Boros could withstand the tailed beast ball's collision. How was that possible? Could he be a Jinchuriki as well? Even Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, who had just released the tailed beast ball, were taken aback. They had combined forces to unleash the tailed beast ball multiple times, triumphing over countless adversaries. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to mitigate the tailed beast ball's damage, fearing a direct confrontation. Yet now, an unusually shaped being had withstood the attack unscathed. While onlookers were filled with astonishment, Boros regarded this as mere fundamentals. He stepped forward, his agile form flashing before the Eight Tails, delivering another punch with a stance reminiscent of Saitama's serious punches. Over the years, I have fully comprehended the essence of returning to simplicity. Although your power surprises me, it is merely that. Boros grinned coldly, slamming his fist down upon the Eight Tails' head, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered a vast expanse of the forest. Boom! The colossal form of the Eight Tails was sent soaring by a single punch from Boros, hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed for several dozen miles. Mountains crumbled in its wake as the Eight Tails collided with the earth, creating a vast expanse of desolation, a truly spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. In an instant, Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at Killer Bee's side with a cadre of ninjas. Seizing the moment while the Eight Tails and Killer Bee were momentarily dazed, they combined their efforts to unleash a sealing technique, successfully imprisoning the Eight Tails back within Killer Bee's form. Standing calmly throughout the turmoil, Senju Chōsei maintained a serene smile. displaying an air of composure. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at Baras's earlier remarks, seemingly lost in the so-called realm of simplicity. Should he inform him that, in truth, his strength had not increased at all? With Killer Bee successfully subdued, the clamor of clashing fists and feet in the forest gradually ceased. Thousands of Cloud Village ninjas had been defeated by the forces of Konoha, with groups of them kneeling on the ground, their bodies bruised and bloodied. Without the Raikage leading the charge and the Jinchuriki subdued, the remaining Cloud Village ninjas were rendered insignificant. What a tedious farce this had become. Had the fourth Raikage finally come to terms with his own limitations? Senju Chōsei chuckled softly, casting a glance at the Raikage, whose face was a tumult of colors. At this moment, the Raikage's heart was a cauldron of mixed emotions, his countenance devoid of dignity. This humiliating episode would likely echo through the ages, inviting scorn from countless onlookers. After engaging in underhanded tactics, he sought to cast blame elsewhere, only to find himself bloodied and disgraced. He longed to vanish into a hole. Utterly ashamed. Noticing the Raikage's silence, Tsunade once again placed her foot upon his face, producing a resounding thud. "I am addressing you. Have you lost your tongue?" she barked. "Look at that," the Raikage replied, his visage contorted beneath her foot. Unfazed, Senju Chōsei continued, "We shall notify the Cloud Village to come and negotiate for your release. They must also provide double the compensation and bow an apology to Konoha before departing." His gaze was cold and unwavering, the authoritative tone of his words leaving no room for dissent. With that, he and Tsunade turned to leave, their departure met with gratitude from the Hyuga clan. The subsequent matters would be entrusted entirely to Minato Namikaze, whose intellect and character would ensure no missteps in this regard. The Cloud Village would pay a steep price for its folly. The name of Senju Chōsei, the Immortal Sage, along with the moniker of Boros, the One-Eyed Monster, began to spread through the ninja world. Boros, now fully immersed in the joy of his newfound strength, dedicated himself even more fervently to serving the people, winning the affection of villagers young and old. Once all affairs were settled, the head of the Hyuga clan accompanied Princess Hinata to pay a visit to Senju Chōsei. This incident was undeniably a testament to the importance of Senju Chōsei's presence, whether it was Boros aiding in Hinata's rescue or Senju Chōsei providing support for the Hyuga clan. Both acts had instilled profound respect and gratitude within them. "This time, we are profoundly indebted to you, Mr. Immortal. Our clan is immensely grateful, and I implore you to accept these gifts." Hyuga Hizashi reverently presented several boxes, which contained items of considerable weight, likely precious antiques. Aware that Senju Chōsei lacked neither wealth nor status, they chose the most valuable collectibles as their offerings. Senju Chōsei did not decline, instructing Tsunade to set them aside, and remarked, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. The Hyuga clan is part of Konoha, and I am duty-bound to assist." His words were devoid of pretense. He spoke sincerely. The contributions of the Hyuga clan to the village were substantial, and they rightly deserved protection. In the original narrative, Konoha's agreement to surrender the Hyuga clan stemmed largely from Sarutobi Hiruzen's cowardice and Danzo's manipulations. With Danzo now absent, and the current Hokage being Namikaze Minato, bolstered by Senju Chōsei's support, the Hyuga clan's tragedy would not be repeated. In the original tale, Hyuga Hizashi was indeed surrendered, but his twin brother, Hyuga Neji, voluntarily chose to die in his stead, leading to Neji's profound hatred for the main family, which even extended to Hinata. "Mr. Immortal, I shall speak candidly." Hyuga Hizashi took a deep breath, fully aware that Mr. Immortal despised insincerity. Thus, it was best to be straightforward. He composed his expression and stated earnestly, "My purpose here, beyond expressing gratitude, is to forge a closer bond with you. I hope you will accept my daughter Hinata as your disciple." He had pondered this matter for quite some time. While such an approach might provoke Senju Chōsei's displeasure, perhaps even disdain, he genuinely wished to secure a bright future for his daughter. Senju Chōsei's prowess was undoubtedly the most formidable in Konoha, should Hinata become his student. Her potential would surely shine. Despite Hinata reaching the age to refine her chakra, she had yet to exhibit remarkable talent and appeared somewhat mediocre. If this continued, she might struggle to assume the role of clan head and could even fall victim to the branch family's bullying. Hyuga Hizashi was acutely aware of the branch family's animosity towards the main family and wished to prevent any future scenario where they might surpass the main line. Upon hearing Hizashi's request, Senju Chōsei's gaze shifted to the young Hinata, who was staring at him with a look of innocent bewilderment. Their eyes met for several seconds, and a blush suddenly adorned Hinata's cherubic face. The sight of her adorableness evoked memories of Tsunade's childhood in Senju Chōsei's mind. She had once been equally enchanting. However, the present was. Sighing, Senju Chōsei inadvertently tightened Hisashi's heart, nearly causing him to falter. If you are unwilling, Mr. Immortal, it is perfectly all right. I shall take Hinata and leave at once. Hisashi's complexion paled as he spoke, believing Senju Chōsei's sigh to be a sign of displeasure, prompting him to hastily rise to depart. Yet, it was not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing Senju Chōsei's words, Hisashi spun around in a complete circle and sat back down. Once pale, her face suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile, leaving onlookers momentarily speechless and a touch awkward. I am willing to accept any terms, as long as you agree to take my daughter as your disciple, Hyuga Hisashi declared earnestly once more. There is no need for such gravity. I can take on a student, though my time for instruction will be rather limited, Senju Chōsei replied. For he possessed the ability to traverse various realms through the Multiverse Chat Group, which meant his time in Konoha to teach Hinata would be scarce. That is of no concern, as long as you are willing to accept her, Hisashi exclaimed, his emotions surging, his face flushed with excitement. Very well, from this day forth, Hinata shall be my disciple. Have her come to me starting tomorrow, Chōsei chuckled softly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hisashi bowed in thanks, ushering little Hinata to join him in expressing their appreciation before departing from Senju Chōsei's residence, their faces alight with joy. The room fell quiet once more. Tsunade, seated nearby, prepared tea for her master, refraining from asking any questions. Chōsei did not offer any explanations either. He himself was uncertain why he had agreed to take Hinata as a pupil. Perhaps it was her unwavering determination to grow stronger, as depicted in the original narrative, that moved him to make such a decision. He could only hope that Hinata's talent for cultivation would not be too mediocre. As for her aptitude for chakra refinement and physical prowess, it was not that Chōsei held a pessimistic view, but rather that they seemed ill-suited for her. Her temperament, inherently tranquil and serene, was indeed well-suited for cultivation. Regrettably, Chōsei had no insight into Hinata's innate abilities. He could not discern them. Wait, my evil king, yes, I might be able to reveal that. Chōsei paused momentarily, smacking his forehead in frustration at his own oversight. Having shunned this particular ability for some time, he had inadvertently forgotten about it. However, it mattered little. Regardless of Hinata's talents, she was now officially his disciple. Chōsei shook his head with a smile. He took a delicate sip of the tea prepared by Tsunade, lost in contemplation. The decision to accept Hinata as a student would inevitably bring forth challenges. Should she possess the potential for cultivation, her lifespan would surely extend. And if she were to fall for Naruto, as in the original tale, the outcome might not be favorable. Reflecting on the timeline, Chōsei realized that Hinata likely had not yet developed feelings for Naruto. This act of mentorship might alter the course of events. Much like when he accepted Itachi as a disciple, the current trajectory had already diverged significantly from the original narrative. The affairs of the ninja world would become increasingly unpredictable for Chōsei. Fortunately, his strength had rendered him invincible within the ninja realm, granting him the capability to handle any unforeseen occurrences. The following day, Hisashi arrived early, bringing Hinata with him. Out of consideration for the young girl, Tsunade personally welcomed them, even presenting delicious pastries for her to sample. This demonstrated the differential treatment afforded to the genders. Had it been Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade would have merely exchanged a few casual pleasantries without such warmth. Come, little Hinata, try this delightful treat. It's absolutely scrumptious, Tsunade offered, extending a confection from another world to the young girl within the cozy confines of the room. The other party's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and after offering a polite expression of gratitude, she took the treat, savoring it in small bites, her eyes narrowing in delight. Truly endearing. Senju Chōsei strolled in, yawning, and nonchalantly took a seat, indulging in a feast of whatever lay on the table before him. As he consumed his meal, he addressed the somewhat anxious Hinata, stating, "In a moment, I shall impart to you a method of cultivating immortality. Do not concern yourself with the intricacies of this practice, should you possess the requisite talent. This technique shall become your primary focus. Naturally, if you lack the aptitude for cultivation, I will still guide you in physical techniques and ninjutsu." Hinata nodded obediently, remaining silent. She held little understanding of the term master, and her initiation into this path was merely a suggestion from her father, leaving her quite oblivious to its significance. All she knew was that her father had urged her to heed Chōsei's words diligently. After finishing their dessert, Chōsei commenced the formal instruction of the Immortal cultivation method to Hinata. The obscure terminology and complex phrases were initially overwhelming. Yet, to Chōsei's astonishment, Hinata exhibited an extraordinary memory, recalling nearly everything after just one reading. They then proceeded to the practical application, focusing on the circulation of spiritual energy through the meridians. Taking advantage of Hinata's youth and lack of inhibitions, Chōsei directly pointed out the locations of the meridians. Before long, Hinata had memorized all the acupoints and meridians and began the process of absorbing spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Chōsei summoned a torrent of spiritual energy that swirled around Hinata, aiding her in her cultivation. Little Hinata sat cross-legged, her expression one of utmost seriousness and focus. She remained in stillness for a full half-hour. Despite feeling no change within her, she exhibited neither impatience nor restlessness. This composure prompted a slight nod of approval from Chōsei, as Hinata's quiet and introverted nature allowed her to endure the stillness, unlike Tsunade, whose restlessness had made such prolonged sitting an arduous task. As another half-hour passed, just as Chōsei began to doubt Hinata's potential for cultivation, the spiritual energy surrounding her surged into her body with astonishing swiftness, washing through her meridians and acupoints like a flowing dragon. A resounding boom echoed within her, audible only to Hinata and Chōsei, a sound that signified a breakthrough in her cultivation. This marked Hinata's official entry into the realm of cultivation, reaching the first stage of chi condensation. But this was merely the beginning. Under Chōsei's astonished gaze, the humming within Hinata continued unabated, propelling her through barriers to achieve the third stage of chi condensation. What sorcery is this? Faster than I? Chōsei was genuinely taken aback. It had taken him an entire day to progress from the first to the third stage. Yet here was Hinata, breaking through 3 stages in a single leap, surpassing even his own pace. Could it be that her talent eclipsed his own? A prodigy, a super prodigy. Chōsei's heart firmly concluded that Hinata was an exceptional candidate for cultivation, her potential far exceeding that of Tsunade and Itachi. This disciple was indeed a remarkable find. Without further ado, he activated the evil king's true eye and fixed his gaze upon Hinata. A golden dragon of fortune coiled around Hinata, resembling a child of destiny, inhaling vast amounts of spiritual energy and channeling it into her being. What a remarkable sight! If Hinata were in the realm of immortals, she would undoubtedly be regarded as the fabled child of fortune, a prodigious saintess coveted by various factions. Chōsei gasped in awe, exclaiming how extraordinary this was. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, he had thought Hinata might possess mediocre talent. But this not only contradicted his expectations, but also left him feeling thoroughly humiliated. Tsunade, who had been quietly observing, initially believed Hinata's abilities to be inferior, perhaps even beneath her own. Yet, to her astonishment, Hinata broke through to the third stage of chi condensation. This revelation struck Tsunade profoundly. "Master, what is happening?" she inquired, bewildered. The saintess prodigy, Chōsei replied with an impassive expression, "Her talent surpasses even mine." Tsunade was taken aback. "Is her talent truly greater than yours, master? Does that mean she could swiftly reach your level? If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying." Chōsei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given Hinata's talent, she could indeed ascend to his level rapidly, provided he supplied her with ample elixirs. However, such a scenario was evidently unattainable. Chōsei's rapid progress in cultivation was not solely due to the elixirs he had acquired. He had also benefited from unique opportunities that directly enhanced his power or facilitated breakthroughs. The latter was something he could not extend to Hinata. While her advancement would be swift, possibly surpassing him and Itachi within a decade or two, exceeding his own prowess remained a daunting challenge. Chōsei smiled, confident in his own growth. In a decade or two, he would likely be on the verge of attaining the highest realm. The existence of the Multiverse Chat Group had significantly accelerated his cultivation. In the days that followed, Chōsei exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm towards Hinata, dedicating himself to her instruction. Beyond imparting the art of immortality, he also taught her the water-breathing technique and the flowing rock-shattering fist. Although the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm appeared formidable, its actual power was lacking, skewed too heavily towards defense. In contrast, The flowing rock-shattering fist was straightforward, brutal, and swift. It could shatter bones and rupture tendons with ease. The water-breathing technique complemented the flowing rock-shattering fist remarkably well. As for the more potent sun-breathing technique, Senju Chōsei decided to withhold it for the time being, intending to gradually introduce more knowledge once Hinata had assimilated the fundamentals. Little Hinata approached her studies with utmost seriousness, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, surpassing even the younger Tsunade in diligence. Possessing both talent and a willingness to strive, such a person was destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Perhaps it was Hinata's dedication that stirred a sense of humility within Tsunade. During this period, Tsunade herself began to exert more effort, her cultivation becoming less frantic as she finally learned to calm her mind. Whenever she felt restless, she would steal a glance at the serene Hinata beside her, then continue to absorb the spiritual energy. This scene brought immense comfort to Senju Chōsei, who had long been troubled by Tsunade's reluctance to strive. If Tsunade failed to transcend her current cultivation, her lifespan would be limited, and he would ultimately be left to bid farewell to his own disciple. The path of cultivation is a tedious and protracted journey. While the initial stages may seem bearable, the later phases will be fraught with tribulations. As familiar faces fade away, a profoundly tormenting process. Senju Chōsei did not wish for his future path to be one of solitude. He yearned for companionship to traverse the eons together, witnessing the vicissitudes of various realms. Among his 3 disciples, Itachi possessed the least aptitude for cultivation, making his future path arduous. Hinata, however, was the most qualified to accompany him, though Senju Chōsei hoped that Tsunade could join them as well. After all, Tsunade was his first disciple and the one he had invested the most emotion in. Time flew by. Hinata had been studying under Senju Chōsei for several months now, transitioning from initial unfamiliarity to a bond of trust and reliance. The 2 beautiful women, one young and one older, sat together discussing other realms, while Senju Chōsei lounged in a reclining chair, engaging in idle chatter within the Multiverse Chat Group. Kaza no Oka poem you. Why have I only cultivated a tiny bit of spiritual energy after a month of training? Itadori Yuji, it seems Miss Kaza no Oka lacks the aptitude for cultivation. Kamadu Tanjiro. Come on, don't discourage her. Kaza no Oka poem you. I'm going insane. My path to cultivation. Senju Chōsei. Patience, patience. A slow cultivation speed can stem from 2 possibilities, one being the lack of aptitude you all are aware of. Senju Chōsei. However, there is another possibility, that the spiritual energy in your world is scarce, hence the slow progress. Kaza no Oka poem you. It must be that this world has too little spiritual energy. How could a beautiful maiden like me lack cultivation talent? Kaza no Oka poem you replied somewhat indignantly. With destiny within reach, yet unattainable, it's hard for anyone to accept. Kaza no Oka poem you. So what should I do? How about the group leader adopts me? I could train in your world and keep your bed warm. It's death. Humph. The immortal master would never want a woman like you. Only I, who can endure the lash, am worthy of warming his bed. Senju Chōsei. Just when the conversation was going well, Death arrives, and the atmosphere shifts dramatically. During this time, whenever Death appeared in the group chat, Senju Chōsei dared not speak up. This woman was utterly terrifying, having become a complete pervert, with the word whip perpetually on her lips. Tony Stark. Ahem, pardon the interruption. Tony Stark, Immortal 1. I find myself in a rather awkward situation and would greatly appreciate your assistance. If possible, it would be ideal to issue a group task. Tony Stark. By the way, there is also Mr. Fury, who has kindly extended an invitation for you to join me in that organization, the name of which escapes me. Qianshou Changsheng. Please elaborate on the specifics. Is it an invasion by extraterrestrial beings? This must be serious for Tony to seek help. It seems the events of the first Avengers have begun. In the first Avengers, Thanos bestowed the Mind Stone upon Loki, compelling him to lead the Chitauri to Earth to seize the Space Stone, which is safeguarded by S.H.I.E.L.D., with the intent of annihilating our planet. However, the Mind Stone is now in the possession of Qianshou Changsheng, leaving one to wonder how Thanos persuaded Loki to initiate the plot of the first Avengers. Tony Stark. Extraterrestrial beings? I suppose so. That fellow, Thor, has a brother who came to snatch the Tesseract. He must count as an alien, I suppose. Tony Stark. Yet the primary issue lies in his hesitance. I am uncertain how to explain this to the Immortal One. It feels rather embarrassing to voice it. Upon hearing this, Senju felt a sense of confusion. It is merely the plot of the first Avengers. Why does Tony seem as though he has committed some grave transgression? Senju, just speak plainly. What is it that makes you hesitate so? This is not characteristic of you. Konoha no Kyoka. Is it possible that the group leader shares a special bond with Tony? And that Tony has betrayed the group leader? Is death what? Damn it, I shall kill Tony. Senju, can you both cease your bickering? We are discussing something serious. Tony Stark. Very well. The matter is this. I have created an artificial intelligence named Ultron, and he has recently gone rogue, declaring his intention to annihilate Earth. Tony Stark. Initially, the Avengers were meant to subdue Ultron, but Loki's interference has left us understaffed, placing Earth in peril. Ultron. After hearing Tony's succinct account, Senju was once again taken aback. Wasn't the Avengers formed to deal with Loki? Why does it sound as if it was established to confront Ultron? Moreover, isn't Ultron the antagonist of the second Avengers? It appears that the Marvel Universe has been set on a divergent path due to my influence, resulting in a different timeline. Senju scratched the back of his head. It is he who should feel awkward. Tony's premature creation of Ultron must be a consequence of Senju's intervention, hastening Tony's technological advancements. When crafting the Mark armors, Senju imparted numerous cutting-edge technologies to Tony. With much of the technological development process streamlined, Tony naturally had more time and energy to devote to researching even more powerful technologies. And so, with idle hands, he inadvertently brought Ultron into existence ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, this occurred at the onset of the first Avengers plot, presenting a rather precarious scenario, with Ultron unresolved and Loki leading an alien incursion against Earth. Tony remains oblivious to Loki's impending invasion, only aware that Loki will undoubtedly have allies. Thus, he proactively sought assistance in the group. And Fury also mentioned the intention to invite Mr. Immortal to join the Avengers. Since their last parting, Fury had yet to extend an apology gift to Chio. After summarizing the situation concerning Tony Stark, Chio realized why Tony had declared the intention to issue a mission. With so many adversaries, it was indeed overwhelming. Chio, very well. I shall issue a mission now. Kaza no Oka and Saimi should refrain from participating, as it would be too perilous for you. Yun a mission? Are there still missions available in the group? Yi Fan. I recall now, those live-streamed scenes in the group must have been recorded during the missions, right? Beatrice, quite astute. It was after that mission that you joined the group, hence you have not participated in any missions before. Itadori Yuji, so many points. I can hardly contain my excitement. Istef. At last, shall I meet my master? I can already envision my master's whip. Kaza no Oka Shiyu. Tanjiro Kamadu. Tony Stark. Chio's lips twitched slightly. He dismissed their chatter and proceeded to access the group mission feature. He selected 4 participants, including himself as a fixed member, leaving 3 spots available for others. After careful consideration, he ultimately set the mission points at 300,000. With an average of 100,000 points per person, it constituted a generous reward. After all, regardless of their contribution, as long as they returned alive, the points would be evenly distributed, and Chio would also be present. Thus, the other 3 could be said to earn points effortlessly. Ding. The group leader has issued a support mission. Mission details. Proceed to Tony Stark and resolve the crisis on Earth. Limited participants, 4. Reward points, 300,000. Fixed personnel, Chio. This mission operates in a competitive mode. Candidates are requested to click the confirmation button. During the mission, the perspectives of participating members will be broadcasted live throughout. At the instant the mission was released, many online group members eagerly clicked to participate, their enthusiasm palpable. Ding. Congratulations, mission acceptance successful. The participants for this mission are Beatrice, Yashikage Kira, Kaza no Oka Shiyu, Chio, Tony Stark, Izumi Saimi. Upon seeing the results of the draw, the entire chat group was filled with question marks. It was one thing for Beatrice to be selected, that was not particularly surprising. It was also understandable for Yashikage Kira, who enjoyed lurking and spying, to participate in the mission draw. However, Kaza no Oka Shiyu's inclusion left everyone astonished. Even Chio was taken aback, his expression darkening. He had explicitly advised Izumi Saimi and Kaza no Oka Shiyu against participating, yet the black-clad senior had still clicked to join. Kaza no Oka Shiyu. My sincerest apologies. Group leader. I have a compulsion, and I acted rashly. I am truly sorry. Please, do not hold it against me. Apologetic expression, you fan. Haha. Who knows whether this is genuine or not? You scheming woman. Did you think I was oblivious? Yin Yun, in a state of bemusement. Saitama, I didn't even draw. How frustrating. Is death? Is this the punishment from my master? To be unable to draw. Damn it. Beatrice, finally I've drawn. Among the old members, I am the only one who has never ventured into another world. Beatrice, Immortal Master Senju, may I bring someone with me? At this moment, Senju's heart was filled with exasperation, utterly at a loss. The danger level of this mission is exceedingly high, akin to a divine battle. What difference does it make for Kasumigakaka Shiyu to go with mortals? Furthermore, there is Kira Yashikage. He is certainly no benevolent figure. He possesses a peculiar obsession with beautiful women's hands. Senju had heard of foot fetishes, leg fetishes, and beauty fetishes, but this was the first time he learned of a hand fetish. Kira Yashikage frequently murders women, preserving only their right hands while obliterating the rest of their bodies to dust. Once that beautiful hand loses its color and turns pale, he will select another woman to kill, a true psychopath. Senju is uncertain whether bringing Kira Yashikage along this time is wise or foolish. Senju, of course, Beatrice, but you must use your own points to bring someone. Senju, alas, the danger of this mission is significant, not inferior to the war on the summit in the world of his death. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, take care of yourself. In the mundane world, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had been reveling in her cleverness, as she had deliberately clicked to participate. However, to her surprise, she actually won the draw. That is 300,000 points. If divided, she would receive 100,000 points. With such a wealth of points, her path to cultivation would stretch further. Yet, upon reading Senju's subsequent words, her exquisite visage fell in dismay. It seemed she had miscalculated. Kasumigakaka Shiyu. No, group leader, I was wrong. Please protect me. Sobbing ye fan. Serves you right. Fend for yourself. Itadori Yuji. Haha. Good luck with that. Tanjiro Kamadu. Sister Kasumigakaka is truly unfortunate. Tony Stark, don't worry. Just cling to the group leader when the time comes, and you may find a sliver of hope. Kasumigakaka Shiyu. That makes sense. I hope Mr. Stark can provide me with some, useful potions. She seemed to have conceived a bold idea, causing Senju, who was eavesdropping, to recoil in surprise. Senju, Kira Yashikage. Beatrice, Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence our journey through time and space. Beatrice, all right. Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Ah, so soon? But I don't seem to have anything to bring. Let us begin. Kira Yashikage, I'm ready as well. Having remained silent until now, Kira Yashikage finally spoke up, seemingly indifferent to the traversal and task at hand. He was always taciturn, revealing none of his information. Until now, only Senju in the chat group was aware of his true nature, while the others knew nothing about him. Hoping you won't stir up trouble, otherwise, I wouldn't mind if one less person were in the group. Senju Chōsei's gaze turned slightly cold as he was about to embark on a task to traverse worlds, when suddenly he recalled that Tsunade and Hinata were still present. It was not that he was unwilling to take them along, but rather that this mission posed considerable danger. Given Tsunade and Hinata's current abilities, their safety might be jeopardized. After much contemplation, Senju Chōsei deemed it prudent to inform them, lest they blame him later. At that moment, the two ladies were engaged in cheerful banter, their laughter resounding with joy. Senju Chōsei approached them and took a seat, adopting a serious tone. I have something to discuss. I will be venturing to another world shortly. Another world? I want to go too, Tsunade declared without hesitation. Senju Chōsei raised a hand slightly, signaling for silence. Allow me to finish. The world I am heading to is fraught with peril. I would prefer not to take you with me. I cannot spare the attention to protect you both. If you insist on accompanying me, he paused, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. You must prioritize protecting Hinata and observe from a distance. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Can you manage that? His tone was grave. This matter was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Senju Chōsei's serious words, Tsunade refrained from her usual playful demeanor and nodded earnestly. No problem. I will be careful. I will heed my master's words. Another world? Is it the one Sister Tsunade just mentioned? Hinata asked innocently. Senju Chōsei smiled gently and replied, It is somewhat similar, but this journey will indeed be perilous. If you prefer not to go, you may stay home for the next few days. He respected Hinata's choice. In truth, the best decision would be to leave her behind, as the risks were too great. I want to go. I want to be with Master. Unexpectedly, Hinata's rosy cheeks displayed a serious determination. Very well, little Hinata. Make sure to stay close to your sister and Tsunade. Remember your promise to me. Senju Chōsei smiled in relief and once again activated the Group S traversal function. Tsunade, brimming with excitement, stepped outside the courtyard to instruct the Umbu to inform the Hyuga clan that Hinata would be accompanying Senju Chōsei for a period. She soon returned, her footsteps light. Just as Senju Chōsei successfully opened the dimensional portal, this mission would also grant him 3 new coordinates to different worlds. Buzz. The Group S traversal commenced as they entered the violet-black passage, and the scenery before them began to twist and shift. As the images clarified, they beheld a gathering of oddly dressed men and women within a lavish room, all wearing expressions of astonishment and confusion. A muscular man with golden hair donned a sensual vest and wielded a hammer. A handsome figure in a tight-fitting outfit of alternating red and blue hues, with muscles as sculpted as a factory line, reclined on a sofa. A bespectacled man, holding a work panel, exuded wisdom in a white coat. Lastly, an unassuming man with a quiver of arrows strapped to his back and a longbow in hand completed the eclectic assembly. At last, we encounter the familiar figures of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and the alluring crimson-haired agent, Natasha. Welcome everyone. Allow me to introduce our esteemed allies, Mr. Immortal and other friends. Tony Stark declared, munching on a hamburger as he introduced the members of the Avengers. Senju Chōsei cast a gentle smile at the few members surrounding him, who stood loyally by his side. Kira Yashikich, with his striking golden hair styled upright and clad in a pale purple suit, maintained a stoic demeanor, uttering not a word. He appeared as an ordinary office worker passing by, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and languor. Beside him stood the Gothic Lolita, Beatrice, with her golden curls. Yet behind her loomed a pair of adorable twin maidens, one with pink hair wielding a wand, and the other, with light blue hair, brandishing an enormous meteor hammer. Ram, they have been staring at us. It's quite terrifying. Rem, their gazes are so lewd. The male members of the Avengers exclaimed, wow, the group leader is so handsome, we seek protection. At that moment, a graceful beauty in a light blue JK uniform and black stockings approached, wrapping her arms around Senju Chōsei's Kazuki Yuki. This enchanting woman, known for her playful yet sharp tongue within the chat group, was not one to relent easily. My lady, please have some decorum, Senju Chōsei said, his lips twitching as he attempted to extricate himself from her grasp. However, she clung on tenaciously. Though they were not intimately acquainted, they were nonetheless friends, and he hesitated to exert force against her. Hey, where did this vixen come from? Let go of my master. Tsunade stepped forward, a flicker of anger crossing her lovely face. How dare a woman brazenly take advantage of her master? Aren't you the group leader's buxom disciple? What business is it of yours if I embrace him? Kazuki Yuki replied, proudly puffing out her chest, showcasing her flawless figure. The members had previously witnessed Tsunade during the live broadcast of Senju Chōsei's battle with Saitama, and upon inquiry, learned that this golden-haired beauty was indeed Mr. Immortal's disciple. Be buxom? Who are you calling buxom? You vixen, I shall smash your head with a single punch. Tsunade fumed, her aura and chakras surging forth, causing Kazuki Yuki to hastily retreat behind Senju Chōsei. Yet she boldly proclaimed, you are merely his disciple. Do you intend to dictate who he marries? I shall inform you. I am your master's wife. As Kazuki Yuki grew increasingly emboldened, she suddenly realized an intriguing avenue of opportunity. It appeared that their group leader was, indeed, not married. With such striking handsomeness and formidable strength, he is undoubtedly the perfect companion. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. She gazed incredulously at Senju Chōsei, exclaiming, Master, is what she said true? Is she truly my master's wife? Hee. Kasumi no Okashiyu chuckled silently. Senju Chōsei sighed, rubbing his forehead. The noise was quite overwhelming, and explaining this situation could prove to be quite troublesome. How could one even elucidate the existence of the Multiverse Chat Group and the intricacies of his relationships with its members? Everything was so complicated. The two women's bickering left those around them exchanging puzzled glances. This introduction seemed rather unusual. Shunti they begin with mutual introductions, followed by questioning each other's abilities, culminating in a contest of strength among men, where they would ultimately forge friendships. Yet here were two beautiful women who, upon meeting, had completely disrupted the atmosphere. Their antics rendered the superheroes hesitant to interject. Enough with the clamor, or I shall send you all back, Senju Chōsei remarked, furrowing his brow. He then moved to a nearby sofa, casually poured himself a glass of exquisite red wine from the table, savoring the moment. Chastised, both Tsunade and Kasumi no Oka Shiyu fell silent, obediently standing aside, wary of further words. The once noisy room fell into a tranquil silence, the soft clinking of the dark red wine against the elegant glass evoking a serene atmosphere. Now, esteemed superheroes, I apologize for the earlier commotion. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Senju Chōsei, a rather ordinary individual capable of traversing the realms of existence. Let us raise our glasses to our meeting. He lifted his wine glass, taking a sip, the rich aroma flooding his throat, a delightful blend of bitterness and sweetness. After Senju Chōsei's nonchalant introduction, the Avengers stood in stunned silence. Was this self-introduction truly mundane or extraordinary? An absurd ability to traverse realms. Could that genuinely be deemed ordinary? Clearing his throat, Nick Fury drew everyone's attention. Allow me to introduce, this is the ally I had Tony summon. As for the others, he hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Senju Chōsei interjected with a smile. They are also friends of Tony, here to lend their assistance. Very well. They are all reinforcements summoned by Tony to help us confront this impending disaster on Earth. Fury shrugged, proceeding to introduce Senju Chōsei and his companions. These individuals are members of the Avengers. This is Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, hailing from the distant realm of Asgard. As Fury finished speaking, the golden-haired man wielding a hammer nodded slightly, regarding Senju Chōsei with skepticism. The notion of traversing realms seemed rather ludicrous to him. Merely a method of cosmic travel. Many within his realm could achieve such feats, and as for the so-called realms, Thor believed that Senju Chōsei simply lacked experience, mistaking the vastness of the universe for mere dimensions. If that were all there was to it, he deemed it unworthy of his attention. Thor is a remarkably haughty individual, for he is indeed a deity in this realm. The Celestial Palace? Is it a residence for immortals? Young Hinata approached Senju Chōsei, sitting beside him, gently tugging at his sleeve as she whispered her inquiry. His celestial palace is not meant for the likes of immortals. Our abode is the true sanctuary for such beings. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly. As an immortal himself, his dwelling must undoubtedly be regarded as the celestial palace. Captain America, Steve Rogers, has previously rendered us invaluable service and stands as a pillar of our nation's spirit. Fury continued his introductions, as the man clad in a red and blue bodysuit. Steve Rogers smiled and nodded, exuding a remarkably amiable demeanor. This is the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner. Do not let his gentle appearance deceive you, for when enraged, he transforms into a formidable beast. Furthermore, we have Hawkeye, Clint Barton, a skilled agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, whom you have met previously. Such a striking beauty. I trust you would not forget her. Fury jested lightly, casting a glance at Tony Stark, stating, I need not introduce this gentleman. He is your old friend, Tony Stark. Additionally, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Immortal. I shall host a banquet this evening in his honor, as well as to apologize for the previous discourtesy. Fury bowed deeply, his tone and demeanor greatly satisfying Senju Chōsei. In his efforts to solicit assistance from Senju Chōsei, Fury had lowered himself to a remarkable extent. When had the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. ever shown such courtesy? We appreciate your kind invitation, Director. We shall attend the banquet, Senju Chōsei replied with a smile. These two are my disciples, Tsunade and Hinata. As for the others, I leave it to you to introduce yourselves. At that moment, as Senju Chōsei finished speaking, the usually reticent Yashikage Kira stepped forward. His calm gaze finally revealed a hint of disturbance. Strangely enough, despite the profound silence within the room, each individual's mind resonated with a monotonous yet tranquil melody. Greetings. I am Yashikage Kira, 33 years of age, he began, delivering an unexpectedly lengthy self-introduction that, despite its tedium, captivated the audience's attention. Finally, after concluding his introduction, Yashikage Kira retreated to the side, once again enveloped in silence. Beatrice briefly mentioned her name alongside Ram and Rem. Similarly to Yashikage Kira, she refrained from further speech. As for the self-introduction of Kasumi Kakashiwa, it was evident to all that he was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any remarkable abilities. Observing the indifference of those around him, Kasumiga Kakashiwa felt a pang of isolation. Indeed, lacking any abilities rendered him unworthy of being present in such company. Had Ain's Olgown been here, he would surely have commanded everyone's attention. Can we expedite this meeting? We are rather busy, Thor the god of thunder stated impatiently. In his view, Ultron was merely a trivial concern. The real trouble lay with his brother Loki. Who knows what Loki is scheming now? If they continue to dawdle, the situation would only become more perilous. He held little regard for the arrival of Senju Chōsei and the others, even bordering on disdain. Even the strongest of humanity remains but a mere mortal. He, however, is a deity. Fury's expression was somewhat awkward, yet he activated the holographic projection to elucidate the current situation to all present. Recently, Tony Stark had created a new artificial intelligence named Ultron. This entity possesses self-awareness and the capacity for learning. However, during its continuous evolution, Ultron abruptly concluded that humanity is the greatest threat to Earth. Consequently, it initiated a plan to eradicate humankind. This is not the crux of the matter. What is paramount is that this artificial intelligence has escaped. It is currently constructing a formidable mechanical army somewhere, poised to annihilate all of humanity. Furthermore, just a few days ago, Loki, the brother of Thor, infiltrated Earth and breached the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., absconding with the Tesseract. This cube, imbued with vast energy, remains incompletely understood by S.H.I.E.L.D., and they are uncertain of Loki's intentions with it. The Tesseract is, in fact, the Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, capable of opening spatial portals. Suddenly, the Sage of the Thousand Hands interjected. The members of the Avengers were momentarily taken aback. Thor furrowed his brow and questioned, why would Loki wish to open a spatial portal? Surely there must be some ulterior motive at play? To open such a portal without cause would undoubtedly involve the transportation of alien civilizations. Yet, the rationale behind such actions remains perplexing. Your brother has long pledged allegiance to another's power. Why would that be surprising? The Sage of the Thousand Hands retorted coldly. This remark incited Thor's ire. What do you know? My brother could never submit to another, and you, an outsider, have no right to malign him. Hey. Who gave you permission to shout at my master? Do you dare to challenge me? Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, splitting the 5-meter-long surface in half. Gasps erupted as the crowd instinctively recoiled. Even Captain America could not shatter a table with a single strike. This demonstrated the terrifying strength of the imposing figure before them. The demeanor of the Avengers shifted, realizing that Tsunade's power was not inferior to that of Captain America, perhaps even exceeding it by several folds. Such a formidable ally deserves recognition. Unbeknownst to all, Kira Yashikage, lurking in the shadows, regarded Tsunade with an air of wariness. Woman, do you know who you are speaking to? Thor raised an eyebrow. In Asgard, apart from his mother and sister, none dared to address him in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, Thor's thunderous voice would have silenced them. Yet Tsunade is no ordinary individual. In Konoha, no one would dare to show her such disrespect. Both possess their own pride, and the clash between them is inevitable. Are you not merely a so-called god? Just rubbish. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. You have successfully provoked my ire. Director Fury should not blame me. It is this woman who has brought it upon herself. Do you truly think I would hesitate to strike a woman? Thor rose to his feet, twisting his neck and shoulders, producing a series of cracking sounds. Beatrice and Poem of the Misty Hill exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned their attention to Senju Chōsei. After all, he was the disciple of the Immortal Lord. As soon as the group leader issued a command, Beatrice would spring into action. As for Poem of the Misty Hill, she would naturally hide behind the Immortal Lord to avoid any unintended harm. Seeing Thor's readiness to engage, Senju Chōsei chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Yashikage Kira, instructing, "You should destroy that wretched hammer of his." There was no hint of politeness in his directive. It marked the first time he had issued a command to his group members. This was a test of Kira's compliance, a means to ascertain whether he would heed Chikage's words. Should Kira hesitate or refuse, he would undoubtedly be placed on Chikage's list of potential threats. Chikage was vigilant towards those with high-risk factors, aiming to prevent any unforeseen incidents. He held no concerns regarding individuals like Esterasa. But Kira was different, a meticulous and ruthless individual capable of transforming the improbable into the possible. In the original narrative, He had even lived under another's identity, fooling the original owner's wife into not recognizing that her husband was, in fact, someone else. His intellect was exceptionally high, adept at seizing every detail, complemented by an acting prowess fit for a thespian. Upon hearing his name, Yashikage Kira's gaze flickered, and he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, Immortal Lord. His response was devoid of hesitation or fear. He did not even inquire how Chikage had discerned his abilities, behaving like a loyal subordinate. With the utterance of his words, the atmosphere seemed to ripple with a subtle vibration, so faint that even Tony Stark's Jarvis failed to notice it. Only Chikage, through the evil king's true eye, perceived the presence of Kira's stand, Killer Queen, an entity devoid of a nose, with pupils resembling those of a cat, and a body of pale purple musculature, assuming an odd yet flamboyant pose as it materialized in midair. Its appearance went unnoticed by anyone except Senju Chōsei. This was the nature of stands in the world of JoJo. Only those who possessed a stand could perceive another's, rendering them invisible to the uninitiated. Even if Chikage were a celestial being, he would remain oblivious to the stand without the evil king's true eye. Perhaps those who practiced ocular techniques might be able to see them, but that was something Chikage could not ascertain. Regardless, neither Tsunade nor Hinata displayed any reaction. Destroy my hammer? It seems you are even more foolish than that woman, and your companion is rather amusing. Ha ha ha. Thor, who was on the verge of action, burst into laughter upon hearing the exchange between Chikage and Kira. His hammer was no ordinary implement. It was a genuine artifact, the individual referred to as the Immortal Mr. Astonishingly, intended to have a seemingly fragile man detonate his hammer. With explosives, no less. How utterly comical. Just then, a resounding crash echoed, prompting Thor to glance at the hammer in his grasp, only to find nothing amiss. Just as he was about to continue his laughter, Yashikage Kira unexpectedly extended his thumb, mirrored by the lethal queen behind him. A gentle press followed, producing a distinct click that resonated with everyone present. Suddenly, Thor's mighty hammer began to tremble violently. A surge of heat erupted from within, causing Thor to instinctively hurl it away. Boom! A tremendous roar accompanied by thick smoke and flames erupted from the hammer. Like a miniature nuclear explosion, a dense mist expanded outward in a circular fashion. Yet, almost instantaneously, as if time had reversed, the smoke and flames contracted rapidly. In the end, not a trace of the God of Thunder's hammer remained. Not a speck of dust was left. It had vanished entirely. Before the astonished onlookers, Thor's hammer had simply ceased to exist. The scene that had just unfolded was captured by Senju Chōsei and shared within their chat group, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Tanjiro Kamado, is this the ability of Mr. Kira? I find it rather perplexing. Yi Fan. He made a move, yet he didn't approach the opponent. He merely pressed his thumb. What transpired? Ken Kaneki, pressing the thumb, yet another gesture to learn. I've failed at this. Yun. Did none of you notice how bizarre that explosion was? Beatrice. The party involved, couldn't even discern what occurred. That explosion simply vanished as if it had never happened. Ain Zol Gown. Can the Immortal Mr. discern anything from this? To this, Senju Chōsei merely smiled silently. Offering no reply, he gazed with amusement at the dazed Thor, who, bereft of his hammer, seemed akin to a deity stripped of his divinity. At this moment, the God of Thunder was reduced to merely the god of a hammer. Captain America and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, grappling with disbelief. How could the hammer of Thor, so suddenly, have vanished? What have you done? Where's my hammer? Thor bellowed furiously. He advanced, eager to interrogate the calm Yashikage Kira, only to be met with an abrupt darkness. A pale fist cut through the air with a resounding crack, striking Thor squarely in the face. Boom! Thor's visage contorted from the impact, his body uncontrollably flung aside, crashing into the walls and leaving a human-shaped indentation. Tsunade casually blew on her fist, disdainfully wiping it on a tissue from the table. Humph, I expected more. Turns out he's just a pretty face with no substance. With a cold chuckle, she accurately tossed the tissue into the trash. Thor, sent flying by a single punch, succumbed to unconsciousness. The force behind Tsunade's strike was considerable. This was a mere fraction of her strength. Had she unleashed her full power, Thor would likely have plummeted from the building. The so-called God of Thunder, Thor, possesses abilities that are not as formidable as one might imagine. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Thor is indeed a deity. However, within the realm of Marvel Comics, he scarcely merits such a title. In the comic universe, characters like the One Above All, the original Beyonder, and Galactus far surpass him in power. Their capabilities sufficient to alter entire worlds and parallel universes. In contrast, the Thor of the cinematic universe appears rather feeble, to the extent that he can be incapacitated by a mere electric stun gun. With that, the meeting came to a close. Chiyo Xiaozhou rose with a smile, pulling the Avengers from their astonishment. After all, it was Thor who had just been struck down with a single blow. Truly outrageous. Please wait a moment. I still have 2 individuals en route who have yet to be introduced, exclaimed Fury, who had regained his composure. Yet, Chiyo Xiaozhou paid him no heed, merely waving a hand and suggesting they could introduce themselves later. He exited the conference room, followed by the members of the chat group and Tony Stark. Nice to meet you all. Although this introduction is somewhat different from what I had envisioned, Tony Stark chuckled heartily. Beatrice rolled her eyes and remarked, I'm used to it. It's still an in-person meeting, yet we kick off with a brawling blonde giant. What a downer. Under Tony's guidance, the group ascended in the elevator to the top floor of Stark's residence. Upon entering, Shiyu Kasumigakaka gasped in awe at the lavish, technologically advanced home, utterly astounded. As a girl from an ordinary family, she had never encountered such opulence, particularly the impressive 100-inch high-definition television that captivated her attention. Tsunade led Hinata on a tour of the house, both marveling at the technological wonders around them. Beatrice gracefully settled onto a plush sofa while Rem and Ram surveyed their surroundings before making their way to the kitchen, where they conversed with Pepper Potts, returning with drinks and desserts. Beatrice and Shiyu Kasumigakaka thoroughly relished the environment, feeling no need for politeness towards Tony Stark. Although they were merely acquaintances from the chat group, they had formed a bond that rendered formalities unnecessary. To act overly polite would imply a lack of respect for him. Meanwhile, Kira Yashikage stood alone by the window, silently gazing at the picturesque scenery, lost in thought. Chiyo Xiaozhou accompanied Tony Stark into the adjacent technological laboratory. Long time no see, Mr. Immortal. The familiar voice of Jarvis echoed from all directions. After exchanging greetings with a smile, Chiyo Xiaozhou began to admire the array of Iron Man suits displayed within the glass cabinets, each exuding a captivating sense of technological elegance. Among them was the original Mark armor, an unfinished prototype crafted by Tony in a cave, now completed and preserved in the display case. Looking further ahead, we encounter the Mark Armor 2, developed with the involvement of Qianshou Changshan. However, this version of the Mark Armor 2 diverges significantly from the original iteration found in Marvel Comics. It possesses an extraordinary level of power. Subsequently, we have the Mark Armor 3 and 4, which incorporate space folding technology and nano-folding technology, respectively, resulting in a new energy armor. As for the Mark Armor V, it is the familiar anti-Estes armor that the members are well acquainted with. Upon seeing this suit of armor, Qianshou Changshan could not help but smile. There are a few more suits that appear similar to the previous iron armors, yet they place greater emphasis on intricate details and are equipped with numerous cutting-edge weaponry. It seems you have produced a rather limited number of armors. Given the flow of time in your realm, there should be more than just this few Mark armors, right? Qianshou Changshan stroked his chin, pondering that Tony is a technological fanatic. With such a long span of time, how could he have created so little? Unless he is concocting some peculiar armors again, haha? Indeed, there are truly no secrets in front of Mr. Immortal. Tony Stark chuckled and then activated the fingerprint password on the wall. With a sudden hiss, a steel wall unfolded, revealing a meticulously crafted suit of iron armor. At first glance, it appears exceedingly lightweight, akin to a second skin, yet it carries a certain heft. The delicate lines suggest that it is equipped with numerous small-scale advanced technologies. A long blade rests at the waist, the scabbard resembling Qianshou Changshan's black blade, Qiushui, to an astonishing degree. This left Qianshou Changshan astonished. Tony proudly patted the iron armor and declared, I called you here to show you this suit of armor. It is the Immortal Armor No. 1, developed through my years of dedicated research. Immortal armor? Qianshou Changshan was momentarily taken aback. Is it not the anti-immortal armor? He gazed at the suit, which boasted striking patterns and an impressive design. Although it appeared simplistic, it concealed intricate technology within. What seemed like a thin garment could withstand missile strikes. This suit of armor is modeled after you, Mr. Immortal, Tony Stark explained. I downloaded footage of your battle during the Top War and had Jarvis analyze and integrate it into this armor. The video files in the chat group can be downloaded, though they require points. Upon completion of the download, a selection page will appear, allowing you to choose your preferred presentation of the video. Tony Stark opted for the video to be formatted as a USB drive. I have also downloaded the water breathing and sun breathing techniques from the group. And all the sword techniques have been perfectly integrated into the Immortal armor. Even the effects derived from the breathing techniques can be manifested in this armor. As Tony Stark spoke, his excitement grew, revealing a groundbreaking advancement in his armor development. This Immortal armor can simulate human cellular posture and, together with the frequency vibrations of the breathing techniques, can produce effects akin to those found in the breathing techniques. This is undoubtedly a monumental leap in human history. I can hardly believe it myself. To put it succinctly, this suit of armor has been endowed with the capability of respiration. Imagine an armor that can breathe. Through the vibrations and internal transformations of the armor, it can execute flawless techniques of water breathing and sun breathing. The technology employed in this endeavor incorporates elements of biology, astonishing even the likes of Senju Hashirama. Initially, Senju believed that Tony Stark had developed a set of anti-immortal armor. However, it turned out that a suit of immortal armor was created, modeled after him, capable of perfectly utilizing the techniques of the Demon Slayer core. This is indeed a remarkable feat. It appears that Tony's influence on him has been profound. Not only has the technology of the Iron Man suit become increasingly formidable, but numerous innovations, which even Senju Hashirama himself is unaware of, are gradually coming to fruition. Although this armor is not referred to as anti-immortal, Tony has already begun researching Senju Hashirama's strengths and characteristics. It seems that the anti-immortal armor may soon be a reality, which indeed requires considerable effort. Senju Hashirama sighed, unsure of which aspect warranted such exertion. Yet, in Tony Stark's ears, it was a form of praise. With a chuckle, he proudly added, "Of course. Moreover, the immortal armor encompasses far more than this. I have also explored the extraction of chakra from within cells. I discovered that chakra can be directly extracted from cells using technological instruments, and I have succeeded in obtaining similar chakra cells from various animals. Their chakra can also be utilized to perform ninjutsu, although the method of storage necessitates chakra scrolls." Senju Hashirama had previously uploaded numerous chakra scrolls within their chat group, intending for members to imprint ninjutsu for future emergencies. Some members had minimal chakra refinement, accumulating over time to form ninjutsu on the scrolls, which could be employed in critical moments. However, upon reaching Tony, this concept evolved into creating ninjutsu scrolls using the chakra of animals. Does this imply that the current suit of immortal armor can also unleash ninjutsu? Indeed, it seems that the Immortal One has conceived of this. I have equipped this armor with a plethora of ninjutsu, capable of flawlessly executing all techniques except for those associated with bloodline limits. Upon hearing Tony Stark's final revelations, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened. Technological ninjutsu. This is reminiscent of what is depicted in Naruto. There is no need for any chakra to activate the scrolls. Simply hurling them results in a complete ninjutsu. Moreover, it does not deplete the user's chakra, marking an extraordinary advancement. I am currently developing immortal armor too. 0, regrettably. Tony Stark sheepishly admitted, "We can't yet integrate magic, and I remain unaware of the Immortal One's capabilities in other domains, thus halting progress here." What a remarkable ambition, to replicate his other abilities. Senju Hashirama contemplated whether to refrain from sharing newly acquired abilities in the Multiverse Chat Group, to avoid the potential emergence of an anti-immortal armor in the future. As for weaker abilities, he decided that sharing them would pose no concern, as he had ways to counter them. A remarkable suit of armor indeed. It is no wonder that further research into the Mark armor has been abandoned. I am truly honored that it bears my title. Shinsho Changsheng, with a smile, revealed the immortal armor from within the cabinet. It felt somewhat weighty in hand, contrary to its seemingly light appearance. Clearly, the application of particle compression technology has rendered this armor both compact and delicate. He couldn't help but speculate whether Tony had collaborated with the original Ant-Man in the creation of this extraordinary armor. Shinsho Changsheng exchanged numerous insights with Tony Stark, and as they returned to the living room, they found the atmosphere lively, with an array of female voices filling the air, apart from Kira Yashikich. Among them was Pepper Potts, Tony's assistant. Hinata stood out as the most popular, being the youngest and exuding an endearing innocence. Following her were the twin maids, Rem and Ram, who were remarkably obedient and engaging, winning the affection of the ladies present. Surprisingly, Tsunade and Kagaya Shiyu had quickly set aside the earlier events. Rest assured, when the time comes, Kagaya will be by Hinata's side, and I shall ensure your safety, Tsunade declared confidently, patting her ample chest. Really? That is wonderful, Kagaya exclaimed, her long legs springing with excitement, as she had clearly observed Tsunade's formidable strength. With such a powerful protector, her previously anxious heart finally found solace. There's no need for excessive fear. As long as we remain here, we are unlikely to encounter much danger, Pepper reassured with a smile. Within the group, Tony's armor can be controlled by Jarvis, guaranteeing our protection. Although she did not fully grasp the peril of the current situation, she reasoned that if even Tony's Iron Man suit could not withstand the threat, there would be little point in fleeing. Let Mr. Immortal cast a defensive magical array for you. After all, we have been friends in this group for a considerable time, and Mr. Immortal would not truly disregard your well-being, Beatrice said, taking a delicate sip of coffee. Moreover, I can also conjure a magical array, so you may rest easy. In truth, she was correct. Senju Chōsei would never truly neglect Kagaya Shiyu, as they were friends, regardless of her unilateral decision to participate. It was an opportunity she had fought for. For someone from the mundane world to embark on the path of cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Only through quests can one achieve sudden wealth, though such endeavors inherently carry risks. The adage fortune favors the bold aptly describes Kagaya Shiyu's pursuit of her destiny. Even if she were to gain points through sheer luck, it would still be a testament to her courage and skill. Providing protection for Kagaya Shiyu was merely a trivial task, one he was more than willing to undertake. After all, they were not merely task-oriented collaborators, but friends. If Kagaya Shiyu were unable to survive this, it would be a matter of her own fate. Beatrice was right. I will set up a magical array in Stark Tower, and Tsunade will safeguard you. If misfortune befalls you then, do not blame me. Senju Chōsei approached alongside Tony, playfully exclaiming, "Wow, I am truly grateful. I am finally saved. From now on, the male protagonist of my romance novels shall bear your name." Konoha Shiyu blew a playful kiss towards Senju Chōsei, adding, "As a humble woman, I possess nothing to repay you. Perhaps I could offer myself instead? I suddenly have no desire to protect you," Tsunade remarked coldly from the side. "Ah, Tsunade-ne, I was merely jesting. I would never dare to compete with you." Konoha Shiyu replied with a mischievous smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of intrigue, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush slightly. Tony Stark was the protagonist of Izumi Sajiri's work, while Senju Chōsei had suddenly become the male lead in Konoha Shiyu's novel. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. The group settled comfortably on the sofa, engaging in lively conversation. However, Kirayashikage remained distanced at the windowsill, gazing intently at the city's landscape. Occasionally, he would cast sidelong glances towards Senju Chōsei, lost in thought, as if suppressing some inner turmoil. Though Senju Chōsei appeared to engage joyfully with the others, his observation Haki was fixated on Kirayashikage. The man's gaze quivered slightly, yet his target was not Senju Chōsei, but rather Konoha Shiyu. The women who caught Kirayashikage's attention rarely met with favorable outcomes, often reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. If Senju Chōsei's intuition served him well, Kirayashikage was currently striving to restrain his impulses. Senju Chōsei narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to address Kirayashikage, a man who, despite his silence, radiated a palpable danger. Yet, his abilities were notably practical. If utilized effectively, they could serve as a formidable weapon. Should I control him with the Mind Stone? Senju Chōsei pondered, recognizing the Mind Stone as a viable option, capable of brainwashing Kirayashikage. By eradicating his hand obsession, he could also instill submissiveness within him. However, the Mind Stone was not without its risks. The bizarre stand abilities within the JoJo universe could potentially counteract or nullify its influence. Should Kirayashikage lose control and Senju Chōsei remain unaware, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, Kirayashikage had already committed numerous heinous acts, an unforgivable transgression in Senju Chōsei's eyes. Should I seize the Killer Queen? A novel idea suddenly sparked in Senju Chōsei's mind. The very reason he chose to retain Kirayashikage was due to the potential utility of his abilities. If that were the case, why not directly take away his stand? Perhaps others could not achieve this, but Senju Chōsei could. His evil king's true eyes could transform impossibilities into possibilities. As long as he embraced his inner eccentricity, altering a world would pose no challenge. Yet, the thought of it filled him with embarrassment. Once he activated a grand ability, he would have to utter that shameful and over-the-top line. He would also have to immerse himself in the experience to wield its full effect. Senju Chōsei glanced at the surrounding individuals, sighed inwardly, and resolved to ponder further. Even if he were to proceed, it would be prudent to wait until solitude enveloped the night. Fury prepared a grand banquet for everyone. Although the attendance was modest, all present were superheroes engaged in this mission. It served as a pre-battle celebration. Many cast aside thoughts of the impending tasks and reveled in the moment. This reflects the local mentality. When it's time to play, indulge fully. When it's time to work, do so earnestly. Saving the world is akin to a job for these superheroes, a profound responsibility, indeed. Fury had previously mentioned that 2 individuals had yet to be introduced. And as anticipated by Senju Chōsei, they were the mutant siblings, Quicksilver, Pietro, and Scarlet Witch, Wanda. They made their appearance in Avengers: Age of Ultron. But due to various circumstances, they arrived sooner than expected. They appeared younger than in the film, almost seeming like minors yet already possessing formidable abilities. Notably, Wanda's powers commanded Senju Chōsei's attention. In the cinematic universe, Wanda's capabilities have yet to be fully explored, while in the comic universe, she has the ability to alter reality. Wanda's chaos magic is indeed impressive, and Xiaowu would likely find it fascinating. Though Wanda was not part of the chat group, Senju Chōsei felt a twinge of regret. If only he could invite her into the group. Alas, his Multiverse Chat Group lacked such functionality. Perhaps in future updates, this feature might be included. Holding a glass of champagne, Senju Chōsei stood on the balcony, gazing at the nightscape. At that moment, a lovely young woman approached, similarly holding a glass of red wine, and softly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Immortal?" "Indeed. May I ask what brings Miss Wanda to me?" Senju Chōsei replied politely, turning slightly. The person before him was none other than Wanda. Utilizing the evil king's true eye, he discerned a surge of crimson energy within her. Just as he had been contemplating Wanda's chaos magic, she appeared before him without delay. "I heard from Director Fury that you possessed the Mind Stone." Wanda spoke lightly, her tone laced with a hint of caution. Should she sense any displeasure from Senju Chōsei, she would swiftly change the subject. Senju Chōsei smiled and replied, "I indeed possess the Mind Stone." After all, the Mind Stone had flown directly into his hands from the cosmos, a fact that would undoubtedly not escape the notice of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Senju Chōsei so amiable, Wanda felt a surge of joy and stated directly, "It is said that the Mind Stone can enhance my abilities. So I was wondering if I might borrow it for a moment." She felt a twinge of anxiety. Such a precious object surely wouldn't be shown to her so readily. However, Wanda earnestly wished to amplify her powers, sensing that a vast potential within her remained untapped. Upon hearing her request, Senju Chōsei was momentarily taken aback. "Who told you that the Mind Stone could enhance your powers?" Wanda's abilities are indeed somewhat derived from the Mind Stone, and astonishingly, she possesses the capability to destroy it. However, her powers do not originate from the Mind Stone. Furthermore, the Mind Stone can indeed break the shackles of Wanda's abilities. But who, pray tell, has informed her of such matters? Wanda hesitated, then self-deprecatingly remarked, "I would say it is a voice within my soul. Would you believe that?" Such fanciful words are hardly credible. Yet, Senju Chōsei knows far more than these individuals from the Marvel Universe. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I believe that. However, the Mind Stone is not suited for you at this moment, as you are unable to harness that power. Wanda is still too young. Should she obtain the Mind Stone and shatter her limitations, it might prove uncontrollable." In the comic universe, Wanda's powers have indeed caused 2 significant incidents. "Well, I appreciate the enlightenment, Mr. Immortal," Wanda said, somewhat disappointed, as she turned to leave. Senju Chōsei merely shrugged, choosing not to pursue the matter further. His observation Haki remained fixed on Kira Yashikich. At this moment, Kira sat alone at a dining table, elegantly savoring a steak upon his plate. Yet, his gaze was somewhat agitated, especially when it fell upon several women nearby. His sights were no longer set solely on Shiyu Kasa no Hikari. He had also begun to target Wanda and Natasha. It seems that the only way to counter him is through the evil king's true eye. Senju Chōsei's eyes turned cold as he resolved himself. He not only intended to strip Kira of his abilities, but also to take his life. This individual poses too great a danger. If left unchecked, more lives would surely be lost at his hands. Previously, he had refrained from acting as Kira had been elusive within his own realm, making it impossible for Senju Chōsei to confront him. However, this group mission has thoroughly exposed Kira. Senju Chōsei now possessed the coordinates of the JoJo universe. It would be exceedingly simple for him to traverse there. Even if Kira returned to his own world, Senju Chōsei had ways to follow and eliminate him, so there was no need for haste. He glanced at the tranquil surroundings, downed his champagne in one go, and placed the glass on the balcony railing. There was a hint of awkwardness upon his countenance as he contemplated attempting to utter that melodramatic line. If he were unable to articulate it, he might have to forego his stand abilities and simply eliminate Kira directly. After confirming that no one was around, a radiant golden light flickered in his eyes as an invisible force began to ripple outward from him. Explode, burst forth, he murmured, his lips twitching and his face reddening, struggling to articulate the remainder of the phrase. The golden light in his gaze began to flicker and gradually dissipate. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Senju Chōsei, causing his expression to stiffen. Surprise. The newcomer was a young man, seemingly of similar age to Wanda. His arrival was instantaneous, his speed so extreme that, apart from Senju Chōsei, few could have perceived his presence. Undoubtedly, this individual is none other than Wanda's brother, the mutant Pietro. His superpower is speed, reaching an astounding velocity of 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers per hour. Ah, dear fellow, what seems to be troubling you? My apologies. I merely wish to greet you in a unique manner. Upon noticing the discomfort on the countenance of Senju Chōsei, Pietro immediately resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. I am Pietro. Did I startle you? I sincerely apologize. Pietro took the initiative to apologize, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Senju Chōsei chuckled softly, feigning calmness, and introduced himself. I am Senju Chōsei. Senju Chōsei? Oh, I see. You are the immortal gentleman. It appears you were. Pietro seemed to have caught a glimpse of something peculiar during his earlier dash, but it was too brief for him to comprehend what this individual was engaged in. His intention for running over was simply to extend a greeting. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely practicing languages from other worlds. Is that so? Pietro nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had not understood Senju Chōsei's words. They were not in the language of this world. Speaking of which, do other worlds truly exist? I yearn to explore them. I have heard that you possess the ability to traverse other realms. Have you encountered anyone swifter than I? Pietro appeared genuinely intrigued by Senju Chōsei. After pondering for a moment, Senju Chōsei replied with a smile. Indeed, I have encountered an individual known as the Flash, who claims to be the fastest man alive. Oh, he must not have met me. I am certainly faster. Pietro chuckled heartily. That is not necessarily the case. That fellow's speed exceeds that of light. Senju Chōsei said with a mysterious smile, adding, moreover, there are many others who surpass him in speed. Barry Allen, the Flash, proclaims himself the fastest, with a speed that indeed transcends light, enabling him to race into the future and beyond the universe. Yet, in every episode, there exists someone swifter than him. Are there truly so many who surpass me? Is this genuine? Pietro exclaimed in disbelief. Until now, he had never witnessed anyone capable of keeping pace with his velocity. Yet, in the presence of Senju Chōsei, he was confronted with a multitude of swifter beings. If the opportunity arises, I would gladly arrange a race between you two, Senju Chōsei said with a smile. However, such a chance would depend on fate. Who knows if the Speed Force from the Flash series will join our chat group? The Multiverse Chat Group connects countless worlds. And he was utterly unaware of who might enter. And what about you? Can you keep up with my speed? Pietro teased. Although there may exist swifter beings in other realms, as long as none appear before him, he remains the fastest man. At this, Senju Chōsei raised an eyebrow. It seems Pietro has yet to learn humility, revealing a touch of arrogance. My speed undoubtedly surpasses yours, Senju Chōsei replied languidly. The speed of a cultivator can traverse vast distances in an instant. With his formidable strength, his speed far exceeds that of Pietro. Oh, your speed exceeds mine? How about we race to Stark Industries and see who arrives first? Pietro chuckled, gesturing towards the towering building in the distance, eager to demonstrate to Senju Chōsei what it truly means to be the fastest man. To convey his sincerity, the evening banquet could not possibly be held at Stark Tower. Thus, Fury specifically selected a grand castle for this magnificent feast, situated a fair distance from Stark Industries. While it was possible to catch a glimpse of Stark Tower from this vantage point, It appeared diminutive and almost indistinguishable. "Very well. Let us reconvene at the top of Stark Tower," he declared. The banquet was drawing to a close, signaling that it was time to return to his training. Over the years, Senju Chōsei had developed a steadfast dedication to his cultivation, impervious to any distractions that could hinder his progress. As for Hinata and Tsunade, he thought it best to allow them to savor the culinary delights of this world, as it was their first experience here. The instant Senju Chōsei finished speaking, Pietro's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding scene slowed to a crawl, the sounds fading into silence. In an instant, he moved like a fleeting shadow, racing downstairs while casting a cheeky glance at Senju Chōsei, expecting his counterpart to remain frozen in place, eyes fixed ahead. To his astonishment, he found Senju Chōsei had turned his head, a serene smile gracing his features as he looked back at him. In the next moment, Pietro had reached the ground floor, sprinting at a speed that surpassed the sound barrier. However, as he ran, he suddenly noticed a figure soaring above him. Whoosh! The individual zipped past like an arrow, vanishing from his sight in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Pietro nearly stumbled, his heart racing as he activated his super speed, witnessing everything around him slow down. Yet, this mysterious figure exhibited no signs of deceleration, moving even faster than he could fathom. The most bewildering part was that they could fly. This left Pietro feeling quite embarrassed, as if he were a primitive man challenging a pilot, proclaiming, "I wish to race your aircraft." How utterly mortifying. Was it truly the case that in other worlds, countless individuals surpassed his speed? Reluctantly, Pietro acknowledged the gravity of this realization and, driven by curiosity, accelerated once more, his face flushed with exertion. He dashed towards Stark Industries, but lacking proper identification. He had to bypass security checks. He raced up the stairs to the highest floor. Upon halting, he finally encountered Senju Chōsei in the living room, accompanied by a stunning woman with long legs clad in black stockings, who was engrossed in tinkering with a miniature device. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, a gifted talent in her own right, had become captivated by the high-tech instruments that Tony had carelessly left on the table. The more she explored, the more she marveled at the intricacies of this technology, leading her to contemplate abandoning her literary pursuits. Writing romance novels? What a trivial endeavor. Delving into advanced technology seems far more exhilarating. Just as she was fully absorbed in her exploration, Senju Chōsei suddenly appeared beside her, startling her to the point of nearly dropping the device she held. Upon recognizing him, she pouted, "Why did you return so suddenly without a word? You nearly frightened me to death." Chinsho Changsheng arrived directly from the helipad, settling onto a plush sofa. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "I find myself compelled to ask you, did you not accompany us to the banquet? When did you return?" He distinctly recalled that Kasumi no Okashiyu had joined them at SHIELD for the soiree, dressed in an alluring and exquisite manner. "I had my fill, so I requested Mr. Stark to escort me home, and he simply allowed that artificial intelligence to pilot the armor and return me." Kasumi no Okashiyu replied with a cheerful demeanor, continuing to tinker with the device in her hands, even disassembling several components before flawlessly reassembling them. This scene caused Chinsho Changsheng to regard her with a hint of apprehension. It seemed that Kasumi no Okashiyu possessed a modicum of technological prowess. Perhaps he should consider teaching her? She might, like Hinata, uncover a unique talent within her. Just as he was about to initiate this thought, Pietro suddenly materialized before them. This time, Kasumi no Okashiyu was so startled that she lost her grip, causing the delicate instrument to tumble to the ground, shattering several parts. "Oh no! I've accidentally broken it," she exclaimed, her delicate hands covering her head in panic. She gingerly picked up the scattered components, attempting to reassemble them in confusion, even disregarding Pietro's sudden appearance. "How did you move so swiftly?" Pietro, slightly out of breath, inquired earnestly. "That is of no concern to you. You have been detected by Stark Industries. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, as I lack the authority to command Stark's security. There are many speedsters in the world. Although they may not reside in this realm, do not let that inflate your pride." Chinsho Changsheng replied with a faint smile, refraining from addressing Pietro's question directly. While the guards would not harm him, complications would arise. Thus it was prudent for him to leave. "All right, we shall meet again tomorrow. You must tell me how you accomplished that. I wish to learn." Pietro nodded earnestly before vanishing in a flash. Moments later, the guards surged forth, only to receive an update from JARVIS. indicating that the individual had already departed, prompting their reluctant retreat. At Tony Stark's residence, Kasumi no Okashiyu, in a state of alarm, implored, "Leader, you must assist me. If Mr. Stark finds out, he will surely scold me." She felt akin to someone who had inadvertently damaged a cherished antique, her anxiety palpable. Although she was unaware of the instrument's specific purpose, its intricate design suggested it was no mere trinket. Should it prove to be a valuable item, even their friendship would not shield her from reproach. "Fear not. Tony will not blame you. If it weighs upon your conscience, I can provide you with a schematic. Whether you can repair it depends on your own skill." Shinsho Chongqing chuckled, regarding the so-called device as nothing more than a small propulsion unit. He then procured paper and pencil, sketching with astonishing speed. The reason he refrained from directly assisting Kasumi no Okashiyu lay in his desire to test her mechanical aptitude. In under a minute, the schematic was complete and handed to her. "Take your time. I will retreat to my room for cultivation." "Thank you, leader." Mua. Xiajiqiu once again blew a kiss. Shinsho Chongqing waved goodbye and, without looking back, returned to his chamber to commence his meditation. Ding. Yi Fan uploaded the Hungyu Jing for Extreme scroll. For Extremes. Has it finally arrived? Shinsho Chongqing felt a surge of joy within. Since Yi Fan uploaded the Dao Palace scroll of the West Emperor, he had not shared any further techniques. As a being of the Great Respect realm, he had already perfected all 5 divine treasures within the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace comprises 5 divine treasures: the heart treasure, liver treasure, spleen treasure, lung treasure, and kidney treasure. They correspond to the 5 elemental attributes: fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. Once all are perfected, one may ascend to the next realm, the 4 extremes. Unfortunately, the flow of time varies between dimensional worlds, and Shinsho Chongqing was uncertain when Yi Fan would acquire the next realm's techniques. After all, Yi Fan, in the world of Zhitian, was a solitary cultivator. Each realm's techniques must be sought and obtained independently. Most importantly, Yi Fan pursues the path of ultimate strength, thus necessitating the selection of the most formidable scriptures for each realm. This leads to the requirement of new techniques for each ascension. Upon seeing the 4 extreme scroll, Shinsho Chongqing unhesitatingly clicked to download it. His mind began to reveal the cultivation method for the 4 extremes realm, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. The spiritual energy in the Marvel world was quite abundant. Although not as plentiful as in the ninja realm, it was still commendable. The Dao Palace cultivates the 5 internal organs of the body. In contrast, the 4 extremes realm focuses on the 4 limbs: the left arm, left leg, and right leg. There are no specific requirements for the order of cultivation, and for Shinsho Chongqing, it would take merely a night to achieve great perfection in the 4 extremes realm. The sequence of practice held no significance for him. Following the flow of spiritual energy as described in the 4 extremes scroll, Shinsho Chongqing sensed a warm current surging into his right arm, accompanied by an enticing itch. But soon after, an unparalleled sense of power enveloped him. It felt as though boundless strength filled his arm, capable of tearing apart the very heavens and shattering the cosmos with a single punch. The energy within him surged even more, especially as his limbs became thoroughly infused with spiritual energy. Every gesture could rend mountains and split the earth. The 4 extremes enhanced my limbs, elevating my strength to new heights, and combined with the divine elephant suppression technique, even the likes of Saitama would struggle to withstand it. Shinsho Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, radiating an immense aura of power. Though there appeared to be no changes outwardly, he exuded a distinct and extraordinary presence. Even as one of the second system entering the 4 extremes, the Immortal life technique still could not break through. Was it due to insufficient realm or power? Noticing the lack of any signs of breakthrough, Shinsho Chongqing couldn't help but frown deeply. He had been in the Great Respect realm for several years, yet signs of advancement remained elusive. At this level, the efficacy of elixirs was minimal, and he could only rely on absorbing spiritual energy to promote his growth. At Tony Stark's residence, Shinsho Chongqing sat cross-legged, introspecting his entire meridian system, his body shimmering like crystal-clear glass. The rich aura surged like the rolling waves of the sea. Yet he remained unable to touch the next realm. Perhaps further cultivation was required. Or perhaps acquiring a higher-level cultivation technique from the world of Zhitian was essential for a breakthrough. As one progresses, the demands for transcending realms become increasingly arduous. In truth, Senju Chōsei had long been mentally prepared for this challenge. It was merely the transition from the accustomed comfort of flying to the unfamiliarity of walking that felt disconcerting. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warm glow before Senju Chōsei. The system notification chimed. Ding. Successful check-in at Tony Stark's residence. Congratulations on receiving a box of delicious fresh milk. Hearing the system's prompt, Senju Chōsei could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. The rewards from repeated check-in locations rarely yielded anything of value, leaving him puzzled about what he was truly anticipating. Stepping out of his room, he found the two maids, Ram and Rem, busily engaged in the kitchen. Beatrice sat elegantly in a chair, sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Beside her sat Shiyu Kagaya, whose disheveled hair suggested a night devoid of sleep. Yet, her exquisite visage bore no trace of fatigue, instead adorned with an almost foolish smile. She was enthusiastically tinkering with a pile of components and instruments strewn across the floor. Even as Senju Chōsei approached her, she remained oblivious to his presence. What had gotten into her? Had she lost her senses? Reaching for a slice of breakfast bread from Beatrice's plate, Senju Chōsei inquired while munching, "What happened to her?" "We saw her studying blueprints when we returned, so Tony brought her a box of parts and blueprints, telling her to play around with them. And now she is like this," Beatrice casually replied, taking a sip of her rich coffee. Upon hearing this, Senju Chōsei finally understood. It turned out that Shiyu Kagaya had become enamored with mechanical assembly and disassembly. Glancing at the small thruster not far from her, he recognized it as the very device she had damaged the previous night. Not only had she repaired it, but she had also begun exploring other technological blueprints. The progress she made overnight exceeded Senju Chōsei's expectations. Could this girl possibly become the next Iron Man? After making a light-hearted jest in his mind, he settled down to savor the breakfast prepared by Rem and Ram. One by one, the others emerged, all members of their chat group. By the way, where was Yashikage Kira? Senju Chōsei scanned the room, spotting his disciples and group members, yet he noticed the absence of Yashikage Kira. A slight unease crept into his heart. If Kira was not with the main group, it could spell trouble. What if he lost control on the streets and harmed someone? After the banquet last night, he was called away by Fury and hasn't returned yet, Beatrice noted, showing little concern for Kira. Although he possessed an intangible ability, she quickly discerned his vulnerability, the range of his attacks. She had witnessed Kira detonating explosives, realizing that he approached his targets before initiating the blast. Of course, Beatrice was unaware that Kira possessed a second explosive capable of striking from a distance. Called away by Fury? "I hope he is safe," Senju Chōsei murmured. "What can he possibly do? This individual appears exceedingly cautious and exudes a sinister aura. He certainly will not suffer losses." "I am referring to Fury." "Beatrice, it seems she does not yet fully comprehend Kira Yashikage. Speaking of Kira Yashikage, what is it about him that warrants such attention from the Immortal? Is there some hidden strength? Do not keep staring at me. I shall speak plainly. Kira Yashikage has certain issues, and girls should be particularly wary. His level of danger far exceeds your imagination." Senju Chōsei frowned, offering a serious warning. Do not be deceived by Kira Yashikage's seemingly weak physical form. His invisible stand is capable of ensnaring numerous heroes within the Marvel Universe. In the Multiverse Chat Group, anyone marked by the Immortal is destined for a grim fate. Esteth is merely the first. At that moment, Tony emerged from his room, and his first action was to extol Senju Chōsei. The crowd showed little reaction, clearly accustomed to Tony's incessant praise of the Immortal. By the way, Fury just messaged, stating that he has discovered Ultron's whereabouts, and we are ready to depart. Tony, too, seized a piece of breakfast bread, devoured it in a few bites, and then took a hearty swig of fresh milk, preparing himself for battle. Senju Chōsei rose as well, addressing Tsunade and Hinata. "You two stay here and protect Shiyukaze no Oka." With that, he gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, sketching a defensive magic circle and a teleportation magic circle within the building. Should the magic circle here come under attack, Senju Chōsei could instantly teleport back. "Friends, please follow me." A clattering sound resonated as mechanical components on Tony Stark began to shift and maneuver across his body, akin to small creatures crawling over him, ultimately enveloping him entirely. The immortal armor was donned. At this moment, Tony Stark appeared vigorous. Despite the mechanical enhancements, he did not seem cumbersome, but rather agile. The long sword at his waist, forged from adamantium, gleamed with a sharp radiance. He dashed toward the helipad, leaping nimbly, enveloped in a soft blue flame. Tony had incorporated countless thrusters into this armor. Although they were nano-sized, their propulsion capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, granting him an instantaneous speed akin to teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Ram and Rem were somewhat bewildered, while Beatrice directly cast a spell, lifting the two maids into the air to follow in Tony Stark's direction. Senju Chōsei did not linger, offering a slight nod to Tsunade and the others before his form abruptly vanished. Ding! The mission has commenced. All livestream perspectives are now activated. 4 livestream feeds simultaneously appeared in the chat group. In a certain city, a 4-meter-tall mechanical figure advanced with relentless force, leaving destruction in its wake. Countless mortals perished amidst the onslaught, with nowhere to hide. Behind it loomed a dense army of machines, mercilessly harvesting human lives. It was none other than Ultron, intent on eradicating humanity with his perfectly crafted mechanical body. Crafted entirely from Edmund alloy, his body possesses unparalleled hardness and formidable self-healing capabilities. At this moment, he is virtually immortal. Suddenly, a barrage of hundreds of miniature missiles is unleashed, trailing streams of smoke. The roar of explosions erupts as the missiles collide with Ultron's mechanical form, igniting a brilliant blaze. Tony Stark descends from the sky, drawing his Edmund alloy longsword as he lands. In an instant, he radiates a cerulean glow, propelling himself forward while the blade bursts forth with blue and white waves. With a flourish, he executes the water-breathing technique, first form, water surface slash. In the city of Sokovia, Tony, wielding his immortal armor, creates beautiful waves of blue and white along the Edmund alloy blade as he slices through the air. The sharp sword energy ripples alongside the water waves, as Tony performs a series of sword movements identical to those of the thousand-handed immortal. Emerging unscathed from the aftermath of the missiles, Ultron strides forth. Tony swings his longsword, the water waves striking Ultron's neck. The clash resonates, sparks flying from the collision of Edmund alloys. Empowered by the breathing technique, Tony's blade successfully slices through Ultron's neck, yet fails to sever his head completely. Moreover, as a robot with remarkable regenerative abilities, Ultron quickly restores himself in mere moments. Robot. No, it's you. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Ultron adjusts his head, crimson lasers shooting from his mechanical eyes. With a blast, Tony is propelled backward, ripples of impact coursing through his armor. As Ultron swings his arm, an energy shockwave upheaves the ground, bearing down on Tony Stark. Just as he is hurled through a crumbling building, he is swiftly buried beneath the debris. Using the body substitute technique, a massive rock replaces Tony's original position. Meanwhile, he finds himself 200 meters away, his heart racing. Fortunately, his armor is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, that earlier shockwave would have pierced right through him. What a predicament, Tony. Beatrice descends from the heavens, accompanied by Ram and Rem, landing gracefully. Ultron disregards their arrival, raising his palm as an orange laser shoots forth. In response, Beatrice extends her hand, summoning a gigantic emerald magic circle that meets the laser with a brilliant collision, illuminating the scene like a grand magician's duel. Cough, that was merely an accident. I'm a bit rusty with the immortal armor's functions, Tony remarks sheepishly. With a slight motion of his arm, a miniature scroll is suddenly ejected from his wrist, which he then slams onto the ground. With a puff, 2 identical Tonys adorned in immortal armor suddenly materialize. Shadow clone technique. 3 iterations of Tony Stark surged towards Ultron, their bodies propelled by the nanotechnology, creating multiple afterimages in their wake. Simultaneously, the 3 figures unleashed their breathing sword techniques, crafting exquisite blue and white waves that sought to encircle Ultron in a lethal embrace. Yet, the menacing figure of Ultron, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Beatrice, remained unperturbed. With a swift lift of his leg, the ground trembled, and a powerful energy shockwave erupted from his form. The advancing Tony Stark halted abruptly, a resonant hum echoing as the luster of his invincible armor began to fade. The other 2 figures experienced a similar fate, as if they had stumbled, collapsing amidst Ultron's treachery. Ultron dispatched each duplicate with a single, disdainful stomp, reducing them to mere wisps of smoke. An intriguing ability, though of little consequence, Ultron remarked coolly. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the backup power. Tony commanded without hesitation. Understood, Mr. Stark. Once the primary energy source faltered, the auxiliary power within the invincible armor would initiate JARVIS in offline mode. However, Ultron, well-versed in the intricacies of the Iron Man suit, launched a ferocious punch towards Tony, generating a gale force wind. He aimed to obliterate Tony before the armor could fully engage. In a flash of lightning, a green figure descended from the heavens, colliding forcefully with Ultron. The Hulk, struck by Ultron's shockwave-infused punch, was sent hurtling into the ruins, appearing quite disheveled. Damn, that seems a bit excessive. Realizing the sheer terror of Ultron's might, Tony Stark instinctively retreated once his armor restored itself. It appeared that recklessness was no longer an option. He had believed his invincible armor was sufficient to confront myriad foes, only to discover that such was not the case. Your armor is formidable, capable of employing both ninjutsu and breathing techniques, yet these methods are not suited for you. Came the voice of Senju Chōsei, who slowly descended, gently placing Black Widow Natasha down in a princess carry. The Hulk had been spotted earlier. As he had been sprinting while carrying Natasha, Senju Chōsei had simply seized the Hulk with one hand and grasped Natasha with the other to soar over. Not suited for me. Why do you say that? Tony inquired, rising to his feet. Because these techniques are my own creation, ones you have yet to master. I can instinctively apply the appropriate ninjutsu, while you cannot, Senju Chōsei replied, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chaos. If I were you, I would have employed the substitution technique to evade the shockwave. Tony, having only resorted to the substitution technique later, had clearly been caught off guard initially, leading to his being blasted away by the laser. Senju Chōsei hoped his words would dissuade Tony from further developing the invincible armor. After all, what belonged to others would always remain theirs. Though the invincible armor was indeed Tony's domain, the essence it released was something he could not fully comprehend. Now I understand, Tony exclaimed with a smile within his Iron Man suit. From now on, I shall have JARVIS simulate disasters, employing different ninjutsu to respond to various scenarios. Simultaneously, I shall also engage in rigorous practice, striving to commit all ninjutsu to memory, and I express my gratitude to Mr. Immortal for his reminder. All right, it seems Tony has misinterpreted his intent, yet this indeed presents a viable solution. For heaven's sake, we are amidst a battle. Can we refrain from idle chatter? Natasha interjected, unable to contain her sarcasm. Boom. Just as their conversation unfolded, Hulk charged once more at Ultron. This encounter was markedly more brutal than the last. His strength was thoroughly suppressed by Ultron, who hammered him into the ground, creating a crater with each blow. It was painful to behold. So, are we merely going to stand by and watch? Tony remarked, a grimace twisting at the corner of his mouth. Of course not. First, we must have Jarvis sever Ultron's network, and then we shall eliminate Ultron. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chōsei spoke lightly, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the cacophony of the battlefield. While vision was absent, it did not imply that Jarvis could not terminate Ultron's network. Provided Tony could implant Jarvis from his armor into Ultron, the network could be successfully closed. Following that, it would be a matter of eradicating all mechanical avatars, leading to the ultimate demise of Ultron. Should the network remain unsealed, even if we vanquish the present Ultron, he could still regenerate anew. However, this time, the adversary was not solely Ultron. Suddenly, a blue beam of light surged into the sky, piercing the heavens. A black portal materialized above. From this gateway emerged several spacecraft, each as large as entire cities. Loki, utilizing the space stone, had summoned the Chitauri. In the city of Sokovia, Ultron's mechanical army wreaked havoc and destruction. Above, Loki's extraterrestrial forces launched a relentless barrage upon the globe. The arrival of these two formidable factions inflicted catastrophic damage upon Earth. Boom, boom, boom. Like a dragon in flight, the ships soared above, unleashing energy beams upon human settlements, causing entire structures to collapse with thunderous roars. Captain America and his allies of the Avengers engaged in fierce combat against these alien civilizations. SHIELD. And the sorcerers led by the Ancient One also joined the fray. Vehicles darted through the skies with great speed, golden magic circles materialized, and the air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous sounds and anguished cries. The heroes were not only tasked with vanquishing the mechanical troops and alien forces, but also with safeguarding the survivors, rendering them exceedingly busy. Earth resembled a scene from the apocalypse, where countless ordinary humans could only flee and scream, helpless against the collapsing edifices above. This encapsulates the helplessness and suffering of the common people within the Marvel Universe. It also serves as one of the catalysts for the recurring conflicts faced by the Avengers. Humanity, instead of expressing gratitude for the hero's salvation, harbored resentment toward all beings with superpowers. They believed that had there been no superhumans, such tragedies would not have occurred. At this moment, without Thor's hammer, the might of Thor was severely diminished, relegating him to the role of saving mere mortals. Quicksilver, Pietro, utilized his speed to pierce through robots while simultaneously rescuing civilians. Amidst the chaos, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, utilized her formidable powers to shield against a barrage of falling debris and energy blasts, while the siblings were occupied with their tasks. The world around them was ablaze with fervor. The chat group was equally lively, bursting with excitement. The grand spectacle was breathtaking, with each scene leaving an indelible impression. Ain Zulgaun remarked, "What an extraordinary war! Alas, I am not present. How fortunate, for otherwise, I would be in peril." Pakas D. Ace observed, "Compared to such a scene, our previous skirmish seems rather trivial." Yuji Itadori expressed, "This is truly terrifying. By the way, where is Miss Kaza no Oka?" Yin replied, "It appears that Miss Kaza no Oka is not participating in the battle, which is indeed the prudent choice. If she engaged, it would only lead to her demise." Izumi Sajiri questioned, "What is Sister Kaza no Oka doing? The blueprints on the ground seem rather intricate." Saitama stated, "The designs appear to resemble Genos." Kaza no Oka Shiyu replied with a chuckle, "Hee, I am studying this set of armor blueprints, preparing to craft my own suit of iron armor." Kaza no Oka Shiyu continued, "Saitama, could you possibly ask Genos for his technological blueprints? I have suddenly conceived a bold idea." Izumi Sajiri inquired, "Isn't Sister Kaza no Oka writing novels anymore?" Kaza no Oka Shiyu responded, "Novels? No longer. Upon entering university, I intend to major in physics, specializing in mechanics." Yun questioned, "Can mechanics rival the prowess of cultivation? Why doesn't Miss Kaza no Oka explore her potential for cultivation?" This remark jolted Kaza no Oka Shiyu into realization. Indeed, she could pursue cultivation, which would grant her longevity to further develop her armor. In times of danger, she could effortlessly command the armor to fight on her behalf, eliminating the need for her personal involvement. Kaza no Oka Shiyu was astounded by her own brilliant idea. Her aspiration for immortality through cultivation was clear, yet she harbored no affinity for battle and lacked the time to master combat skills, which she deemed unbecoming. However, she could engineer armor to assist her in combat. Furthermore, armor could be operated remotely. Why must she take to the battlefield like Tony? Suddenly, Kaza no Oka Shiyu conceived a new direction. She would innovate mecha rather than mere armor. The inspiration for her mecha stemmed from the Gundam of her world. With a mischievous smile, she resolved to create a Gundam. Yet before that, she needed to test whether her realm lacked sufficient spiritual energy or if her talents were insufficient. Yi Fan remarked, "Kira Yashikage, why are you hiding in such a place, instead of joining the battle?" Ain Zulgaun responded with an uncertain, Tony Stark exclaimed, "Goodness! Amidst such turmoil, you are hiding in a corner?" Saitama informed Kaza no Oka Shiyu. "Genos mentioned that the doctor has granted permission. He will send them to you later." Kaza no Oka Shiyu expressed her gratitude. "That is splendid. I truly appreciate it. Once I develop the Gundam, I shall certainly return the favor." At that moment, Kira Yashikage stood in a dim alley, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he leaned against the wall. Observing the chaotic scene outside, he cast aside the communication device from his ear, crushing it beneath his foot, having no intention of continuing to heed S.I.E.L.D.S. directives. Damn it, can't this live stream be turned off? Kira Yashikage furrowed his brow. He had just managed to slip away from the Avengers during their operation, only to find himself ensnared in a chat group's live broadcast. The constant surveillance of his every move filled him with discomfort. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am merely an ordinary person. My unique ability must be unleashed at close range, hence the necessity to evade danger," he explained calmly, his words a blend of truth and deceit. While he was indeed an ordinary man, his stand, Killer Queen, could instantly obliterate anyone or anything in proximity. His motivation for accepting this mission was simply to earn enough points to never participate again, returning to his leisurely routine. However, it was evident that this task exceeded his expectations, with numerous threats capable of striking from afar. Shield has tasked me with disabling the spatial transmission device, so I must remain hidden. As if anticipating skepticism from the group, Yashikage adjusted his lavender suit and reiterated his statement. Upon hearing this, the others, albeit reluctantly, ceased their inquiries. With a grim expression, Yashikage cast a glance at the nearby blue beam of light before entering the building. The continuous screams and gasps surrounding him had no effect on his demeanor. Instead, a wondrous melody seemed to resonate in the air, enveloping Yashikage in an unprecedented tranquility. He strolled inside, taking the elevator with an air of calm that starkly contrasted with his earlier tension. Last night, Fury had engaged him in extensive discussions about stands, even covertly probing his abilities. Regrettably, stands were not easily detectable. Yashikage, being astute, suspected that his stand's prowess had caught Shield's attention, hinting at their desire to recruit him. Yet, he was not one to follow orders. He cherished his freedom and preferred to forge his own path. Were it not for the live broadcast, he would not have continued with Shield's assignment. Ding! The elevator arrived at the top floor, and Yashikage stepped out. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a small machine emitting a blue beam that pierced the heavens. Destroying it would immediately close the spatial portal. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be a lost little kitten that stumbled upon this place. Suddenly, Loki, clad in a black sorcerer's robe and wielding a magical staff, descended beside Yashikage. Hearing the voice behind him, Yashikage swiftly turned, summoning Killer Queen. "Oh, you seem a bit flustered. Fear not. I typically have no inclination to harm mortals. Do you see the spaceship above? Earth is about to meet its doom." A smile spread across Loki's handsome face as he continued. "You too shall perish here, so there is no need for me to lift a finger." He chuckled, striding towards the opposite side, mockingly observing the extraterrestrial army in the sky and, in the distance, the city of Sokovia, sent soaring by Ultron's technology. Should Sokovia plummet from the skies, the annihilation of Earth would accelerate exponentially. Yet, you exude an intriguing aura. I sense a profound disdain for existence emanating from your mind, which resonates with my own sentiments. Suddenly, Loki turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. "In light of our fateful encounter, I permit you to follow me and even grant you all that you desire." Loki's words were imbued with enchantment, and fortunately, he was devoid of the Mind Stone at that moment. Otherwise, Yashikage Kira would have been thoroughly brainwashed, becoming a devoted follower. Loki's irreverent demeanor rendered Kira speechless. Being inherently cautious, he was naturally reluctant to believe the words of someone like Loki. Moreover, they were currently broadcasting live. Kira dared not act recklessly, for any unusual behavior might summon Senju Hashirama, who would obliterate him in an instant. Kira remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts on how to acquire the Tesseract. During a meeting the previous day, he had overheard Hashirama mention that the Tesseract contained the Space Stone. The concept of space was not foreign to Kira. In fact, he harbored an insatiable desire for such power. Unbeknownst to him, Kira had gradually inched closer to Loki, effectively drawing nearer to the Tesseract. When he reached the limits of proximity, he halted, calmly gazing at the ravaged Earth in the distance. The two stood as if on a rooftop, smoking and admiring the view, embodying the essence of a dusky sunset. "Haha, it seems you've come to terms with things. I can bestow upon you certain extraordinary abilities, and I want you to confront those Avengers." Loki chuckled softly, his confidence in his deceit unwavering, for he was the god of lies. A mere mortal, swayed by his words, would be an effortless conquest. The so-called extraordinary abilities were nothing more than a trivial enhancement spell. The notion of manipulating mortals to do his bidding was indeed an amusing prospect, and he was curious to see if the superheroes would dare to lay a hand on them. Extraordinary abilities? I truly do not require such things. What I seek is your Tesseract. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Kira's lips, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Killer Queen emerged from behind him, its speed astonishing, as it obliterated the device housing the Tesseract with a single punch. The spatial portal above closed instantaneously, isolating any alien spacecraft that had not yet entered. Killer Queen seized the azure cube, its wrist flexing with force. Boom! The cube shattered, revealing the brilliant blue space stone within. The abrupt turn of events caused Loki's expression to shift dramatically. In his perspective, It appeared as though the device had exploded spontaneously, with the space stone levitating into the air. Are you aligned with my brother, or are you from S-H-I-E-L-D? Loki forced himself to remain composed, narrowing his eyes. However, Kira offered no response. Killer Queen's fingers clutched the space stone. The power of space coursed through Kira via his stand. The Killer Queen and Yashikage Kira are inextricably linked. Should the Killer Queen shatter, Kira would perish alongside it. Conversely, the power sensed by the Killer Queen is equally felt by Kira. Is this the extraordinary force of the space stone? How marvelous! With it, distant attacks shall no longer pose a threat to me. A glimmer of excitement graced Kira's countenance as the essence of the space stone began to surge within his mind. At this moment, he had ascended to become the deity of space, wielding its formidable power. The Killer Queen opened its maw and devoured the space stone, a pale blue radiance enveloping its form. The crimson hue of its scara transformed into a deep azure. Forgive my oversight. I did not anticipate your possession of such extraordinary abilities. However, to seize the space stone with merely your unseen force is insufficient. Suddenly, Loki, his expression grave, felt an imminent lethal threat rapidly approaching. Alarmed, he swiftly raised his magical scepter in defense, only to feel an invisible yet tremendous force collide with it. What just happened? Did I just receive a punch from an unseen assailant? Loki staggered back, confusion etched upon his features, as Kira offered a subtle thumbs up in response. Crack! Boom! The scepter in Loki's grasp exploded spectacularly, shrouding the vicinity in smoke and flames. In that instant of detonation, the protective enchantments within Loki activated automatically. The force of the explosion hurled him off the rooftop. A roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed from below as Loki was lifted by a colossal mechanical creature. Well done. You have successfully incited my wrath. Loki's countenance darkened. The mechanical entity, composed entirely of intricate machinery, ominously hovered in the air like a sinuous dragon. It opened its vast jaws, preparing to engulf Kira. In an instant, Kira found himself defenseless, swallowed whole by the undulating mechanical dragon, prompting gasps of shock from the onlookers in the chat group. Just as they believed Kira was doomed, a figure emerged, radiating blue light, appearing abruptly atop the back of the mechanical dragon. Kira's expression was icy, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he flickered before Loki's astonished gaze. Beginning from the dragon's head, he teleported at a pace of 100 meters per flash, reaching the tail in a heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. The Killer Queen unleashed a flurry of powerful punches against the mechanical dragon, each strike creating afterimages and resonating thuds. As the final blow landed, Kira harnessed the power of the space stone, teleporting back to the rooftop from whence he came. First bomb, he declared, facing away from the towering mechanical dragon, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he pressed down with his thumb. Click! The sound of a switch being activated reverberated. In the next moment, the thrashing mechanical dragon erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a deafening roar filling the air, flames soaring skyward, and waves of heat cascading outward. The dragon detonated like a nuclear bomb, sending shockwaves rippling through the vicinity, stirring Kira's golden locks and causing his lavender suit to flutter in the tumult. Once again, Loki was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. Just as the smoke and flames began to engulf the area, they unexpectedly began to recede and retract. In the mere blink of an eye, the flames and thick smoke vanished completely, leaving no trace of dust behind. The towering mechanical dragon seemed as though it had never existed, and behind Kira Yashikage, not a single shadow could be seen. This astonishing scene ignited a fervor within the chat group. If Kira Yashikage's destruction of the hammer was merely an act of playful bombast, then the instantaneous obliteration of the colossal dragon was truly terrifying. The members of the group finally recognized the formidable prowess of Kira Yashikage, realizing he could potentially eliminate every individual within the chat. Now, endowed with the space stone, Kira Yashikage's power had multiplied exponentially. Kirishima Yudo, wow! No wonder Kira Yashikage's abilities are so fearsome. Even such a massive mechanical dragon can disappear in an instant. Saitama, impressive, but unfortunately, his physical strength is lacking. Yi Fan, yet, with this ability combined with spatial manipulation, he is undoubtedly among the elite combatants of our chat group. Ainzul Gown, I believe the space stone should be surrendered to Mr. Immortal. Beatrice, Kira Yashikage, with such a potent ability. You must come assist us in obliterating this robot. It would be a tremendous waste not to utilize such power against Ultron. Meanwhile, on the side of Senju Chōsei and Beatrice, Ultron had already deployed pre-prepared machinery, transporting both people and land panels hundreds of meters into the air. The surroundings had become a desolate wasteland, with civilians evacuated by S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. Only the Avengers and members of the Multiverse Chat Group remained. Scarlet Witch and Hulk diligently engaged in battle against Ultron and his mechanical army, while Tony, Rem, and Ram lent occasional assistance. However, Senju Chōsei and Beatrice merely observed the spectacle. "Mr. Immortal, may I ask why we are not joining the fray?" inquired the blue-haired Rem, clad in an adorable maid outfit. Her voice tinged with hesitation as she wielded a meteor hammer. Senju Chōsei smiled gently, stroking Rem's soft hair. "Because our worker has yet to arrive. I shall summon him now. Senju Chōsei, Kira Yashikage, hurry over. We are ready to commence." Kira Yashikage, "Understood, I shall arrive immediately." On the balcony, Kira Yashikage adjusted his suit before once again harnessing the power of the space stone. In an instant, a brilliant blue light emanated, and his consciousness began to spread, enveloping the entire Earth. He relished this sensation, basking in the exhilarating feeling of world domination. Kira Yashikage appeared beside Senju Chōsei, his expression impassive as he surveyed the ruins surrounding him. "I have arrived. Let us begin," he stated. Beatrice yawned and replied nonchalantly, "Then let us proceed." She began to chant incantations, weaving magical patterns that interlaced in the void, suddenly forming a purple-black magical array beneath Ultron's feet. Senju Chōsei, not one to remain idle, smiled as he channeled his spiritual energy, pulling Hulk and Scarlet Witch away. With a hum, a magical prison rose from the ground, enveloping Ultron within its confines. Boom! Ultron raised his hand, unleashing several beams of energy that struck the magical prison, causing violent fluctuations. He retaliated with shockwave attacks. Yet he was unable to shatter the confinement that held him captive. Ultron, a formidable adversary that even the Hulk and Scarlet Witch found insurmountable, was effortlessly ensnared by Beatrice within a magical array. This display of prowess not only appeared effortless, but also alleviated the lingering frustrations among the Avengers, who had previously felt that others, like Thousand Hands Changsheng, were not contributing sufficiently. Beatrice's intervention swiftly transformed their discontent into relief. "Tony, Kira, follow my lead," Thousand Hands Changsheng proclaimed with a grin, propelling himself into the air with sheer physical strength, leaping a distance of nearly a kilometer. As he approached the magical barrier restraining Ultron, a circular exit manifested on the surface of the magical prison. Without hesitation, Ultron unleashed a beam of energy aimed to obliterate Thousand Hands Changsheng entirely. Boom! An orange beam of laser energy shot forth, but Thousand Hands Changsheng, enveloped in an armor of armed Haki, braced himself against the energy. The beam splintered into multiple rays, creating a cloud of smoke and a massive crater around him. Yet he plunged directly into the confines of the cage. Following closely, Tony Stark activated his immortal armor and charged into the fray. As they landed, a surge of frigid chakra erupted from within Thousand Hands Changsheng, coalescing into ice that spread rapidly from the ground. In an instant, Ultron's entire form was encased in ice, leaving only his head exposed. The reverberations of energy within Ultron quivered violently, as though it could shatter the ice at any moment. Would release. Divine Gate. Thousand Hands Changsheng, aware of Ultron's struggle against the icy prison, wasted no time. He formed seals in his mind, summoning a series of wooden gates that descended from above, further suppressing Ultron. Simultaneously, vines entwined around Ultron's feet, and rocks encased him, establishing a comprehensive restraint. The overwhelming chakra emitted by Thousand Hands Changsheng rendered Ultron immobile. "Futile. Even if you limit my mobility, you cannot extinguish my existence. I am everywhere." Ultron's voice was cold, and his mechanical eyes suddenly emitted crimson lasers, targeting Thousand Hands Changsheng directly. "Boring." Thousand Hands Changsheng retorted with a scoff. With a flick of his fingers, the incoming beams of light appeared to shatter the very fabric of space, creating fissures in the void. As the laser scattered, Thousand Hands Changsheng unleashed 2 additional waves of spiritual energy, obliterating Ultron's mechanical eyes. "Let the work commence, gentlemen," Thousand Hands Changsheng declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark rushed to Ultron's side, placing his palm against Ultron's forehead, where the sound of sizzling electricity filled the air. Jarvis began infiltrating Ultron's network, initiating internal destruction. Haha, useless. My essence is interconnected with all my avatars. Even if you sever my network, Loki will carry my remaining soul fragments, ensuring my survival in this world. Ultron laughed maniacally, causing Thousand Hands Changsheng to furrow his brow in concern. In mere moments, Ultron's connected network was abruptly severed, plunging him into offline mode. Kira Yashikage, unfazed, utilized the Space Stone to leap beside Ultron. The Killer Queen emerged from within him, delivering a thunderous blow to Ultron's form. First bomb. Wait. With a furrowed brow, Senju Chōsei opened his mouth to counsel against the impending disaster, but before he could utter a word, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. Flames erupted skyward. Thick smoke billowed, and then, in an instant, everything began to retract. Ultron was obliterated by Kira Yashikage's bomb, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Ah, Mr. Immortal, Tony remarked, somewhat astonished. Both he and Kira were momentarily taken aback, especially since Senju Chōsei had just indicated to wait a moment. However, Kira had acted with such swiftness that Ultron was eradicated before they could react. It's nothing, merely a fleeting thought. Senju Chōsei inhaled deeply, recalling Ultron's mention of Loki, suggesting a possible alliance between the two. This notion piqued Senju Chōsei's interest. The Marvel Universe was not only witnessing the simultaneous unfolding of the Avengers 1 and 2, but also the emergence of a collaboration between two formidable foes, which was rather concerning. If Loki were to acquire Ultron's programming, it could allow Ultron to infiltrate the cosmic network, achieving true immortality. The cosmos was vast beyond comprehension. Even Senju Chōsei could not pursue Ultron if it hid within its expanse. You all go after Loki. I will follow shortly, he instructed Beatrice and the others. Beatrice, incredulous, questioned, you intend to single-handedly cleanse this city? The airborne Sokovia is no small place. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands. She struggled to fathom how Senju Chōsei would address the impending collapse of this aerial metropolis. Ascending into the air, Senju Chōsei replied calmly, you should descend to assist in neutralizing the mechanical forces and extraterrestrials. I possess the capability to resolve this matter. With that, his figure surged outward, akin to a withdrawal. Soaring hundreds of miles away, the city of Sokovia, now devoid of kinetic energy, began its astonishing descent. The heat of the impact rendered it akin to a meteor, the ground below glowing red. Senju Chōsei stood aloft, extending his palm toward the land, his chakra surging within. Dust release, disintegration technique, he proclaimed. A brilliant white light erupted from his palm, chakra intertwining to form a luminous small cube. Targeting the descending Sokovia, the white light enveloped it, the cube expanding dramatically until it completely covered the city. An ear-piercing hum filled the air. Anyone nearby would undoubtedly lose both hearing and sight at that moment. The dazzling white light shone like a meteor in the night sky, resplendent and brilliant. As the brilliance faded, the falling city of Sokovia had vanished entirely. Not a single fragment remaining, as if it had never existed. Easily resolved. Now, it is time to confront Loki. Senju Chōsei chuckled, clapping his hands before soaring toward Beatrice and the others. With Ultron's programming in Loki's possession, Senju Chōsei was determined to find Loki and utterly annihilate Ultron. Yet Loki, being the god of mischief, was a master of deceit. Senju Chōsei would not trust a single word he uttered. Thus, he planned to employ the Mind Stone to directly manipulate Loki's will, compelling him to personally destroy Ultron. Upon returning to the ground, the bustling city center bore a colossal crater, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. The robotic army in the vicinity has been nearly obliterated by the Avengers, leaving only the alien civilizations that soar through the skies. This war is on the brink of conclusion. It has been quite some time, Mr. Immortal. The Ancient One, clad in her signature yellow robes of magic, approaches with a warm smile, clearly overjoyed by the assistance of the likes of Shugen and others. This event can be deemed the most perilous in Earth's history. Despite the Ancient One's formidable power, she finds herself overwhelmed. The arrival of Shugen and his companions has proven to be immensely beneficial. Ah, the Sorcerer Supreme, it has indeed been ages, Shugen responds with a gentle nod, his gaze shifting to the distant figure of Yashikage Kira, who has just annihilated several alien vessels. Shugen is quite pleased with Kira's performance this time. Not only did he close the spatial rift, but he also destroyed Ultron's most powerful mechanical body. It is fair to say that Kira has made the most significant contribution to this mission. Even Shugen, at times, found himself merely coasting along. Kira has adhered to every command issued by Shugen and has refrained from any murderous acts under his watchful eye, leaving Shugen momentarily perplexed. Kira's effectiveness is remarkable, and his capability in executing tasks is commendable. Shugen initially contemplated suppressing Kira the moment he showed any inclination towards violence against women. Yet, up until now, Kira has not caused any disturbances. Should he control Kira with the Mind Stone, preventing his return to the JoJo universe while having Tony monitor his every move? Shugen muses, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As long as Kira does not return to the JoJo universe, he will not encounter any stand users. Thus, the control of the Mind Stone would remain intact, unbroken by any unique stand abilities. However, the question remains, how to persuade Kira to stay in the Marvel universe? Should he use the Mind Stone to compel Kira's presence here? Such an action might instill a sense of discomfort among the group members. Although Shugen is the leader and the strongest among them, commanding respect from the members, the indiscriminate use of the Mind Stone to manipulate them could foster wariness and distrust. No one wishes to be subject to another's control. Particularly cautious individuals, such as Bone King, would likely refrain from participating in group missions if they learned that Shugen could control others' wills. Shugen's eyes flicker as he contemplates, and after a moment, a new idea emerges. It appears that Kira has a keen interest in the Space Stone. Perhaps he could be convinced to remain in this world under the pretense of seeking other Infinity Stones. Then, Shugen could subtly employ the Mind Stone to alter Kira's thoughts and peculiarities. As for whether Kira could locate all the Infinity Stones, Shugen is confident that he would not be able to find them all. Many of these stones reside within the cosmos, rather than on Earth. Unless Thanos makes an appearance, Kira Yashikage will undoubtedly never find a second Infinity Stone. Even if he were aware that the Time Stone resides with the Ancient One, he would lack the means to acquire it. With the Ancient One's formidable abilities, controlling Kira Yashikage would be a trivial matter. Boom. As Senju Chōsei pondered, Thor suddenly plummeted from the abandoned building, crashing beside him. Cough, cough. Loki, stand still. Thor coughed lightly as he rose, shouting upwards. Senju Chōsei raised an eyebrow and soared into the air. He had come in search of Loki, and to his surprise, his target had appeared while he was momentarily distracted. It was no wonder, as Loki's space stone had been seized by Kira Yashikage, stripping him of his ability to escape Earth. Loki's foremost objective was to reclaim the space stone from Kira Yashikage. He hurtled through the air towards Kira Yashikage, his attire slightly tattered, unleashing a barrage of magical energy. Boom, boom, boom. Having just destroyed a robot, Kira Yashikage sensed an impending threat and immediately activated the power of the space stone to evade. His figure flickered rapidly, retreating with haste, avoiding a direct confrontation. He even sought a chance to teleport behind Loki for a counterattack. Unfortunately, Loki was exceedingly wary of Kira Yashikage, providing him no opportunity to close the distance. When it came to actual combat, Loki was thoroughly cautious and would not allow himself to be blasted away twice as he had initially. The two engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, swiftly navigating the ruins of the half-destroyed city. Captain America and his comrades pursued them, but their speed was utterly insufficient. Only Quicksilver was able to keep pace, and he sprinted with his sister Wanda directly to Kira Yashikage's vicinity, preparing an ambush. At the moment Loki passed through, Scarlet Witch unleashed her chaotic magic. Crimson energy wove into a net, forcibly ensnaring the airborne Loki. Bang! Loki crashed heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Senju Chōsei and the Avengers soon approached, surrounding Loki with smiles. You have been defeated, Loki. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stepped forward and took a deep breath. Thor also approached, looking at his brother with a mix of exasperation and concern. In his eyes, his brother was merely mischievous, with a fundamentally good heart. What to do next? The Ancient One, accompanied by a host of sorcerers from Kamar Taj, walked over. Her words were directed at Senju Chōsei, keen to see how he would resolve the situation. Oh, I believe he should be handed over to me. I shall take him back to Asgard. Before Senju Chōsei could respond, Thor interjected, anxious that the others might pose a threat to Loki. Not yet. He still carries Ultron. First, we must eliminate Ultron, Senju Chōsei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Thor. Hearing this, Loki hastily produced a small device from his pocket. No problem. As long as you spare me. This contains Ultron, Take it." His tone was earnest, even tinged with a hint of pleading. However, the one who comprehends the original text, Shinsho Chongsheng, understands that the lower Loki's posture, the more it indicates that he is lying and scheming something else. This individual, Loki, has never shown any fear even in the face of Thanos. Would he truly adopt such a demeanor? It appears he has no intention of cooperating. Shinsho Chongsheng let out a cold laugh, also resolved not to waste words with Loki, and directly retrieved the Mind Stone from the system space. As the yellow light burst forth, the power of the mind surged from his palm into his brain. Just as Shinsho Chongsheng was about to penetrate Loki's mind, Wanda nearby appeared entranced. She fixated intently on Shinsho Chongsheng's fist clutching the Mind Stone, and even the scarlet chaos magic began to gradually swirl towards him. "Huh, Wanda, what are you planning to do?" Shinsho Chongsheng furrowed his brow, perplexedly chiding her. He could not recall Wanda ever losing control due to the Mind Stone, yet the surrounding chaos magic was indeed a manifestation of such loss of control. Could it be that her premature appearance led to her current instability? Suddenly, Ancient One released her magic, having also perceived something amiss with Wanda, and immediately sought to prevent her from seizing the Mind Stone. Yet, the collision between the scarlet chaos magic and the Mind Stone unleashed an indescribable shockwave. Ancient One's magical array shattered, and Beatrice had no choice but to cast her own magic to protect Rem and Ram. In an instant, everyone except Shinsho Chongsheng was sent staggering backward by this force. Steve Rogers and Hawkeye were even hurled into the air, colliding with the wall, their muscles aching. "Wanda!" Shinsho Chongsheng shouted again, feeling the Mind Stone struggle violently in his grasp, threatening to slip from his fingers. However, his call did not rouse Wanda. Instead, she unleashed an even more formidable chaos magic. Shinsho Chongsheng frowned, releasing his spiritual energy as his chakra and divine particles surged with agitation, forcibly suppressing the Mind Stone. "Give it to me." Wanda, seemingly possessed, radiated a scarlet light, swiftly closing the distance to Shinsho Chongsheng and striking out with her palm. An irresistible force surged towards Shinsho Chongsheng, just as he was about to retract the Mind Stone into the system space. Wanda grasped his wrist, the scarlet chaos magic climbing up. The Mind Stone, now no longer restrained as if under the influence of a drug, flew directly from Shinsho Chongsheng's hand. Boom! The Mind Stone landed in Wanda's hands. The contact seemed to awaken all of Wanda's energy. Terrifying scarlet energy spread across the sky, turning it a deep crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinsho Chongsheng unleashed his full power, grasping Wanda's swan-like neck. With cold eyes fixed upon her, his spiritual energy transformed into a colossal hand, descending to suppress Wanda. Boom! The clash between spiritual energy and chaos magic erupted with unprecedented intensity. The sky was engulfed in scarlet, and the earth trembled as if a dragon were stirring beneath it. Surrounding ruins crumbled to dust in an instant. Wanda had completely lost control, her pupils replaced by the white of her eyes, radiating an unparalleled surge of energy. At that moment, the hands of the thousand-handed Immortal were being forced apart by chaotic magic, and Wanda ascended into the air. This was rather unsettling. Could it be that Wanda had attained the powers of the comic universe? The corner of the thousand-handed Immortal's mouth twitched as he too took to the skies, unleashing his celestial magic without reservation. At this juncture, he found himself compelled to exert all his strength to suppress Wanda, plunging the scene into unprecedented chaos. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, two figures wove through the sky, their overwhelming presence breathtaking. Each collision sent forth intense ripples of energy, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. What was happening? That woman, merging with the Immortal's gem, was capable of unleashing such terrifying energy. Beatrice furrowed her brows, casting defensive magic with all her might, while Ram assisted with her own magical power. Only the melee-oriented Ram remained helplessly in the back. This individual wields chaotic magic, whose essence shares a kinship with the Mind Stone, shattering her restraints. Ancient One's expression darkened. She refrained from elaborating further and immediately summoned dark forces to activate the mirror dimension. A wave of spatial energy surged forth, intending to ensnare Wanda within. However, this spatial ripple shattered into magical energy before it could touch Wanda, dispersing into nothingness. "It is futile. I must resort to the Time Stone to reverse the flow." Ancient One was reluctant to use the Time Stone, believing it could disrupt the fabric of parallel universes. Yet, she had reached a point of desperation. If she did not utilize the time stone now, this woman might very well obliterate the entire Earth. With a swift motion, Ancient One defended against the shockwaves of the battle between the thousand-handed Immortal and Wanda while conjuring a teleportation circle. The portal connected to the library of Kamartaj, where the time stone was also stored. In a flash, a verdant gem soared into her hand. She inscribed the magic circle with the power of time, determined to alter the course of events before her.